Thunder rumbled fiercely, echoing in her ears as Muyan jolted from her stupor. The searing pain coursing through her body compelled her to emit a soft groan of anguish. As she gradually opened her eyes, she realized she was lying within a small, pitch-black, enclosed space. A faint scent of medicinal herbs lingered in the air. "Where am I?" Muyan attempted to channel the vital energy within her. As a congenital warrior, she should possess the ability to perceive her surroundings even in darkness. However, an excruciating pain suddenly overwhelmed her. It felt as though her meridians were being violently torn apart by some searing force on the verge of rupture. "Ah!" Muyan cried out, collapsing as the intense agony drenched her in cold sweat. What on earth had transpired? She remembered that she had just attained the pinnacle of the congenital realm. Her dear friend, Gong Qianxue, had procured a body-refining pill to aid her in breaking through to the first level of the immortal cultivation path. Together, they ascended Thunderclap Peak, where, after several cycles of circulating her energy, the 9 heavenly tribulations descended upon her. Muyan distinctly recalled withstanding 8 bolts of celestial lightning. She only needed to endure the 9th bolt to advance to the body-refining stage. Yet, shortly thereafter, she felt a sharp pain throughout her body and lost consciousness. Could it be that she had failed the tribulation? As Muyan grappled with her fears, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the space above her. Struggling to open her eyes, she squinted and, upon recognizing the beautiful visage above her, exclaimed in delight, "Qianxue." However, Gong Qianxue did not greet her with the usual warm smile, but instead regarded her with a disdainful gaze from her elevated position. Muyan sensed something amiss. She glanced around and realized, to her astonishment, that she was confined within a Dan furnace. The visage of Gong Qianxue materialized through an opening above the furnace. Gong Qianxue initially appeared taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Jun Muyan, you are truly more foolish than a pig. Even now, you still believe I have your best interests at heart." "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Huh? Did you truly think I provided you with a body-refining elixir to aid you in overcoming the tribulation? Fool, allow me to enlighten you. That elixir may indeed assist you in facing the heavenly tribulations, but it is laced with deadly poison. When you endure the 9 heavenly strikes and commence the refining of your body and soul, the poison will take effect. Stop joking around." Muyan struggled to rise, her voice hoarse and urgent. "Qianxue, I know you enjoy playing pranks on me, but this must be a ruse, right? Did you not say that I am your dearest friend?" "Dearest friend? You, a lowly woman from an inferior nation, dare to claim such a title?" Gong Qianxue scoffed. "Do you think I exerted such effort to provide you with the finest mystic herbs to help you achieve innate perfection? It is because there exists a trace of celestial essence within you, which can only be awakened after enduring the 9-fold tribulation." "Huh, just like now, you have become my finest alchemical material." "Alchemical material?" A chill coursed through Muyan as her world crumbled in that moment. Since that fateful incident, she had lost faith in anyone in this world. Yet, she had regarded Gong Qianxue as her closest friend and kin. For the sake of Gong Qianxue, she devoted herself to mastering the art of alchemy and medicinal practices. In her unwavering loyalty, she ventured into perilous realms, risking her life solely because Gong Qianxue claimed there were treasures within that she desired. Yet now, Gong Qianxue has revealed that all of it was a ruse. Her concern for her was merely a guise to exploit her body for the creation of elixirs. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from outside the alchemical furnace. "Junior sister, all the medicinal ingredients have been prepared." "Thank you, senior brother." Gong Qianxue's tone instantly transformed from sharp and caustic to one of soft delight and gratitude. Jun Muyan witnessed the face that emerged from the aperture above the furnace, shifting from Gong Qianxue to that of a young man. She recognized him. He was Jianfeng, Gong Qianxue's senior at the Tiandao sect, a prodigious alchemist. Jianfeng tossed the medicinal herbs into the furnace, casting a cold, pitying glance in her direction. As she listened to their exchange, her dilating pupils widened with horror. The celestial embryo, 10 years ago, the maternal body. No, it cannot be, as she feared the celestial embryo used for alchemy could not possibly be her child. Yet, a voice within her mind screamed insistently, declaring that it was indeed her child, that her offspring had been transformed into a potion by Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue. Muyan abruptly rose from the furnace, struggling frantically to escape. Gong Qianxue, where did you obtain the celestial embryo? Gong Qianxue's venomous gaze swept over Jun Muyan's exquisite and enchanting visage, her heart brimming with jealousy and resentment. She could not comprehend how a lowly woman hailing from a humble nation, Jun Muyan, could possibly conceive a celestial fetus. That celestial fetus was endowed with immense power, indicating the exalted nature of the child's father. How could Jun Muyan, of all people, possess such a fortune? Yet it mattered not. After all, she had already consumed the celestial fetus, and now, even Jun Muyan herself would become her stepping stone. Gong Qianxue revealed a malicious smile, leaning closer to Muyan's ear and whispering, "The celestial fetus, of course, is the one you carried a decade ago. I accidentally refined it into a pill, ha ha ha." Muyan stood in stunned silence, as if the heart-wrenching cries of a child echoed in her ears. A piercing agony spread from her heart to every vein in her body. Her child, the one she believed had been slain by despicable relatives, was truly killed by Gong Qianxue. Once I refine you into a pill and consume you, I shall attain the rare celestial spirit body, and if you wish to kill me, perhaps in your next life. Ha ha! The lid of the alchemical furnace was slammed shut, and a roaring flame ignited beneath it. Gong Qianxue's hopeful gaze turned towards Jianfeng. "Senior brother, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, junior sister." Jianfeng's deep affection flickered momentarily in his eyes. "I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled." At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from within the alchemical furnace. Gong Qianxue let out a shrill scream, feeling a jolt of excruciating pain as she was violently thrown aside. Faintly, she seemed to hear Muyan's piercing and frenzied cries. "Gong Qianxue, even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will never let you off the hook." The fiery explosion resonated throughout the alchemical chamber, causing it to tremble violently before ultimately collapsing in ruins. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Muyan awoke from her stupor, only to be assaulted by a sharp, cramping pain in her abdomen. She attempted to clasp her hands over her belly, but discovered that her limbs were securely bound, rendering her utterly immobile. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself in a dilapidated, drafty shack, its furnishings strikingly familiar. Hadn't Gong Qianxue cast her into the cauldron? The searing heat had scorched her body, and the bone-deep hatred had shattered her sanity, leading her into unconsciousness. How then? Did she find herself bound in this place? Was it possible that Gong Qianxue, unable to refine her elixir, had devised a new method of tormenting her? Lost in thought, Muyan's gaze suddenly fixated on a particular spot, her pupils constricting with alarm. Good heavens! What was this? A pronounced bulge in her belly. The throbbing pain emanated from within, and she realized this was her child. The baby still resided within her, its tenacious vitality palpable. Yet, how could this be? Her baby had been forcibly removed from her womb. In a sudden clarity, Muyan's attention turned to the surrounding furnishings. The moment she recognized the familiarity of the place, a memory surged forth. This was the very shack where she had resided 10 years ago, during her time with the Su family. A decade prior, her adoptive father had ventured out for training, and her adoptive mother, Su Yuexiang, had disregarded her protests and sent her to her maternal home, the Su family. The members of the Su family had treated her with scorn, showing her no kindness whatsoever. Following her unexpected loss of virtue and subsequent unplanned pregnancy, Their cruelty had only intensified, imprisoning her in this very shack. The scene unfolding before her now felt hauntingly reminiscent. A decade ago, she was 7 months pregnant, living in a dilapidated house, enduring hardship and deprivation in solitude. One day, unexpectedly, her usually scornful aunt, with an unusual warmth, brought her a steaming meal. At that moment, Muyan was taken aback, believing her obedience and filial piety had finally garnered the sympathy of her aunt and cousins. Little did she know, this marked the onset of her nightmare. After consuming the meal, she fell into a stupor, only to awaken to excruciating pain in her abdomen. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized that her child had been taken from her by her aunt in collusion with her 2 cousins. From that moment onward, she lost not only her child but also her right to motherhood. But now, why was she here again? Had she been reborn? Reborn to a time a decade ago, before her child was taken. Just then, her aunt's voice echoed from outside. "Madam, are you truly willing to spend such a fortune to purchase that wretched child?" The voice of the man suddenly turned severe as he warned. "It is said that women consuming purple river carts are most nourishing. Do not speak of things that should remain unspoken. The more you know, the quicker your demise." Aunt Sue was instantly filled with trepidation, exclaiming, Yes. It is my fault for speaking too much. I know nothing. Before 3/4 past noon, bring the child to the tea house we agreed upon. I will await you at our usual spot, and remember, the child must not sustain any harm." Outside, Aunt Sue's voice, a blend of joy and obsequiousness, gradually faded. Likely as she escorted the man away, she recalled the moment her own child had been taken, while Aunt Sue and others had jubilantly departed with the child contained in a food box. Not a soul had come to tend to her as she lay on the bed, awaiting the last drop of her blood to drain away. Just when despair consumed Muyan, Gong Qianxue appeared, saving her life and bestowing upon her the hope of survival. Yet, Muyan could never have anticipated that the architect of her suffering was none other than Gong Qianxue. That man must have been sent by her, otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous that she happened to rescue her? Contemplating this, an icy and resolute coldness flickered in Muyan's eyes, a harbinger of dread. In her previous life, she had been blind to her enemy, mistaking them for a benefactor. However, since destiny had granted her a chance at rebirth, she would not permit anyone to harm her child. As her gaze fell upon her prominently rounded abdomen, Muyan's expression softened immeasurably. "My dear baby, in this life, it is you who shall assist your mother, is it not?" It was the pain from the vigorous struggles of the baby that roused her prematurely, granting her time to prepare. "Fear not, my child. This time, your mother will protect you well." The bound hands began to thrash violently, the coarse hemp rope chafing against her delicate skin, instantly becoming a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Yet, Muyan seemed utterly impervious to the pain, her struggles growing ever more fervent and resolute. The first hand broke free, the second hand liberated, just as she intended to rise and free her feet from their bindings. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the doorway. With a creak, the door to the room swung open. Muyan turned her head to glance, only to find that the newcomers included her aunt, Sue, along with her 2 cousins, Su Jinzhu and Su Baozhu, as well as her cousin, Su Zhiyong, and his wife, Chen Yulan. "Mother, this wretched girl has awakened." Upon hearing her daughter, Su Jinzhu's words, Su's gaze darted toward the bed where Jun Muyan lay. Expecting to see her daughter weeping and pleading for mercy, she was instead met with a pair of icy, piercing eyes. Struck by that gaze, Su recoiled in fright, nearly losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. In her anger, she raised her hand to strike Muyan's face, but before her hand could descend, it was intercepted by her cousin, Su Zhiyong. "Mother, a moment's restraint can avert greater chaos. Do not forget, she is now of immense value, worth not only tens of thousands of gold coins, but also represents my illustrious future. The elder has stated that if we manage this well, I shall be permitted to enter the Golden Rainbow Gate." Only then did Su relent with a bitter expression. However, Su Zhiyong's gaze could not help but linger upon Muyan, though her belly was round and her feet swollen. she still could not conceal her exquisite skin and breathtaking beauty. With particular vehemence, the Su sisters' rough handling of her as they bound her had left her garments partially open, revealing glimpses of delicate collarbones and jade-like skin. Su Jiong swallowed hard, a sense of pity washing over him at the thought of his cousin's impending demise. The little hussy, engaging in illicit relations and conceiving a child at such a tender age, must be quite the libertine. He had always entertained the notion of sampling his little cousin's charms. But now, for the sake of entering the Golden Rainbow sect, he had to relinquish that desire. Catching sight of Su Jiong's gaze fixed upon Mu Yan, Chen Yulan's eyes blazed with jealous fury. After ejecting Su Jiong from the room, Chen Yulan spat vehemently in Mu Yan's direction. "Little slut, you even try to seduce your own cousin. Have you no shame? Don't waste your breath on her." Sister-in-law, Su Jinju and Su Baozhu chimed in, consoling Chen Yulan with gleeful amusement, their gazes upon Mu Yan a mixture of loathing and satisfaction, much like Chen Yulan's. Ever since Mu Yan had taken up residence in the Su household, they had relentlessly tormented the girl, driven by jealousy of her exquisite beauty and her cultivation talent, which surpassed theirs 100-fold, especially when they noticed the men around them fixating their attention on Jun Muyan. It filled them with gnawing resentment. However, that was all in the past. Now, Jun Muyan was merely a fish on their chopping block, a lamb awaiting slaughter. Su Shi chuckled ominously, drawing a commonplace dagger from her waist and crudely tearing open Jun Muyan's garments. Just as her blade was about to descend, suddenly, a sharp, bone-crushing pain surged through her wrist. Su Shi cried out in agony and turned her gaze, only to find that the seemingly bound Jun Muyan had miraculously sat up. That delicate, bloodied hand was firmly gripping her wrist, which held the dagger. "Ah, Jun Muyan, how did you free yourself from the ropes? Vile creature, release my mother at once." Su Jinju and the others, still a few steps away, sensed the danger and shouted in fury, rushing forward. Yet, Mu Yan had already twisted Su Shi's arm brutally, and amidst her terrified, anguished screams, she plunged the dagger mercilessly into her chest. A sickening sound echoed as blood splattered across Jun Muyan's face. Yet, she bore a chilling smile, reminiscent of a demon. With a swift twist of her wrist, flesh and blood churned, and the heart shattered. Su Shi's piercing scream caught in her throat, her mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Until her last breath. She could not fathom why the sacrificial lamb was meant to be Jun Muyan, yet it was she who met her demise. "Mother, mother, please don't scare me," sob, sob, sob. "You wretched girl, you actually killed my mother." The three, initially filled with righteous indignation and outrage, faltered as they beheld Jun Muyan's countenance, their limbs turning cold, their voices faltering. Jun Muyan, please don't do anything rash. You've killed my mother, my father, and my aunt. I swear I will not let you go." Mu Yan let out a soft laugh, the dagger in her hand twirling slowly as she, with her burgeoning belly, advanced step by step toward the trio. In terms of age, Jun Muyan was merely 14 or 15, significantly younger than Su Baozhu. Yet, at this very moment, the aura emanating from her petrified all three individuals present, rendering them weak with terror. Particularly striking was the fact that her visage and garments were besmirched with the blood that had splattered from Su Shi, transforming her pristine white attire into a crimson shroud. Yet, she did not deign to wipe it away, instead smiling eerily, revealing a row of gleaming, ivory teeth. Her countenance resembled that of a vengeful demon risen from the depths of hell. The youngest of the trio, Su Baozhu, unable to contain her fear, emitted a piercing shriek and turned to flee. With a resounding thud, she collided with the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Chen Yulan's face contorted with malice as she seized a nearby stool, intent on striking Mu Yan. Mu Yan's advanced pregnancy impeded her ability to evade the blow, and she was struck squarely on the head, causing the stool to shatter into fragments. "Ha, ha, ha, you vile harlot, I'll teach you to be insolent." Before she could complete her taunt, Chen Yulan experienced a sharp, excruciating pain in the back of her knee, causing her to falter and collapse to the ground. Blood streamed down Mu Yan's forehead, mingling with the blood of Su Shi, creating an increasingly macabre and ghastly visage. Yet, she made no attempt to wipe it away, instead carefully cradling her abdomen before turning her gaze upon the last remaining figure, Su Jinju. A vengeful spirit, you are a soul-reaping demon. Help? Help me. Su Jinju cried out, attempting to flee. Mu Yan hurled a dagger, striking her squarely in the lower back. Ah! Su Jinju screamed, her body convulsing uncontrollably as she lost all sensation below the waist, collapsing heavily to the ground. Mu Yan, clutching her back, laboriously dragged the three wailing and lamenting figures together. She gently caressed her belly. My dear baby, these raucous creatures are quite bothersome, are they not? Fear not, for your mother shall soon render them incapable of uttering another sound. As the words left her lips, a gleam of the dagger flashed, and 3 tongues fell neatly to the ground. What to do next? Mu Yan twirled the bloody dagger and chuckled. It seems you particularly enjoy disemboweling others. Hee hee. Truth be told, I find it rather enjoyable as well. Since that is the case, let us engage in a reciprocal gesture. You sought to slice open my belly to snatch away my child. I wonder what I might extract from yours. Perhaps a heart as vile as your intentions? Chapter 6. Regret beholding the blood-soaked figure of Jun Muyan advancing like a hellish demon. Su Jinju and her companions were struck with terror. Their mouths agape as they attempted to scream, yet only managed feeble sounds. At that moment, a voice resonated from the doorway. Mother, Yulan, why have you taken so long? The master is awaiting. Upon hearing Su Zhiyang's voice, Qin Yulan and the others gleamed with hope, though they possessed little strength. Su Zhiyang had already attained the level of ancient martial arts. Dealing with a heavily pregnant Jun Muyan would pose no challenge for him. Ah! Qin Yulan shouted with all her might. Su Jinju and Su Baozhu followed suit. Yet, Jun Muyan remained unperturbed, calmly moving towards the doorway, showing no intention of thwarting their call for aid. If you do not speak soon, I shall burst in. The door was assailed with violent blows. In short order, the dilapidated portal splintered inward. Qin Yulan and her companions, faces streaked with blood and tears, bore expressions of desperate hope, as if grasping at a lifeline. At that instant, Jun Muyan, who had been standing by the door, raised a dagger in her hand. As Su Zhiyong charged in, she plunged the blade into a precise point on his shoulder. He crumpled to the ground without so much as a cry. Muyan, dragging the unconscious Su Zhiyong, advanced slowly toward Qin Yulan and the others. Their initial elation curdled into disbelief, then horror and despair. How could this be? Jun Muyan was merely a neophyte in the martial arts, and with child, seemingly powerless. How could she so easily subdue Su Zhiyong, who was of a similar level? Muyan's lips curled into a chilling smile. She owed it all to Gong Qianxue. Had it not been to repay Gong Qianxue, she would never have studied medicine and pharmaceutics, and thus would not have mastered the art of acupuncture. The Jianjing point. Acupuncture could relieve blood stasis and chest swelling, but only with a shallow insertion of 5 fun. Never deeper, for a deep thrust would cause the patient to faint. Su Zhiyong, struck so deeply in the Jianjing point, could not help but succumb. Dearest sister-in-law, she mused, were you not perpetually anxious that your husband would stray and cuckold you? Allow me to preempt such misfortunes. With that, she tapped Su Zhiyong's head lightly with the hilt of the dagger. He groaned and stirred back to consciousness. However, before he could comprehend the unfolding events, Mu Yan lifted her foot and mercilessly incapacitated him. The piercing scream reverberated through the dilapidated house, causing the very walls to tremble, while dust cascaded from the ceiling. Qin Yulan wept, shaking her head in desperation. Madwoman! 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 At this moment, Jun Muyan had transformed into a complete lunatic. Fear gripped her, regret washed over her. She should never have provoked such a madwoman. Yet, it was far too late. Everything was irrevocably lost. Chapter 7. Search. Conduct a thorough search. Half an hour later, Mu Yan opened the door, supporting her waist with one hand while cradling her abdomen with the other, stepping cautiously out of the crumbling abode. To an onlooker, her movements might evoke the image of a tender mother. However, behind her, The threshold of the recently opened door lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Their eyes were wide open, unable to close, reflecting nothing but boundless terror, anguish, and despair, as if they had gazed into the most dreadful abyss of hell. Without casting a final glance at the bloody scene behind her, Jun Muyan tossed a freshly ignited torch over her shoulder. The fierce flames ignited beneath the brilliant sun, sending thick smoke spiraling skyward, shrouding the overhead sky in a somber gray-black hue. By the time a group of men clad in black arrived on horseback, the place had already been reduced to smoldering ash, devoid of any trace of life. The black-clad men exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear and disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. At that moment, a white horse, bearing a woman, raced towards them like a gust of wind. The woman appeared slender, adorned in a flowing purple garment, her head crowned with a conical hat, a sheer veil obscuring her visage, revealing only the delicate contours of her exquisite face. "Incompetent fools!" she exclaimed, her whip raised high, striking fiercely several times before gritting her teeth and commanding, "Find her, even if it means unearthing her corpse." "Yes, master. Are you suggesting she has escaped?" "Rest assured, master. Although we have not stationed anyone around this dwelling, this mountain has been sealed by our brothers. If that woman truly fled, she could never elude this mountain's grasp." The veiled woman clutched the reins of her horse tightly, her complexion fluctuating between pallor and a ghastly hue. Had she not feared the revelation of her intent to acquire the celestial fetus, she would have taken the task upon herself to ensure its success. She had underestimated the potential of a mere girl, believing there would be no unforeseen complications. Yet, to her dismay, "Search thoroughly. I demand an exhaustive search," she hissed with ferocity. "Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth, I want that woman and her child unearthed." "Yes, master." Upon leaving the dilapidated house, Jun Muyan did not heed the expectations of the white-clad woman's group and flee towards the mountain's edge. Instead, she altered her course, venturing deeper into the mountains. The further she progressed, the denser and more shadowy the trees became. Layers of decaying leaves gradually transformed into mire under the persistent rainfall. The forest teemed with countless venomous creatures, serpents, rodents, and even unknown beasts rivaling the prowess of yellow-level warriors. No one could have predicted that Jun Muyan would delve into the heart of the mountains. As a frail and delicate expectant mother, she ventured into the dense forest, where only a dead end awaited her. Yet, Jun Muyan's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Her steps, though heavy and slow, were resolutely determined. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from ahead. The leaves rustled, and a massive leopard sprang forth, its emerald eyes glistening with insatiable greed and savagery as they fixated on the bloodied Muyan. However, when its gaze met her crimson-stained eyes, the formidable creature inexplicably shuddered. An unnameable dread coursed through its being, and the instinctual fear of peril compelled it to contemplate escape. The leopard crouched, baring its teeth and emitting a threatening growl, before retreating step by step, vanishing from Muyan's sight. With her back straightened and cradling her increasingly painful abdomen, Muyan continued her slow advance. "Baby, hold on just a little longer, it will soon be all right." Step by step, hour by hour, as darkness enveloped the day, she finally located the cave that lingered in her memory. A faint smile graced her lips as she gently caressed her belly. "Look, my dear, we have finally found it. Within this cave lies an exceptionally rare spiritual vein from the continent of martial arts. Cultivating profound energy beside this vein accelerates progression by 3 to 4 times the usual rate. In her previous life, she had unwittingly discovered this vein, only to foolishly bestow it upon Gong Qianxue. Yet in this life, it shall be the sanctuary where her baby is born." Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. During this period, numerous significant events have transpired across the martial arts continent. For instance, in the esteemed Huangyao Kingdom, a renowned alchemist named Jianfeng emerged, capable of concocting the third-grade Ice Heart Pill. The debut of the Ice Heart Pill sent ripples throughout the martial arts continent, propelling Jianfeng to the status of a revered master of alchemy. In another instance, news spread from the mid-tier Jingxing kingdom that their princess, Gong Qianxue, at the tender age of 22, had broken through to the earth level, becoming the youngest celestial level powerhouse. Furthermore, in the lower-tier Qian kingdom, a meteor suddenly fell, heralding the imminent emergence of a rare treasure, prompting many cultivators to flock to Qian kingdom. However, all of these occurrences were of no consequence to Jun Muyan, who resided deep within the secluded mountains and forests. For years later, within the nameless dense forest, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, and an overwhelming pressure swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The small creatures that had been leisurely wandering in the forest trembled in fear upon hearing the sound, scattering in panic. Soon, a colossal ancient tree swayed, and from its base emerged a gigantic black bear. Its eyes glowed with a bizarre red hue, and it clutched the lifeless body of an animal, ravenously tearing into it. Should a human be present, they would be horrified to realize that this black bear was indeed a mystical beast, having achieved the formidable Xian level. In the martial arts continent, the hierarchy of ancient martial artists is categorized into entry level, yellow level, Xian level, earth level, and celestial level. Beyond the celestial level lies the realm of innate power. Only by transcending the celestial level and reaching the innate state can one truly be considered to have stepped into the threshold of cultivation. However, across the vast expanse of the martial arts continent, the number of formidable beings who have attained the innate realm can be counted on one hand. The majority of ancient martial artists remain at the rudimentary and yellow tiers of cultivation. This stark reality underscores the terror of the enigmatic black bear. Suddenly, the black bear ceased its gnawing, its ferocious eyes fixing upon something beneath it. There, standing inconspicuously, was a small figure, a tiny boy, no more than 4 or 5 years of age, whose height was even less than that of the bear's short legs. Chapter 9. The cold-faced little treasure and the enchanting maiden. The boy's delicate visage was exquisite beyond compare, exuding a cuteness that could provoke a gasp. Yet, his charming face bore no trace of emotion. He tilted his small head back, his clear and beautiful deep blue eyes calmly gazing at the black bear. In those eyes, the bear perceived a hint of disdain and provocation. The supremacy of the forest tyrant was not to be questioned. The bear discarded its food, raising its massive black paw to strike the boy with great force. The swipe generated a fierce gust of wind that caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. If that paw were to land upon the boy, he would surely be reduced to mere pulp. However, in the next moment, the bear's paw failed to descend, and its entire hefty body began to levitate. A look of bewilderment flickered in its large eyes. As it glanced down, its eyes widened in astonishment. Despite the bear's low intellect, it was struck by an incredulous shock, for its enormous body, weighing several hundred pounds, was being effortlessly lifted by the little boy. The boy remained expressionless, his chubby little arms spinning the black bear around before casually tossing it away. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the forest, causing the earth to tremble and the creatures to scatter in panic. Moments later, a young boy appeared before a cave, dragging along 4 bare paws strung together. He swiftly set up a fire and began to skillfully prepare the bare paws, placing them over the flames to roast. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. The boy turned to gaze at the cave entrance, his delicate face betraying little emotion, yet his deep blue eyes sparkled as if imbued with the brilliance of stars. Soon, a figure clad in white emerged at the cave's mouth. The young girl, no more than 18 or 19 years of age, wore the simplest of white garments. Yet her exquisite complexion and unparalleled beauty rendered her utterly captivating. Though her visage could not be deemed world-shattering, she possessed an ethereal quality, as if a celestial being had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, evoking both longing to touch and a reverence to not defile. The boy's eyes sparkled with an unwavering gaze fixed upon the girl, as if he wished to adhere to her presence. Despite his face remaining tightly composed, it was evident how fondly he cherished and depended on her. "I say, young handsome, if you continue to look at me like that, I might just fall in love with you." However, as soon as the girl spoke, her celestial aura vanished without a trace. She lifted the boy's chin with one hand, her fingertip briefly exploring his smooth skin, before leaning down to plant a resounding kiss on his soft cheek, her smile exuding a languid allure. With her chin resting on her hand and her head tilted, Jun Muyan gazed adoringly at her peerless and handsome son, finding herself increasingly captivated by his presence. It had been 4 years since they, mother and son, had taken up residence in this remote mountain. When Muyan first entered this cavern 4 years prior, her heart was consumed by hatred and darkness. Yet now she felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude towards the heavens for bestowing Little Treasure upon her. While vengeance remained a consideration, Little Treasure had become the paramount focus of Muyan's existence. Having finished the bear's paw, Muyan prepared to rise when Little Treasure approached with a damp cloth. Despite being a mere 4 years of age, he acted with remarkable maturity, taking her hand and meticulously cleansing the grease from her slender fingers. Overwhelmed with affection, Muyan embraced the little one, showering him with kisses and caresses, exclaiming, "My precious, you are the very apple of my eye. How could I ever bear to be parted from you?" Little Treasure's face flushed crimson as he nestled in Muyan's fragrant embrace. Murmuring softly, "Little Treasure will never leave mother." As Muyan was about to continue teasing her beautiful son, a vibrant, multicolored glow illuminated the distant sky. Her eyes narrowed as she released Little Treasure, gazing towards the horizon with a faint smile playing on her lips. "Mother?" Muyan lowered her head, replying casually, "My darling. We have secluded ourselves in these mountains for quite some time. Would you like to venture out into the world with mother and see what it has to offer?" Little Treasure inquired, "Are we going to the town?" "Not just the town," Jun Muyan responded, shaking her head. "We are going to leave this cavern and journey to a place far, far away." The mother had urgent matters to attend to. The young child, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless nodded in agreement, for wherever the mother went, the child would follow. Muyan cupped the child's face and bestowed a gentle kiss on each of his cheeks before lifting him into her arms, casting a lingering glance back at the cave behind them. This spiritual vein was indeed an exceptional place for cultivation, yet, regrettably, they were compelled to depart. Gong Qianxue, Jianfeng, the Jinhong sect, the Tiandao sect, and those from her past who had once brought her harm. I wonder if you are all prepared. On a spring afternoon, the warm breeze wafted through the air, laden with the fragrance of blooming flowers. The sound of hurried and chaotic hoofbeats echoed from a distance. As they drew closer, it became evident that a group of men clad in tight black flying fish attire approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 30s, with a pale complexion and eyes that sparkled with intensity, having already attained the Xian level of cultivation. Suddenly, he reined in his horse, his eyes widening as he gazed toward a colossal banyan tree. "Sir, what is it?" one of his subordinates inquired, but the middle-aged man remained silent, swiftly dismounting and striding toward the banyan tree. Upon reaching the base of the tree and discerning the scene before him, he inhaled sharply. "Oh, what a beautiful young woman and child," one of his men exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, beneath that banyan tree lay a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, alongside an exquisitely adorable baby. Their heads rested against the trunk of the banyan, the girl's long hair cascading down, framing her stunning features with an enchanting allure that could make one's heart race. Her snow-white, flawless skin seemed so delicate that even the slightest mishap would surely drive the third prince to madness. A few horses had not galloped far when a luxurious carriage came into view. This splendid carriage, drawn by 8 horses, was divided into 3 distinct compartments. Within it sat the third prince of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, Xiaobao. Opposite him was a stunningly beautiful young woman, clad only in a sheer veil, her snow-white skin and exquisite figure tantalizingly visible, exuding an irresistible allure. Chapter 11. Portrait of a beauty any ordinary man, upon encountering such a captivating enchantress, would have rushed forward to savor her charms. However, Xiaobao did not even spare her a glance. Instead, he grasped a brush and diligently scribbled on the paper before him. Yet, after a while, his anger erupted suddenly, and he hurled the brush down, shouting, "Out! Out! Get out of my sight!" The beautiful young woman, startled, was on the verge of tears but dared not say a word, hastily departing. "Your Highness, what troubles you? This lady is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Xi'an City. Could she not inspire you?" Luo Beiyu retorted furiously, "What renowned beauty? Merely a commonplace adornment." His subordinate, with a furrowed brow, was about to respond when suddenly someone lifted the curtain and announced, "Your Highness, Lordly requests an audience. He claims to have found an unparalleled beauty for you." "An unparalleled beauty? Surely this is yet another deception," Luo Beiyu scoffed. "In this day and age, anyone can be labeled as such." "Very well, let him bring her in." Upon receiving Luo Beiyu's command, his subordinate swiftly conveyed the message. However, moments later, the so-called beauty was not simply ushered in, but rather carried in. As Luo Beiyu gazed in bewilderment, his eyes widened in astonishment upon catching sight of the visage of the woman clad in white. In that moment, he was utterly entranced. Her beauty, it was simply unparalleled. The allure of a true beauty lies not merely in superficial charm, but in the ethereal grace and exquisite bone structure. Such a captivating beauty could not be compared to those who merely adorned themselves with cosmetic embellishments. "Quickly, fetch her a suitable garment, for inspiration flows within me. And I am convinced that this time I shall create the most splendid portrait of a beauty." "Yes, Your Highness." Several maidens, upon receiving their command, stepped forward to assist in disrobing the young lady. Yet, just then, the maiden in white fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Her bright gaze sparkled like rippling autumn waters. Luo Beiyu found himself utterly mesmerized, saliva unconsciously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jun Muyan, without a care for decorum, stifled a yawn and stretched languidly, her voice a sultry whisper laced with a hint of raspiness. "Ah, that was a refreshing slumber. Xiaobao, are you hungry? Shouldn't we seek out some food?" Turning her head, she realized Xiaobao was not by her side and that a man across from her was staring at her with unabashed desire. However, Jun Muyan remained unfazed and, with a composed smile, inquired, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Luo Beiyu wiped the drool from his mouth and promptly replied, "I am Luo Beiyu, the third prince of the Qian kingdom. I am captivated by your unparalleled grace and have summoned you here. I hope you might assist me with a request." "Oh, what request might that be? Pray, do tell," she encouraged. Luo Beiyu held up a delicate garment, nearly translucent, and presented it to Jun Muyan. "Might you don this attire so that I may immortalize your beauty in a portrait? Wear this garment so you can paint me." Jun Muyan's lips twitched. "Are you certain this qualifies as clothing? When worn, all that should be concealed is laid bare. Can this truly be called attire?" Luo Beiyu nodded repeatedly, asserting that once the young lady donned this outfit, she would undoubtedly resemble a celestial being, exuding an irresistible charm that mere mortals cannot withstand. Jun Muyan responded with a light-hearted, "What if I refuse?" "Humph, our third prince paints for you. That is a mark of respect. Do not dare to spurn his goodwill." The maid retorted, her eyes glinting with disdain and envy. Chapter 12. Little Bao is truly remarkable. The attendant who had just escorted Jun Muyan into the room could not resist a sinister remark. "Your brother remains in our custody. If you are wise, you will comply, or else do not blame us for being unkind." "My brother?" Jun Muyan paused for a moment, then realized they referred to Little Bao. She could not help but chuckle. "Oh, so you intend to use Little Bao to coerce me?" "Indeed. So you would do well to heed the third prince's wishes," Luo Beiyu insisted. "Rest assured, I am merely here to paint. I will not engage in any other activities. Furthermore, once this task is completed, I shall reward you handsomely, ensuring you suffer no loss." To don such revealing garments for the sake of art. How intriguing. Jun Muyan mused with a smile as she stroked her chin. "Splendid. Since you are so accommodating, please do hasten to change into this attire." Muyan took the garment, a smile curling at her lips that deepened into a more enchanting expression. The delicate features of her face, which initially appeared ethereal and pure, transformed into something irresistibly wicked and alluring in that moment. As Luo Beiyu stood there in a daze, suddenly, a flicker of light danced before his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his waist, and instantly, all his strength ebbed away. With a startled yelp, he collapsed to the ground. The nearby guards were taken aback. one of them exclaiming "Your Highness," and rushing to his aid. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled and fell as well. The maidservants were even more vulnerable, completely caught off guard. Before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Holding the translucent garment, Muyan sauntered over to Luo Beiyu, remarking, "Your taste is indeed commendable. I too believe this attire suits you splendidly. What are you planning to do?" Luo Beiyu struggled to rise, but discovered he was utterly paralyzed. They had never anticipated that this seemingly frail girl possessed such formidable strength. The flying fish guard was rendered speechless, astonished beyond measure. He was a peak-level warrior of the yellow rank, and yet the prince's prowess far surpassed his own. Yet they could not withstand even a single strike from this girl. "Please, don't do anything reckless. Are you really willing to forsake your brother's life?" Just as the words escaped his lips, the curtain of the carriage was flung aside. A small figure with a handsome, stern face entered. Little Bao, clutching the flying fish guard's body, tossed it towards Muyan. He hastily scampered over and clung to her leg, exclaiming, "Mother, are you all right?" His expression remained frosty, yet his beautiful blue eyes shimmered with genuine concern. Muyan cradled his cherubic face in her hands and placed gentle kisses on both sides, assuring him, "Do not worry, my dear. Mother is perfectly fine." She turned to the little one. "Have the outsiders been subdued by you?" The little boy, his expression impassive, nodded affirmatively, displaying neither pride nor surprise. It was as if dispatching a squadron of the Crimson Flame Empire's royal feathered guards was as effortless as dealing with a mere horde of mice. The guards, rendered immobile on the ground, exchanged incredulous glances between their superior and the approximately 4-year-old child. One of them bellowed in disbelief, "This cannot be. Our master is a high-level Xian-class warrior. How could we possibly fall to the hands of such a mere child? Who are you? What are you?" Neither the little boy nor Jun Muyan paid him any heed. The boy tilted his head, his sparkling eyes fixed on Jun Muyan. She responded with an affectionate smile, ruffled his little head, and earnestly said, "You are truly remarkable, dear. You always assist your mother so well." Chapter 13. The peerless beauty. The boy's eyes curved slightly with delight, his pupils shining brightly, and his ears flushed with a rosy hue. Although his small face remained tightly composed, it was evident to all that he was elated. How could he be so adorable? It was almost unfair. Muyan gathered her son into her embrace, showering him with several more kisses before reluctantly releasing him. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Beiyu and the others, she remarked with a teasing smile, "Shall we engage in a delightful game, dear?" "What game?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Hee, you will find out shortly." Moments later, the two maidservants along with the captain of the flying fish guards and his subordinates found themselves completely disrobed by Muyan and the little boy. Only the key areas were covered with leaves gathered by Xiaobao from outside, barely concealing them. The expressions of the few individuals present were a mixture of shame and indignation, wishing fervently to faint. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the substances that Muyan had administered rendered them utterly powerless. They could not muster even a fraction of their spiritual energy, nor could they utter a sound. Muyan approached the group, holding a delicate silk garment, and smiled. "Your Highness, the third prince, do you fancy this attire?" Luo Beiyu shook his head in trepidation, then, with a facade of bravado, declared, You must not act recklessly. I am the third prince of the Qian kingdom. Should you lay a hand upon me, it shall not end well for you." "Fear not, I shall not harm you," Muyan replied with a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. "I am merely intrigued by the art of painting you." In no time, Luo Beiyu's garments were stripped away, leaving him clad in the sheer fabric. Xiaobao, with a stern expression, arranged the motionless figures into various poses. For instance, the captain of the guards was depicted as a drunken concubine, while the two maidens were arranged like entwined mandarin ducks. Luo Beiyu reclined elegantly, exuding an air of charm. Several guards were lifted, their legs elevated, executing poses of exquisite allure and complexity. Muyan could not help but let out a chuckle at the artistic displays orchestrated by Xiaobao, feeling immensely proud of her son's talent. She quickly spread out her paper and brush, beginning to sketch the scene. Meanwhile, Xiaobao urged the horse-drawn carriage onward. When the carriage arrived at a bustling market on the outskirts, Muyan finally set down her brush. With a gentle wave of her hand, she released a surge of spiritual energy, and Luo Beiyu and his companions were instantly restored to their freedom. However, they maintained that position for far too long, their legs growing numb. The moment they gained their freedom, they collapsed awkwardly onto the ground. Muyan held up the freshly completed artwork for them to see. What do you think? Are you satisfied with your own portrayals? As soon as the captain of the guards and the other attendants beheld their likenesses in the painting, they were struck with a wave of dizziness, wishing they could faint from the embarrassment. How could the man, with his elevated legs entwined with another, possibly be themselves? And that alluring yet bashful expression, how could they ever resemble that? If anyone were to witness this, they would no longer be able to face the world. They might as well seek out a block of tofu to end their lives. The captain's face turned ashen as he lunged forward to snatch the painting from Muyan's grasp. No, don't throw it away. If these paintings are seen by others, how will I ever live again? Chapter 14. Encountering a madman. The group of robust men, accompanied by two maidens, had lost all the arrogance they had possessed mere hours ago. Now, they knelt before Muyan, tears streaming down their faces as they confessed their transgressions. How could they face the world knowing that there were individuals identical to them, posed in such disgraceful manners? How could they continue to live? Not only would they be shunned from their roles as palace guards, but they would also be too ashamed to step outside. O esteemed lady, queen, divine being, we acknowledge our errors. We beseech you to return the painting to us. Muyan smirked coldly. Did you not find great joy in bringing innocent women to undress for your art? Now you plead for mercy? The group lay prostrate on the ground, incessantly repenting. At that moment, the captain of the guards truly regretted his actions deeply. Amidst the mournful wails and pleas for mercy from the crowd, an exuberant voice suddenly emerged from within the carriage. So exquisite, so captivating, such artistry, such composition, such hues. This breathtaking masterpiece could only belong to the heavens. In his hands, Luo Beiyu held a painting by Muyan, depicting her in sheer fabric, legs elegantly crossed, with a beguiling expression, reclining like a celestial beauty. Rather than feeling indignation or embarrassment, Luo Beiyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. He swiftly approached Muyan, exclaiming, "Master, please teach me how to create such enchanting and spirited works of art. I have studied painting for over a decade, believing I had grasped its essence. Yet upon seeing your creation, I realized just how insignificant I truly am." Muyan's lips twitched in disbelief. She felt she had encountered a madman. Meanwhile, the expressions of the guards and maidservants nearby morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and purple, each more vivid than the last. Annoyed, Muyan kicked him away. Undeterred, Luo Beiyu scrambled back, seemingly oblivious to the state of his attire, imploring, Master, do you lack money or precious herbs? Your disciple is willing to honor you, as long as you are willing to impart a few teachings to your humble apprentice." Muyan turned away, her forehead twitching in irritation. "Xiaobao, we are leaving. I cannot afford to engage with such a lunatic." As she lifted the carriage curtain, Xiaobao's figure appeared, obediently walking to Muyan's side, allowing her to hold his hand. Just as she was about to leap out of the carriage, Luo Beiyu shouted, "Master, little junior brother, please don't go. If you stay, I will agree to anything you desire. Do you desire the treasures of the misty forest? I am willing to offer all that I acquire on this journey to you, master." The captain of the guards felt a wave of darkness wash over him, wishing he could silence his master with a single blow. However, Muyan paused, her eyes flashing with a glint of interest. "Are you planning to venture into the misty forest?" Indeed. Upon seeing Muyan halt her steps, Luo Beiyu nodded fervently, speaking rapidly. "Several months ago, a meteor fell. And just days ago, vibrant hues filled the sky, signs of extraordinary treasures emerging. That is why my father, the emperor, sent me to investigate the forest." "Sent you?" Muyan could not help but shake her head, thinking that the emperor of the Qian kingdom must have lost his senses to dispatch such an erratic individual as a scout into the misty forest. Luo Beiyu's eyes sparkled as he straightened his back slightly, saying, "Master, do not underestimate me. I may only be 20 years old, but I am already a beginner at the earth level of martial arts." In a moment, he added with a sycophantic smile, "Of course. I can never compare to you or my senior brother. Moreover, we are not seeking to seize the genuine rare treasures. We merely wish to join the excitement and perhaps gather a few bargains. The misty forest is replete with precious mystical herbs. Given my status, as long as I do not contend with those from the major sects, no one would dare lay a hand on me. With the emergence of these extraordinary treasures, undoubtedly, the elite from all realms will converge, and I may even encounter numerous beautiful maidens. I have heard that even the prodigy from the Jingqin kingdom, Qianxue, will be attending. Ah, merely the thought of encountering such exquisite beauties ignites a fervor within me to create art. Even if no treasures are obtained, it would still be worthwhile, wouldn't it, master?" Muyan's gaze dimmed slightly, her lips curling into an elusive smile. Had she heard of the misty forest? Certainly. It could be said that no one in this world is more familiar with the misty forest than she. In her past life, meteors fell from the sky, painting it with a kaleidoscope of hues. Numerous powerful figures from the nations of Qian, Jingcheng, and Huangya gathered in the misty forest, all seeking to uncover the treasures of the present world. Ultimately, it was revealed that this treasure was indeed of unparalleled value, exceedingly rare in the world, for it was an egg of a sacred beast on the verge of hatching. In the martial arts continent, there exist feral beasts, exotic creatures, and spiritual beasts. Yet no one has ever witnessed a true sacred beast. The implications are clear. Whoever possesses the sacred beast can dominate the martial arts continent with ease. At that time, Muyan was merely an inconspicuous Xin-level warrior, visiting the misty forest solely to accompany Gong Qianxue for a glimpse of its wonders. She never harbored thoughts of claiming the sacred beast's egg for herself. However, in a twist of fate, that very egg ended up in her hands. Reflecting on this, the smile on Muyan's face morphed into a profound derision. How naive she had been, having acquired the coveted sacred beast's egg, which could have recognized her as its master with just a drop of blood. She relinquished it to Gong Qianxue, swayed by her flowery words and hopeful gaze. Subsequently, the sacred beast hatched and became Gong Qianxue's contracted beast, allowing her to traverse the martial arts continent unchallenged thereafter. Suddenly, a soft call from Xiaobao reached her ears. "Master, it is truly delightful that you are willing to stay. What are you all still doing there? Hurry and prepare the food and drinks." The attendants and maidens cast a sorrowful glance at their lord, then timidly glanced at Muyan and Xiaobao before turning away in disappointment to prepare the feast. "Master, both you and my senior brother are incredibly formidable. I am merely a beginner in the earth realm, yet I could not withstand even a single strike from you. And my senior brother, appearing to be only 4 or 5 years old, was able to defeat my captain of the guards. May I ask your name, master? From which land do you hail?" Muyan leisurely savored the food and delicacies, serving Xiaobao while casting a seemingly amused glance his way. Upon receiving that look, Luo Beiyu immediately stiffened, a chill creeping up his spine. His covert attempts to uncover his master's background had been discovered. Chapter 16. The Misty Forest, however, he remained undeterred. Noticing that Muyan had finished her meal, he eagerly exclaimed, "Master, master, can you teach me to paint now? How is it that you are able to capture the essence of your subjects so vividly?" Muyan sipped her tea and replied languidly with a smile. "It is simply because your choice of reference is inappropriate. No way. I chose genuine beauties, and I even had them don sheer silk to tantalize the senses." Upon meeting Muyan's chilling gaze, Luo Beiyu immediately swore to the heavens, "Master, I swear, those beauties were all willing participants, and I compensated them handsomely. It is only upon seeing you, master, that I found you exceedingly enchanting. Ahem, in any case, I made a mistake for the first time, and you caught me, master." Muyan's lips curled into a smile. After being accustomed to the presence of beautiful women, what could possibly stimulate her senses? Did she not find the poses struck by her guards yesterday to be rather unique and intriguing? Did it not ignite a desire to paint? Luo Beiyu's eyes sparkled as he realized the truth in his master's words. especially the captain of the guards. If he donned elegant palace attire, it would certainly present an extraordinary charm. Haha, master, you are truly remarkable. I shall summon someone immediately. Upon witnessing the exuberant and excited young prince dash outside, a chorus of anguished and despairing wails erupted from beyond the carriage. Muyan delicately lifted her teacup, taking a languid sip, her smile both lazy and mischievous. Did they think they could provoke her and escape so easily? How naive. The carriage moved forward steadily. And 3 days later, as Luo Beiyu's guards were tortured to the brink of desperation, wishing they could dig a hole to bury themselves, they finally reached the misty forest. The misty forest earned its name due to the perpetual fog that enveloped it throughout the day. The deeper one ventured, the thicker the mist became, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, the strange beasts within had long since adapted to such an environment. For human warriors to navigate through, they could only rely on their profound energy to sense their surroundings, which made the journey perilous. Yet, despite the dangers, the forest was rich in rare mystical herbs, attracting numerous low-tier warriors in search of treasure. Moreover, with the recent celestial anomaly indicating the emergence of significant treasures, even high-tier warriors had congregated here. Master, senior brother, there are clean azure stones over here. Please take a seat. Luo Beiyu cordially beckoned Muyan and Little Bao to approach, gently wiping the dew from the blue stone. The captain of the third prince's guards could hardly bear to witness his master's foolishly endearing demeanor. Did he not remember that he was the third prince of the Qian kingdom? However, Muyan exhibited no signs of surprise or flattery. She calmly sat down with Little Bao in her embrace. Luo Beiyu continued, Master, you and little senior brother should rest for a while. I shall venture to gather medicinal herbs for you. Although the mystical herbs at the periphery of the misty forest cannot compare to those found within, they can still fetch a handsome price outside. Just as Luo Beiyu was about to depart, a furry shadow suddenly darted out from the mist. The forest was home to formidable beasts, and Luo Beiyu's guards immediately went on high alert. Yet, when they discerned the nature of the furry apparition, they were left astonished. It was merely a rabbit, with long ears and fur, only slightly larger than 2 adult palms. Its pair of round, pale red eyes were hidden beneath its snowy fur, lacking any glimmer of intelligence, rendering it utterly foolish in appearance. Chapter 17. Stir-fried rabbit meat, especially when it ran. Its little rear wiggled adorably, and its short legs swayed left and right, exuding an irresistible charm. Observing Muyan's eyes gleaming with delight at the silly rabbit, Luo Beiyu promptly inquired, Master, do you fancy this rabbit? Shall I capture it for you as a pet? To him, it seemed perfectly natural for someone as young as Muyan, merely 18 or 19, to be enamored by such a cute, furry creature. Indeed, Muyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, but her thoughts were consumed by visions of stir-fried rabbit and braised rabbit. With a wave of his hand, the flying fish guards promptly sprang into action. Who would have thought that the seemingly slow and sluggish rabbit could always evade their advances with remarkable precision? Just as the captain of the guards was about to unleash his supernatural abilities in frustration, the foolish rabbit suddenly twitched its nose, sniffed the air, and then darted into the arms of the young child. The child, with an expressionless face, grasped the rabbit firmly and exclaimed, Mother, I shall prepare you a delightful stir-fry of rabbit meat. The rabbit immediately shook itself twice, its pale red eyes shimmering with a flicker of light, and then it opened its mouth to expel a green fruit. Upon seeing the fruit, both Muyan and the child were momentarily taken aback, while Luo Beiyu and his guards could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, Ah, it's the Qingying fruit. This thumb-sized Qingying fruit could fetch an exorbitant price in the ghost market, and the one before them was at least the size of an adult's fist. The rabbit, with a slight spring in its limbs, wriggled free from the child's grasp and nudged the Qingying fruit towards him with its short legs. In its round, pale red eyes, there seemed to glimmer a hint of affection and camaraderie. The child looked up at Muyan, who regarded the rabbit with a contemplative gaze. Just as she was about to speak, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the direction where the rabbit had appeared. Miss, come quickly. The wretched rabbit that stole our Qingying fruit is indeed here. As the words fell, several figures emerged in unison. Leading them was a beautiful young girl draped in crimson gauze that shimmered like the dawn. Her bright eyes and exquisite features radiated a captivating allure, exuding both a naive charm and a mature sensuality that ensnared one's gaze at first sight. However, upon glimpsing this maiden, Luo Beiyu's countenance darkened immediately. Beside him, his guards wore expressions of displeasure and turned away, seemingly repulsed by the sight of the young maiden. The maiden, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Luo Beiyu, stood frozen for a moment. After what felt like an eternity, she stepped forward and said, "Zifei pays her respects to her cousin. It has been a long time since we last met." Luo Beiyu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied coldly, "If there is nothing of importance, we shall take our leave." "Wait," Guo Zifei interjected hastily, biting her lip, her voice tinged with grievance. "Cousin, are you still holding a grudge against me? You know well that I was left with no choice back then. I did not truly wish to forsake you." Luo Beiyu took a deep breath and replied, "You are now the second princess consort of the Jingxing kingdom, and we share no ties. I wish not to see you again." With that, he approached Mu Yin and softly said, "Master, let us depart." Observing the usually foolish prince now displaying an expression of profound shame and indignation, Mu Yin pondered thoughtfully as she rose with the little treasure in her arms. However, just as they were about to leave, one of Guo Zifei's maidservants protested, "Wait. You may leave, but the rabbit, along with the Qingying fruit it has stolen, must be returned to us." As she spoke, the maidservant rushed towards Mu Yin and the little treasure, attempting to snatch the Qingying fruit from the child's embrace. "Master, be careful." Chapter 18. Master, let us depart. A resounding crash echoed, dust swirled, and vapors dispersed. When the maidservant finally lifted her head, her face was smeared with blood, and a significant portion of her front teeth was missing, presenting a rather ghastly sight. Mu Yin maintained a serene demeanor, cradling the child without so much as a flinch, her smile radiating an aura of tranquil contentment. The assembly fell into a stunned silence for several moments before someone finally reacted. Guo Zifei hurriedly approached to assist the maid, whose eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson as she gazed at Luo Beiyu. "Cousin, how could you act in such a manner? Even if you still harbor feelings for me and blame me for forsaking you, there is no need to target my maid. I am astonished to discover that you possess such a narrow-minded disposition." Luo Beiyu's handsome visage flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by indignation. Meanwhile, Luo Beiyu's maid could no longer contain herself, exclaiming sharply, "Miss Guo, spare us your theatrics of feigned nobility. In the land of Qiyan, who does not know that you abandoned your former fiancé, the prince, in pursuit of power and wealth, willingly becoming the concubine of the second prince of Jingxing? How hypocritical to seek to maintain a faade of virtue while having willingly embraced a life of degradation. You claim to be a concubine, but in essence, you are merely a mistress. I shudder to think of your fate when age and beauty abandon you." This time, it was Guo Zifei who trembled with rage. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at Luo Beiyu. "Cousin, do you permit your maid to insult me thus? Have you truly forgotten our childhood bond? The days we spent together? Do you not hold even a trace of affection for me?" Luo Beiyu, his face shrouded in darkness, chose to disregard her pleas and instead turned to Mu Yin. "Master, let us depart. Cousin, at the very least, compel this woman to return my Qingying fruit." Guo Zifei suddenly exclaimed, "That Qingying fruit was painstakingly obtained after we guarded it for 3 days and nights. Cousin, you have always been fair and just. Would you truly seize someone else's possession? Indeed, we even lost several of our comrades in the pursuit of that Qingying fruit." Guo Zifei's maid could not restrain herself from chiming in. Luo Beiyu responded coldly, "That Qingying fruit belongs to my master. It has no connection to me. Even if you inquire, it would be futile." Guo Zifei cast a glance at Mu Yin, who possessed skin as white as snow and radiated a brilliance that surpassed her own beauty. Observing Luo Beiyu's attentive demeanor towards her, she felt a surge of bitter jealousy. Mu Yin appeared to be merely 18 or 19, with a delicate and slender figure, considerably younger than Luo Beiyu. How could she possibly be his master? It seemed more likely that there was some romantic intrigue between them. The notion that Luo Beiyu could so swiftly transfer his affections stirred a deep resentment within Guo Zifei. Wasn't he supposed to remain devoted to her, his heart forever intertwined with hers? How could he so quickly turn his gaze towards another woman? Taking a deep breath, Guo Zifei turned to Muyan, striving to maintain a calm tone as she said, "Miss, as you have just heard, that Qingying fruit is ours, and we kindly ask you to return it to us." Muyan smiled playfully. "Oh, you claim it is yours simply because you say so? Why not call out to it and see if it responds? If it answers you, I would be more than willing to return it." Chapter 19. A healthy appetite. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the guards and maidservants accompanying Luo Beiyu. Throughout their journey, they had endured the torment inflicted by this young lady, feeling as though they were living in a nightmare. Yet, witnessing her now turn the tables and torment others brought them an inexplicable sense of relief. Guo Zifei's delicate face turned pale with anger, and her maidservant hissed with contempt. "This is a spirit fruit, not a mythical beast. How could it possibly respond? Do not argue foolishly. It would be wise for you to return the Qingying fruit to us promptly. Understand this. Those who offend His Highness, the second prince of Jingqing, will not have a favorable outcome. Do you truly desire this spirit fruit?" Muyan raised an elegant smile, casting a gaze toward Guo Zifei. "If you wish for it, I am not entirely unwilling to part with it." "Miss Jun," the captain of the guards could not help but exclaim, "please do not be deceived by this woman." Guo Zifei nodded eagerly. "Hurry and give me the Qingying fruit." She believed Muyan had finally relented, her face lighting up with joy and satisfaction. However, Muyan's next words left everyone present in utter shock. "All you need to do is kneel and give my disciple 3 resounding bows. Then proclaim 100 times, 'I am a wretch. I have wronged you.' If you do that, I will gladly hand over the Qingying fruit. What say you?" A burst of laughter erupted. "Ha ha." The people on Luo Beiyu's side could no longer contain their mirth. Those guards who had once suffered under Muyan's whims now looked at her with admiration. Yet Luo Beiyu did not laugh. He gazed at Muyan with reddened eyes, a wave of inexplicable sorrow and warmth swelling within him. Abandoned by Guo Zifei, he had become the laughingstock of the entire Qian kingdom. Yet he could hardly fathom that Muyan, whom he had only known for a few days and had casually chosen as a master, would actually stand up for him. Guo Zifei's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue, red, and white, his entire body trembling with rage. With a sudden draw, he brandished his sword and declared fiercely, "If you continue to speak recklessly and do not return the Qingying fruit, do not blame me for being impolite." Muyan scoffed, her expression laced with derision. "It seems you no longer desire this Qingying fruit. Since you do not wish to keep it, let Little Treasure have it." Little Treasure, with his delicate countenance, nodded in agreement and promptly took the Qingying fruit into his hands, munching away with delight. The entire assembly was rendered speechless. "He is eating, eating, eating." That exquisitely chiseled child had directly bitten into the Qingying fruit. This was, after all, the Qingying fruit, infused with abundant mystical energy. It is a rare treasure sought after by all herbalists and alchemists for medicinal and alchemical purposes. Yet, this precious item was being devoured by a mere child. Muyan, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, even taking out a handkerchief to wipe her son's mouth, reassuring everyone, "Do not worry. Little Treasure has a hearty appetite and will not overindulge." A hearty appetite, indeed. Can such an appetite truly explain this situation? After devouring more than half of it, Little Treasure extended the remaining Qingying fruit towards Muyan, saying, "Mother, you eat." "My dear, are you full?" Little Treasure nodded, his rosy cheeks still puffed out, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 20. An ally arrives with a smile. Muyan accepted the offering, devouring the remaining azure infant fruit in a few swift bites. Casually discarding the pit, she declared, "All right, foolish disciple, let us depart. There is no merit in lingering here." In a daze, Luo Beiyu nodded, unable to resist casting another glance at the discarded fruit pit. The others mirrored his actions and expressions. A venerable azure infant fruit, a rare 7th grade profound fruit, consumed and discarded with such nonchalance. A belated realization dawned upon Luo Biyu. His master was far from ordinary. You wretch! The azure infant fruit we guarded for 3 days. I shall slay you. A maidservant from Guazifei's entourage roared, finally losing her composure and lunging forward with her sword. As the cold glint of the blade approached, Luo Biyu instinctively stepped in front of Muyan. Extending his hand, adorned with a golden silk glove, he seized the attacking sword. Profound energy surged, revealing the power of an earth-grade martial artist. With a resounding crack, both swords shattered. Luo Biyu unleashed a palm strike, sending the maidservants reeling. 2 of them cried out in alarm as they fell to the ground. Guazifei stared at Luo Biyu in disbelief, then cast a venomous glare at Mu Yan. She never imagined that Luo Biyu would defend Mu Yan at her expense. Her own rank, merely a mid-stage mysterious grade, was no match for Luo Biyu's initial Earth grade. Was she truly to let the woman who stole her azure infant fruit escape? As the 2 sides confronted each other, the rapid sound of approaching hooves echoed through the air. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the mist-laden forest were several horses, gliding through the dense fog with an air of tranquility and poise, devoid of any sign of hesitation or panic. It was evident that these were no ordinary steeds. Upon catching sight of the newcomers, Guazifei's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Your Highness." The horses came to a halt before the group, and a strikingly handsome man clad in a brilliant yellow attire leaped gracefully from his mount. Guazifei rushed towards him, nestling into his embrace like a delicate bird, and playfully chided, "Your Highness, why have you only just arrived? I have been waiting for you amidst this thick fog for several days." "Ah, my dear Feifei, it is my transgression for having kept you waiting so long," the man replied, gently caressing Guazifei's face with a smirk. "Shall I allow you the privilege of selecting from the rare and precious herbs I gathered from the misty forest?" At the mention of the rare herbs, Guazifei's thoughts immediately turned to the Qingying fruit that had been snatched from her. Clenching her teeth in frustration, her expression quickly shifted to one of near despair. "Your Highness, you must stand up for me. We had finally located the Qingying fruit, guarding it for 3 days and nights, only to have it taken from us by a beast. Who would have known it would be seized by someone else?" The Qingying fruit? Despite his familiarity with treasures, the mention of the Qingying fruit caused the man's eyes to widen slightly. "Where is it now?" Guazifei pointed accusingly at Mu Yan, her voice laced with venom. "That woman took it from us. I clearly stated that it was something we had painstakingly obtained. Yet she shamelessly claimed it as her own and even consumed our Qingying fruit." The man followed her gaze in the indicated direction. Upon seeing Mu Yan cradling the small child, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He immediately released Guazifei, advancing a few steps, his gaze fixated intently on Mu Yan. "You, young lady, have partaken of my Qingying fruit? Are you aware of my identity? Taking what belongs to me comes with a price." Chapter 21. The position of the side concubine. The moment this man appeared, Luo Biyu's expression darkened significantly. He instantly recognized him as Gong Qianxue, the second prince of Jingxing Kingdom, the very individual who had seduced his betrothed and mocked him with scorn. Any man who has endured such humiliation cannot suppress the rage that simmers within. However, Gong Qianxue's cultivation level was at the mid-tier of the Earth realm, a full realm above him. The companions Gong Qianxue brought were even more formidable than his own guards. No matter how great his anger, he found himself unable to unleash it. Yet, when he observed Gong Qianxue's keen interest directed towards Mu Yan, Luo Biyu could no longer contain himself. "Gong Qianxue, do not overstep your bounds. The mysterious herbs within the misty forest rightfully belong to whoever obtains them. By what authority do you claim the Qingying fruit is yours?" Gong Qianxue's gaze shifted to Luo Biyu, an involuntary laugh escaping his lips. "I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be His Highness, the third prince of Qian Kingdom. What is this? Have you swiftly replaced your stolen fiancée with a new one? It seems our third prince possesses quite the expansive heart. Clearly, the theft of a woman is of no consequence to you." Laughter, mocking and derisive, erupted from those behind Gong Qianxue. "Your Highness, why not seize this woman from Luo Biyu as well? In that case, our third prince of the Qian Kingdom shall acquire a new moniker." "What moniker?" Why, the Millennium Tortoise. Their scornful remarks and laughter echoed incessantly into the ears of Luo Beiyu and his guards. The faces of the several men grew flushed, their eyes nearly igniting with fury. "Your Highness," Guo Zifei exclaimed incredulously as she rushed forward, grasping Gong Qianxue's sleeve. "How can you allow her to become your consort, standing alongside me? After she has so humiliated me? If she is to be a consort, then what of me?" A flicker of impatience crossed Gong Qianxue's eyes as he waved his hand forcefully. Guo Zifei tumbled to the ground. "Humph, you know nothing of your place. I bestow upon you a modicum of favor, and you forget the heavens and the earth." Gong Qianxue looked down at Guo Zifei with disdain. "What are you? At best, you are merely a pet I have taken from Luo Beiyu. Should you remain obedient and compliant, I may indulge you, but if you dare to question me, what right do you have?" Guo Zifei stared at him in disbelief, trembling uncontrollably, her voice breaking as she protested, "No, it cannot be. Am I not your most cherished consort?" She suddenly lunged at Gong Qianxue, her voice hoarse as she cried out, "When you deceived me away from Luo Beiyu, did you not promise to love me for a lifetime and provide me with the best life?" A profound irritation and disgust appeared on Gong Qianxue's face. Abruptly, he raised his hand and pressed it against Guo Zifei's head. Chapter 22. A bet with me as the stake. The profound energy surged violently, and with a sharp sound, Guo Zifei's skull was ruthlessly crushed. Blood and brain matter flowed down from the top of her head, cascading over her unblinking eyes. With a casual push, Gong Qianxue sent Guo Zifei crashing to the ground, her eyes wide open, her breath forever stilled. Those beautiful, large eyes gazed fixedly at the sky, harboring an unknown mix of hatred, regret, or despair. Gong Qianxue took the handkerchief offered by a maid to wipe his hands, carelessly discarding it aside, before smiling at Muyan, as if he had just slain not his beloved concubine, but merely a trivial pet. "Little beauty, do you understand now?" Gong Qianxue approached Muyan step by step, reaching out to grasp her delicate, flawless chin. "As long as you obediently follow my words, you shall obtain everything you desire, including the unimaginable wealth and rare elixirs." Luo Beiyu stepped forward and forcefully pushed Gong Qianxue's hand away from Muyan, firmly shielding her and her child behind him. "Gong Qianxue, if you wish to humiliate me, come at me directly. Do not set your sights on my master. My master is not at all like Guo Zifei, a person who craves vanity." "Haha, Luo Beiyu, you strike a pose of a hero saving a damsel in distress. It seems you truly have a fondness for this lovely maiden. However, the more you cherish her, the more I am tempted to seize her for myself." Luo Beiyu's countenance darkened, his internal energy surging, as if he might erupt at any moment. The mockery and triumph in Gong Qianxue's eyes intensified. After all, has it not been said since time immemorial that beauty belongs with heroes? Since you are so unwilling to part with this fair maiden, why not wager her as a prize? The victor shall take her away, while the loser must kneel and crawl around here like a dog. What do you think? My master is not a wager. I will not gamble with you. Luo Beiyu gritted his teeth. You claim you won't gamble, but are you merely afraid of losing to me? Luo Beiyu, at the end of the day, you are nothing but a useless green turtle. Haha, let us do this instead. Kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then crawl through my legs. And I shall consider allowing you to keep this maiden for a couple of days. What say you? Luo Beiyu and his guards trembled with rage. Yet, whether it was Luo Beiyu facing Gong Qianxue or his guards confronting Gong Qianxue's retainers, none stood a chance. Just as Luo Beiyu was on the verge of losing his composure, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. A wager involving me? I find that quite intriguing, Muyan said, placing the small treasure in her arms onto the ground with a smile. Master, Luo Beiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing her voice, which was simultaneously languorous, clear, and alluring, Gong Qianxue felt his bones weaken. Little beauty, I did not expect you to be so perceptive, even possessing more audacity than that coward, Luo Beiyu. Ha ha ha, splendid. You truly delight my senses. I shall indulge you for several days. As Luo Beiyu listened to Gong Qianxue's derisive remarks, he clenched his fists tightly, teeth gritted, and stepped forward, declaring, Very well, I accept your wager. The wager in question was an ancient martial arts duel. However, a novice at the Earth level stood no chance against a practitioner of the intermediate Earth level. The expressions of Luo Beiyu's guards reflected their shock as they rushed to dissuade him. "Your Highness, you must not. If you were to sustain any injuries, how could we explain it to His Majesty?" Luo Beiyu's face paled, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "Having acknowledged my master, how could I allow him to endure humiliation without taking action?" "Heh, who said it must be you competing?" Muyan replied leisurely. Luo Beiyu was taken aback and turned to Muyan, questioning, "If not me, then who? None of my subordinates have yet broken through to the Earth level. Could it be that my master intends to intervene personally?" Just as he pondered this, he saw Muyan's lips curl into a bewitching and impudent smile. "Little Bao, step in for your junior brother and fulfill this wager. Do not take it lightly. Do ensure you protect your mother." The small boy standing beside Muyan, with a meticulously crafted face, nodded earnestly. "Little Bao will not surrender mother to anyone." With that, he stepped forward and stood solemnly before Gong Qianxue. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. "Master! Master! Little Bao is only 4 years old." Luo Beiyu was on the brink of madness, emitting a shrill scream akin to that of a soprano. Gong Qianxue was a formidable Earth-level warrior and would undoubtedly show no mercy to a child. "How could you allow junior brother Little Bao to face him?" Gong Qianxue glared at the small figure before him, feeling deeply humiliated. His eyes narrowed menacingly at Mu Yan as he hissed, "Are you seeking death?" Mu Yan cast him a sidelong glance, unperturbed, and leisurely settled onto a piece of green stone, her demeanor exuding an ineffable tranquility. "He is merely a decorative pillow filled with straw. My little Bao can easily handle him," she continued, her long lashes fluttering slightly, revealing a chilling glimmer as she raised her gaze. "Or perhaps the second prince of the Jingqing kingdom lacks the courage to accept a duel challenge from a mere 4-year-old? Master," Luo Beiyu called out once more. But before he could finish, Gong Qianxue transformed his palm into a claw, his profound energy surging violently as he lunged towards Little Bao's crown with malicious intent. Luo Beiyu's maid could no longer restrain herself and turned away, her face a mask of fear and sympathy. Meanwhile, Gong Qianxue's guards remained unfazed, snickering and jesting as they anticipated the cruel torment of the child at the hands of their prince, a spectacle of suffering that promised to be far worse than death. After all, one was a powerful Earth-level expert, while the other was but a 4-year-old child. Standing side by side, Little Bao barely reached the height of Gong Qianxue's thigh. Aside from Mu Yan, no one present believed that Little Bao stood a chance against Gong Qianxue. In fact, they were convinced that the child wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from him. However, the exquisite little face of the child, standing still, remained icy and unperturbed. There was no panic, no despair, and no anger. As Gong Qianxue's formidable claws, infused with powerful mystic energy, surged towards him, the child suddenly extended his delicate, fair hand and gently pushed towards Gong Qianxue. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the misty forest, where fierce winds howled, leaves spiraled, and thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 24. The embroidered pillow and the useless sack. Gong Qianxue's massive form staggered backward, landing heavily on the ground, struggling to regain his balance after several faltering steps. Not far from him, the child, so diminutive he was nearly obscured by the leaves, stood firmly in place, not moving an inch. Even his cold expression showed not the slightest hint of change. Suddenly, his rosy lips parted, and in a melodious, clear voice, he articulated, "Embroidered pillow, useless sack, waste." The onlookers, including Luo Beiyu, momentarily forgot their taunts, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded this mere 4-year-old child as if he were a creature of legend. Good heavens! While they were already aware of their little senior brother's prowess in easily subduing the mystic-level captain of the guards, they had never imagined he could confront Gong Qianxue head-on without the slightest disadvantage. Moreover, the mystic energy he had just demonstrated was undoubtedly more potent than that of Gong Qianxue. Could it be that he had already reached the high tier of the Earth level? Or even beyond? Could it be the celestial level? Luo Beiyu's mouth fell agape, unable to close for quite some time. In a direct confrontation of mystic energy, he found himself outmatched by a mere 4-year-old child. How could this be possible? You little brat. I shall end you. Gong Qianxue abruptly drew the dagger from his waist, channeling an overwhelming surge of internal energy into the blade as he swung fiercely towards Xiaobao. Luo Beiyu was thrown into a frenzy. Gong Qianxue wielded a weapon, while Xiaobao was unarmed, presenting an insurmountable disadvantage. In a state of panic, he hastily unsheathed his own sword, intending to hurl it towards Xiaobao. However, just as Gong Qianxue's blade descended from above, Xiaobao, who had remained stationary, suddenly vanished. His diminutive figure transformed into an ethereal apparition, swirling around Gong Qianxue. Despite Gong Qianxue's relentless strikes, he could not even graze the hem of Xiaobao's garment. Frustrated by the stalemate, Gong Qianxue began to lose his composure, completely succumbing to madness, as his internal energy burst forth like a torrential flood. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to bead upon his forehead. It was at this precise moment that Xiaobao's phantom-like form came to a halt, positioning itself behind Gong Qianxue. With a delicate palm directed towards the vital point on Gong Qianxue's back, a dense surge of internal energy coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, piercing ruthlessly into his body. Gong Qianxue let out a chilling scream as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently before succumbing to unconsciousness. The raging wind gradually subsided, and leaves danced alongside the swirling dust. This area once again succumbed. Gong Qianxue's subordinates abruptly halted, their gazes filled with astonishment, fury, and trepidation as they glanced at Muyan and then at Xiaobao. They could not fathom why their prince of the earth level had been vanquished by a mere 4-year-old child. Chapter 25. A farewell without an appointment. A middle-aged man inhaled deeply, his voice grave as he stated, "Release the second prince, and we shall ensure your safe departure. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. You must understand, offending the royal family of Jingqing Kingdom will not bode well for you." This middle-aged man served as Gong Qianxue's personal bodyguard, possessing peak Earth-level prowess, just a step away from transcending to the celestial level, a formidable force in his own right. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse. However, to his astonishment, Muyan effortlessly propelled Gong Qianxue away. Once the middle-aged man and his companions rushed to rescue Gong Qianxue, he urged Luo Beiyu and the others to leave immediately. Yet, Luo Beiyu remained perplexed and indignant. "Master, are you truly letting Gong Qianxue off so easily?" "Letting him off easily?" Muyan chuckled softly, ruffling her son's hair before she replied languidly. "If you consider having one's spine shattered by profound energy, rendering them incapable of standing and condemned to a life of paralysis as an act of leniency, then indeed, I have shown him mercy." Luo Beiyu exclaimed in shock, turning to glance at his diminutive junior disciple. The seemingly simple strike from his little master had rendered Gong Qianxue a cripple. This was truly, utterly exhilarating. Laughter erupted from Luo Beiyu, unable to contain himself any longer, as he felt the humiliation and frustration endured over the past year dissipate in that singular moment. Listening to his mirth, Muyan's smile grew increasingly cold and mischievous. How could she forget Gong Qianxue, the brother of Gong Qianxue? And how could she possibly let him off so easily? The first time they met in her previous life, Gong Qianxue sought to take her as a concubine, even attempting to force himself upon her. It was Gong Qianxue who, masquerading as a benevolent figure, rescued her from Gong Qianxue's clutches multiple times, deepening her gratitude towards Gong Qianxue. How naive she had been back then. Why had she not considered that if Gong Qianxue truly regarded her as a friend, Gong Qianxue would not have so shamelessly disrespected her, treating her as mere plaything to humiliate? Encountering Gong Qianxue so early in this life brought her immense delight. She certainly could not allow him to meet an easy demise. His paralysis and inhumane condition were merely superficial signals to Luo Beiyu. In truth, she had administered a slow-acting poison upon Gong Qianxue, believing that his final days would unfold with remarkable intensity. Master, Where shall we go next? Whatever treasure you seek, I shall accompany you. The sudden exclamation of Luo Beiyu pierced her thoughts. Yet, Muyan glanced at him with a smile that barely concealed her amusement. I have matters of my own to attend to. We shall part ways here. Ah, master, what is it that you wish to do? I can assist you. A glint of chilling resolve flickered in Muyan's eyes. What I intend to do is beyond anyone's aid. Foolish disciple, may we never meet again. As her words fell, she embraced the little one and quickened her pace. Luo Beiyu yearned to pursue. Yet he soon realized that no matter how swiftly he and his companions moved, Muyan's figure receded further into the distance, ultimately vanishing into the mist. He gazed forlornly in the direction she had departed, lingering for a while before beckoning his subordinates to leave. Chapter 26. Sought Ed Rabbit Meat. Mother desires to eat mother. Where are we headed? Little Bao, clutching Muyan with one hand and cradling the clumsy rabbit with the other, toddled along with his tiny legs. The expression on his delicate face strained in curiosity, yet he could no longer restrain his inquiry. Instantly, a fierce aura emanated from his rosy visage, as he vowed not to let any villain who dared to bully his mother escape. You are truly obedient. Muyan couldn't help but plant a kiss on her precious son's cheek. Little Bao's face flushed crimson. And just as he was about to ask where the villain was, Muyan's gaze suddenly brightened as she set him down. She swiftly advanced, parting a thicket ahead, and indeed, she discovered an inconspicuous red herb within, the nine-tiered Zhuyan fruit. Even Muyan, typically composed, couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. The nine-tiered Zhuyan fruit is the pinnacle of mystical herbs in the martial arts continent, suitable for alchemical concoctions and the crafting of elixirs. If sold, it could fetch an astronomical price. Little Bao, you must stand guard for your mother, ensuring no one disturbs me, understood? The gathering of the Zhuyan fruit requires it to be uprooted entirely, for any slight damage during the process would have its medicinal potency. Little Bao solemnly nodded, obediently standing aside while clutching the rabbit. As time gradually slipped away, suddenly, the once tranquil rabbit in Xiaobao's arms twitched its nose and darted away. Startled, Xiaobao turned to look, only to find the rabbit had not fled but stood still, gazing back at him with its beady green eyes. Roasted rabbit, mother wishes to eat. Xiaobao murmured, taking a few steps towards the creature, eager to retrieve his provisions. However, just as he reached out his hand, the rabbit nimbly leaped a short distance away, yet remained in place. Thus, Xiaobao pursued it step by step, oblivious to the fact that his mother's figure was gradually shrouded by the encroaching mist, rendering her invisible. Her expression changed in alarm, and she hurried after him. Deep within the fog, two enchanting young maidens walked together. The elder, dressed in crimson, possessed a noble beauty that radiated an air of cold elegance. The younger, though slightly less striking, had delicate features and a pair of bright, expressive eyes that drew one in effortlessly. Sister Qianxue, I have had such a dismal day. After much effort, I finally persuaded my senior brother to bring me to the misty forest for some amusement, only to become separated from him, Lin Situ exclaimed. Fortunately, I encountered you, otherwise, I would have surely been torn apart by the otherworldly beasts. Gong Qianxue offered a gentle smile. It was but a trivial matter, yet you have expressed your gratitude numerous times. Besides, I felt an instant connection with you upon meeting, treating you as my own sister, naturally. I cannot bear to see you bullied. You wouldn't despise having me as your elder sister, would you? How could that be? Lin Situ gasped in astonishment. You are the youngest heavenly-level powerhouse in the martial arts continent. I admire you immensely. Being able to call you my sister feels like a dream come true. Lin Situang spoke with increasing excitement, her gaze towards Gong Qianxue filled with admiration, as she reached out to link arms with her, cheerfully walking alongside her. A flicker of impatience crossed Gong Qianxue's eyes, and she discreetly withdrew her hand from Lin Situang's grasp. Nevertheless, she maintained the facade of a caring older sister, occasionally speaking to her in a gentle tone. Chapter 27. Change of face. This was due to Lin Situang's distinguished background, for her elder brother, Bai Chen, was renowned as a prodigy of ancient martial arts within the martial arts continent. Gong Qianxue perceived potential in this girl, which is why she treated her with kindness. At that moment, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, causing the heavens to darken abruptly. Even the misty forest was swept by fierce winds, the fog thickening as countless leaves and dust swirled chaotically. "Oh, Sister Qianxue, it hurts so much. I've been scratched by a branch. I can't see anything. Sister Qianxue, please help me." Gong Qianxue stood firmly against the howling wind, listening to Lin Sichuang's cries, yet she showed no inclination to respond, instead wearing a cold and disdainful expression. "Your Highness, shall we not rescue Miss Lin?" one of Gong Qianxue's guards inquired. With a scoff, Gong Qianxue replied nonchalantly, "If she dies, I can still bring her corpse to her sect, mourning for my newly befriended sister, which would rather endear me to Bai Qian and his kin. Her death would be far more advantageous than her mere existence." The tempest, accompanied by flashes of lightning, ravaged half of the misty forest and persisted for a considerable time before it finally subsided. "Sister Qianxue, I am in so much pain." A faint cry of pain escaped Lin Sitong from a distance, as something struck her, inflicting unbearable agony. "Oh, my face has been scraped. If Brother Ichin were to see me, he would undoubtedly scold me for being a fool." Gong Qianxue furrowed her brow in annoyance, preparing to adopt a gentle, sisterly demeanor. However, when her gaze fell upon the object in Lin Sitong's hands, her pupils constricted sharply. It was, astonishingly, a golden egg the size of an infant. The surface of the egg was adorned with a delicate crimson pattern, radiating a brilliant luminescence. This was the sacred beast egg, the most coveted treasure that would soon emerge from the misty forest. Gong Qianxue's breath quickened as she struggled to steady her racing heart. How fortunate Lin Sitong was to have discovered the sacred beast egg. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Gong Qianxue spoke softly, "Sister Sitong, did you not express your fondness for me? I have a deep desire for this sacred beast egg. Would you be so kind as to bestow it upon me?" Lin Sitong's expression turned troubled, and after a moment's hesitation, she resolutely shook her head. "I'm sorry, Sister Qianxue, but I cannot give you this sacred beast egg, for I wish to present it to Brother Ichin." A fierce glint of malice and resentment flashed in Gong Qianxue's eyes, her previously gentle smile vanishing, leaving only a chilling scowl. "So, the sisterly bond you professed was nothing but a facade. Huh. Since you do not regard me as your sister and refuse to part with the sacred beast egg, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As soon as the words left her lips, Gong Qianxue struck without hesitation. She was a formidable force, a celestial-level warrior, unmatched across the entire martial continent. Lin Sitong was merely at the initial stage of the mystic level, utterly devoid of any capability to resist under her adversary's might. With but a single blow, she was felled to the ground by Gong Qianxue, and the sacred beast egg slipped into Gong Qianxue's possession. Chapter 28. The Sacred Beast Egg. "I no longer desire it." Lin Sitong collapsed onto the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her insides aching from the violent tremors of the mystic energy. In disbelief, she gazed at Gong Qianxue, unable to comprehend why her once gentle and affectionate sister, Qianxue, had suddenly transformed into such a ferocious figure. "Sister Qianxue, how could you do this? That sacred beast egg was clearly discovered by me first. How could you seize what is rightfully mine?" Gong Qianxue let out a cold laugh. "What qualifications does a fool like you possess to attain the sacred beast contract? Do you have any idea of the preparations I undertook to acquire this sacred beast egg? I am destined to become the master of this sacred beast, long before the meteor fell into the misty forest." Gong Qianxue had consulted a fate planner regarding the emergence of this precious treasure. Upon learning that the sacred beast, unseen even in the martial arts continent, was making its appearance, she trembled with excitement. This sacred beast was something she was determined to possess, and she had long been fully prepared. As the youngest heavenly-level powerhouse in the martial arts continent, she was indeed the only one worthy of becoming the sacred beast's master. What was Lin Sitong, after all? How could she dare to snatch the sacred beast egg from her? Gong Qianxue gazed obsessively at the faintly red patterns on the sacred beast egg, her thoughts consumed by the imminent reality of it becoming hers, her body quivering with anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, her expression suddenly froze. Her blood-stained hands grazed the sacred beast egg, yet it exhibited no reaction whatsoever. As Gong Qianxue scrutinized the intricate patterns on the eggshell, her once cold and beautiful visage twisted into a grotesque snarl. She glared fiercely at Lin Sitong. "Have you already forged a contract with the sacred beast?" Lin Sitong was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at her own hands, which bore numerous cuts from branches and dust. When she had held the sacred beast egg, it was inevitable that her blood had smeared onto the shell. The so-called contract required the sacred beast's acknowledgement, wherein one would drop blood to claim ownership, inscribing master-servant runes within the sacred beast's essence, while a contract blood pearl would coalesce within the human host. Gong Qianxue could hardly bring herself to believe that the sacred beast had recognized Lin Sitong, whom she deemed worthless, as its master. The sacred beast had indeed become Lin Sitong's contracted spirit companion. Upon realizing the implications, Lin Sitong could not help but smile with satisfaction. "You duplicitous, venomous woman. I treated you as a sister out of kindness, and yet you sought to seize my sacred beast egg. Now, you shall not obtain it at all. How fitting." Though she had no desire for the sacred beast egg, wishing only to bestow it upon her senior brother, she felt that even if it could not be given to him, it was far better than surrendering it to this wicked woman. Gong Qianxue took a deep breath, and instead of erupting with rage, she revealed a faint smile. The moment Lin Sitong beheld that smile, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. "What are you planning?" Once a warrior forges a contract with a spirit beast, a contract blood pearl will coalesce within their dantian, a process that requires at least half an hour to fully integrate with the human form. Even the spirit beasts require half an hour, so, pray tell, how long will it take for your contract blood pearl to fully merge with your body? The rank of a sacred beast far surpasses that of spirit and exotic beasts. Lin Sitong's eyes widened in terror as she turned to flee. Upon meeting Gong Qianxue's cruel and frigid gaze, she could not help but weep. "Please don't kill me. I no longer desire the sacred beast egg. Spare me, will you?" Woo. Chapter 29, Swallowed Whole. It is too late. Who permitted you such arrogance to forge a spirit pet contract with what rightfully belongs to me? Your contract blood pearl has yet to completely merge with your body. All I need to do is extract your contract blood pearl and consume it, and the sacred beast shall still belong to me. Lin Sitong struggled desperately to escape, yet her limbs were swiftly restrained. In the next moment, a sharp, excruciating pain surged through her abdomen, eliciting a piercing scream from her lips. However, Gong Qianxue and her minions remained utterly unmoved. Gong Qianxue's hand even delved into Lin Sitong's dantian, producing a horrifying sound reminiscent of churning viscera. Lin Sitong's cries grew increasingly feeble. Her lips turned a ghastly shade of blue, her gaze becoming vacant, clearly nearing her end. At last, Gong Qianxue unearthed the contract blood pearl and erupted into raucous laughter. Before Lin Sitong's very eyes, she swallowed the contract blood pearl whole. Indeed, the pearl dissolved within her body, and she felt the connection to the sacred beast egg solidify, the egg in her possession emitting a series of cracking sounds. "Princess, splendid news. The sacred beast is about to be born. Congratulations, Princess, for soon becoming the first individual in the martial arts continent to possess a sacred beast contract pet." Gong Qianxue cautiously placed the sacred beast egg upon the ground, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the increasingly radiant pale red patterns and the slowly emerging spiderweb-like cracks in the shell. At that moment, a powerful surge of mystical energy began to stir within her, igniting a frenzied and exhilarated light upon her visage. Suddenly, the nearby thicket rustled. Startled, Gong Qianxue and her companions feared that someone had come to seize the sacred beast egg upon hearing the commotion. However, upon turning their heads, they discovered a plump, snow-white rabbit emerging from the foliage, wobbling its way towards the sacred beast egg. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. A mere rabbit was hardly a threat, and they could not be bothered to even consider harming it. Meanwhile, the cracks in the sacred beast egg widened, faint golden light seeping through the fissures. A distant, primal roar resonated from within the egg, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that permeated the air. One of Gong Qianxue's subordinates could not contain a gasp. Was this truly the essence of a sacred beast? Such formidable pressure. Indeed, I have never felt such immense force, even in the presence of a peak celestial-level expert. The princess's ability to forge a pact with a sacred beast would render her unparalleled in the realm of martial arts. Gong Qianxue suppressed the tumultuous power surging within her. Her scorching gaze fixated intently upon the egg, now on the verge of splitting open. Soon, just a fraction more, and she would become the singular master of the sacred beast. Henceforth, transcending the realm of martial arts and ascending to the higher realms would no longer be a mere fantasy. Yet, just as the shell of the sacred beast egg was about to shatter completely, crouching foolishly to one side, the rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and, with a howl, swallowed the soon-to-hatch sacred beast egg, along with its shell and the creature within. It had consumed the sacred beast egg. Standing nearby, Gong Qianxue and her guard were petrified, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even Lin Sitong, who had gradually been losing her vitality, found her eyes sparkling at the sight. Beast! Gong Qianxue abruptly snapped back to reality, her voice a piercing scream as she seized the rabbit and clutched its neck. Spit out my sacred beast egg. Chapter 30, Rabbit. My snowy white rabbit, the plump, fluffy rabbit, with its small eyes briefly opening before lazily closing again, seemed utterly disinterested in Gong Qianxue's furious outburst. A chilling glint flashed in her eyes as a dagger materialized in her hand, poised to slice open the rabbit's belly. However, in a sudden flash of light, the rabbit was snatched away from her grasp, leaving Gong Qianxue momentarily stunned, her ire directed towards the one who held the rabbit. She found herself confronted by a delicate-looking young boy, exquisitely sculpted as if carved from jade. His expression was devoid of emotion as he coldly declared, "Rabbit, mine. This is my mother's reserved food. It cannot be taken by anyone else." Gong Qianxue, having had her sacred beast snatched away multiple times, felt her reason nearly dissolve in a tempest of fury. She scarcely had time to ponder how a 4-year-old child could possibly wrest the rabbit from her grasp. A glimmer of cold light flashed as a long sword fell into her hands. With a malevolent and ruthless gaze, he fixed his eyes upon the young child, coldly declaring, "You little rascal, if you do not return the rabbit to me, I shall slay you as well." No sooner had he uttered these words than a formidable surge of profound energy, entwined with the glimmer of a sword, surged directly towards the child. No one harbored any belief that the child could evade such a formidable attack. Even the feeble Lin Situang exhibited a pained yet resigned expression. However, to everyone's astonishment, the child faced the onslaught of the celestial-level warrior's energy with an air of calmness, deftly sidestepping the assault. In an instant, the child's small hand shot forth, producing a thunderous sound as the two forces collided, dissipating completely into the atmosphere. Both the child and Gong Qianxue recoiled a step in unison. The assembly, including Gong Qianxue herself, stood in stunned silence. She gazed incredulously at her sword in hand, then at the child, unable to fathom how her attack had been thwarted by one so young, merely 3 or 4 years of age. Gong Qianxue was a celestial-level warrior. Only those of similar or higher prowess could withstand the force of a celestial-level attack. Lin Situang, though barely clinging to life, could not suppress a burst of hearty laughter upon witnessing this spectacle, gasping weakly, "Gong Qianxue, the youngest celestial-level warrior of the martial arts continent. What a colossal joke this truly is." The guards of Gong Qianxue collectively drew a sharp breath. How could a mere child of 3 or 4 years be compared to a celestial-level warrior? Yet, the truth lay bare before them. Should it come to light that Gong Qianxue's strength was akin to that of an infant, her title as the foremost prodigy of the martial arts continent would undoubtedly devolve into an enormous farce. This is something that Gong Qianxue would never permit, even unto death. A profound murderous intent emanated from her eyes. Only by eliminating this boy could she, Gong Qianxue, eternally retain the title of the foremost genius of the martial arts continent, the youngest celestial-level powerhouse. A frigid gaze swept across the surroundings, and the nearby guards immediately comprehended. brandishing their weapons to attack the young boy. Having just engaged in a confrontation with Gong Qianxue, Xiaobao realized that this wicked woman was on par with him in strength. Coupled with her subordinates, he feared he stood little chance of victory and might instead suffer a loss. Recalling his mother's advice to flee when outmatched, he wasted not a moment in hesitation, clutching the little rabbit tightly, and swiftly darted in the direction of escape. Chapter 31. Seeking Xiaobao. Upon discovering Xiaobao's absence, Muyan immediately pursued him. However, the visibility within the misty forest was exceedingly poor, and after wandering aimlessly for a considerable time, she found not her son, but rather Lin Sitong, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Despite Mu Yan's usual indifference, the sight of Lin Sitong's grievous state, with her abdomen brutally opened, stirred a wave of compassion within her. Silver needles flickered at her fingertips and swiftly pierced several vital acupoints of Lin Sitong. Yet, the latter had already lost too much blood, and her entire dantian was utterly shattered, leaving little hope for survival. Nevertheless, under the stimulation of the silver needles, Lin Sitong slowly opened her eyes. Mu Yan hurriedly inquired, "Have you seen a 4-year-old child carrying a long-haired rabbit?" Lin Sitong's gaze was dazed. After a moment of confusion, she pointed in a direction. He fled that way. You must hurry to save him. Gong Qianxue intends to kill him. What? Who are you speaking of? Mu Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. Gong Qianxue. It was her. She had excavated the blood contract pearl from me because I had formed a pact with the holy beast. Gong Qianxue. It is indeed Gong Qianxue. Ah. It is no surprise. Only she would commit such a heartless act. To vivisect the blood contract pearl from a person's dantian. At this moment, Lin Sitong's pupils had begun to fade, and her breath grew increasingly tenuous. Yet, tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. Yicheng, senior brother. I had originally promised to be his bride. We had agreed to wed next year. If senior brother Yicheng were to learn of my demise, how heartbroken he would be. I am sorry, senior brother Yicheng. Sitong can no longer remain by your side. A wave of compassion surged within Mu Yan, intertwined with an even stronger loathing for Gong Qianxue and a deep concern for little treasure. Though she felt sympathy for Lin Sitong, she knew she must urgently seek out little treasure. However, Lin Sitong suddenly grasped her hand, placing a jade bracelet into her palm. Mississippi, I implore you, deliver this to senior brother Yicheng. Tell him not to grieve. Wait. Which sect does your senior brother Yicheng belong to? What is his full name? Yet, upon uttering that final question, Lin Sitong's eyes fluttered shut, and she breathed her last. Mu Yan gazed at the jade bracelet, which was green with streaks of crimson, frowning as she tucked it into her bosom. Regardless of the circumstances, little treasure's safety was paramount. She would not allow Gong Qianxue to harm him any further. Little treasure clutched a rabbit, fleeing through the misty forest with the swiftness of the wind. In a fleeting moment, Gong Qianxue and her subordinates found themselves unable to capture him. However, little Bao, being merely a 4-year-old child, was susceptible to fatigue. Ultimately, he was cornered at the edge of a precipice. The mist here was thin, and peering over the edge revealed a dense forest shrouded in fog below. Yet, standing at this height, the drop to the forest was at least 100 meters. Should one leap down, even a congenital master would meet their demise upon impact. From the mist not far away, Gong Qianxue's chilling voice, laced with murderous intent, echoed, "Do continue running. I am most eager to see if you can escape from my grasp." Little Bao, clutching a rabbit, gazed coldly at Gong Qianxue. A guard beside her, eager to claim credit, unexpectedly lunged forward, channeling his inner strength in an attempt to subdue little Bao with a single strike. Gong Qianxue's expression twisted in frustration. A 4-year-old celestial-level martial artist, 18 years her junior, was simply unacceptable. Capture him. Do not let him perish easily, she commanded ominously. A 4-year-old celestial-level martial artist is an anomaly. Perhaps he has consumed some extraordinary treasures. If we could refine this child's flesh and blood into a potion, it might assist me in breaking through to the congenital realm. Yes, Your Highness. Several guards swiftly encircled little Bao, blocking all avenues of escape. Gong Qianxue was a mid-level celestial martial artist, while her guards were, at the very least, pinnacle-level practitioners, with the two strongest having already attained the initial stage of celestial-level mastery. Little Bao's calm and distant gaze swept over all of them before he resolutely turned and leaped without hesitation from the cliff. Damn it, catch him at once. Gong Qianxue let out a low growl, yearning to lunge forward and seize someone. However, Xiaobao's movements were too swift and decisive. They scarcely had time to react. Who could have anticipated that Xiaobao would leap off the cliff without a moment's hesitation or resistance? Xiaobao. Just as Gong Qianxue hesitated, she perceived a flash of white light before a figure, like a bolt of lightning, darted past them, plunging towards the falling Xiaobao. Muyan could hardly believe her eyes. After following Lin Sitong's guidance with great effort, she witnessed Xiaobao plummet from the cliff's edge. Without a trace of hesitation, her inner energy surged uncontrollably as she dove towards the precipice. Gong Qianxue discerned that the figure was a woman and immediately cried out, "Take action!" Two peak-grade guards, positioned closest to the cliff's edge, roared and struck out towards the figure in white. Muyan suddenly turned, her white garments billowing, ink-black hair swirling, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. The two guards were momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the situation, when they were suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming aura of energy that threatened to consume them. A resounding crash echoed as both men felt a searing pain in their chests, subsequently hurtling back towards the cliff. To their astonishment, after staring at her in bewilderment for a prolonged moment, they both coughed up blood and fell lifelessly to the ground. "Princess, they are dead," announced the leading guard, checking their breaths before shaking his head. In their final moments, the two men still bore wide, confused eyes, as if oblivious to what had transpired. Gong Qianxue stared in shock, her eyes wide, scarcely able to believe it. How could this be possible? Two peak-level martial artists perished with a single strike? Who was that person just now? She gazed down towards the precipice, only to be met with an expanse of dense white mist, obscuring any trace of human presence. The thought of plummeting from such a height assured her that the two would undoubtedly have met their demise. Gong Qianxue exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless, she remained the youngest celestial powerhouse of the martial arts continent, an unparalleled prodigy. However, I demand a search. The living must be found, and the dead must be confirmed. Under no circumstances can she allow even a hint of survival. Moreover, my sacred beast egg must be retrieved, and that rabbit must be located. Yes, Your Highness. The legacy of Kagura Hall Muyan awoke to the sound of a melodious zither, its notes ringing out in a harmonious cadence. As Muyan herself was adept at playing the zither, she could discern that the melody was enchanting, yet devoid of any emotional depth, as if a puppet were mechanically strumming the strings according to a score. Although the performance was skillful, it paled in comparison to that of Xiaobao. Xiaobao. Muyan bolted upright, scanning her surroundings. It appeared to be a cavern, yet it was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. "Xiaobao, Xiaobao, where are you? Come out." At that moment, a gentle feminine voice resonated in her mind, announcing, "The legacy of Kagura Hall. The first trial commences." What is this legacy of Kagura Hall? Suddenly, the previously serene and flowing melody transformed abruptly into a rapid and fervent tune. Though ostensibly a musical performance, the sounds that reached Muyan's ears evoked the thunderous charge of a vast army and the tumultuous surge of mighty rivers. Her blood coursed with an inexplicable fervor, kindled by the melody. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and a scarlet glimmer flickered within her eyes. Simultaneously, myriad blades erupted from the walls of the cavern, hurtling towards her from every direction. Muyan's form shifted with ethereal swiftness, evading the projectiles with ease. However, as the music intensified, the number of flying swords multiplied, their velocity escalating in tandem. Initially, the assault resembled a mere handful of profound realm cultivators brandishing their weapons. Yet, it swiftly transformed into a coordinated attack by scores of Earth Realm masters. Even with Muyan's cultivation, she found herself increasingly overwhelmed, beads of perspiration gathering on her brow. Yet, these physical threats paled in comparison to the true peril. As the music's tempo quickened, Muyan's heart raced in response. Her once clear vision became clouded by disorienting hallucinations. One moment, she envisioned her abdomen brutally cleaved open, her placenta ripped out in a bloody spectacle. The next, she saw Gong Qianxue holding Xiaobao aloft, poised to cast him into a fiery alchemical furnace. Then, she was plunged into a pitch-black cavern, where a monstrous figure pinned her down, the searing heat and agonizing violation threatening to overwhelm her. In a flash, the scene shifted, and Xiaobao plummeted from a towering precipice. Muyan forced to witness his gruesome demise. Thwack! A blade finally tore through Muyan's garments, and blood spurted forth. The sharp pain in her arm jolted her back from the brink of madness, momentarily dispelling the haunting visions. She gritted her teeth, keenly observing her surroundings within the cavern while deftly evading the flying swords. At last, as the onslaught of blades escalated to the ferocious level of nearly 100 celestial ancient martial artists, she discerned the source of the attacks. There, inconspicuously affixed to the wall, was a gray ancient zither, so unremarkable that it would easily go unnoticed unless one looked closely. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant instrument that was strumming its strings on its own, producing an enchanting melody. With a firm resolve, Muyan propelled herself off the wall, swiftly seizing a vine that hung down from the cave's apex. Channeling her inner energy, she struck the ancient zither. However, rather than splitting in two, the zither's sound intensified, growing increasingly urgent. The barrage of swords became ever denser, each infused with a more formidable force than the last. Muyan found it nearly impossible to evade every strike, her body accumulating more wounds. Yet, she remained unfazed. Her eyes gleamed with an increasing intensity and coldness. Suddenly, she seized the ancient zither, not channeling her energy, but instead delicately plucking the strings with her slender fingers. The clear, ethereal tones of the zither entwined with the ominous atmosphere of the impending danger. Initially, the menacing sounds prevailed, and her garments were nearly drenched in blood. However, as the two melodies intertwined with growing fervor, the fierce, aggressive notes began to be subdued. Ultimately, they vanished completely within the cavern's depths. Simultaneously, the whirling sword energies also dissipated without a trace. Muyan exhaled in relief, her grip on the zither faltering as it slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. A gentle female voice whispered in her ear, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first trial of the Kagura inheritance. You will now be transported to the second level of the inheritance space." As the words faded, the scene before Muyan shifted dramatically. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Mother." "Little treasure?" The ecstatic thought barely registered in her mind when a small figure hurtled into her embrace like a cannonball. Muyan stumbled from the impact, feeling her wounds tear open anew, a searing pain coursing through her body. Yet, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she tightly held the little one against her. It was then that she realized her body was trembling involuntarily. She could endure all manner of suffering and setbacks, but she could never accept the thought of little treasure leaving her side. Little treasure clung to Muyan, burying his small head in her arms, reluctant to part from her. Despite his usual calm demeanor, he was merely a 4-year-old child. Suddenly, his sensitive nose detected the overwhelming scent of blood. He straightened up, only then realizing that Muyan was covered in crimson. "Mother, you're hurt." The child's voice rose sharply, quivering with distress and choking back tears. His striking blue eyes glistened with unshed tears, as though he was straining to hold them back. Muyan's appearance was indeed quite tragic. Her once pristine garments were now entirely soaked in blood. She retrieved some hemostatic and healing medicine from her belongings, casually sprinkling it on her wounds. And with a nonchalant smile, she reassured him, "It's nothing, it may look severe, but it's merely a superficial injury." "Does it hurt, Mother?" Little Bao asked, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Muyan smiled gently and replied, "As long as you blow on it, Mother will feel no pain." Upon hearing this, Little Bao immediately took her hand, puffed up his cheeks, and carefully began to blow. Though his small face appeared cold, his delicate action was filled with a palpable tension, as if fearing that even the slightest pressure would cause Mu Yan pain. Observing her son in such a state, Mu Yan's heart melted completely. She embraced him tenderly and planted a kiss on his cheek before saying, "Little Bao is truly remarkable. After just a few gentle blows, mother feels no pain at all." Little Bao gazed up at Mu Yan with bright, sparkling eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. Yet, it was evident to all that the little one was immensely delighted. After hastily bandaging her wound, Mu Yan rose and took Little Bao's hand, surveying their surroundings. What lay before them was a stark contrast to the cave they had just left. It resembled an abandoned palace. The term abandoned seemed fitting, as the entire palace was cloaked in dust and numerous corners were adorned with cobwebs. Tables and stone benches were overturned, and many wine cups lay shattered on the ground, now covered in webs. Scattered throughout the rooms were several skeletal remains, their twisted and shattered forms bearing silent witness to the agony these souls must have endured in their final moments. Gazing upon this desolate palace, Mu Yan felt an inexplicable melancholy wash over her. One cannot shake the vivid image of a grand dynasty experiencing its inevitable decline, yet this thought was fleeting, swiftly cast aside by her. If there is anything remarkable about this palace, it is the abundance of musical instruments that clutter every corner. Indeed, a myriad of instruments can be found here. The pipa, guzheng, guqin, xiao, dizi, esi, sun, sheng. All the instruments that Mu Yan had ever encountered were present. Some were in a state of disrepair, while others gleamed with brilliance, and a few even emanated a haunting aura that stirred the spirit. Mu Yan recalled the gentle voice that spoke of the legacy of the divine music house. She had never heard of such an establishment in the martial arts continent. But now it seemed that this lineage must pertain to musicians. In the martial arts continent, there are indeed ancient warriors who specialize as musicians. By channeling their profound energy into the instruments, they can disturb the minds of their opponents during combat, and at the peak of their abilities, sound waves can inflict harm. Moreover, some musicians can soothe the minds of the ill with melodies infused with profound energy, hastening their recovery. Nevertheless, musicians remain largely auxiliary in a world that venerates strength. There are not many who pursue this path. As Mu Yan pondered, she noticed Xiaobao trotting over with his little legs, cradling a snow-white rabbit in his arms. "Mother, look, stir-fried rabbit meat," the little one exclaimed, presenting the plump rabbit with a sense of pride. Mu Yan lifted the rabbit only to discover it was as unresponsive as a dead pig, completely oblivious even to being grasped by the neck. Curiously, she inquired, "What is wrong with it? Did it sustain an injury from falling off a cliff?" Xiaobao shook his head. The rabbit swallowed the bad woman's egg, and then it fell asleep. Mu Yan was taken aback. After listening to the little treasure, when the plump rabbit devoured the sacred beast egg that Gong Qianxue had desperately sought to contract, she found herself at a loss for expression. In her previous life, after Gong Qianxue had successfully contracted the sacred beast, her prominence was unmatched. In this life, she had thought that by saving the little treasure and falling off the cliff, she had thwarted Gong Qianxue's plans. Little did she expect that the sacred beast egg would be consumed by this chubby rabbit. After a long pause, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, foolish rabbit, it seems you are not entirely useless after all. Very well, considering the great service you have rendered. We shall forego the roasted rabbit meat." As she spoke, Mu Yan embraced the rabbit's fluffy, rotund body, relishing its smooth and soft texture. The little treasure, witnessing this scene, could not help but tighten his small face, clutching Mu Yan's leg and gazing up at her with an eager expression, amused by her son's adorable demeanor. Mu Yan bent down to plant a kiss on his tender cheeks before handing the still sleeping plump rabbit to the little treasure. "Take good care of it, from now on. This shall be your spirit pet." The little treasure obediently nodded, cradling the snow-white rabbit in his arms. If Mother said it was roasted rabbit meat, then it was indeed roasted rabbit meat. If Mother declared it to be his spirit pet, then it was a spirit pet. Mother was always right. However, Mu Yan cast a deep, contemplative glance at the rabbit once more. To consume a sacred beast egg without suffering from indigestion, this was surely no ordinary rabbit. The fortune of my son is truly extraordinary. He has casually stumbled upon a rabbit that surpasses even the sacred beasts in strength. As I ponder this, a gentle voice resonates within my mind. The second trial of the Kagura inheritance begins. You must select the instrument belonging to the Kagura master from those within this palace in half an hour. Choose incorrectly, and all living beings in this space shall perish. Choose correctly, and you will enter the third trial space. The countdown begins now. Startled, I contemplate the Kagura master's instrument. The palace is teeming with numerous instruments, hundreds, at the very least, without a single clue as to which direction to pursue. How am I to choose? Suddenly, my gaze falls upon the twisted remains scattered about, and my pupils constrict in horror. These bones do not belong to the former master of the palace. They are the remnants of those who once entered the Kagura inheritance space, only to fail the trial. Each of these skeletons is accompanied by an instrument. Thus, if I make a wrong selection, I would meet the same grim fate as they did. Most importantly, my son, Xiaobao, would also be ensnared in this calamity. Furrowing my brow, I long to withdraw from this cursed Kagura inheritance, yet it is evident that this palace is a sealed space, leaving me no means of retreat. Mother, what is wrong? Xiaobao inquires, looking up at me. I press my fingers to my temples and reply, Mother is currently undergoing an assessment, tasked with identifying the Kagura master's instrument from among these numerous instruments. However, I have no inkling as to where to begin. Xiaobao tilts his little head and asks, Is it the most powerful instrument? That should be the case, I respond. As Muyan's voice faded, Xiaobao hurriedly scampered to a corner of the room, kicking aside a dozen tattered yaoqins. He unearthed an even more dilapidated instrument and began to drag it toward her with great effort. Muyan, taken aback, suddenly recalled the gentle female voice in her mind. You have selected a legacy instrument. Do you confirm? If the instrument is not released within 3 counts, it will be considered confirmed. 3, 2. Xiaobao put it down quickly. Muyan's expression changed drastically as she lunged toward her son like a bolt of lightning. Yet, she was ultimately a moment too late. The final countdown echoed in her mind, marking the selection of the legacy instrument. The second trial of the divine musician's inheritance has concluded, and the trial result is. Muyan tightly embraced Xiaobao, closing her eyes. At this point, she could only leave it to fate. However, the next moment, she heard the gentle female voice announce the result after a brief pause. Trial result: success. Now, the third level of the divine musician's inheritance space is opening. The scene before her shifted once more, yet Muyan barely registered the change. She was in a state of bewilderment. Glancing at Xiaobao, and then at the tattered instrument he clutched in his small hand. Xiaobao, do you know what kind of instrument this is? Xiaobao shook his head. Then why did you bring it out? After a moment of thought, he replied, because it is the strongest. Muyan picked up the instrument, examining it from every angle, yet she could discern nothing remarkable about it. 037 Acceptance of inheritance. The wooden instrument before her was in a state of disrepair, lacking any semblance of majesty or ethereal energy, with several strings broken. How could her little treasure perceive its strength? In response to Muyan's inquiry, Little Treasure was equally perplexed, ultimately stating simply that it knew the instrument was indeed powerful. Embracing Little Treasure with one arm, while cradling the dilapidated instrument with the other, Muyan could not help but reflect on the fate of those who perished within the second layer of the inheritance space. They would never have imagined that what was heralded as an illustrious divine musician's legacy would manifest as such a worn-out lute. Yet, this was no ordinary lute. It was the celestial demon lute, a treasured artifact that once commanded respect across the 3 realms, compelling all creation to bow in submission. However, the voice now resonating was no longer gentle. It carried the weight of countless tribulations, imbued with a profound and suffocating sense of oppression. Muyan gazed down at the battered instrument in her hands, utterly speechless. Although she had never heard the celestial demon lute, its name alone evoked images of grandeur and dominance, not to mention the prefix suggesting it had once triumphed over the 3 realms. Yet, The lute she held appeared utterly decrepit. With each pluck of the strings, splintered wood would fall away. How could such a seemingly worthless object be revered as a celestial treasure? Muyan harbored serious doubts. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on the lute's identity and instead narrowed her eyes, inquiring, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The voice replied slowly, "This is the third layer of the divine musician's inheritance space. If you wish to know who I am, then proceed through the trials of the third layer. Success, I shall reveal my identity. Failure, I will obliterate both your essence and the corporeal form of that little celestial being beside you. Are you prepared? Wait." Upon hearing that failure would lead to the annihilation of her son, Muyan's countenance shifted dramatically. "I never claimed that I would accept the inheritance." "Heh. Since fate has brought you here and you have chosen the heavenly demon Zither, the matter is no longer within your control. The third trial of the divine music master's inheritance commences now." No sooner had the words been uttered than Muyan felt the world spinning around her. Everything vanished without a trace, and she was transported to a peculiar realm. Here, there were neither doors nor windows to be seen, and in every direction lay an expanse of endless darkness. Only ahead, not far away, glimmered a faint light, akin to the flicker of a candle. Yet, whenever Muyan attempted to approach that light, she would find it receding further away. Furrowing her brow tightly, her heart was tumultuous with anxiety. From the very beginning, she had discerned the immense power of this divine music master's inheritance. In the martial arts continent, who could manipulate space at will, or toy with practitioners of profound energy as if they were mere pawns, able to extinguish their lives with ease. In her previous life, Muyan had reached the pinnacle of innate ability, mere moments away from enduring the thunder tribulation to refine her body and soul. At that time, she had already realized that beyond the martial arts continent lay a world far more formidable than she had ever known. Gong Qianxue's treacherous schemes and meticulous plotting were all aimed at ascending to that world, where she could continue to command the winds and the rains. Muyan was aware that the inhabitants of that realm were not merely ancient martial artists, but rather true cultivators possessing the extraordinary abilities to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Thus, it led her to ponder whether the master of this Kagura lineage hailed from a higher realm. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the flickering candlelight before her suddenly flared brightly. A beam of light transformed into a blade, hurtling towards her with the swiftness of lightning. Muyan attempted to evade it, yet she was unable to match the speed of the blade. A sharp pain pierced her chest as the luminous blade abruptly penetrated her body, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, an intense, searing agony radiated from her chest, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead and fell like rain, as the burning pain threatened to dissolve her very bones. Muyan could no longer contain herself and knelt down on one knee, letting out a muffled groan of suffering. However, that was the only sound she uttered. She clenched her teeth tightly, even to the point of drawing blood from her lips, refusing to emit another whimper. Such a tenacious young girl. A gentle female voice resonated in Muyan's mind, laced with a soft sigh of appreciation. "I truly admire your resilience. Your entrance into this cave signifies that you possess the bloodline of our Kagura clan within you. However, possessing a bloodline alone is insufficient to command the Tianma Qin. Only with a sufficiently powerful divine soul and a richly potent bloodline can one hope to be recognized as its master. Should you fail to endure this trial, in order to conceal the existence of the Kagura clan, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you and the little one by your side. Yet, I fervently wish for your triumph." That gentle, melodious voice resonated in Muyan's ears, seemingly a source of encouragement, as if it were painting a radiant and splendid future for her. Simultaneously, however, the agony within her intensified, transcending mere physical pain to evoke a profound anguish that tore and ground her soul. Unable to endure any longer, Muyan collapsed to the ground, her body curling up like a shrimp. A persistent buzzing filled her ears, as if she could hear the boiling of her own blood and the brittle cracking of her bones. The instinct of the human body, overwhelmed by pain, urged her to succumb to unconsciousness. A voice incessantly whispered in her ear, "Surrender, drift into slumber. If only you could sleep, the pain would cease. The fatigue would vanish, and you would no longer bear the myriad tribulations and sufferings of this world." Muyan truly felt she could no longer hold on. The voice was laden with sorrow. Her little treasure, who had always been so well-behaved, with a stoic face, seldom crying or laughing, yet so tenderly caring for her. Her son, when had he ever wept like this? How could she allow herself to drift away? How could she leave her little treasure alone in this world? With a sudden burst of resolve, Muyan opened her eyes wide, using the heavenly demon zither to prop herself up, and gradually rose to maintain a kneeling position. The pain had not diminished in the slightest, yet her eyes sparkled with an increasingly fierce light, as if a blazing fire burned within. Her fingers, pressed upon the zither, dug painfully into the rotten wood. The flesh was pierced, and blood flowed from the wounds, meandering along the tattered patterns of the zither's body. Once again, the soothing voice of a woman echoed in my ears. "If you can endure and obtain the legacy of the divine musician, you shall traverse the 3 realms." Enough of this incessant chatter. Muyan interjected hoarsely, interrupting the mellifluous entreaty. A pale yet strikingly beautiful visage slowly curled into a smile, wicked and enchanting like that of a siren. Stunned, one could see that despite the blood trickling from her lips and the agony gnawing at her insides like a relentless parasite, in that moment, Muyan resembled a queen. Towering above all, gazing down upon the universe with disdain, impervious to any obstacles in her path. "I care not for traversing the 3 realms, nor for the legacy of the divine musician. However, should anyone dare to separate me from my precious little treasure, I shall unleash devastation upon heaven and earth, swearing vengeance unto death." The gentle voice sighed softly. "That is the celestial demon lute. It is not something you can threaten." Her words were abruptly cut off as she witnessed Muyan's fingers digging fiercely into the lute. The instrument did not crumble like rotting wood. Instead, it emanated a resplendent crimson glow. As the luminous red intensified, the blood Muyan had left upon the lute was completely absorbed, and the remaining strings began to quiver violently. A sonorous and stirring melody erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Even the once calm voice could no longer maintain composure. The celestial demon resonance. She has actually triggered the celestial demon resonance. Something I could not achieve in my time. Just how fervent is this woman's blood? How formidable must her will be? With a thunderous roar, the air shattered. The dark expanse crumbled entirely, and the crimson glow from the demon harp vanished without a trace. Muyan could no longer sustain her strength and was on the verge of collapsing. Yet, just as she was about to fall, she suddenly heard her child's anguished cry. "Mother!" Her heart tightened abruptly, and she steadied herself, raising her gaze. Little treasure. In that moment, little treasure could no longer contain his emotions. He burst into tears and flung himself into Muyan's embrace, clinging to her tightly, unwilling to let go. The normally stoic child, who was often as cold as ice, was now weeping profusely, his small frame trembling in her arms. Muyan felt a surge of compassion, forgetting her exhaustion and pain entirely. She quickly held her son closer, soothing him softly. "Little treasure, be good, don't cry. See, mother is perfectly fine. I promised I would never abandon you, that we would always be together." Little treasure lifted his tear-streaked face, his blue eyes sparkling like a clear sky washed by rain, gazing at her with unwavering intensity, as though fearing she might vanish once more. "Mother, are you in a lot of pain?" Muyan shook her head with a smile. "Mother is not in pain. And just now, I received a precious gift." As she spoke, she eagerly presented the demon harp to little treasure. Moments ago, in the realm of inheritance, she had witnessed the harp glow a brilliant red before transforming into a radiant treasure exuding dazzling brilliance. Although it was merely an instrument, the overwhelming aura and commanding presence it radiated left Muyan in awe, even amidst her agony. For that harp was exquisite, a true object of desire. This is truly the legendary TNMQN, a celestial treasure coveted by many across the 3 realms. Mu Yin was eager to present the instrument to her son, hoping he would embrace this precious artifact with delight. However, upon retrieving the qin, she was taken aback. The illustrious T.N.M.Q.N., which had radiated magnificence within the realm of inheritance, now appeared as nothing more than a piece of dark, decayed wood. In fact, it was slightly better than mere rotten timber. The body of the qin had indeed become smooth and pristine, and the severed strings had miraculously reattached themselves. Strangely, in the far left corner of the qin, her name, Jun Muyan, had been inscribed, albeit in small and unclear letters, almost invisible to the untrained eye. Now, as Mu Yin held the qin, onlookers would perceive it as an unremarkable seven-string instrument, devoid of any disdainful glances, treating it as mere refuse. Yet, Mu Yin had witnessed the resplendent true form of the T.N.M.Q.N. Little Bao, relieved to see his mother in good health and vibrant with color, nestled into her embrace and declared in a soft, muffled voice, "Little Bao only wants mother, not the qin." Instantly, Mu Yin enveloped her beloved son in her arms, smiling. Yes, mother only desires little Bao, not the qin. As for the T.N.M.Q.N., now discarded as a celestial treasure, could its new owner ever appreciate it again? Alas, the qin had yet to regain its former glory. It remained sealed, awaiting liberation. As Mu Yin and Xiaobao embraced in a tender display of maternal affection, a gentle feminine voice could no longer contain itself. "Congratulations. You have become the master of the celestial demon harp and the sole inheritor of my divine music house. I must also extend my congratulations to myself. I have waited here for a millennium, yes, a full 1,000 years, and at last, this day has arrived. The legacy of my divine music house shall not be entirely severed." Mu Yin released Xiaobao and gazed into the void, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Can you now reveal your identity? And to claim I am the inheritor of your divine music house without showing your face seems rather remiss." No sooner had she spoken than a spectral figure of a woman gradually materialized not far ahead. Clad in flowing white garments, her demeanor was elegant and ethereal, appearing to be in her early 20s. Yet, the depths of her eyes bore the weight of countless sorrows. "I am Bai Liyin Luo, a musician of the divine arts and the last custodian of the divine music house," she spoke softly. "Are you familiar with divine musicians?" Mu Yin shook her head. "I have only heard of musicians." "Indeed, how could you know of divine musicians?" Bai Liyin Luo's expression turned melancholic. "This is precisely their aim, to ensure that the world knows no divine musicians and remains oblivious to their existence. Otherwise, should those individuals discover that the legacy of divine musicians still endures, they would scarcely find peace even in slumber. Are divine musicians truly powerful? Huh? Do you inquire if divine musicians are powerful?" A sardonic smile graced Bai Liyin Luo's face. Divine musicians were once the most formidable beings in this world. It is precisely because of their overwhelming power that they incited panic among others. Thus, those despicable individuals conspired against us, leading to the downfall of our entire Kagura house. My father and my husband devoted immense effort to ensure my arrival in this martial continent, hoping to preserve the final remnants of our bloodline. Yet, those individuals were relentless, pursuing me across vast distances. Ultimately, I too fell victim to their hands. As Bai Liyin Luo recounted her tale, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her eyes reflected a mixture of hatred, resentment, and predominantly, an overwhelming sense of longing and solitude. Mu Yin furrowed her brows even tighter, pulling Xiaobao closer into her embrace. "So, you are now a ghost?" "No, I am merely a fragment of Bai Liyin Luo's consciousness," she sighed softly. "I once promised my kin that I would carry on the legacy of the Kagura masters. This is the singular wish of all the departed souls of the Kagura house. And even in death, I must fulfill it. A millennium has passed, and I thought I would never see this day. Yet here you are." Mu Yin raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that I am the chosen heir of the Kagura masters?" "Indeed, for 1,000 years. You are the only one who has successfully passed the trial of the inheritance space and has been recognized by the Tianmo chain. But why should I accept your legacy?" Mu Yin replied leisurely. Bai Liyin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Do you not understand the might of the Kagura Masters? By obtaining their legacy, you shall traverse the 3 realms with unparalleled prowess. However, are you not also the target of many? Mu Yin scoffed, declaring that receiving their inheritance also meant that one day she would become a target hunted by many formidable foes. Bai Liyin Luo let out a cold laugh, asking if she was afraid. As she spoke, Mu Yin cast a glance at Xiaobao, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light. If it were solely for the sake of vengeance, she would undoubtedly accept the inheritance of the divine musician without hesitation. However, with Xiaobao by her side, she could not afford to dedicate all her energy to hatred. If she were to accept the inheritance and become a target for those unknown and terrifying powerhouses, what would happen to Xiaobao? What do you mean? Mu Yin raised an eyebrow. The celestial spirit body, in this barren martial arts continent devoid of spiritual energy, would not survive past the age of 10. Even upon reaching the upper realms of the martial arts continent, it could only linger for an additional 2 or 3 years. Mu Yan's expression abruptly changed, her gaze toward Bai Liyin Luo devoid of laziness and casualness, replaced instead by an icy chill. Speak clearly. The celestial spirit body is the purest form of spiritual body in the world. If it were on the cultivation continent, its cultivation speed would surpass that of others by 100-fold. Yet, in the chaotic and desolate martial arts continent and the cultivation continent, it would only wither day by day until death claimed it. Bai Liyin Luo fixed her gaze on Mu Yan's eyes, enunciating each word. I do not understand how a being of such pure celestial spirit could exist on this inferior continent, but you must know that I speak the truth. I have no reason to deceive you. Accepting the inheritance of the divine musician and truly mastering the heavenly demon lute is the swiftest path for you to ascend to the cultivation continent. Mu Yin pressed her lips tightly together, her hands at her side, clenching slightly. Xiaobao seemed to sense her tension and struggle, unable to resist looking up and softly calling out, "Mother." As she gazed down at her son's adorable little face, the gloom in Mu Yan's eyes dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. Xiaobao, how about your mother becomes a divine musician and takes you to a higher and broader world? Xiaobao, with his small face taut, slowly nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As long as he could be with his mother, everything was perfect. A faint smile crept onto Mu Yan's lips, and her exquisite face radiated a lazy, carefree joy once more. She turned to Bai Liyin Luo and declared, I accept the inheritance of the divine musician. Bai Liyin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going to inquire about the numerous techniques, secrets, and treasures that come with the divine musician's inheritance? Or ask about the enemies of our divine music house, or those who may become your adversaries in the future? Mu Yin chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in her gaze. I would like to ask, but do you have the time to explain it to me? Bai Liyin Luo paused, then offered a smile that was both resigned and admiring. Jun Muyan, you truly are an astonishingly clever woman. If it were you, perhaps you could indeed succeed. One day, our divine music house might even see the light of day again. As she spoke, Bai Liyin Luo's figure began to fade. Mu Yan's inquiry stemmed from her realization that the space of inheritance was growing increasingly unstable, clearly on the verge of collapse. This was also the reason Bai Liyin Luo had persistently encouraged her during the third trial, speaking incessantly. If she were to fail, Bai Liyin Luo would no longer be able to sustain the existence of the space, and the inheritance of the Kagura masters would be irrevocably severed. Bai Liyin Luo let out a soft sigh, her voice imbued with a sense of release, reluctance, and hope. The Tian Mo Qin carries its own space. The treasures left by the Kagura house, and the notes I bequeath to you are all contained within. One thing you must remember, the most formidable skill of the Kagura masters can only be realized through the Tian Mo Qin. Therefore, to become a true Kagura master, you must prepare the Tian Mo Qin. How can one restore the Tian Mo Qin? Space, map, coordinates. Bai Liyin Luo's voice grew increasingly indistinct, her image nearly fading from view. Meanwhile, the space where Mu Yin resided began to tremble violently. As if it were on the brink of collapse, Mu Yin cradled her child in one arm while grasping the Tian Mo Qin with the other. The disintegration of the space intensified, and everything around her seemed to transform into shimmering points of light, converging upon Muyan. A tumult of thoughts surged within her mind, manifesting in a myriad of memories that did not belong to her. No, it would be inaccurate to call them memories. They were techniques, the skills of the Kagura masters. The flood of information caused Muyan's complexion to pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Little Bao watched his mother's pained expression with concern, wanting to speak but fearing it would disrupt her, so he gently wiped the sweat from her brow. He instinctively understood that his mother could not be interrupted at this moment. After about a quarter of an hour, Muyan finally slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a long breath. As the legacy space completely vanished, Muyan and Xiaobao found themselves in the pitch-black misty forest. "Mother!" Xiaobao exclaimed joyfully, clasping Muyan's neck tightly with his small hands, unwilling to let go. Muyan planted gentle kisses on Xiaobao's cheeks, her voice light and filled with delight as she said, "Xiaobao, we have struck gold this time." Xiaobao tilted his head, wearing a puzzled expression. This sight was undeniably adorable, prompting Muyan to shower him with several more kisses before continuing. Aunt Bai Li was indeed correct. The Xingu Master is an extraordinarily powerful entity. I can fully comprehend why those individuals would wish to eliminate the Xingu Master. The Xingu Master possesses all the skills of an ordinary musician, capable of enchanting minds and soothing spirits. However, it also wields an array of extraordinary abilities that ordinary musicians lack. For instance, the fundamental skill of transforming melodies into blades can be employed for both single-target and area attacks. When cultivated to a certain level, the Xingu Master can obliterate an army of thousands with merely a single instrument in the blink of an eye. Terrifying, isn't it? Yet, that is far from the most frightening aspect. The melodies of the Xingu Master not only serve as weapons, but also possess healing properties, the ability to concoct potions, forge weapons, and even stimulate the growth of mystical herbs. According to the memories of the legacy, infusing the sound of the instrument into elixirs or alchemical processes can amplify the properties of the medicine by several multiples. When toxins are catalyzed by the music and dispersed into the air, they can instantaneously annihilate an entire city. Muyan swallowed hard, momentarily choosing not to delve into the other abilities stored in her memories. Such wonders left her utterly astounded. Upon hearing Muyan's words, Xiaobao naturally declared, "Mother is the strongest. Even the divine musicians pale in comparison." Muyan was amused by her dear child's unwavering loyalty. With a gentle touch of her fingers on the Tianma Qin, Muyan, having received the inheritance of memories, instinctively learned to master the instrument. The Tianma Qin possessed a hidden space, and the one that acknowledged her as its master resided within her body. As her slender fingers made contact with the instrument, a mere thought caused the ancient Qin to vanish from her grasp. With a light laugh, Muyan asked Xiaobao, "Would you like to accompany Mother to an intriguing place?" Xiaobao wrapped his arms around Muyan's neck, expressionless yet with bright eyes, nodding in agreement. The pair, one large and one small, vanished into the forest. Suddenly, the light around them intensified, and Muyan found herself and Xiaobao in a vast expanse. She had never imagined such a magical realm existed. Hidden within her, it revealed itself as a grand world, complete with a sky adorned with clouds, lush green fields, and majestic palaces. Xiaobao was delighted, not running wildly but holding Muyan's hand, his eyes darting around in wonder. Just as Muyan intended to lead him to explore the palace inscribed with the words Tianma Palace, the space trembled slightly. This indicated an instability in the external air currents. Frowning, Muyan instructed, "Xiaobao, stay here obediently while Mother goes to investigate." Although Xiaobao longed to follow, he ultimately nodded in compliance. Unbeknownst to Muyan, at the very moment she began to absorb the memories of her inheritance, a disturbance rippled through the distant realm of the nine heavens, home to a powerful immortal. It was his arrival that incited the chaotic uprising of the beasts within the misty forest, causing even Muyan's space to be affected. "Your Majesty," a trembling voice resonated from the ground. The fate chart spun, and the legacy of the divine musician emerged. "Your Majesty, it seems your destined daughter has appeared." The elder, kneeling on the ground, lifted his gaze towards the man not far away. With an unparalleled handsome visage, the man's expression was as frigid as ice, his narrowed eyes glimmering with a luminous blue light. Suddenly, he rose and strode towards the door. The elder quavered, "Your Majesty, do you intend to receive the destined daughter?" "Receive her?" A scornful smile emerged on the man's coldly handsome face. "I have never believed in destiny. Since you do not believe, then naturally, she must be eliminated." The elder opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. As Muyan emerged from her space, she was greeted by a thunderous rumble from the ground. Intermingled with this were the chilling roars of beasts and the terrified, piercing screams of humans. Had all the strange creatures in the misty forest gone berserk? But why? Suddenly, Muyan felt a soft warmth at her feet. She looked down to find that the white-furred rabbit had awakened, nuzzling against her foot. Its round, pale pink eyes were concealed beneath its white fur, rendering its emotions indecipherable. Yet, the warmth of its body pressed against her foot seemed to tremble. "Are you frightened?" Muyan gently inquired. The rabbit instinctively pressed closer to her, its body trembling even more violently. A delicate smile graced Mayan's lips as she seized the rabbit and released it into her interdimensional space. It was, after all, her son's cherished pet and companion. She could not allow it to perish or be lost carelessly. Scarcely had she secured the rabbit when a more violent tremor convulsed the ground beneath her feet. The roars of beasts and the earth's tumultuous quaking drew ever nearer. Mayan's brow furrowed in concern. She grasped the vines hanging down the cliff's edge and nimbly ascended. With each surge of her Xian power, she leaped upwards, and within moments, she had scaled the cliff face. Despite the pervasive mist, her elevated vantage point afforded her a view of the frenzied exodus of exotic beasts. And the humans, treasure seekers who had ventured into the bewilderment of the forest, now reduced to mere mire beneath the creature's feet. Abruptly, Mayan's countenance shifted, and she whirled around. Behind her, a pack of immense, crimson-tailed wolves, each about half a human's height, materialized. 3, 5, 10, 100. In mere moments, the knoll where Muyan stood was besieged by scores of these red-tailed wolves. Her expression hardened as she retreated a step. From below the precipice came a chorus of squeaks. Turning her gaze downward, she beheld the cliff face she had just scaled, now swarming with a dense congregation of gigantic rodents. Muyan was now caught between an impassable front and relentless pursuers. Yet, in this dire predicament, a subtle smile played upon Muyan's lips, her eyes shimmering with captivating allure. In a swift, graceful motion, she produced an unassuming, time-worn zither. Her slender fingers danced across the strings, and an elegant, mellifluous melody filled the air, causing the advancing beasts to falter in their approach. The smile at the corners of Muyan's lips deepened. In this moment, surrounded by enemies and feeling utterly cornered, she gracefully lifted her garment and seated herself with poise. A chilling howl erupted from the leader of the wolves, its eyes bloodshot as it charged forward. Muyan curled her fingers slightly, creating a subtle ripple in the air. With a resounding clang, the crimson-tailed wolf let out a piercing wail as its belly was pierced, blood splattering forth. The pervasive scent of blood instantly awakened the ferocity within the beasts. The crimson-tailed wolves and the rodents roared in unison, surging towards Muyan with ferocious intent. With a slight raise of her eyebrow, Muyan's fingers quickened their movement across the strings. The 5 distinct musical scales, gong, shang, ju, ji, and yu, intertwined to form a symphony of fierce and murderous notes that flowed from her hands. Each note that resonated signified the unleashing of a wind blade, imbued with profound power capable of slaying a formidable crimson-tailed wolf in an instant. This was the fundamental group attack skill of the celestial demon zither. The melody transformed into blades. Atop a higher peak, the mist hung thick like an impenetrable ice, enveloping the atmosphere in a bone-chilling cold. Here stood the highest summit of the misty forest. Beyond the fog and frigid air lay suffocating miasma. Ordinary humans, even those endowed with innate strength, dared not tread upon this territory. Yet, at this very moment, 2 figures stood upon the summit, their expressions serene as if strolling leisurely through a garden. The monarch, it seemed, was unfazed by the rampaging beasts, as if they posed no threat to her. On a chilly night, Han Yi glanced at the handsome man beside him and cautiously inquired whether he should take action. However, upon this gaze, he found himself momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such an expression from his sovereign. Those eyes, usually cold and indifferent, as if dismissing all worldly matters, now seemed to ignite with two blazing flames. The intensity of his focus on the jungle below was fervent and captivating, akin to a beast that had discovered its most cherished prey. Han Yi felt a bit dazed. Was the sovereign gazing upon the heir of the divine musician? Was she truly the fated daughter? Yet, the look in his eyes hardly resembled that of someone intent on eliminating a burden. Just as he was about to speak, the music from below abruptly ceased. Han Yi looked down to see a woman clad in white sitting atop the cliff, surrounded by a multitude of wolf and rat carcasses. The cold winds of the forest howled like wraiths. Her snowy attire was splattered with crimson droplets, creating an eerie and bloody spectacle. However, when the woman lifted her head, revealing her languid yet breathtaking visage, even Han Yi, accustomed to the beauty of women, found himself holding his breath, unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. This woman, this fated daughter of the sovereign, while there were indeed women in the world more beautiful than she, Han Yi had never encountered anyone whose aura possessed such enchanting and unrestrained allure, captivating the soul. Suddenly, the woman below gently plucked the strings of her zither, her lips, pale from overexertion of her mystical powers, curling into a soft smile. Her melodious voice, intertwined with the zither's music, penetrated the thick fog. You have traveled a great distance, inciting the beasts of the misty forest to riot. Yet you remain an observer from afar, not even showing your face. Is that not a bit uncivilized? In the frigid night, Han Yi inhaled sharply. Your Majesty, she has discovered us. How could it be possible for an inconsequential woman from the mortal realm, devoid of even the slightest trace of spiritual power, to unveil their presence? Yet, before Han Yi could fathom this enigma, the man beside her had already vanished without a trace. Mu Yin gazed upward at the suddenly materialized man. His countenance was so strikingly handsome that it could mesmerize any woman in existence, particularly his eyes, which sparkled with a blue luminescence that made Mu Yan's heart skip a beat. They were a deep blue, reminiscent of Xiaobao's. However, the peculiar light in Mu Yan's eyes quickly dissipated, and with a slight arch of her brow, she pondered the identity of this mysterious figure. What had incited this beastly upheaval, and what were his intentions? The man lowered his gaze, fixating intently on her, his eyes ablaze with a flickering fire. As if regarding his prey, a flicker of unease surged within Mu Yin, a sensation of being coveted and controlled. Just as she prepared to speak, the man abruptly grasped her chin. In her moment of bewilderment, he bent down slowly, his icy, slender lips meeting Mu Yan's warm, soft ones. His deep, magnetic voice, laced with a hint of huskiness, resonated in her ears. You are mine. Mu Yan's eyes widened in shock, her entire being stiffening. Meanwhile, Han Yi, who had just arrived, nearly stumbled, almost tumbling off the edge of the cliff. Wait, what is His Majesty doing? Is he kissing the destined one and invoking the power of the oath? Hold on, my revered lord. Were we not dispatched to commit murder? Who was it that declared the chosen one a nuisance, suggesting she be eliminated? Has his memory failed him, or has the esteemed lord suffered amnesia? The man slowly straightened, a tender smile gracing his features as he gazed upon the bewildered girl beneath him. His fingers gently caressed the celestial demon lyre, his fingertips brushing against the barely visible inscription of her name. As if making a solemn vow, he reiterated, Jun Muyan mine. Muyan snapped back to reality, a surge of fury coursing through her veins as she recalled the preceding events. She raised her hand, ready to deliver a resounding slap. However, the instant her hand moved, the figure before her vanished like a phantom. The cliff's summit remained windswept and desolate, littered with corpses, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, a lingering sensation persisted on her lips. Had the recent events been merely a figment of her imagination? As Muyan stood in bewilderment, a figure suddenly flashed before her, and Little Treasure launched himself into her embrace. His small face was taut with displeasure, his sapphire eyes conveying a profound sense of discontent. "My darling, what's wrong?" Muyan inquired with concern. Little Treasure nestled closer to Muyan, then cupped her face in his hands, planting a firm kiss on each cheek. His icy, childlike voice declared with unwavering resolve, "Mother, mine." Muyan, having dismissed the peculiar man who had dared to trifle with her, Muyan led Little Treasure back into the sanctuary of their domain. Upon entering, they discovered the white-furred rabbit sprawled on its back in the meadow, fast asleep. Its posture bore little resemblance to that of a rabbit, instead mimicking a human's repose. Moreover, observing the rabbit blissfully slumbering, occasionally turning to nibble on the hay, it is evident that it is quite content with its surroundings. The expanse of the area is truly vast, particularly the extensive lawn, which makes Muyan contemplate that it could easily accommodate a large herd of horses. Holding Xiaobao's hand, she entered the palace inscribed with the words Sky Demon Hall. It became apparent to her that this place was less a palace and more akin to a grand library. The palace was circular and towered impressively. Looking up, one could see numerous bookshelves crafted from redwood. Regrettably, these shelves were mostly bare, with only a few tattered old books scattered here and there. In contrast, the floor of the palace was strewn with numerous open volumes, some of which had their pages torn out and carelessly discarded. Muyan gazed at the excessively high bookshelves, feeling somewhat speechless. Fortunately, there were not many books atop them, otherwise retrieving them would pose quite a challenge. "Mother?" Xiaobao called softly, his handsome little face betraying little emotion. "What shall we do?" Muyan crouched down to meet Xiaobao's gaze and smiled, explaining, "Mother needs to find some information because Aunt Bailey mentioned before her disappearance that the sky demon Zither has issues. Mother must find a way to repair it, and the solution should be found within this space. So, will you help Mother search for clues among the books?" Muyan's attitude towards her son has always been one of equality and respect. She would never treat him as merely a child to be kept in the dark, allowing him to play alone. Despite his mere 4 years, Xiaobao possessed remarkable intelligence. Under Muyan's tutelage, he had already mastered the recognition of a substantial portion of characters. Indeed, upon hearing Muyan's words, Xiaobao immediately nodded. "Xiaobao will assist Mother." His countenance remained icy, yet his cerulean irises sparkled brilliantly, rendering him exceptionally endearing. Consequently, Muyan and Xiaobao commenced the task of organizing the books, while simultaneously seeking a method to mend the celestial demon lyre. The majority of the books present consisted of inconsequential miscellanies. A few pertained to the art of crafting and alchemy, but the medicinal ingredients mentioned therein were entirely unfamiliar to Muyan. Beside her, Xiaobao, with a taut expression, diligently perused each book. Upon completing one, he intended to reach for another, only to discover a concealed book corner peeking out from beneath the bookshelf. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaobao, with a slight pout, retrieved the book. This particular corner was, in essence, a blind spot, rendering it difficult for others to detect even with deliberate searching. Unbeknownst to Muyan, she remained oblivious until she heard her son emit a soft exclamation of surprise. "Precious child, what is it?" Muyan inquired, assuming Xiaobao had encountered some peril, and promptly turned her gaze toward him. She beheld Xiaobao lifting his head, his exquisite face etched with bewilderment. "Mother, the contents of this book are incomprehensible to Xiaobao. What is television? What is an airplane? And what does transcendence signify?" Muyan paused, momentarily taken aback, and swiftly accepted the book from Xiaobao's grasp. Upon finishing the book, even Muyan, who had lived 2 lives, could not suppress a sigh of emotion. No wonder the clan of the divine musician was so formidable, as the founder of the Kagura Masters, Bai Luin, shared a similar fate with her, both having lived 2 lives. However, while she was reborn, Bai Luin was a soul from another world, who had borrowed a body in this realm through resurrection. The contents of this book were not profound secrets, but rather Bai Luin's personal notes. Within its pages were mentions of unfathomable things from Bai Luin's 21st century life, along with her longing for her homeland. Most delighting to Muyan was a map placed at the end of Bai Luin's notes. A red dot marked a location whereby Lien Luo claimed a method to repair the celestial demon Zither could be found. Muyan carefully put away Bai Liuyan's notes on the bookshelf. Then she embraced her son, planting kisses on his cheeks, expressing, "Thank you, Xiaobao. You helped your mother find what she sought. You truly are my lucky star." A subtle smile graced Xiaobao's face. Then, as if recalling something, his tiny brows furrowed slightly. He wrapped his arms around Muyan's neck, kissing her cheek, and said, "Xiaobao can help mother. Mother is mine." These words reminded Muyan of the rogue who had flirted with her, causing her teeth to itch slightly. However, seeing her son's adorable, jealous expression, she couldn't help but smile. "Yes, mother is Xiaobao's, and Xiaobao is mother's. Is that all right?" High above the 9 heavens, on the immortal cultivation continent, a tall man entered, and all within the hall prostrated themselves. The chosen one. High above the 9 heavens, on the immortal cultivation continent, a tall man entered, and all within the hall prostrated themselves. The elder raised his head, parting his lips as if to inquire about something. Yet, before he could utter a word, the man swiftly departed, leaving behind a tall, aloof silhouette. The last to enter, Han Yi, felt a disorienting haze envelop him, his steps unsteady. He sensed an urgent need for solitude, a moment to reflect upon the events that had just transpired. However, before he could contemplate slipping away, he was encircled by a throng of people. The elder, visibly anxious, asked, "Han Yi, how did the matter unfold? Did the sovereign truly slay the destined daughter? Was there any backlash from killing her?" Another person interjected urgently. Han Yi, his expression dazed, gazed at the assembly and shook his head. "No backlash?" The elder and the others exhaled in relief. Yet, Han Yi's countenance fluctuated between pale and flushed, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to stammer out 4 words. "The sovereign did not kill." Not only did he refrain from taking her life, but he had also audaciously flirted with the destined daughter. Following that, he had hastily fled the scene. Though his visage remained taut and the chill radiating from him showed no sign of abating, he swore he had indeed witnessed the sovereign's ears flush with color. He believed that if he were to recount the scenes he had observed, this group would surely deem him insane or consider him jesting. How could their sovereign, known for his coldness, rigidity, and ruthlessness, often likened by the women of the cultivation realm to a heart of stone, possibly engage in such flirtatious behavior? Yet, the sovereign's thoughts were forever obscured behind an impassive faade, leaving Han Yi bewildered as to their true meaning. He yearned for someone to elucidate the situation for him. As the frigid night deepened, and I was caught in the throes of frustration, the tall figure that had just departed reappeared in the hall. "Your Majesty," the assembly cried, prostrating themselves. The elder inquired, "Does your Majesty have any further directives?" The man's brow furrowed slightly, his countenance icy, as he declared with a resolute tone that echoed through the hall. "Issue an edict to completely expunge any knowledge of the divine musician's emergence into the world, whether in the realms of immortal cultivation or true cultivation. I wish for no one to know that the successor of the divine musician has appeared." The elder was taken aback. "Your Majesty, have you understood?" "Yes, understood." The elder, startled by the man's piercing gaze, hastily complied. His heart, however, was filled with bewilderment. How had it come to pass that the news of the divine musician's emergence was now to be suppressed? What, indeed, was His Majesty intending to do? Meanwhile, within the sanctuary of her personal dimension, Muyan had just begun to assimilate the inherited memories of the divine musician. She then emerged from the dimension with little treasure. Given the abundance of mystical beasts and the erratic fluctuations of Xian Qi within the misty forest, remaining within the dimension would have subjected it to instability. Moreover, she intended to seek out suitable locations to concoct Xian elixirs upon leaving the misty forest, eager to test the divine musician's alchemical prowess. Where else could one find a greater abundance of Xian herbs than within the misty forest itself? Muyan, hand in hand with Little Treasure, strolled leisurely through the forest. Perhaps due to Little Treasure's extraordinary fortune, Muyan had already gathered a considerable number of rare Xian herbs within a mere half-day. Overjoyed, she embraced her precious son and showered him with kisses. Just as she was about to set her son down, A resounding crash echoed from behind. From atop the towering precipice, muffled voices could be heard. There's no need for pursuit. A fall from this height ensures demise. He chuckled. Indeed. There was little reason for them to give chase, for within this labyrinthine forest, summoning aid would prove an insurmountable task. Let us depart. Narrowing her eyes, Muyan approached the blood-soaked man, accompanied by Xiaobao. He resembled more a cadaver than a living being, clinging precariously to life. Yet, as Muyan discerned the man's features, obscured by gore, her pupils contracted ever so slightly. It was the head guard of Luo Beiyu, a Xin-ranked master. Mother, Xiaobao whispered, glancing at Muyan, evidently recognizing the guard. Muyan gently patted her son's head, then retrieved her silver needles, piercing them into various acupoints on the guard's body. His life force had been utterly extinguished, his meridians shattered beyond repair. Resuscitation was an impossibility. Yet, as Muyan's needles took effect, his eyes fluttered open. Through blood-tinged vision, his gaze fell upon Muyan. His dim eyes ignited with a sudden, brilliant intensity. Miss Muyan, I implore you, save the third prince, save him. He is gone. Gong Qianxue. With that final, summoned breath expended, the guard succumbed to death. Though his demise must have been agonizing, a look of serene relief graced his blood-stained face, as if assured that, having found Muyan, his prince would be saved. Muyan's brow furrowed, a glint of icy resolve flickering in her eyes. It wasn't solely due to her hapless disciple's predicament, but also the poison afflicting the captain of the guard. With a mere glance, Muyan identified it as the Golden Rainbow sect's unique concoction, celestial mirage sand. Mother? Xiaobao clutched her hand, his expression questioning. Shall we endeavor to rescue him? Muyan gathered Xiaobao into her arms, a subtle curve gracing her lips. Indeed, we shall rescue your doltish apprentice. Despite his foolishness, he was still a disciple acknowledged by Muyan. No one could trifle with him as they pleased, especially when those who dared to lay a hand on her apprentice were none other than Gong Qianxue and the Golden Rainbow sect. Deep within the misty forest, Luo Beiyu was stripped bare and suspended from a tree. His exposed torso bore countless lacerations. Even his once formidable elementary stage, earth-grade cultivation aura had nearly dissipated into nothingness. His blood-smeared visage was a mask of apathy and despondency, as if he had long succumbed to despair, relinquishing any desire to live. Snap! Another lash landed upon his body. Wielding the whip was a gaunt, wizened man clad in yellow robes. To think, you are the esteemed third prince of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom. Can you truly resign yourself to becoming a mere shell of your former self? Luo Beiyu slowly raised his eyelids, a sardonic smile twisting his pale, chapped lips. Even if I were privy to my master's whereabouts, I would never divulge them. If you possess the ability, then kill me. At least I'll have Gong Qianxue accompanying me in death. I'd hardly consider that a loss. The old man furrowed his brow, and as he was about to speak, a chorus of pained moans echoed from the side. A man lay prostrate upon a rattan chair, his entire body festering and immobile. His lower torso was entirely immobilized, necessitating assistance even for basic bodily functions. His skin was marred by a proliferation of black pustules, which, upon rupturing, discharged a putrid, viscous fluid that coated his body. This individual was none other than Gong Qianxue. A single blow from Xiaobao had shattered his spine, rendering him a paraplegic, compounded by the effects of the poison. He was now subjected to a torment akin to being devoured by a swarm of ants. His current state, a grotesque parody of his former self, was a stark contrast to his once handsome and debonair demeanor. Even the serving maid attending to him, despite her best efforts, could not conceal her revulsion and dread. Ah, get out, get away, you vile creature. How dare you neglect your king? I shall slay you. With these words, Gong Qianxue seized the sword from a nearby guard and decapitated the maid. Her head was severed before she could utter a sound, and her life was extinguished in an instant. The blood splattered across Gong Qianxue's face and head, yet he only descended further into madness. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, were fixed upon Luo Beiyu as he roared with unbridled fury. Strike him. Beat him to death. I want him to beg for life and be unable to find solace in death. Hack off his limbs, Every last one. The yellow-robed elder cast a contemptuous glance at Gong Qianxue, yet addressed him with obsequious respect. Rest assured, Second Prince. We are acting under the orders of the sect master and shall certainly avenge you. Turning his gaze to Luo Beiyu, he revealed a malevolent grin and said, in the clutches of the Golden Rainbow sect, you believe death will come easily? Once we have severed your tendons and your xianqi has been utterly consumed by the heavenly poison mirage sand, you will be reduced to a mere husk, devoid of any power to resist. Subsequently, we shall consign you to the most squalid of dens within the black market, a veritable abyss where those of delicate mien, such as yourself, are held in highest demand, irrespective of gender. Those within that wretched hive possess myriad methods to ensure your compliance, even with his spirit already crushed. Upon hearing these words, Luo Beiyu was compelled to raise his head abruptly, bellowing, "Dare you? I am the third prince of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. You may take my life, but you shall not subject me to such ignominy. There exists naught beneath the heavens that the Golden Rainbow sect dares not undertake." With these words, the yellow-clad elder brandished his sword in a sweeping arc. Luo Beiyu emitted a cry of agony, his legs collapsing beneath him, rendered useless. His Achilles tendons had been severed. Well then, will you disclose the whereabouts of the mother and child? The yellow-clad elder inquired languidly. Should you persist in your silence, your hands shall be next. At that moment, Luo Beiyu clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a single word, though his eyes betrayed tears of humiliation and despair. The mere thought of a prince of his stature being reduced to a slave, to be trod upon at will within that wretched pit, filled him with a desire for immediate death. The yellow-clad elder scoffed, a most stubborn bone indeed. I, too, am curious to see how long your resolve shall endure. Chapter 51. Were you not seeking me? Just as the sword was poised to strike a second blow from a distant direction, the ethereal strains of a zither drifted upon the air. The music was so enchanting, so exquisite, that all present, including the yellow-clad elder's henchmen, as well as Gong Qianxue's attendants and handmaidens, were enraptured. A sense of foreboding washed over the yellow-clad elder, and he struggled to regain his composure. Yet, his spirit was immediately captivated by the melody, his equine, gaunt visage betraying an expression of rapture. Unnoticed by all, the music underwent an abrupt transformation, shifting from melodious and enchanting to fervent and martial. Suddenly, a guard seized his blade, viciously striking down his comrade. Blood splattered. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Furious cries echoed amidst the throng, each face contorted into a grotesque mask, as if possessed, indiscriminately hacking at those nearby. It was only when the tepid blood spattered upon his face that the yellow-robed elder abruptly regained his senses. Cease at once. A furious roar, imbued with celestial Xian power, reverberated forth, instantly severing the music's hold and halting the frenzied slaughter of the surrounding crowd. Each individual wore a bewildered expression, as if utterly oblivious to their recent actions. The yellow-robed elder's countenance was exceedingly grim as he turned towards the source of the sound, coldly stating, "Your mastery of sonic assault is so refined. Could it be that you are a distinguished disciple of the palace? I wonder why you would antagonize my Golden Rainbow sect?" Far off, a white-clad maiden figure emerged slowly from the mist. Her garments bore traces of blood, her left hand cradling an unassuming ancient zither and her right hand holding a small, exquisitely carved jade doll. Though unadorned and clad in disarray, the maiden's upturned countenance, with its bewitching allure, effortlessly commanded attention, momentarily stealing the breath of onlookers. A delicate smile graced Muyan's lips as she inquired, "Were you not the one seeking my presence?" The ochre-robed elder's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze shifting from Muyan's visage to the child, a palpable intent to kill flickering within his eyes. Could this be the youngest celestial realm powerhouse, whose elimination the sect leader had so urgently decreed? On that fateful day, Gong Qianxue's subordinates had pursued her to the cliff's edge, only to find no trace, not even a single drop of blood. Subsequent reports indicated that a mere toddler of 4 or 5 had been responsible for crippling Gong Qianxue. leading Gong Qianxue to immediately suspect the very same imp who had pilfered her sacred beast egg. Urgent matters compelled Gong Qianxue's immediate departure. Upon sighting Mu Yan and the child, Gong Qianting erupted in a shrill cry. "Harlot! It was you who ruined me. Seize her at once. Along with that cur by her side. I shall flay that whelp alive." Before Gong Qianting could complete his tirade, Mu Yan gently plucked a string on her zither. His open-mouthed invective abruptly ceased, his features contorting in excruciating agony. Then, with a soft thud, a crimson object tumbled from his maw to the ground. Simultaneously, a torrent of blood gushed forth from Gong Qianting's mouth. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized that the fallen object was none other than a severed tongue. The ochre-robed elder's countenance darkened as he spat through gritted teeth. "Indeed, your ruthlessness knows no bounds." With a delicate pluck of the zither strings, Mu Yan severed the bonds restraining Luo Beiyu. Swift as a lightning strike, Xiaobao darted forth, whisking the bloodied Luo Beiyu to Mu Yan's side in the blink of an eye. He promptly administered a mystical elixir to Luo Beiyu. Luo Beiyu's vision swam into focus, and upon recognizing Mu Yan and Xiaobao, his eyes welled with tears. His voice, thick with emotion, choked out, "Master, junior brother, slay me now and flee. I cannot bear to live as a cripple, enduring humiliation, nor do I wish to endanger you." They are the Golden Rainbow Sect, a notorious assassin organization from the martial arts continent. I implore you, do not let me be your undoing. A swift blow from Xiaobao's fist silenced him, rendering him unconscious. The icy visage of the young boy betrayed his annoyance as he uttered, "Too noisy." Mu Yan chuckled softly, turning her gaze upon the yellow-robed elder. With measured cadence, she remarked, "When it comes to ruthless cruelty, few dare rival the Golden Rainbow Sect. The annihilation of entire families over the slightest offense is a practice you have indulged in for years, is it not?" The yellow-robed elder responded with haughty amusement. "Since you are aware, then know this. Incurring the wrath of the Golden Rainbow Sect is a path to ruin." Mu Yan entrusted the zither to Xiaobao's care and, seizing a sword from the ground, flashed a radiant smile. Serendipitously, she declared, "Those are precisely the words I wished to convey. To offend me is to invite a fate far worse." Despite the presence of the child, the individual before him appeared no older than 17 or 18. In the eyes of the yellow-robed elder, she was merely an inexperienced girl. Had Mu Yan wielded her zither, he might have felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the notion of this maiden attempting to best him with a sword was, in his estimation, utterly ludicrous. How dare a mere slip of a girl threaten this old man? "Do you have any idea that my cultivation has already reached the advanced stage of the celestial rank? Such ignorance will come at a price." A brief moment later, the yellow-robed elder stared at the sword pointed at his neck, his body trembling, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror. "Impossible. This is impossible. Innate. How could you possibly be an innate martial artist? A teenage girl, an innate martial artist, who would believe it? Who could believe it? How many innate martial artists are there in the entire Yanwu continent? Which one of them isn't in their 70s or 80s, or even over 100 years old? A 22-year-old celestial rank martial artist, Gong Qianting, is already shocking the world. But what if the name of this 18-year-old innate martial artist spreads? Oh? Mu Yan curled her lips, smiling noncommittally. "So, you're going to betray your employer and surrender to me?" Yes. But what if your employer doesn't agree?" Mu Yan glanced at Gong Qianting, who was sitting on the wrought-tin chair with a face full of fear. The yellow-robed elder didn't even struggle for a moment, and said coldly, "Just kill him. Without an employer, there is naturally no mission failure." The yellow-robed elder gritted his teeth and walked towards Gong Qianting with his sword. Ugh. Woo-woo. Gong Qianting desperately tried to retreat, but his body was unable to move at all. Finally, the sword in the yellow-robed elder's hand pierced into Gong Qianting's heart with a soft thud. Then, his movements did not stop, and in just a few breaths, he killed all of Gong Qianting's guards and maids. Wiping away the blood splattered across his face, the elderly man in yellow slightly bowed, his expression one of humility as he spoke. "Surely, young lady, you can now believe in my sincerity? You may trust me. Should you choose to collaborate with our Golden Rainbow Sect, you will undoubtedly reap unexpected benefits." Muyan leisurely strolled to Xiaobao, gently patting his little head before she chuckled lightly. Truly, you are indeed a member of the Golden Rainbow sect, capable of dispatching even your own sect leader's brother with such efficiency. What? The elderly man's countenance shifted dramatically, just as he was about to utter another word. A long sword suddenly flew toward him. His eyes widened in shock as he attempted to evade it, yet the blade, infused with formidable mystical energy, zipped toward him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him no room to escape. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced his neck, transfixing him firmly against the tree trunk. In his final moments, the old man remained wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Muyan swiftly stored away the heavenly demon Zither and the unconscious Luo Beiyu into her spatial realm, cradling Xiaobao as she gracefully departed, her figure gradually fading into the dense mist. Collaborate with the Golden Rainbow sect? How what is there to collaborate on with a sect that is on the brink of vanishing from this world? In the skies above, on the immortal cultivation continent, Han Yi had been enduring a rather trying time lately, as he was eager to share the astonishing spectacle he had witnessed on the martial arts continent. Yet none of his companions believed him. Old Chong. As Han Yi turned around, he was taken aback to see the elders standing silently behind him, accompanied by a beautiful girl clad in pink. His perplexed expression transformed into one of astonishment. You, what brings you here? Elder Chong disregarded him and led the girl in the pink attire towards the prince's chamber. Wait, Elder Chong, what are you doing? Are you not aware that women are forbidden to enter the prince's palace? Elder Chong cast him a sidelong glance and retorted. Did you not inform me that the prince has developed a desire for women? Since he seeks companionship, it is only natural for me to alleviate his burdens. How could I allow him to suffer in silence? Without waiting for Han Ye's reaction, he pushed open the palace door, accompanied by the bashful and delighted young lady. Han Yi was left in disarray, exclaiming, when did I ever say that the prince had such desires? The prince had merely shared a fleeting kiss. They had not even held hands. How could this be construed as desire? Yet, the palace door slowly began to close before him. Han Yi swallowed hard, contemplating whether the prince had truly awakened to his feelings. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The heavy palace door shattered violently into two, collapsing entirely. Alongside the door, Elder Chong and the pink-clad girl were unceremoniously ejected. The once alluring girl was now charred and in a state of utter disarray. From within the open door, the prince's icy voice resonated. Chongying, I see you are growing impatient with life. An engagement? Elder Chong trembled as he rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Han Yi. Is this what you meant by the prince desiring women? Han Yi protested. When did I ever say such a thing? Meanwhile, the onlookers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their faces brimming with schadenfreude as they beheld the pink-clad girl, now in a pitiful state on the ground. The sovereign remains as heartless and cold as ever, truly a figure of iron and stone. Indeed, Han Yi. Do you still wish to deceive us into believing that the sovereign has developed feelings for the destined maiden? It would suffice if the sovereign simply chose to end her life. As they spoke, a tall figure slowly emerged from within the palace gates. We pay our respects to the sovereign. The crowd respectfully knelt upon the ground. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to their presence. Striding past them directly towards the direction of the Qianxue mirror, a sudden apprehension gripped Han Ye's heart. Sovereign, are you intending to descend to the mortal realm? Elder Chong could not restrain his curiosity. What is your purpose, sovereign? Why venture once more to the martial continent? Thud, thud, thud. This was the sound of a multitude kneeling in unison. Foolish mortals. I warned you, yet you refused to believe. Now do you understand? The sovereign is even preparing to propose. Wait, propose. The sovereign intends to propose to the destined maiden. The flickering candlelight danced in the darkness. In its glow, a slender figure sat by the window, engrossed in reading something. Long, dark hair cascaded down from her temples, swaying gently with the breeze, framing her snow-like visage. Her thick lashes and soft, pale lips resembled a timeless, tranquil, and exquisite ancient painting. Luo Beiyu awoke from intense pain, his eyes groggily opening to reveal this stunning and surreal scene before him. Recalling the harrowing sight of his subordinates being mercilessly slain by the minions of Gong Qianxue and Jin Hongmen, he remembered the excruciating torment of being suspended, gradually poisoned until his cultivation was obliterated, and the agony of severed tendons in his legs. Furthermore, the final, melodious strains of music intertwined with a familiar voice that resonated in his ears like an ethereal melody. Luo Beiyu's eyes brimmed with moisture, and he parted his lips to utter a hoarse 2 syllables, "Master." He had never imagined that in his most desperate moment, the one who would come to his rescue would be the very master he had hastily acknowledged. Upon hearing his voice, Muyan closed the notebook she held, titled Bailey Luin, and approached him. "How do you feel now?" Her voice was clear and refined, imbued with an unhurried calmness that gradually soothed Luo Beiyu's heart, which had been overwhelmed with pain and sorrow. Muyan raised an eyebrow at his response, tapping the rolled-up book in her hand, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, so you don't require assistance in restoring your cultivation or reattaching the tendons in your legs. How foolish of me to have studied for so long." She paused. "Very well. If you are reluctant to undergo treatment, I shall send you away." Wait a moment." Luo Beiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, what did you just say?" Muyan chuckled lightly. "I said nothing at all." "No, master. You did say something. You mentioned that you could restore my cultivation and reattach my tendons, didn't you?" Luo Beiyu struggled to rise from his bed, his voice tinged with excitement, almost transforming into a cry. Yet, in this moment of despair, he glimpsed a flicker of hope. How could he possibly remain composed? The petite figure of the little one entered the room, his handsome face adorned with an icy expression, devoid of any emotion. In his hand, he carried a food box that towered over him, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to its weight and burden. Effortlessly approaching Muyan and looking up to say, "Mother, it's time to eat." "Indeed, my dear little one, you are so obedient," Muyan responded, leaning down to plant a kiss on her son's cheek. She proceeded to unpack the contents of the food box, arranging the dishes on the table. The little one instinctively seated himself beside Muyan, meticulously selecting her favorite dishes while maintaining a serious demeanor, admonishing, "Mother, please eat slowly." Nearby, Luo Beiyu, filled with anticipation, hope, anxiety, and trepidation, could not help but stare in disbelief at the scene before him. Wait a moment. Has the dynamic between you two been reversed? Shouldn't it be Muyan attending to the little one's needs, preparing meals, and serving him his preferred dishes? Why has the entire scenario turned upside down? "Master, junior brother you." Luo Beiyu swallowed hard, his words faltering. As Muyan savored her meal, she remarked, "Little one, your senior brother has yet to eat. Please prepare a portion for him as well." With an impassive expression, the little one haphazardly selected a few dishes, placing a bowl of rice in front of Luo Beiyu without uttering a word of encouragement, leaving behind only his small, noble, and aloof silhouette. After returning to his seat, he even brought a plate of beef to Muyan, saying in a frosty yet tender tone, "Mother, do eat more." Luo Beiyu was utterly speechless, pondering the stark disparity in treatment between them. "Master, is it true that you can heal me?" Muyan inquired after taking a sip of rice and clear tea. Cradling her son's soft and fragrant body in her arms, she contentedly continued, "What? Do you not believe me?" No, I believe. Whatever the master says, I believe." Muyan set down her teacup and spoke again. "However, there is a question." What question?" Luo Beiyu's heart raced with anticipation. "The process may be somewhat painful." Luo Beiyu's supporting hand gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the bed. "Master, I beseech you, do not tease your disciple any longer. I fear not even death. What pain could possibly frighten me? My dear disciple, since you possess such resolve, that is truly splendid. I have been seeking a suitable opportunity to practice. Having tested on chicken legs, my dear disciple, since you possess such resolve, that is truly splendid. I have been seeking a suitable opportunity to practice." Upon hearing his words, a radiant and satisfied smile finally illuminated Muyan's face, enhancing her beauty to an enchanting degree, captivating the heart and mind. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Luo Beiyu felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed upon her delicate visage, an ominous premonition stirring within him. In truth, the heavenly poison illusion sand that afflicted Luo Beiyu was not difficult to remedy. Mu Yin need not employ the skills of a divine musician. With her innate medical expertise, she could gradually eliminate the toxins from Luo Beiyu's dantian over a matter of months. However, the process would be somewhat protracted and painful. The troublesome aspect lay in Luo Beiyu's severed tendons, in the cherished memories of the Kagura master. There indeed exists a miraculous medical art capable of revitalizing meridians and even resurrecting the deceased. However, the prerequisites for such mastery are exceedingly stringent, requiring the utilization of spiritual energy to manipulate the celestial demon Zither. At present, Mu Yin possesses only profound energy. She has never even heard of spiritual energy, let alone wield it. Yet, within the Kagura master's legacy, she discovered pertinent information in by Lu Yin's notes. This knowledge hails from the 21st century, a peculiar temporal realm wherein an astonishing medical technique is employed, surgical procedures. Luo Beiyu lay anxiously upon the bed, casting glances towards Mu Yin, who was meticulously handling an assortment of bizarre instruments retrieved from the space, all while engrossed in a book. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Beiyu inquired, "Master, what are you reading?" "Ah, I am reviewing the operational procedures." "What? What operational procedures?" Luo Beiyu's complexion drained of color, his ominous foreboding intensifying. Mu Yin lifted her gaze, her exquisite visage illuminated by a radiant smile. "As for this surgery, I have never performed it before and am not yet familiar with the steps, so I plan to reinforce my understanding prior to commencing. But do not worry, for I have just practiced on a chicken leg, and I believe it should be fine. Hopefully, reinforcing the operational procedures before the surgery and experimenting on a chicken leg." Luo Beiyu's vision darkened as he exclaimed, "Master, I am a human, not a chicken leg. Please, do take care," he cautioned. As the young disciple, with a swift punch, silenced him immediately. With an impassive expression, he raised his delicate face and uttered 2 words, too loud. Mu Yin nodded with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, her son had acted wisely, sparing her the need to anesthetize him. As she spoke, she planted a hearty kiss on her beloved son's cheek. Little Bao's eyes curved slightly, and his deep blue irises shimmered with a beauty reminiscent of the sky. An hour later, Luo Beiyu awoke to a sharp, piercing pain in his feet. He gasped in agony, particularly when he attempted to move them, causing him to bounce on the bed in distress. However, the pain was soon eclipsed by an overwhelming joy. "Master, my feet, I can feel my feet," he exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Did this signify that he would not be rendered disabled? Mu Yin, having cleaned her hands and put away the surgical instruments into her spatial storage, smiled and said, "I have already informed the Lord of Yulan City. Shortly, individuals from the Qian Kingdom will come to escort you. I have prepared a 3-month supply of the antidote for the Jietian Huandu poison. Remember to take it in proper doses and at regular intervals." "Mother, where are we going?" Luo Beiyu asked, coming to his senses amidst his excitement. "Master, are you leaving?" Mu Yin nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a tranquil resolve. "No gathering lasts forever." She chuckled lightly. "Who said I was killing them for your sake?" Luo Beiyu stood momentarily stunned. A melodious and ethereal voice continued, "Regardless of your presence, I shall not spare those of the Golden Rainbow Gate. Thus, foolish disciple, until we meet again. Xiaobao, let us depart." Xiaobao obediently extended his delicate, pale hand for Mu Yin to grasp. The mother and son disregarded the astonished and bewildered Luo Beiyu, gliding away gracefully. Before Luo Beiyu could utter a word of inquiry, their figures had vanished entirely beyond the threshold. Xiaobao lifted his gaze towards Mu Yin, sensing an unusual aura about her. Though her enchanting and languid smile remained upon her exquisite visage, a chilling glint flickered within her bright, peach blossom eyes. "Mother, where are we going?" Xiaobao could not help but inquire. Mu Yin lowered her head, offering a radiant smile to her son. "Mother is going to eradicate the roots." As night fell, the sky was cloaked in a dim haze. Situated at the juncture of the Qian Kingdom and the Jingxing Kingdom, this area had once been a desolate outskirts. However, 7 or 8 years prior, a tea house named Pleasure Grove was established. Although it was called a tea house, the premises were vast, featuring an array of fine wines, exquisite dishes, and captivating women, alongside opportunities for gambling and entertainment, attracting many hurried martial artists who lingered to indulge. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this seemingly vibrant haven was, in fact, the headquarters of the foremost assassin organization of the Qian Kingdom, Golden Rainbow Gate. Pleasure Grove was divided into 2 levels. The outer layer served as a realm of indulgence for guests, while the inner sanctum was a place where members of the Golden Rainbow Gate engaged in leisure and release after the completion of their missions. At this moment, in an expansive square beneath the open sky, a throng of men, bare-chested and brazen, gathered together, emitting raucous and debauched laughter. Before them stood a number of entranced young maidens, their eyes glazed and bewildered, tearing at their own garments. "I feel so unwell. Give me the drug. Quickly, give me the drug." The girls cried out in anguish, their clothes in tatters, yet their eyes were filled with torment and despair. The assassins of the Golden Rainbow Gate laughed with increasing arrogance. "Do you want the drug? Then kneel and lick our feet. Ha ha ha." Reluctantly, the maidens succumbed to the overpowering effects of the drug coursing through their veins, leaving them in unbearable agony. Tears glistened in their eyes as they were compelled to kneel and crawl like dogs, licking the feet of their tormentors, who reveled in their humiliation. The laughter of the assassins grew louder. This was the preferred pastime of the disciples of the Golden Rainbow Gate, to abduct innocent women, administer an addictive substance known as the carefree powder, and strip them of their very essence, reducing them to mere playthings. Though their hearts burned with hatred, the anguish induced by the drug forced the maidens to bow their heads in submission. "Haraha, Luer, you have no idea. Among these girls are some from noble families. When they were captured, they acted like paragons of virtue, yet before the carefree powder, they have become this wretched sight." As he spoke, one of the assassins seized the chin of a girl at his feet, exhaling the stench of alcohol, and boasted, "Isn't that right, you wretched creature?" Tears of despair streamed down the young girl's face, yet she could not suppress the shameful moans that escaped her lips. At that moment, something began to fall from the sky, drifting down like petals. Pink, delicate fragments descended, landing upon the ground and upon the faces and bodies of the assassins. No, this could not be petals. Yet there were no flowering trees in the square, so from where could these petals have come? As the crowd stood in astonishment, a melodious sound of a lute drifted from the distant horizon. The tinkling notes resonated like jewels cascading upon a frozen surface, akin to the gentle flow of water caressing the mountains and valleys. The music grew nearer, more enchanting with each passing moment, transforming from the sounds of flowing waters into the soft, melodious tones of Wu Nong dialect. The assassins of the Golden Rainbow Gate displayed expressions of rapture. Their eyes glazed as they gazed toward the source of the enchanting melody. The petals fell in a flurry, increasing in number and speed, nearly covering every inch of the assassins. Suddenly, amidst the swirling petals, a figure clad in white descended gracefully from the rooftop, resembling snow. The cool breeze billowed her pristine garments, accentuating the girl's translucent beauty and exquisite features, leaving the assassins below utterly mesmerized. Some stood with mouths agape, oblivious to the drool trickling down their chins. Others shoved aside the ravished girl in their arms, murmuring in a daze, "I desire this beauty." The girl in white finally touched the ground, her hair gently swaying, petals swirling around her, and a soft smile gracing her lips. She appeared like a beautiful celestial being who had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as eyes bulged, tinged with a feral crimson. Some, unable to restrain themselves, staggered forward, lascivious hands reaching for the maiden's flawless visage. A deeper smile graced the white-clad girl's lips as her alabaster fingers delicately plucked a string. A thunderous report echoed as the assassin closest to her erupted in a macabre display of crimson mist, collapsing lifelessly. The sudden violence jolted the entranced killers from their stupor. A cry of alarm pierced the air. "Who are you? How dare you?" Another string vibrated. Another explosion. The speaker's body disintegrated, mirroring the fate of the first, reduced to an unrecognizable mass of gore in the blink of an eye. What are you? How is she killing us?" "The petals. The petals on us are laced with arcane poison. Get them off." Chaos erupted in the square as the Golden Rainbow sect assassins descended into pandemonium, frantically attempting to brush off the innocuous pink petals. The beauty they had perceived moments before was now replaced with stark terror, and the ethereal maiden in white had transformed into a chilling harbinger of death. 059. A determined pursuit. Muyan observed their frantic terror, her gaze sweeping over the weeping, suffering girls scattered on the ground. A frigid smile touched her lips. In this life, as in the last, the depravity of these beasts remained unchanged. She does not particularly relish the torment of others, nor the despair of witnessing their suffering to the point of death. Today, however, she shall undoubtedly fulfill their fate. Her slender, crystalline fingers languidly dance across the strings of the zither, accompanied by the piercing screams and lamentations that fill the air. The heavenly devil zither emits melodious notes that resonate with the heart, akin to its mistress, who leisurely revels in this grand slaughter. Immersed in her murderous intent, Muyan remains oblivious to the pair of fervent eyes in the void, fixated upon her, their gaze simmering with an unprecedented desire and an unyielding dominance. Throughout his life, he harbored disdain and detachment towards women. Yet, upon laying eyes on her for the first time, his heart surged uncontrollably, his blood boiling as if it were set ablaze. It was as if this woman was destined to belong to him. Her presence suddenly filled the void of his previously desolate existence. If their initial encounter merely stirred the strings of his heart with an insatiable longing, now, as he observes the enchanting girl, smiling amidst a rain of pink petals while skillfully plucking the strings to take lives, the flames of desire and passion within him burn uncontrollably. Even his cold, silent body harbors a certain madness, yearning to possess this woman, to fiercely embrace her and invade her being. "Muyan, you are destined to be mine." A low, husky voice escapes his lips, his dark eyes deepening with an ominous intensity. In the opulent residence at the innermost part of the Golden Rainbow Gate, Gu Changming reclines in an armchair, perusing the intelligence he has just received, a frown creasing his brow. "Deputy Master, what troubles you?" Standing nearby, Master Ren noticed the unusual expression on Gu Changming's face and could not help but inquire. Gu Changming frowned slightly and replied, "All the personnel searching for that celestial child have lost contact." "How is that possible?" Master Ren exclaimed. "Even if it is a celestial being, he is merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. Among our dispatched members, there are celestial masters and several at the pinnacle of the earthly level." Agitated, Gu Changming crumpled the information in his hand and solemnly asked, "How is the masteress condition?" Although Gu Changming was the nominal leader of the Golden Rainbow sect, the true master was Gong Qianxue. Every member of the sect, including Gu Changming, was under the control of Gong Qianxue through mysterious drugs. Thus, they dreaded the consequences of failing in their duties, fearing Gong Qianxue's severe punishment. The expressions of both Gu Changming and Master Ren darkened considerably. Master Ren optimistically suggested, "Perhaps the master will not be too angry? After all, we have all done our best." "Huh, not angry." Gu Changming scoffed with a sardonic smile. "You have not witnessed her fury from 4 years ago. At that time, several of my trusted subordinates were slain, and I was gravely injured myself. Gong Qianxue had suddenly summoned them, instructing them to extract the fetus from a pregnant woman and deliver it to her. At that moment, Gu Changming was not yet the nominal leader of the Golden Rainbow sect, but he was primarily responsible for that task. He had believed everything would go smoothly, considering the pregnant girl was so frail and posed no resistance whatsoever. To his astonishment, it ultimately transpired that the girl was undoubtedly dead, after all. A defenseless pregnant woman could not have evaded their encirclement without retreating into the depths of the mountains, where her fate was inevitably sealed. Gu Changming was lost in thought, completely oblivious to Ren Tongzhu's departure. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from Ren Tangzhu pierced his reverie. "Who are you?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding crash reverberated through the air as a dark shadow hurtled towards him. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground at his feet. Ren Tangzhu's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if to utter something, yet blood surged from his throat, causing his head to tilt and rendering him breathless in an instant. Gu Changming, both alarmed and enraged, swiftly raised his gaze, only to behold a girl clad in garments as white as snow, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, gracefully stepping into the room. The ground beneath her was soaked with Ren Tangzhu's blood, yet, amidst this macabre scene, she emanated an aura of inviolable sanctity. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my sacred ground of Qianxue Forest?" Gu Changming demanded with a fierce tone. In response, the girl slowly curled her lips into a smile. Her once pure and ethereal demeanor transformed instantaneously, reminiscent of a Tianshan snow lotus morphing into the beguiling and perilous blossoms of the other shore. "Apologies for the late-night intrusion. I hope the esteemed leader of the Jinhong sect does not take offense." Her voice, akin to the delicate clash of ice and jade, was melodious and enchanting. Gu Changming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. "How do you know I am from the Jinhong sect? How do you know you are the leader of the Jinhong sect?" Muyan let out a light laugh, raising her gaze to meet his. "Not only do I know you are the leader of the Golden Rainbow sect, but I am also aware that the sect is on the verge of vanishing from this world." Under the piercing, snow-like clarity of her eyes, Gu Changming inexplicably shivered. He struggled to steady himself and asked, "What do you mean by that, young lady?" "It means that today, I shall extinguish the Golden Rainbow sect entirely." Gu Changming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, though a fierce anger ignited within his eyes. "You truly have a grandiose opinion of yourself. Many have sought to obliterate my Golden Rainbow sect, yet none have succeeded. How audacious for one so young to speak such words. I am keen to see if you possess the capability to back them up." Before he could finish his taunt, his attack surged forth like a thunderclap, crashing toward Muyan. A formidable and domineering aura emanated from him, and even an ordinary person standing 10 meters away would tremble under such overwhelming pressure. Gu Changming's eyes were filled with murderous intent and unwavering confidence. As a peak-tier celestial realm expert, he was bound by his allegiance to Gong Qianxue's wealth and control over elixirs, fearing betrayal. "Who exactly are you?" he pondered. Yet, he brimmed with confidence in his own talents and strength, dismissing Gong Qianxue entirely. The so-called genius of the martial arts continent was merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm. The girl before him appeared several years younger than Gong Qianxue. How could she possibly be his match? As the powerful palm strike bore down upon her, Muyan remained composed and unperturbed. The delicate hands, resembling white jade, were slightly raised as the mysterious energy flowed within her body. She directed her force towards the approaching Gu Changming with a resolute push. A thunderous clash echoed through the air as their powers collided. A triumphant smile emerged on Gu Changming's face, for he thought, "Surely this woman must be foolish to challenge me directly in a contest of energy." Yet, just as the smile began to bloom, it froze abruptly. Gu Changming staggered back several paces, clutching his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the young girl before him. His voice hoarse with shock and incredulity. You are a congenital master? How is this possible?" Indeed, how could a girl in her teens possess such formidable innate power? Muyan chuckled softly, leisurely replying, "You have done well for yourself. After years apart, not only have you become the leader of the Golden Rainbow sect, but your strength has also ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial level." As he absorbed her familiar tone, Gu Changming's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Who exactly are you? Why don't you take a guess?" Muyan responded nonchalantly with a smile. "By the way, allow me to inform you, Master Gu, that I have already dealt with all the nuisances outside. The only one left now is you. We have plenty of time to converse." Her casual demeanor belied the gravity of her words, yet to Gu Changming's ears, it was akin to a thunderclap. "What did you say?" he bellowed, his voice turning sharp with overwhelming fear. Suddenly, he dashed out of the room like lightning, racing toward the plaza. Mu Yan's demeanor was one of eerie calm. She showed no inclination to stop him, instead leisurely following in his wake. 1 corpse, 2 corpses, 10 corpses. As the gruesome bodies multiplied before him, Gu Changming's expression morphed into one of increasing horror and dread. His Golden Rainbow sect, nurtured for 7 or 8 years, had painstakingly risen to become the foremost assassins organization in the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Yet, astonishingly, in a single night, this woman had obliterated them all. You treacherous vixen, what enmity or grievance does my Golden Rainbow sect hold against you, that you would be so ruthless? A delicate smile graced Mu Yan's lips, enchanting yet chilling. Her eyes glinted with a frostiness that could freeze the very marrow. The Golden Rainbow sect and I share an irreconcilable enmity. With a graceful flick of her jade-like wrist, a sword materialized in her grasp. And with a subtle infusion of energy, she made a swift slash. Instantly, a gash opened on Gu Changming's body, blood gushing forth. Who exactly are you? Gu Changming bellowed hoarsely while desperately evading her counterattacks. Mu Yan scoffed. The leader of the sect has a poor memory. Have you forgotten me so soon? No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed a second strike, leaving a bloody hole in Gu Changming's shoulder. He emitted a pained wail, his eyes ablaze with rage and terror as they fixated on Mu Yan. I have no recollection of the Golden Rainbow sect harboring an enemy such as you. Mu Yan's expression turned regretful as she shook her head, saying, What a pity, Leader Gu, you have guessed incorrectly once again. With the third slash, Gu Changming's hand, which had intended to draw his dagger, was suddenly met with a spray of blood, half of his palm severed. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the air. The cry of the Lord of the Demon was truly heart-wrenching. Mu Yan leisurely remarked, How about I offer you a hint? For years ago, in the Crimson Flame Kingdom, at the Valley of the Nameless, Gu Changming clutched the wrist of his hand, which had lost half its palm, his entire body trembling in spasms, the excruciating pain rendering his mind unfocused. Yet, upon hearing Mu Yan's words, he abruptly lifted his head, fixating his gaze intently upon her face. Suddenly, his blood-stained pupils constricted sharply, and Gu Changming gasped in horror. Jun Muyan. You are Jun Muyan, the woman who was pregnant 4 years ago. However, just as quickly, he began to shake his head violently, howling in a frenzy. Impossible. How can it be you? Jun Muyan. Weren't you supposed to be dead? As Gu Changming beheld the girl's radiant smile and her eyes, dark as an unfathomable abyss, a genuine terror surged within him. He sank to his knees, crawling backward while murmuring in fear, Please don't kill me. The events of that year were instigated by Gong Qianxue. They have nothing to do with me. It wasn't me. I didn't want to harm your child. As he retreated, Gu Changming's hand sought the small of his back, where his last weapon was concealed, the exclusive poison of the Golden Rainbow sect, the heavenly poison mirage sand. This was a concoction specially crafted by the master alchemist of the Tiandao sect, Jian Feng, and gifted to Gong Qianxue. Even an innate martial artist would find no escape from the potency of the heavenly poison mirage sand. As Mu Yan listened to Gu Changming's plea for mercy, her eyes narrowed, and her smile deepened as she observed him furtively reaching behind his back. Just as Gu Changming was about to retrieve the heavenly poison mirage sand, a dark silhouette flashed between them. Bang! Following the resounding crash, Gu Changming's form underwent rapid expansion before erupting in a violent explosion, scattering flesh and viscera in every direction. Caught off guard, Mu Yan narrowly avoided being splattered by the gore. However, a tall and slender figure instantly enveloped her, shielding her from the flying filth. An aura of chilling intensity and potent masculinity washed over her, completely engulfing her senses. Taken aback, Mu Yan had barely registered the event when the man's deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Mu Yan. It was merely a soft murmur, uttering her name, yet it seemed to encapsulate a myriad of emotions and desires. The warm breath caressed her ear, sending a tingling shiver down her spine. He then cast his gaze towards the area where Gu Changming had stood moments before. Upon witnessing the man's remains, reduced to a pile of shattered bones and entrails, Mu Yan's complexion turned ashen. Who authorized you to kill him? she demanded. Her prey, the first she had managed to ensnare after 4 long years. She had intended to inflict a thorough torment as retribution, but it had all been ruined. When Muyan finally lifted her head to discern the man's features, an expression of lividity further marred her perpetually serene countenance. "It's you." It turned out that the person before her was none other than the scoundrel who had harmed her in the misty forest. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He stated coldly, "He intended to harm you. He would never allow anyone to harm his woman." Muyan was nearly amused to the point of laughter, thinking, "Do you really believe he could hurt me? Moreover, even if you wish to inflict harm, what concern is it of yours? What role do you play in my life to meddle so?" After speaking, Muyan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Resolving not to engage with this lunatic any further, she turned to leave. However, her body was suddenly enveloped in a broad, firm, and heated embrace. Frowning, Muyan swiftly turned, attempting to break free. Yet this time, instead of escaping as she had moments before, she found herself tightly held by the man. Drawn into his arms. Without hesitation, he leaned down and kissed her. Muyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom the events unfolding before her. This scoundrel had taken advantage of her not once, but twice. She raised her free hand, aiming a fierce slap at the man's face. But her delicate hand was caught mid-air, held firmly behind her back by his grip, and he pulled her closer still. Muyan yearned to struggle. Yet regardless of her martial prowess, or even her ability to summon the heavenly demonic lute, she found herself utterly powerless before him. It was as if every ounce of her strength was suppressed by his overwhelming presence. The kiss itself was clumsy, yet the aura surrounding it was undeniably domineering, as if Muyan were his possession, impervious to resistance and escape. The kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity before the man reluctantly released her. He then furrowed his brow slightly, appearing rather displeased. At that moment, Muyan was on the verge of exploding with rage, wishing to tear this audacious man who had repeatedly taken advantage of her into shreds. Yet, this man, of unknown origin, possessed an astonishing strength. Even though she was a master of innate abilities, she found herself utterly defenseless. Little did anyone realize that this man, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his icy voice, remarked, "Why are you so weak? How can you accompany me to the immortal realm? What gives you the right to stand by my side? I shall grant you 10 years. Strive to transcend and ascend." As she listened to his haughty soliloquy, Muyan inhaled deeply, a smile gracing her lips, one that seemed both bashful and tender. "Excuse me, may I inquire as to your identity?" Those familiar with Muyan, such as Xiaobao, would recognize that this smile signified her anger, an anger that was profound and unmistakable. Woe betide anyone who provoked her. Unfortunately, the man before her remained oblivious. Thus, upon witnessing the girl's bright and enchanting smile, his gaze flickered, revealing a hint of warmth amidst his frosty demeanor. His large hand slowly caressed her porcelain-like cheek. "Muyan, remember my name. Dimingju, for this shall be the name of your future husband." "Future husband?" Muyan raised an eyebrow. "So, you have come today to propose." His cold lips uttered the word without hesitation. Then in a husky tone, he continued, "I want you to become my wife." Dimingju. The light in Muyan's eyes dimmed further, and she spoke softly, "Since this is a proposal, could you first release me?" Muyan raised an eyebrow. "So, you are here to propose." The cold, thin lips unhesitatingly uttered those 2 words. Then, in a low and husky voice, he continued, "I want you to become my wife, Dimingju." The light in Muyan's eyes dimmed further as she softly replied, "Since this is a proposal, could you let go of me first? Your grip is hurting my hand." Upon hearing this, Dimingju was taken aback and quickly released her hand. His gaze filled with concern as it fell upon her delicate wrist. Indeed, a red mark had appeared on her porcelain-like arm. However, rather than detracting from her beauty, the mark only served to enhance her allure, evoking a visceral response. It was reminiscent of the slightly swollen petals of a flower, vibrant and enticing, prompting him to yearn for more. Dimingju's eyes gradually darkened as he stepped closer to Muyan, the flames of desire igniting within him. The girl before him wore a gentle smile, her gaze tender, as if brimming with affection, awaiting his embrace. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated like a plucked string. Di Mingjue's pupils contracted, and he instinctively retreated like a flash of lightning. Yet, a tear in his garment betrayed the swift strike of an unseen force. The gentle demeanor of the girl opposite him vanished, replaced by a chillingly seductive smile. "You wish to propose to me? I'm afraid that even if every man in the world perished, the position of my husband would not be yours." Di Mingjue's expression darkened, and he surged forward, intent on gathering the girl back into his arms, unwilling to let her escape again. But suddenly, a flash of white light flickered between them. Just then, a delicate hand as pure as jade forcefully pushed towards Di Mingjue, declaring, "Do not bully my mother." The surge of xuanqi was overwhelming. Although this amount of xuanqi should not pose any threat to Di Mingjue, at the moment the tender white hand brushed against the hem of his garment, his form suddenly became ethereal, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Thus, this scoundrel had once again appeared and disappeared just as abruptly as before. "Mother!" A plaintive cry reached her ears from her little treasure. With a stern expression, he declared, "Someone is bullying Mother. Even if someone were to mistreat her, you must not recklessly put yourself in danger," Muyan admonished. "Do you understand how heartbroken and frightened your mother would be if something were to happen to you? Promise me you will behave from now on." Little Bao's exquisite face remained tightly set, his lips pressed together in defiance, refusing to utter a word. With a serious expression, Muyan crouched down, pulling her son away from her embrace. "Jun Muyan, if you continue to disobey, your mother will become upset." Upon hearing this, the tension in Little Bao's lips began to waver. His large blue eyes brimmed with glistening tears. The small child's face was etched with grievance and unease. Yet he stubbornly clenched his teeth, refusing to let the tears fall. Little Bao does not want anyone to bully Mother, absolutely not. His hoarse, choked voice finally broke the silence, and the tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down his cheeks. Seeing her son's tears made Muyan's heart ache as if it were bleeding. Having cast aside all notions of pedagogy and reproach, she enfolded her son in a tender embrace, murmuring softly, "Dearest, do not weep. Your mother is not vexed, nor has she suffered any injury. My sole apprehension lies in the prospect of you encountering peril, for you are, without a doubt, the most paramount being in my universe. Forgive me. My tone was unduly severe just now. Will my precious pardon your mother?" Nestled against neck, buried his face in her bosom, nodding taciturnly. In a voice tinged with hoarseness, he whispered, "You, too, are of utmost importance, the most important of all." A radiant smile graced countenance as she cradled her son, proceeding towards the entrance of the Golden Rainbow sect. For reasons unknown, the visage of that peerless, handsome man resurfaced in her mind. In all her lives, had never beheld a man of such striking beauty and allure. Alas, he was but a libertine, prone to wanton impropriety, and a madman to boot. For who but a lunatic would propose matrimony to a complete stranger? The realm of immortal cultivation was, too, a place of unfathomable distance. Assuredly, their paths would never cross again. Touching her still swollen lips, a flicker of annoyance crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed as she devoted herself to amusing her son. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial realm, a certain sovereign, whose proposal had been rejected and who had been vowed against in marriage even if every other man in the world were to perish, was consumed with fury at the recent events. The figure of Han Yi in the cosmos mirror also flashed and disappeared. As soon as he came out, he felt the low air pressure and the cold wind around him, which was about to freeze the area of hundreds of miles into a glacier of thousands of miles. In the frigid night, Han Yi shuddered uncontrollably, collapsing before Emperor Xianyuan Dijuan. "Your Majesty." Di Mingjue gritted his teeth and said, "On the immortal cultivation continent, are those women who weep and cry, wishing to marry me, not genuine?" "Indeed, they are real," Han Yi stammered. "As long as your Majesty utters a single word, no woman in this realm could ever refuse you. Yes, no woman in the world could deny him. Yet, the very woman he desired, the small one, rejected him with such resolute finality. Was it due to his insufficient strength, his inadequate status, or perhaps a lack of treasures? This woman, this Jun Muyan, from where did she derive the audacity to spurn him? She even declared that she would not marry him, even if every other man on the planet perished. The mere thought ignited within Di Mingjue a fierce urge to obliterate the entire martial arts continent. Han Yi coughed lightly. Daring to speak, Your Majesty, Miss Muyan is your fated one. She is unlike any other woman. You cannot win her heart this way. Di Mingjue cast a cold glance in his direction. That chilling, murderous gaze seemed to imply that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Han Yi swallowed hard and continued. If you truly care for Miss Muyan, you ought to pursue her first, allowing her to develop feelings for you. How can you propose so directly, and without even a betrothal gift? If I were Miss Muyan, I would never agree. In the quiet of the night, Han Yi silently expressed his grievances, yet dared not reveal them on his countenance. With a sincere demeanor, he remarked, Thus, Your Majesty, what you must do now is to win Miss Jun's affection. Di Mingjue was taken aback, a hint of dubious crimson creeping onto his cheeks. However, he maintained an air of indifference, asserting, Is it not natural for her to be fond of me? Indeed, Your Majesty, your brilliance and martial prowess are unparalleled, and it is entirely expected that Miss Muyan would be enamored with you. However, a process is necessary, is it not? Di Mingjue cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to continue. Han Yi chuckled awkwardly. To make Miss Muyan favor you, you must naturally present her with things she cherishes and engage in activities she desires. Above all, avoid opposing her. For instance, you could eliminate the enemies she has long wished to avenge. If he were in Miss Muyan's position, he too would yearn to exact vengeance upon those who wronged her. Di Mingjue's brows knitted together, sharp enough to crush a fly. He recalled the fleeting figure that had unexpectedly appeared beside him in Jun Muyan. Though the encounter was brief, the aura emitted had left him with an inexplicable sense of disturbance. Whoever they may be, how dare they interrupt his solitude with Muyan? Such audacity should not go unpunished. Han Yi knelt nearby, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally heard the cold, authoritative voice of the man. Establish the teleportation array leading to the martial continent. It must be completed within 10 days. In the frigid night, Han Yi abruptly lifted his head, gazing incredulously at Emperor Mingju. Your Majesty, are you truly intending to seal your powers and descend to the martial continent? Upon meeting the man's profound blue gaze, Han Yi's heart quivered, and he bowed deeply, responding, Yes, my lord. His voice resonated with unwavering calm, yet within him, turbulent waves of anxiety surged. Although he was aware of the emperor's esteem for Miss Muyan, he never anticipated that it would extend to the point of his corporeal presence gracing the martial continent. Unbeknownst to Han Yi, it was precisely due to this suggestion that Emperor Mingju's arduous journey of pursuing his beloved had only just commenced. In the Crimson Flame Kingdom, within the bustling city of Xi'an, the largest tavern was alive with activity. The bustling waitstaff scurried about, delivering fragrant, steaming dishes into various rooms. Within a spacious private chamber, a grand round table was lavishly adorned with an abundance of delicacies, sufficient to satisfy the appetites of more than a dozen guests. Yet, the room contained only a single ethereal girl clad in white and a delicate boy, appearing as though he had stepped out from a painting. After delivering the final dish, the waiter hesitated, pondering the improbability of the girl and boy managing to consume such a feast. What if they failed to finish their meal and refused to settle the bill? Thus, he turned to the girl in white, awkwardly inquiring, Might I ask, dear lady, will you be paying for yourself, or shall we await someone else to settle the account? Seated in the chamber were none other than Muyan and Xiaobao. Following the annihilation of the Jinhong sect in the Crimson Flame Kingdom, they had leisurely journeyed to the Xi'an Kingdom. Due to guilt that caused her precious son to weep, Muyan resolved to treat Xiaobao to a splendid meal. However, upon hearing the waiter's words, she did not even lift her head, leisurely indulging in her food. The waiter furrowed his brow, silently pondering whether he had indeed encountered a diner attempting to dine and dash. At that moment, the exquisitely chiseled little boy hopped down from his chair, his short legs carrying him to the waiter, where he extended a banknote. Just as the waiter was taken aback, a cold, youthful voice chimed in, expressing impatience. "No need for change, just bring some more drinks." A gentle smile graced Muyan's lips as she picked up her son, placing him on her lap and feeding him. Since the incident at the Golden Rainbow Gate that had made Xiaobao cry, he had become particularly attached to her. Despite his perpetually frosty demeanor, he insisted on curling up in her embrace while sleeping and needed to sit closely beside her during meals, lifting his little head for kisses at every mealtime. His adorable antics melted Muyan's heart, mingling with a tinge of tenderness. She yearned to bestow upon him the finest treasures the world could offer. As Muyan picked up a fragrant chicken leg, poised to place it in Xiaobao's bowl, a sudden flash of white light caught her eye. Before she could react, the chicken leg, skin and bone included, vanished without a trace. Blinking in surprise, Muyan then noticed a fluffy, snow-white rabbit had mysteriously appeared on the vast circular dining table. The rabbit's adorably foolish appearance made one want to cuddle and pet it, but as it opened its mouth, the plate of food before it was instantaneously emptied. Aside from the pristine, gleaming plates, not a single drop of sauce or a morsel of garnish remained. During Muyan's moment of astonishment, the rabbit had completed a full circle and devoured most of the dishes on the table with remarkable efficiency, its tiny mouth slightly ajar. It seemed to have let out a satisfied burp before continuing its feast. "How audacious you are!" Muyan exclaimed, grasping the rabbit by the nape and lifting it to her eye level, her tone icy. "Do you have the audacity to consume the food meant for my son? Do you believe I won't transform you into a stir-fried rabbit dish?" The rabbit's glistening eyes darted around, and with a swift kick of its hind legs, it feigned death with remarkable finesse. Muyan was almost amused by the creature's antics as she inspected it from left to right, inquiring of Xiaobao. "Has this foolish rabbit grown larger? It had once been no bigger than 2 palms, yet now it approached the size of 3. Its entire body appeared round and plump, adding to its comical and endearing charm." Xiaobao nodded, explaining, "The rabbit has grown gradually after consuming the sacred beast egg." The fact that the rabbit had digested the sacred beast egg indicated that Muyan's adversary, Gong Qianxue, had likely signed a contract with it and was now facing repercussions. Contemplating this, a faint, elusive smile graced Muyan's lips, softening her demeanor towards the rabbit. However, the thought that the creature had consumed an entire sacred beast egg and only gained a slight plumpness left her feeling disheartened. Just how insatiable was its appetite? Would keeping such a pet for her son lead to financial ruin? After finishing their meal, Muyan took Xiaobao's hand and exited the restaurant. Little Bao looked up and asked Muyan, "Mother, where are we going next?" Muyan's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with starlight once more. "Mother is taking you to a very entertaining place, the Ghost Market." "Good news?" Palace Qianxue had been recuperating at Tiandao sect for several days due to the backlash from the sacred beast egg. Thanks to the healing properties of the Jianfeng pill, her health had gradually begun to improve. However, just as the flames of anger and resentment in her heart began to subside, she received a shocking piece of news that left her utterly speechless. The Golden Rainbow sect had been annihilated. The nail she had so painstakingly embedded within the Crimson Flame Kingdom had been ruthlessly extracted. Palace Qianxue felt as though her heart were about to shatter with rage, and she set off for the Crimson Flame Kingdom that very day. In the city of Xi'an, several men in black knelt before Palace Qianxue, silent as the grave. We do not know," one of the subordinates stammered. By the time we arrived, the Golden Rainbow sect was filled with corpses, not a single soul survived. The sect leaders' remains were utterly obliterated. We searched for a long time but could find no trace of the assailants. Only that they were struck down by a peculiar sword aura, showing no signs of struggle before their demise. Unable to contain herself any longer upon hearing this, Palace Qianxue raised her foot and delivered a fierce kick. "What use are you worthless fools to me? Spare us, please. Spare us," the men in black pleaded, trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Only when Palace Qianxue had vented some of her fury did one of the black-clad men cautiously lift his head and say, "Princess, please calm your anger. Although the Golden Rainbow sect has been destroyed, there is good news from the Ghost Market." "Good news?" "Indeed, Upon hearing this news, Gong Qianxue's eyes sparkled with hope. Having recently lost her power within the Jinhong sect, she was in urgent need of reinforcement. The timely message from Yen Lai was a stroke of fortune. As for the audacious individual who dared to annihilate her sect, she vowed that one day he would pay a grievous price for his actions. "Miss, are you also intending to enter the ghost market?" Muyan, pulling her son along, stood in line at the entrance of the ghost market, waiting to pay the entrance fee of 1 gold coin. Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from behind her. "Alas, are you not aware of the nature of the ghost market?" The middle-aged man wore a look of concern and disapproval. "This is not a place suitable for a delicate young lady like yourself. I see not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from you. Should you encounter trouble within, you would have no means to resist. Moreover, you are even accompanied by such a small child. Alas, heed my advice and depart swiftly. The ghost market is a mysterious, formidable, and blood-soaked realm of chaos. Its mystery lies in the identity of its owner, which remains unknown. It has existed since the memories of many on the current martial arts continent. It is formidable and bloody because the principle of survival of the fittest prevails here, where everything can be resolved through strength and wealth, rendering the laws of the outside world utterly ineffective. Those who enter must abide by the rules of the ghost market and respect the ghostly enforcers who maintain order within." Thus, Mu Yin could discern that the uncle's reminder was indeed well-intentioned. Individuals of lower ranks among ancient martial artists are unable to perceive the fluctuations of profound energy emanating from those of higher levels. Mu Yin exists at the innate realm, while Xiaobao is of the heavenly grade, yet this uncle behind them is merely at the mysterious level. Given their tender ages, the uncle naturally assumed they were ordinary individuals lacking the ability to harness profound energy. Mu Yin maintained a gentle demeanor, shaking her head as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, uncle." Although her words were polite, they conveyed no intention of retreat. The middle-aged uncle, intending to offer further counsel, found that Mu Yin had already reached the front of the queue. After paying a single gold coin, Mu Yin swiftly took Xiaobao's hand and entered the ghost market. The ghost market of Xi'an City is divided into 2 sections, the trading hall and the beast-fighting arena. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of opulence intertwined with the aura of profound energy. The majority of those reveling in this space are burly men, while the few women present are either strikingly robust or accompanied by formidable protectors. Consequently, the peculiar pairing of Mu Yin and Xiaobao drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Among them, a bare-chested giant, captivated by Mu Yin's exquisite and radiant visage, could not resist moistening his lips with his tongue, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed. In just a few strides, he approached and blocked Mu Yan's path. "Beautiful lady, have you come to explore the ghost market alone? Quite bold of you." Mu Yin responded with a shy smile. "Indeed, I have always been quite daring." "Huh, little beauty, you are quite intriguing. I find your rosy lips to be most appealing," he leered. "Perhaps this is the way to proceed. If you accompany me for a night, I assure you that you shall emerge from this cursed marketplace unscathed." As he spoke, the corpulent hand of the man reached toward Mu Yan's delicate face. The middle-aged man trailing behind Mu Yan and her companion instantly wore a look of distress, turning his head away. He could not comprehend why this young girl was so obstinate as to venture into this treacherous market. It was uncertain whether they could exit unharmed, let alone survive. Yet, despite his reluctance, he realized that his strength would be insufficient to save this pair of siblings. Just as the man's greasy hand was about to make contact with Mu Yan's face, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His rotund body was suddenly hurled into the air, soaring in an arc before crashing heavily against a pillar. The arena fell into a momentary silence, as onlookers glanced between the unconscious brute and the serene Mu Yin and Xiaobao. The girl retained her cheerful demeanor, her slender figure appearing delicate and fragile, while the little boy beside her maintained a stoic expression, his handsome features devoid of emotion. What had just transpired? However, Mu Yin paid no heed to the thoughts of those around her as she continued to lead Xiaobao toward the direction of the beast arena. After taking a few steps, another individual emerged to block their path. This man, at the pinnacle of the Xian level, arrogantly extended his hand to impede Muyan's progress. Yet, he fared even worse than the previous brute, for before he could utter a word, the impatient Xiaobao seized him and effortlessly cast him aside. A resounding crash echoed through the space, causing dust to cascade from the pillars and beams, awakening the surrounding crowd from their stupor. Soon, one by one, they widened their eyes in terror, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. In the arena, a child of merely 4 or 5 years old had effortlessly cast aside a burly man and a peak-level practitioner. How could this be possible? In that moment, no one dared to impede their progress any longer. Meanwhile, Muyan wore a languid and tranquil smile, holding Xiaobao's hand as they leisurely made their way towards the arena. Though she smiled, a chilling glint gradually infiltrated her clear, water-like eyes. "Excuse me, miss. This path leads to the backstage of the arena, and ordinary guests are not permitted entry." Muyan and Xiaobao were halted at the entrance of a corridor by a figure clad entirely in black. The arena of the ghost market was a place rife with bloodshed, brutality, and opportunity. The term beast in the arena did not solely refer to exotic creatures or spirit beasts. It also encompassed those who were sold into slavery like mere animals, human beings. Thus, within the arena, one could witness battles between men, contests among beasts, but even more frequently, confrontations between man and beast. Only through victory could one procure sustenance, mend their wounds, and survive. Defeat, on the other hand, meant a slow and agonizing march toward death. The patrons of the arena would watch these exhilarating battles from the stands, placing bets on their favored slaves or beasts. In essence, whether human or beast, they were merely playthings in the hands of the affluent. One can only imagine the ferocity and volatility of those who exist within such an environment. The backstage of the arena that Muyan was heading to served as a prison for these hybrid beasts. Although iron cages separated them, the mere sight of such a scene, imbued with a dark and bloody aura, could terrify even the most seasoned ancient martial artists. Stopped by a ghostly enforcer, Muyan merely smiled slightly, her wrist flicking elegantly to reveal a silver note in her hand. "I wish to purchase a beast slave. This is a deposit." The ghostly enforcer was momentarily taken aback, an expression of surprise breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. "Do you understand the rules of the ghost market, young lady? The deposit is no less than 10,000 gold coins. Furthermore, there is a stipulation. If a dispute arises during the transaction, the resolution must be determined by the rules of the ghost market, through martial prowess, with life and death not taken into account." The enforcer could hardly fathom that such a delicate young girl could contend with the formidable beings of the ghost market. However, seeing her unwavering determination, he chose not to press further and allowed her entry. The passage leading to the depths of the ghost market was lengthy. The deeper one ventured, the more damp and chill-laden the air became, mingled with a nauseating stench of decay. The first sight that greeted them was a series of enormous cages lining either side, within which countless ferocious beasts were confined. Upon catching sight of Muyan and Xiaobao, they immediately bared their fangs, their wide, copper-ringed eyes glaring fiercely as they emitted thunderous roars. Muyan's expression remained unchanged, while Xiaobao cast a cold glance towards the feral creatures. Without releasing even a hint of his profound energy, the mere frigid gaze from his icy blue eyes sent a shiver down the spines of the beasts, causing them to whimper in fear and retreat, curling into trembling balls. Some timid souls even buried their heads between their knees, their substantial bodies trembling uncontrollably. Number 71. You are the one. Though it was merely a short distance, the ferocious beasts in the cages on either side fell into an eerie silence, not daring to utter a sound. The ghostly envoy did not follow Muyan inside. He had initially intended to frighten the girl into abandoning her desire to purchase a slave. However, it was fortunate he refrained from entering, for the sight that greeted him would surely have startled him to the point of losing his wits. As Muyan and Xiaobao traversed the area housing the caged beasts and spiritual creatures, they finally arrived at the section designated for the confinement of slaves. The cages meant for humans were considerably smaller than those for the beasts. lacking the massive physiques, sharp fangs, and claws of their feral counterparts. Humans appeared to be much less threatening. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Upon entering this area, Muyan was met with a multitude of cold, savage, and brutal gazes fixated upon her. Each pair of eyes glowed a menacing crimson, evoking more terror than any wild animal. Their stares pierced through her like daggers, as if they could strip away her very flesh and clothing inch by inch. Amidst the unsettling atmosphere, one individual erupted into a manic cackle, exclaiming, "A little beauty has arrived. How long has it been since I indulged in such tender, succulent flesh? Ha ha ha. Little beauty, come closer. I can hardly wait." Muyan, holding Xiaobao's hand, sauntered deliberately towards the innermost part of the area, seemingly unfazed by the clawing and gnashing slaves around her. She eventually halted in front of a rusted iron cage, its dark red hue marred by years of neglect. Inside the cage sat a disheveled man, his hair hanging loosely about his face. In stark contrast to the ferocious roars of the other slaves in the arena, the man's silence exuded an eerie quality. His disheveled hair obscured his expression, yet the blood-soaked hands, exposed to the world, vividly illustrated the countless lives he had taken with his bare hands. Upon seeing this man, Muyan could not help but conjure the image of his unwavering loyalty as he stood beside Gong Qianxue in her past life. This man, known as Yin Haoyan, bore a commonplace name, yet possessed an extraordinary resilience and innate talent. Within the confines of the arena, he had already become nearly invincible, after being taken by Gong Qianxue. His prowess soared to the pinnacle of celestial mastery. As her devoted hound and enforcer, Yin Haotian had eliminated countless adversaries for Gong Qianxue and had even brought forth a shadow guard known as the Yama Order. His unwavering loyalty to her stemmed from the fact that she had rescued him from the depths of this brutal arena. Alas, poor Yin Haotian would likely remain oblivious until his dying breath that the very culprit responsible for the annihilation of his family was none other than Gong Qianxue's trusted subordinate. Muyan halted before Yin Haotian's iron cage, her ivory-like fingers delicately grasping the hanging tag on the cage. With a casual air, she remarked, "Number 3. It shall be you. Should you emerge victorious in the arena shortly, I shall take you away." After a moment of stillness, the man within the cage gradually lifted his head, his blood-red eyes devoid of any semblance of humanity, fixating intensely on the girl before him with a savage glare. He remained silent, yet a guttural roar reminiscent of a wild beast escaped his throat. Muyan paid no heed to his menacing demeanor and feral growl, effortlessly turning with Xiaobao in tow. In the fleeting moment of turning around, a soft and melodious voice reached the man's ears. "Please do not let me down. Yin Haotian." Upon hearing these words, the man in the cage suddenly erupted into a loud roar. As he opened his mouth, it became evident that his tongue had been severed at the root, explaining why he could only emit cries, devoid of speech. "It is indeed him." The man in the cage nodded fervently, his eyes radiating a profound yearning. Muyan slowly shook her head, stating, "Not only do I know your true name, but I am also aware of the deep-seated enmity that burdens you. If you wish to accompany me, to heal your wounds, and to seek vengeance, then first, you must triumph in the upcoming contest and prove your worth." Having said this, she did not linger, turning to depart with Xiaobao. During this time, an indiscreet man reached out in an attempt to seize her, only to be effortlessly restrained by her grip on his wrist. The sound of bones shattering echoed, accompanied by the man's anguished scream. As the ghosts froze at the noise, they beheld an extraordinarily bizarre scene. The girl in flowing white, her beauty ethereal, smiled gently, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being, transcendent and noble, pure yet enchanting, rendering others unable to gaze directly at her. Yet, the fierce slaves within the cage regarded her as the most malevolent ghost, retreating in terror, while some clutched their severed limbs, emitting wails of agony. The specter's gaze towards Muyan shifted dramatically. He realized that he had misjudged her. This girl was not only clever and strong, but exceptionally formidable. "Esteemed guest, have you selected the slave you wish to auction?" The demeanor of the ghostly envoy transformed into one of utmost reverence. Muyan pointed towards the third cage, declaring, "That one. Very well, I shall promptly register your choice. Please proceed to the private chamber and await the commencement of the beast arena matches." Within the confines of the third cage, Yan Haoyan gazed in the direction of Mu Yin and her son, his eyes flickering with a tumultuous light, which soon ignited into a blazing fire. His hands, stained with blood, clutched the iron bars tightly. Not long after Mu Yan's departure, in a gown of delicate pink, her face veiled, Gong Qianxue appeared at the backstage of the arena, accompanied by a tall man. "Brother Yin Lai, where is the beast slave you mentioned? Is he truly as formidable as you claim?" The man named Yin Lai turned his head to glance at Gong Qianxue, a hint of admiration and yearning glimmering in his eyes. "When have I ever deceived you, Qianxue? Rest assured, this beast slave, before being sold to the ghost market, had already attained the peak of the earth level at the tender age of 24. Although currently weakened due to injury, with the aid of medicinal pills, he shall undoubtedly become your staunchest ally in the future. Were it not for such innate talent, he would not have annihilated Yan Haoyan's entire family and severed his tongue, sending him to the beast arena. After enduring such despair, should you descend from the heavens to save him, he will surely be overcome with gratitude and pledge his unwavering loyalty to you." Upon hearing Yan Lai's words, Gong Qianxue displayed a grateful smile. "Brother Yan, as the leader of the foremost mercenary group in the kingdom of Jingqing, your willingness to do so much for me is truly overwhelming. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." As she spoke, she gently grasped Yan Lai's hand, her sparkling eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation. However, upon witnessing the dazed and infatuated expression on Yan Lai's face, a hint of scornful derision flickered in her gaze. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at Yan Haoyan's iron cage. The moment Gong Qianxue beheld Yan Haoyan, covered in blood and riddled with wounds, a sorrowful and pained expression immediately crossed her features. "You must be in so much pain, right? Do not fear. I shall rescue you shortly." She reached out, undeterred by the filth, to touch Yan Haoyan's injuries, but was swiftly pushed away by his furious roar. Seeing the red marks on Gong Qianxue's hand, Yan Lai was instantly consumed by rage. He seized Yan Haoyan by the collar and delivered a fierce slap to his face. Yan Haoyan was thrown to the ground, spitting out blood. Yet, Yan Lai's anger remained unquenched, and he was about to strike again when Gong Qianxue restrained him. "Brother Yan, please do not act this way. I am unharmed. I believe you did not mean it." With that, she knelt before Yan Haoyan and spoke softly, "Would you be willing to tell me your name?" "I am Gong Qianxue, the princess of the kingdom of Jingqing. Do not fear. Your suffering is about to end. I will rescue you soon. However, we must agree that you will first triumph in this beast fighting competition, all right? Only by winning the beast fighting competition can I present my request to purchase you from the ghost market. Once we escape this place, I promise to provide you with a life filled with comfort and joy. Will you place your trust in me?" Any rational individual, having struggled for months in this dimly lit arena, would undoubtedly be moved upon hearing a beautiful maiden declare her intent to rescue him. Moreover, this enchanting girl is a princess of her nation, exhibiting such tenderness and patience, even in light of the injury he had just inflicted upon her. Gong Qianxue was filled with conviction. She firmly believed that once they were free, this beast slave would be utterly devoted to her. Indeed, upon hearing her words, a fierce light ignited in the beast slave's eyes, as if Gong Qianxue's declaration had rekindled his spirit and hope. Satisfied, Gong Qianxue departed with Yan Lai. At the entrance, Yan Lai produced a deposit and addressed the ghostly attendant, stating, "I wish to purchase beast slave number 3. The attendant's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Number 3? Is that permissible?" "Of course it is." The attendant accepted the deposit, murmuring softly to himself, "Why is it always number 3? However, Gong Qianxue and Yan Lai were in such a hurry that they did not hear him. At noon, the beast fights commenced. 2 cages, shrouded in black cloth, were wheeled into the center of the arena. One cage towered at least 4 to 5 meters high, the size of a house, while the other, barely 2 meters tall, appeared diminutive in comparison. Shortly thereafter, a graceful silhouette emerged atop the lofty observation platform. As the young woman made her entrance, An enthusiastic uproar erupted from the surrounding crowd, chanting her name, like smoke, like smoke. We extend a warm welcome to all martial artists who have graciously taken the time to witness today's beast fighting tournament. With a radiant smile, like smoke's voice rang out, clear and melodious like a lark. Despite her gentle tone, the peculiar acoustics of the ghost market allowed her words to reach every ear distinctly. Today's contenders include a primary Earth-grade saber-toothed tiger on one side, and on the other, the peak of the profound grade, the third beast slave. The audience pondered which of these formidable opponents would emerge victorious. No sooner had like smoke's words faded than the dark curtain over the cage was dramatically pulled aside by ropes from above. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Several spectators in the stands went pale at the sight of the colossal beast and the terrifying pressure it exuded. "Behold the saber-toothed tiger. This is indeed a fearsome earth-grade creature," murmured one. "It's over for the third beast slave today." Yet another interjected, "Not so fast. I've heard that although the third beast slave is merely at the peak of the profound grade, it possesses strength comparable to that of an earth-grade beast. It has been undefeated for a month in this arena, winning dozens of matches." On the elevated platform, like smoke chimed in with a bright smile, "Esteemed warriors, are you ready? There is still a quarter of an hour before the beast fighting match begins, so please make your bets." Meanwhile, in a private booth, Muyan leisurely enjoyed fruit alongside Little Treasure, all the while watching the unfolding battles in the arena. From a distance, Yin Haoyan, released from his iron cage, stood before the colossal saber-toothed tiger, appearing as insignificant as an ant, as if he could be crushed underfoot with the slightest step. Witnessing this stark contrast ignited fervent shouts from the crowd, rallying in favor of the saber-toothed tiger's victory. Muyan glanced at her son, who was puffing his cheeks while indulging in fruit, his delicate visage remaining icy. Unable to resist, she pulled him close and kissed him, playfully inquiring, "My dear, who do you think will emerge victorious down there?" "Number 3, he replied, his expression unchanging. "Why is that?" "Because it is chosen by mother." Muyan gazed at her son, who spoke with such earnestness, and couldn't help but embrace him again with affection, as foretold by her child. The outcome of the contest unfolded. Number 3 triumphed, and it was a resounding victory, to say the least, with only a gory scratch on his scapula from the saber-toothed tiger's claws. The beastman, number 3, was confined back into the iron cage, and his ephemeral figure reappeared upon the high platform. Prior to the contest, 2 guests had placed deposits, intending to purchase number 3. Consequently, the bidding commenced between the esteemed patrons of Room 1 and Room 7, with a starting price of 500,000 gold coins for the auction of number 3. As these words left her lips, the entire beast-fighting arena erupted in astonishment. Goodness! 500,000 gold coins for a mere beast man. Who could possibly afford such a sum? In Room 7, Gong Qianxue felt a surge of indignation upon hearing someone contesting his bid. Yen Lai cast a glance his way and promptly instructed a nearby attendant. The attendant, upon receiving the command, cheerfully announced, "The esteemed guest from Room 7 bids 600,000 gold coins." Oh my! In an astonishing turn of events, an additional 100,000 gold coins were suddenly added, showcasing an extravagant display of wealth. Within the elegant private room number 1, Muyan leisurely placed a bid of 1 million gold coins. The moment these words escaped her lips, the entire arena erupted in chaos. An astounding increase of 400,000 gold coins had transpired. Who could this illustrious figure in room number 1 be? To spend such a lavish sum merely for a beast slave seemed excessively indulgent. Gong Qianxue struggled to maintain her previously gentle demeanor, as a fierce glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Who was this audacious individual daring to contest her? Though 1 million gold coins was a trifling sum for a princess, using it solely to acquire a beast slave felt like an egregious loss, especially since her once substantial source of wealth, the Golden Rainbow Gate, had recently been eradicated. The thought of spending 1 million gold coins on a mere beast slave caused her immense distress. Yet, after some contemplation, Gong Qianxue gritted her teeth and declared, 110,000 gold coins. In room 7, Muyan effortlessly made her second bid, 2 million gold coins. The arena once again erupted into uproar. My goodness, from where did such nobility in room 1 emerge? 2 million gold coins. What an astonishingly casual sum to toss about. Ha ha ha. In comparison, the individual in room 7 appeared rather pitiful, only raising the stakes by increments of 100,000 gold coins. Although the private rooms were situated on the 2nd floor, the murmurs of the crowd below still reached their ears. Upon hearing the remarks about her frugality, Gong Qianxue felt an almost explosive surge of indignation. However, little did she know. In truth, the gold coins that Muyan employs for bidding are entirely pilfered from her Jinhong Gate, amounting to a staggering tens of millions. The assassin organization, painstakingly nurtured through the use of elixirs and wealth, has ultimately fallen into Muyan's hands. Should Gong Qianxue become aware of this, she would likely be driven to faint from rage. 3 million gold coins. In the end, Gong Qianxue gritted her teeth and uttered an exorbitant sum. Upon the high platform, Miss Yin had already flushed with excitement, exclaiming loudly, 3 million gold coins, 3 million. This is the most expensive beast slave ever auctioned in the history of our Xi'an City arena. I wonder how the esteemed guest in Box 1 will react? The maid from Box 1 emerged, her face adorned with a smile, announcing loudly, the esteemed guest in Box 1 bids for 1 million gold coins. Another increase of 1 million. Haha. The guest in Box 1 is truly formidable. I suspect they might be toying with the guest in Box 7. Such wealth breeds arrogance. Haha. Gong Qianxue's complexion had turned a deep shade of anger, and even Yin Lai could no longer remain composed. For the amount of money they had brought this time, when combined, was insufficient. Who exactly occupies Box 1? Do they not realize that it is I, Yin Lai, who seeks to purchase this beast slave? In the realms of Qian and Jingqing, who does not recognize the name of Yin Lai, the leader of the Liuhua mercenary corps? Yet, the maid of the ghost market merely smiled politely and stated, I apologize, but the ghost market has regulations prohibiting the disclosure of guest information unless the guest consents. How dare a mere servant address me in such a manner? With a fierce expression, Yin Lai raised his hand, intending to strike the maid. However, he was restrained by Gong Qianxue, who inquired, May I meet the person in charge of the arena? The maid, maintaining her professional demeanor, responded, Please instruct me, and I shall convey your message. A fleeting shadow crossed Gong Qianxue's eyes, yet her smile remained unyielding. I am Gong Qianxue. I trust you are familiar with my name? This time, the maid's face revealed a glimmer of surprise, recognizing the youngest celestial-level powerhouse, the princess of Jingqing, and a distinguished disciple of the Tiandao sect. So it is indeed you, Gong Qianxue. A moment later, the private room number 7 remained eerily silent. Whispers filled the air, as onlookers speculated that the occupants of room 7 could not bear the exorbitant price of 4 million gold coins and were poised to abandon their bid. Within the iron cage, Yin Haoyan's gaze was fixed intently on the direction of room 1, his eyes flickering with a mixture of hope and trepidation. On the high platform, Ru Yin laughed heartily, Congratulations to room 1. Before completing her sentence, a voice unexpectedly emerged from room 7. It was not the maid's voice, but that of a melodious and clear young woman. I am willing to offer a Xian Yuan pill to purchase this beast slave. The declaration stunned everyone present, including Ru Yin, who was about to announce Yin Haoyan's ownership. A Xian Yuan pill? Could it possibly be the one I am imagining? Yet, I have heard that only the Master Jianfeng of the Tiandao sect is capable of refining such a pill. In the martial arts continent, the number of alchemists is exceedingly scarce. Even Xian-level pharmacists are a rarity, let alone the even more elusive alchemists. The Xian Yuan Dan is a third-tier elixir. Aside from Master Jianfeng of the Tiandao sect, who else possesses the ability to concoct it? As she leaned eagerly over the high platform, Ruyan exclaimed, Is the Xian Yuan Dan truly the one crafted by Master Jianfeng? Indeed. No sooner had the words left her lips than Gong Qianxue, veiled in white silk, gracefully emerged from room 7. Her figure was slender and enchanting, exuding an aura of noble elegance. Ah, it is Gong Qianxue, the princess of the Jingqing kingdom and the youngest celestial-level powerhouse of the martial arts continent. Gong Qianxue is the junior sister of Jianfeng, and it is said that Master Jianfeng dotes on her immensely, which explains how she possesses the Xian Yuan Dan. However, to exchange a single Xian Yuan Dan for a beast slave, this princess of Jingqing truly displays remarkable generosity. The so-called Xian Yuan Dan is a third-tier elixir. For an Earth-level novice ancient warrior, consuming just one Xian Yuan Dan can restore their entire reservoir of inner energy, even allowing a celestial-level warrior to regain nearly half of theirs. For ancient warriors, this miraculous effect can be life-saving in critical moments. Thus, one can perceive the immense value of the Xian Yuan Dan. Listening to the admiration and envy from the crowd below, a smile finally graced Gong Qianxue's face. I wonder if my Xian Yuan Dan is worth 400,000 gold coins? Even for Jianfeng, it is no easy feat to successfully refine a single third-tier Xian Yuan Dan. This is the only one she possesses, and parting with it causes her considerable distress. Yet, the mere thought of inciting envy and admiration from the crowd below, and provoking indignation and jealousy from the individual in the private room number 1, made her feel that even if she were to part with a single Xian Yuan pill, it would be worth the sacrifice. Yin Lai trailed behind Gong Qianxue as they emerged, exclaiming loudly, "Since it is already known that the Xian Yuan pill holds no market value, why does Miss Ru Yin not promptly announce the bidding results? Indeed, I shall announce that the victor of the bidding for the third beast servant is." Ru Yin lightly cleared her throat, preparing to declare the outcome. Amidst the arena, in the iron cage, Yin Haoyan emitted a furious and resentful roar, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely in the direction of the first private room. His voice seemed to convey a desperate plea. "Did you not promise to take me away? Did you not vow to avenge my blood-soaked grievances?" Everyone awaited the moment when the third beast servant would belong to Gong Qianxue. However, suddenly, a slow and deliberate voice emanated from the first private room. "Wait a moment. Since when did the rules of the beast fighting arena dictate that once one party places a bid, the other party is deprived of the chance to respond?" At the utterance of this voice, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. It was evident that this voice belonged to a young girl, clear, elegant, as serene as a gentle breeze, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible languor. The sound of her laughter, devoid of any deliberate softness, nevertheless sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. This girl's voice was, astonishingly, an order of magnitude more enchanting than that of Gong Qianxue. All gazes converged upon the direction of the first private room. They initially believed that the young woman in room 7 would emerge like Gong Qianxue, allowing them a glimpse of her beauty. Hence, each one of them craned their necks in eager anticipation. However, after a prolonged wait, it became evident that the occupant had no intention of making an appearance. Behind the curtain, Muyan's voice lingered in the air, seemingly indifferent. "I do not possess any elixirs. I wonder if the mystical herbs would suffice." Upon uttering these words, a fleeting silence enveloped the arena, soon followed by a cacophony of laughter erupting from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, mystical herbs? She dares to equate them with elixirs. Could she possibly be so naive?" It was unclear from which obscure corner of the world this unsophisticated individual had arrived, completely oblivious to the realities of their surroundings. To suggest that mystical herbs could be compared to even the most basic first-grade elixirs, let alone the third-grade elixirs refined by Master Jianfeng, was indeed the most entertaining jest I have ever heard. As the raucous laughter reverberated through the arena, Gong Qianxue's expression transformed into one of smug derision. On the high platform, Ru Yin displayed a look of difficulty. The value of mystical herbs could not possibly be compared to that of elixirs. Even when combined with your initial offer of 4 million gold coins, it would still fall significantly short. "Oh, is that so?" Muyan maintained her unhurried demeanor, but her subsequent words struck the arena like a thunderclap. "What if I were to propose that the mystical herbs I offer could assist ancient martial artists below the celestial level in breaking through their bottlenecks?" Muyan had only recently acquired the legacy of the divine musician. The intricate process of elixir refinement was unfamiliar to her, and she had yet to find the time to study it thoroughly. However, Xianya was always well aware of her capabilities. So during her journey over the past few days, she casually concocted some elixirs. Initially, she had not intended to auction them off. But since Gong Qianxue had presented her pills, she felt no hesitation in participating. Though Muyan spoke with nonchalance, the crowd was utterly astonished. "Have you ever heard of such a potion?" They whispered in disbelief. "Never. This young girl must be boasting." The murmurs of skepticism surged, with scarcely anyone willing to believe her words. The bottleneck in cultivation is a nightmare for all ancient martial artists. Whether it is a minor or major breakthrough, some fortunate individuals may require only a few years, while others, less fortunate, may find themselves stagnating for a decade, several decades, or even a lifetime, ultimately passing away in despair. Although the Xin Yuandan is precious and a life-saving remedy, its effects are merely temporary. However, breaking through a bottleneck could profoundly influence an ancient martial artist's entire life. Therefore, how could these people not be astounded? How could they possibly believe that a mere young girl could achieve what even Master Jianfeng's elixirs could not? Initially, Gong Qianxue and Yin Lai were also taken aback. But soon they could not suppress their laughter. Yin Lai exclaimed, "If you cannot produce more wealth than pills, resorting to fabrications to deceive the ghost market is quite the disgrace for the guests in room 1. As the smoke lingered, she found herself in a predicament. "Esteemed guest, the mysterious elixir you speak of has neither been seen nor heard of in our ghost market. It would be rather inappropriate to use it as a bargaining chip." She anticipated that her words would dissuade the patron in room 1. However, the languid and melodious voice from within continued to resound. "If it has never been encountered, then why not test it here and now? For instance, Miss Ru Yin, it appears you have been stagnating at the initial stage of the earth level for quite some time. Would you be interested in advancing to the intermediate stage right here? This bottle of elixir could be yours at no cost." Ru Yan's pupils constricted sharply, her breath quickening slightly. Indeed, she had been ensnared at the initial stage of the earth level for an extended period. One must understand that competition within the ghost market is fiercely intense. Survival of the fittest is the unyielding law that governs both patrons and specters alike. Ru Yin was acutely aware that if she continued to remain stagnant at the initial stage year after year, her position would inevitably be supplanted by those who followed. Thus, over the past 2 years, she had devised countless strategies, consumed various mysterious elixirs, and even acquired precious pills. Yet, these remedies could at most enhance her physique and augment her internal energy, proving utterly ineffective against her bottleneck. Now, the woman in room 1 had discerned her predicament at a mere glance. Could it be true? Did such a mystical elixir capable of breaking through one's limitations truly exist? Ru Yan's gaze fixated intently on the direction of room 1, her voice quivering with trepidation as she inquired, "Esteemed guest, what do you mean by that?" Muyan's light-hearted demeanor was unmistakably clear. Now it was merely a matter of whether Miss Ru Yin possessed the courage to proceed. Although the voices exchanged between the two were hushed, the unique architecture of the arena amplified their words, ensuring that all attentive ears could hear. Below, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Was the young lady in the private chamber truly mad to suggest attempting an unfamiliar elixir of such dubious origin? What if something went awry? Indeed, a purported remedy for breaking through one's limitations, the very notion was unheard of. "Miss Ru Yin, please do not take that risk." Ru Yan's hands, resting upon the railing, clenched into tight fists, her chest subtly rising and falling, revealing the turmoil within her heart. At that moment, Gong Qianxue spoke up. "Miss Ru Yin, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, I can arrange for Master Qianxing to assist you. I am confident he can alleviate your troubles. As for those dubious concoctions, it would be wise to refrain from their use. Master Qianxing is reputed as one of the most formidable physicians in the martial arts continent, known for his exceptional medical skills, yet seldom seen in public. The queue for his consultations extends years into the future." The crowd was once again flabbergasted at Gong Qianxue's claim of being able to summon Master Qianxing for Ru Yan's diagnosis. In the private chamber, upon hearing the name Qianxing, Muyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance. "Qianxing, Physician Qian. How delightful it is to hear the name of an old acquaintance once more." 79. I am willing to attempt to feel the chill emanating from Muyan. Little Bao restrained himself from looking up, softly calling out, "Mother?" The icy aura suddenly dissipated as Mu Yin lowered her head and gently caressed her son's head, her eyes radiating warmth and tenderness. Although little Bao's small face remained taut, his soft, fragrant little body nestled into her embrace, holding her tightly. Though no words were exchanged, it was as if he conveyed, little Bao will always be by his mother's side. In the arena, everyone urged Ru Yin to reconsider and refrain from recklessly consuming the mysterious medicine. Yet, Ru Yin remained indecisive. Even the renowned physician Qianxue had never been known to assist ancient martial artists in breaking through their bottlenecks. Before her stood an unprecedented opportunity presented by the esteemed guest. Should she gamble wisely, her future would be secure, and nightmares would cease. However, if she miscalculated, all would be lost. Gong Qianxue never anticipated that even after invoking Qianxue's name, Ru Yin would still remain ungrateful. Her gaze turned cold as she directed her attention towards the private chamber of the esteemed guest, seemingly offering a benevolent warning. Esteemed guest, how can you irresponsibly encourage Miss Ru Yin to experiment with unverified remedies? If any misfortune were to befall her after consumption, how will you atone for it? Silence enveloped the private chamber. Gong Qianxue believed the occupants were rendered speechless by her words, and a sense of mockery and triumph welled up within her. Just as she was about to speak again, a languid yet melodious voice drifted back. How about this? Let us wager, Your Highness. If Miss Ru Yin fails to break through her bottleneck after consuming the mysterious elixir, or if any mishap occurs, I shall crawl out of this beast arena. Conversely, should she succeed in advancing after taking the potion, then it shall be the princess who exits. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this? You. Gong Qianxue did not anticipate being outmaneuvered, her expression contorting momentarily. Do you truly believe that there exists a potion capable of facilitating a breakthrough in this world? At that moment, Ru Yin finally spoke. I am willing to give it a try. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was filled with unwavering resolve. With those words, Ru Yin essentially delivered a stinging slap to Gong Qianxue's face, causing her countenance to twist once more. In the elegant chamber, Mu Yin let out a soft laugh. What audacity! Following that, a vial of the mysterious elixir was hurled towards Ru Yin on the platform. Although the elegant chamber and the platform were at a similar height, the distance was considerable. As Ru Yin witnessed the porcelain bottle being thrown, she was nearly startled into a scream, but in the next moment, the vial landed securely in her grasp. Ru Yin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such an act of tossing a bottle across the air would be impossible without considerable mystical power. This revelation only deepened her confidence in the elixir she held. With her eyes shining ever more resolutely, Ru Yin uncapped the vial and swiftly poured its contents into her mouth. As the cool liquid flowed into her stomach, it took mere moments before it began to spread throughout her limbs and bones. A warm current subtly stirred within her energy center, and the blood and mystical energy within her body seemed to boil with the elixir's expansion. Ru Yin quickly settled into a cross-legged position, commencing her meditation and cultivation. In the Colosseum, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, with every gaze fixated upon Ru Yin, unblinking. Each individual harbored an insatiable curiosity about the existence of a mystical elixir capable of transcending one's limitations. Within a mere quarter of an hour, an ethereal mist, formed from a potent aura, began to rise from the crown of Ru Yin's head. A formidable and overwhelming pressure emanated from her being. This is the aura of a mid-tier Earth-level powerhouse. An elder at the pinnacle of the Earth level could not restrain a gasp of astonishment. Warriors of higher levels possessed the ability to discern the cultivation levels of those beneath them. Upon hearing this, the spectators in the Colosseum were left in utter disbelief. I recall that Miss Ru Yin was merely at the initial stage of Earth level, correct? Without a doubt. She has been stagnating at the initial stage for over a year. This is indeed true. My heavens, does such a miraculous substance truly exist that can facilitate the breaking of one's barriers? It is simply astonishing. Some gazes inadvertently shifted towards the direction of Gong Qianxue, as hushed whispers filled the air. In comparison, the Xianyuan pill presented by the Princess of Jingxing seemed impressive, yet its true worth paled in comparison to the elixir produced by the esteemed guest in the first-class private room. Indeed, this is an extraordinary elixir capable of breaking through barriers, something I had never even heard of before. Fortunately, the princess did not agree to the wager earlier, otherwise, she would undoubtedly be crawling out of the Colosseum by now. Although Gong Qianxue could not hear every whispered remark, a few fragments reached her ears, and the veiled expressions of pity and mockery directed at her made her feel increasingly uncomfortable, as though she were seated on a bed of nails. From her childhood to the present, she had always been a paragon of grace as princess and esteemed disciple of the Heavenly Path sect, experiencing a life unmarred by adversity, admired and envied by many. Yet today, she found herself in a situation that brought her immense humiliation, all due to the woman in room 1. Gong Qianxue glared fiercely in the direction of the private chamber, her teeth clenched tightly. Yin Li turned to look, his heart aching at the sight of his goddess, tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of breaking down. At that moment, as if awakened from meditation, Ruyan opened her eyes and cast a grateful glance toward room 1, promptly declaring, "I announce that the transcendent elixir provided by our esteemed guest in room 1, which can break through bottlenecks, holds greater value than the Xin Yuan pill. May I inquire if the guest in room 7 wishes to raise the bid? If no further bids are placed, I shall determine that the beast slave belongs to the esteemed guest of room 1. In the beast arena, Yin Haotian gripped the iron bars tightly, holding his breath as his gaze remained fixed on the direction of room 1, awaiting the moment of judgment. After a brief pause, noticing that Gong Qianxue had offered no further response, Ruyan smiled and announced, "Since the guest in room 7 is no longer raising the bid, I declare that the third beast slave belongs to the esteemed guest of room 1. Please accompany me for the transfer." Upon this declaration, the beast arena erupted once more into a frenzy. Some marveled at the beast slave's extraordinary worth, exclaiming that it had exchanged for a vial of elixir capable of breaking through barriers. Others anxiously inquired when this elixir would be auctioned. Many craned their necks toward room 1, eager to glimpse the remarkable figure capable of producing such an extraordinary elixir. All attention was drawn to Muyan. On the other side, Gong Qianxue found herself utterly neglected and overlooked. For her, this was more intolerable than being slapped in the face. As she noticed Yin Li gazing in her direction, tears immediately cascaded down her cheeks as she sorrowfully murmured, "I merely wished to rescue that beast slave, to have him as my right-hand man. Yet, I cannot fathom why that woman from room 1 would go to such lengths to oppose me, to humiliate me. Despite her relentless pursuit, should she acquire that beast slave, it was certain she would treat him poorly. Brother Yin, I truly feel so unwilling to accept this." Yin Li, who already harbored affections for Gong Qianxue, could scarcely bear to see her in such distress. Particularly, the memory of his own betrayal and injury at the hands of his subordinates, only to be saved by Gong Qianxue, intensified his sense of indebtedness. Without waiting for her response, he leaped into action, using the railings of the first and second floors as a springboard, swiftly landing on the beast-fighting stage. The moment he touched down, he addressed Ruyan with determination. "I contest the bidding results. According to the rules of the ghost market, I, Yin Li, challenge the guest from room 1 to a life and death duel. I wonder if this ancient martial artist from room 1 dares to accept my challenge?" This unexpected turn of events rendered the entire beast-fighting arena utterly silent. Moments later, it erupted into a fervor akin to water splashing into hot oil. Good heavens! This was Yin Li, the leader of the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of heavenly-level strength. The Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps was also one of the top 5 mercenary groups in the martial arts continent. Yin Li unexpectedly challenged the woman in room 1 to a life-and-death duel. The timbre of her voice suggested she was even younger than the princess of Jingcheng, making it hard to believe she could be a match for Yin Li. Indeed, if I were that woman, I would certainly forego the challenge. However, this would mean that, according to the rules of the ghost market, the beast slave would automatically become Yin Li's possession. The ghost market would miss out on the extraordinary advancement elixir, leaving both parties dissatisfied. What can be done? The rules of the ghost market have always been ruthless, with the weak succumbing to the strong. Not acquiring the beast slave is certainly preferable to losing one's life, isn't it? In the stands, the murmurs of the crowd reached Yin Haotian's ears, as well as those in room 1. He cast a glance at Yin Lai, then looked toward the second floor, his expression devoid of the earlier panic and tension, replaced instead by an inexplicable sense of certainty. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber, Mu Yin, upon hearing Yin Lai's challenge, could not help but curve her lips into a subtle smile. Ah, Yin Lai, how intriguing. It seems I am once again confronted by an old acquaintance. In a previous life, Yin Lai was even more loyal to Gong Qianxue than Yin Haotian, willing to commit unspeakable acts for her sake, such as annihilating Yin Haotian's entire family, severing his tongue, and selling him into the ghost market. Furthermore, merely out of suspicion of Mu Yan's betrayal, he sold her and another individual into a den of depravity, nearly subjecting her to unspeakable horrors. Then, like a savior descending from the heavens, Gong Qianxue came to her rescue, deepening her gratitude and devotion to her. Ah, what a faithful minion of Gong Qianxue, what a devoted hound. Through the thin curtain, Mu Yan's gaze fell upon Gong Qianxue from a distance, her smile both enchanting and chilling, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of the crimson lotus hell. Gong Qianxue, do not be hasty. In this lifetime, I shall not easily extinguish your life. To allow you to perish so simply would be far too lenient. I shall methodically eliminate all the minions surrounding you, uprooting each and every one of the nails you have embedded in the martial arts continent. I yearn to witness you stripped of everything, descending into madness and despair. Only in this manner can I dissolve the hatred stemming from your previous life. When you cruelly transformed my child into a medicinal pill. Such are the rules, mother. A chilly hand was grasped by a soft little one. Mu Yin was suddenly jolted from the enmity of her past life. Upon seeing her son's delicate, soft-featured visage, warmth and tenderness blossomed in her eyes. In this lifetime, she must remember, vengeance must be exacted. Yet, the most significant matter in her life was not revenge, but her dearly beloved little treasure. As long as it was for the sake of her little treasure's well-being, she would willingly sacrifice her life and relinquish her quest for vengeance. The little one, with a serious expression, coldly remarked, "Mother, did that person bully you? I shall teach him a lesson." Unable to suppress her laughter, Mu Yin pinched his chubby cheeks and replied, "Do you truly believe such a wretch could dare to bully your mother?" As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Ru Yin, understanding that the rules of the ghost market would hold little significance for her. Ru Yin displayed a troubled expression. If Yin Lai takes away the third beast slave, the auction price will be determined by Gong Qianxue's bid. In essence, a single Xian Yuan Dan is exchanged for the ownership of the third beast slave. Although the Xian Yuan Dan crafted by Master Jianfeng is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary elixir that enabled her to ascend to the mid-level of the Earth realm in merely a quarter of an hour. Yet, what could be done about her reluctance? The rules of the ghost market are absolute. Everything is dictated by the strong. Even someone like Su Yin cannot contravene this. With a soft sigh, she began, But before she could finish, the curtain of the first elegant chamber was suddenly lifted, and a figure emerged. It was a young girl clad in a flowing white gown, casually holding an ancient yaoqing. A rather ordinary ghost mask obscured her visage. Yet her form and the porcelain-like skin revealed her tender age. Despite the mask concealing her features, she captivated attention far more than Gong Qianxue, who, veiled and partially cradling a pipa, still managed to attract the gaze. Each movement and posture exuded an irresistible allure and languor, rendering one utterly entranced even without a glimpse of her face. "Captain Yin wishes to engage me in a life-and-death duel?" Mu Yin leaned against the railing, her melodious voice laced with nonchalance. "Does this imply that the victor claims ownership?" She gestured towards Yin Haotian in the iron cage. "Indeed," Yin Lai proclaimed loudly. "Do you dare accept my challenge?" A low, mocking laughter escaped from Mu Yan's lips as she idly plucked the strings of her instrument, languidly proclaiming, "Captain Yin, you are still quite young. Seeking your own demise is ill-advised. To challenge me, you may find yourself rather unworthy." The audacity of her words elicited a wave of laughter from the spectators in the arena. How could this girl assert that Yin Lai was unworthy of her acceptance? Surely, she must be out of her mind. Did she truly believe that possessing a potion capable of breaking through her limitations could enable her to conquer a peak celestial-level warrior? Such notions were utterly fanciful. A flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in Yan Lai's eyes. Whether one was worthy would only be determined through combat. Oh, since Captain Yan is so eager to court death. Mu Yan raised her hand, elegantly curling her jade-like index finger. Then come forth. I accept your invitation. This gesture, akin to beckoning a dog, was undeniably provocative, dismissing Yan Lai entirely. At that moment, Yan Lai was finally provoked. With a furious roar, he soared into the air, using the railing as a springboard, resembling a soaring eagle as he lunged toward Mu Yan. Ah, be careful. It was over. This girl was doomed. The oppressive aura of Captain Yan's energy was terrifying. Yet, throughout it all, Mu Yan remained lazily reclined against the railing, too indolent to even shift her position. Only when Yan Lai leapt from the second railing did she deftly pluck the strings of her instrument. A magnificent melody resonated, accompanied by a fierce sword energy that surged toward Yan Lai with a piercing howl. A muffled groan escaped from Yan Lai's lips. Immediately, a crimson streak appeared on his thigh and arm, blood splattering forth. The arena fell into an instant hush, all eyes fixating on the Tianma Qin held by Mu Yan. Could it be an attack with sound blades? Is this girl from the Vanine Palace? What a jest! Although the Vanine Palace is the sole sect capable of executing sound blade attacks, it is but an inconspicuous minor sect, incapable of wielding such extraordinary elixirs, let alone inflicting harm upon Captain Yan Lai. Am I merely hallucinating? The aura emanating from that sound blade attack is immensely powerful. I dare say it surpasses even that of Captain Yan Lai. Can anyone discern the cultivation level of that young woman? I am at the initial stage of Earth rank and cannot perceive it at all. I am at the advanced stage of Earth rank, and I too cannot see it. I am at the mid-stage of Heaven rank, and even I, an old man, cannot fathom it. In the stands of the beast-fighting arena, all the ancient martial artists exchanged bewildered glances. Their gazes towards Mu Yan shifted from shock to sheer terror. A girl capable of unleashing sound blade attacks, whose aura of power associated with the attack is more formidable than that of Yan Lai. The fact that even mid-stage Heaven rank warriors are unable to see through her cultivation level, what does this signify? Could it be that this young woman is at the pinnacle of Heaven rank, like Yan Lai himself? Someone could not contain their exclamation, only to be swiftly rebutted. How could that be? Judging by the girl's stature and the sound of her voice, she is evidently much younger than Gong Qianxue. If she were at the pinnacle of Heaven rank, then what would that make Gong Qianxue, the most talented individual of the martial continent? The collective gaze surreptitiously drifted towards Gong Qianxue outside Suite 7. Countless eyes converged, causing Gong Qianxue to nearly grind her teeth to powder. Below, Yan Lai also overheard the murmurings of the crowd. He could endure his own injuries and humiliation, but he couldn't bear the tarnishing of Gong Qianxue's reputation. His gaze, filled with intense murderous intent, glared fiercely at Mu Yan as Yan Lai gritted his teeth and said, "Are you only capable of relying on sonic blade attacks, resorting to such underhanded tactics as shameless ambushes from above? If you have the ability, come down and face me in a one-on-one duel." Mu Yan's expression remained nonchalant as she supported her chin with one hand, chuckling softly. "There's something I find rather peculiar. If my memory serves me correctly, the person who wants to purchase this beast slave is Gong Qianxue, not Grand Leader Yan, is it not? Since it's to be a one-on-one duel and a life-or-death confrontation. Shouldn't Her Highness the Princess personally step into the arena?" Yan Lai was stumped by the question, rendered momentarily speechless. The crowd, in their discussions, also subtly directed their gazes towards Gong Qianxue, as they felt Mu Yan's words held merit. "Enough with your nonsense." Yan Lai interrupted Mu Yan with a stern shout. "This beast slave is to be purchased by me. It has nothing to do with Qianxue. If you wish to take this beast slave away today, you must accept my life-or-death challenge." From that simple sonic blade attack just now, Yan Lai knew that this young woman's cultivation was definitely higher than Gong Qianxue's. And what was most terrifying was that, judging by her figure and bone structure, Yan Lai could clearly guess that this young woman was several years younger than Gong Qianxue. It was because he had considered this that intense murderous intent surfaced in Yin Lai's eyes. He was acutely aware that allowing this young woman to survive would greatly undermine the reputation of Gong Qianxue, the most talented individual in the martial continent. What is the matter? Are you afraid to accept the challenge? Yin Lai scoffed, noticing Mu Yin's unwavering stance. Unable to restrain his mockery, he continued, "You seem quite anxious about this third beast slave. Could it be that he is your lover? Perhaps you've even indulged in a scandalous affair and conceived a child?" His laughter echoed mockingly, intended solely to provoke Mu Yan, and the more he spoke, the more scathing his words became. Upon hearing his last remark, however, Mu Yan's gaze turned frigid. Cradling the Tianma Qin, her ethereal figure leapt gracefully, akin to a feather, landing softly before Yin Lai. The ghostly mask that adorned her face shimmered under the arena's radiant light, casting an eerie yet captivating glow. Her voice, melodious like a celestial serenade, drifted into Yin Lai's ears. "Yin Lai, I hope that shortly you will still find reason to smile." Yin Lai, perceiving this as the most amusing jest, felt a surge of fierce determination in his eyes. "You little girl, do you think that simply by consuming medicinal pills to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the heavenly class, you are invincible?" He sneered. "Today, I shall make you regret your arrogance." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed his fingers into claws, lunging fiercely at the ghostly mask on Mu Yan's face. As he moved, the overwhelming aura and pressure exuded from his peak heavenly class cultivation surged like a torrent of raging waters. The thick air of murderous intent enveloped the entire arena, causing even the front rows of spectators to tremble in fear. Yet, Mu Yan remained nonchalant, standing unfazed throughout the ordeal. Beneath the visage of the ghostly mask, a captivating curve graced the face. In the moment that Yin Lai drew near, Mu Yan gently plucked the strings of her celestial demon harp. The formless sound blades shot forth like sharp swords towards Yin Lai. With a cold chuckle, Yin Lai retorted, "You think I would fall for the same trick again?" Swift as lightning, he evaded the sound blades in an instant. "Without your sound blade attack, let's see what you can do. Prepare to meet your demise." His arrogant proclamation was abruptly cut short as a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through his back. Stumbling, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Mu Yan maintained a nonchalant smile, her fingers as delicate as jade deftly strumming the strings, feigning remorse as she said, "I apologize, Captain Yan, but I neglected to mention that my sound blade attacks can indeed change direction." Upon hearing this, the crowd in the beast arena questioned their own senses. Was it truly possible for sound blade attacks to curve? Was this still the ineffective musician they believed her to be? Just moments ago, they had witnessed the sound blade, having been evaded by Yin Lai, curve around to strike at his back. Who could possibly evade such an attack? The faces of the warriors reflected sheer astonishment, as they realized that if put in Yin Lai's position, they would fare even worse, more wretched and pitiful. Indeed, wretched and pitiful. What followed was a profound demonstration of these two terms by Yin Lai himself. The melodious notes, resonating like the tinkling of bells, flowed from the youthful fingers of the maiden. Yet, what accompanied this enchanting melody was not merely music that lingered for 3 days, but a palpable aura of lethal intent. Was Yin Lai truly not formidable? No, he is exceptionally powerful, a peak ancient warrior at the celestial level. How could one say otherwise? In the ghost market of Xi'an City, it is challenging to find even 1 or 2 individuals stronger than him. Yet, this formidable being finds himself utterly defenseless against the assault of the young girl's melodies. Countless sound blades cascade relentlessly, forming a tempest that envelopes Yin Lai within. The wounds on Yin Lai multiply, and the energy within him depletes rapidly, for only by ceaselessly circulating his energy can he withstand the onslaught of the sound blades. Otherwise, he would have been severed into pieces long ago. However, what terrifies Yin Lai even more than the assault of these sound blades is the mental shock embedded within the melodies. Scenes of past betrayals, abandonment, and impending death inundate his mind. Anger, hatred, pain, despair, all negative emotions surge forth like a tidal wave. Yin Lai roared, "Wretch, wretch! If you have the ability, Let me go. I shall kill you. Kill you. Mu Yin delicately plucked the strings of her zither, responding leisurely with a smile. Captain Yin, I hold no grudge against you. Why do you insist on killing me? At this moment, Yin Lai's spirit teetered on the brink of total collapse. He bellowed in response. Because you stand in Qianxue's way. You are clearly younger than Qianxue, yet your cultivation far surpasses hers. If you are allowed to live, how could Qianxue still be regarded as the greatest genius of the martial arts continent? With these words, Yin Lai inadvertently confirmed the undeniable truth that Gong Qianxue was inferior to Mu Yin. The onlookers in the beast arena erupted once more. Indeed, I had said this girl is far more formidable than Gong Qianxue. Ah, how amusing. The so-called genius of the martial arts continent is but a hollow title. Humph. I particularly detest that Gong Qianxue, who endlessly boasts of her prowess, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Haha, how the tables have turned. One cannot help but wonder who this young lady truly is. Henceforth, the Qingyun ranking of the martial arts continent shall witness a transformation. Yet, Mu Yin remained unfazed by the eager gazes directed her way. As she plucked the strings of her zither, she continued to inquire, Oh, you hold Gong Qianxue in such high regard, willing to do anything for her? Absolutely, Yin Lai exclaimed, defending against the sonic assault while proudly declaring, Qianxue is my savior. My goddess, the only one who will never forsake me. For her, I would go to any lengths. Mu Yin paused momentarily, her gaze drifting to the man confined within the iron cage, and she murmured, For her, would you even resort to murder and arson, annihilating the entire Yin Haotian clan? Haraha. Yes, it was I who obliterated the Yin Haotian clan. So what? Yin Lai laughed heartily. Who compelled Qianxue to take an interest in that fellow, urging me to recruit him, only for him to reject my overtures? Since he is so ungrateful, I shall eradicate his entire family, sever his tongue, and sell him to the underworld market. Haraha. When he has experienced the wretched existence of neither being human nor ghost, and when he is plunged into utter despair, it will be then that Qianxue descends from the heavens to save him. Will he not be overwhelmed with gratitude towards Qianxue? At that point, he will be nothing more than a dog at her side, obedient to her every whim. Haraha. From the adjacent iron cage, the frantic howls of Yin Haotian resounded. His crimson eyes, wild with madness, glared hatefully at Yin Lai. The heavy cage shook violently under his agitation. His bloodied hands emitted the sound of cracking bones, yet he managed to bend and twist the iron bars of the cage. Mu Yan's gaze was deep and cold as she observed Yin Haotian's anguished and frenzied demeanor, as if she were witnessing a distant past. The present Yin Haotian was indeed pitiable. Merely for possessing extraordinary talent and indomitable spirit, he must endure such a fate of ruin and devastation, destined to be trained as Qianxue's dog. But how much better was her own past life? Simply because the child she carried was of divine origin. She was brutally cut open, losing her womb. The mortal enemy, with whom she shared a blood-soaked vendetta, stood right before her, yet she was blind to it, foolishly offering her life in service. As for the current Yin Lai, the minion of Qianxue, he too was merely a pathetic fool. He regarded Qianxue as a savior and a goddess, yet in her eyes, what difference was there between him and a mere dog? Listening to Yin Lai's incessant laughter, he declared, In this entire world, only Qianxue would never betray me, nor abandon me. For her sake, I would willingly do anything. Mu Yin could not help but scoff. Do you genuinely believe that Gong Qianxue would not forsake you? Why not lift your gaze and observe whether the goddess you idolize truly cares for your well-being? Yin Lai paused, momentarily halting the flow of his profound energy. And in that instant, a deep wound, revealing bone, was inflicted upon him by the sound blade. Yet, he paid it no heed and turned his eyes towards the direction of room 7. To his dismay, it was empty. There was no trace of Gong Qianxue. Even the 2 guards who had stood by her side had vanished without a trace. Do you see? Mu Yin taunted. Long before you were ensnared by my wind blade. When she deemed you utterly worthless, she had already slipped away. She understood that if she remained, she would only endure greater humiliation. Even being compelled to fulfill the agreement, and crawl out of the beast arena. As for your life or death, she never regarded it with any importance. The spectators in the training arena could not restrain their murmurs of astonishment. Not a single one had noticed that Gong Qianxue had stealthily departed at some point. It was evident to all that Yan Lai had entered the duel solely for the sake of Gong Qianxue. Now, trapped in peril, she had clandestinely fled. This left many in utter disdain for her actions. Some could not help but jeer. So the so-called kind-hearted and virtuous princess of Jingcheng is merely a pretender, seeking fame and recognition. Come with me, he urged. It was not merely a matter of seeking fame. Did you not hear what Yan Lai just said? In order to secure loyal subordinates, Gong Qianxue had the audacity to orchestrate the slaughter of his entire family and subsequently sold them off to the ghost market. Such actions are utterly deranged. How can someone like her be hailed as the foremost genius of the martial arts continent, reigning at the top of the Qingyun rankings? It is indeed shameless. As for Yan Lai, upon realizing that Gong Qianxue had truly forsaken him, he was on the brink of complete mental collapse. No, impossible. Qianxue would never do this to me. Do not attempt to deceive me. I will not believe you. Yan Lai screamed in a fit of hysteria. For Qianxue was the finest girl in the world. She was the one who had come to his rescue in his darkest hour of despair. Muyan halted her trembling strings, ceasing her melodic assault. It was then that Yan Lai clearly discerned the pity and derision reflected in her eyes. Oh, by the way, there is something you might not know. When you were betrayed within the mercenary group, nearly meeting your demise, the one who betrayed you was none other than Gong Qianxue, who had bribed him. The motive, I believe, is all too familiar to you, just as you did to Yan Haoyan. Precisely the same. Yan Lai's eyes widened in horror, a flicker of extreme fear emerging from the depths of his gaze, before he lunged madly toward Mu Yin, shouting, "You wretched girl, do not think you can deceive me. To slander Qianxue, I will kill you." With effortless grace, Mu Yin evaded him, continuing in a leisurely tone. "If I recall correctly, that traitor was your sworn brother, was he not? Before you exact your vengeance upon him, did he not reveal anything to you? Is it not clear to you, more than anyone else, whether it was indeed Gong Qianxue who orchestrated this?" Yan Lai's movements abruptly ceased, as unsettling images emerged in his mind, transforming the fury etched upon his face into sheer terror. Some matters, when left unspoken, seem innocuous, yet, upon Mu Yan's unveiling of the truth, he discerned the myriad flaws in everything Gong Qianxue had done. Impossible! Impossible! It cannot be. Yan Lai collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, unleashing a roar of rage and despair. Gong Qianxue, why have you treated me this way? Mu Yan's eyes held no warmth, her laughter a mere scoff as the strings of her instrument vibrated. The sound of her musical blade did not strike at Yan Lai, but instead severed the iron cage that imprisoned Yan Haoyan. With a resounding crack, the cage shattered into two pieces, prompting Yan Haoyan to leap forth with a furious roar. The chaos of the beast slave's uncontrollable rampage sent gasps rippling through the arena. Yet, Mu Yin remained unhurried, addressing Ru Yan. "Lady Ru Yan, this beast slave, I trust, is now my possession?" As she spoke, she tossed a porcelain vial to Ru Yan, who, upon inhaling its contents, recognized it as the extraordinary elixir capable of breaking through limitations. She grinned and replied, "Your words ring true. This third beast slave now belongs to you, esteemed guest." With eyes ablaze, Yan Haoyan advanced step by step towards Yan Lai. As he passed by Mu Yan, he briefly halted. Mu Yan, with an air of indifference, remarked, "I promised you that as long as you follow me, I would avenge your grievous wrongs. Now, this individual shall be dealt with by you." Yan Haoyan turned to face Mu Yan, knelt upon the ground, and bowed deeply. Subsequently, he lunged towards Yan Lai. Heart-wrenching cries and anguished wails, mingled with furious roars of pain, echoed throughout the arena. The spectators, a blend of beauty and grotesqueness, displayed expressions of horror, yet not a single soul intervened. Not far away, Yan Lai, his eyes brutally gouged out, his tongue severed, limbs hacked off, and even his vital essence ruptured, continued to exist, enduring a torment worse than death, emitting mournful howls. From this moment forth, he would lead a life more miserable than that of a dog, unless he found the courage to end his own existence. Having spoken, she turned to leave, with Yan Haoyan closely trailing behind her. The onlookers in the arena pointed at the bloodied and mangled form of Yan Lai, yet ultimately, none chose to acknowledge him. After dealing with Yan Lai, Mu Yin did not linger. She departed the ghost market with Little Bao and Yan Haoyan. Beyond the ruthless ghost market, Xi'an City stands as a prosperous, affluent, and stable metropolis. Mu Yin, holding Little Bao's hand, ambled leisurely down the street, akin to a stroll in a tranquil garden, emanating an indescribable ease. Nevertheless, the trio attracted considerable attention from passers-by, for Mu Yin and Little Bao were strikingly beautiful, while Yan Haoyan appeared exceedingly repulsive and fierce. Prior to his arrival at the ghost market, Yan Haoyan had merely been rendered nearly powerless and had his tongue severed. However, after being sent to the ghost market, he spent his days battling fierce beasts and beast slaves in the arena, leaving countless scars upon his face and body. Disheveled and filthy, he now exuded an aura of terrifying ugliness. In comparing Mu Yin and Xiaobao, one radiates brightness, while the other possesses a delicate beauty, naturally captivating the attention of countless onlookers. As they approached a ready-to-wear shop, Mu Yin abruptly halted her steps and instructed Yan Haoyan. Go inside and select a few outfits for yourself. Without uttering a word, Yan Haoyan strode into the store. Upon entering, the sound of the shopkeeper's scornful tirade echoed. Where did this beggar come from? You've sullied my establishment. Why don't you just get out? Yet, Yan Haoyan seemed oblivious to the words, advancing resolutely as if Mu Yin's command was the sole sound resonating in his ears, rendering all else mere whispers in the wind. The shopkeeper, initially intent on obstruction, faltered as Yan Haoyan approached, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood that clung to him and the fierce aura cultivated in the arena. The shopkeeper recoiled in trepidation, his voice trembling. Please, don't act recklessly. Just as he turned to flee, Mu Yin had already tossed a bag of gold coins his way, a sum ample enough for a selection of garments. Momentarily taken aback, the shopkeeper glanced at the stunning Mu Yin, then at Yan Haoyan. Weighing the heft of the coins in his hand, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. This is more than sufficient. Not only can you purchase a few outfits, but you could even procure every piece in my shop without issue. Mu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Yan Haoyan and casually remarked, do temper your presence. We wouldn't want to frighten anyone. Instantly, the fierce demeanor that had previously enveloped Yan Haoyan dissipated at her words, his formidable aura vanishing entirely. The shopkeeper could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Is this gentleman your servant, my lady? What a truly formidable presence he possesses. Particularly striking was the contrast between the grotesquely hulking man and the ethereally beautiful, yet delicate girl, who astonishingly managed to tame this fearsome figure with ease, leaving onlookers in awe. Not that I mind, Mu Yin chuckled lightly. He can be considered my subordinate. She had no desire to cultivate a slave like Gong Qianxue. However, her current predicament necessitated a loyal and capable assistant, which was why she had gone to great lengths to rescue Yan Haoyan from the ghost market. Thus, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. As Mu Yin languidly observed Yan Haoyan as he selected his attire, Xiaobao suddenly tugged at her hand, leading her in a specific direction. Surprised, Mu Yin followed his lead, only to find herself in front of a white pleated skirt. With a serious expression, Xiaobao turned to the shopkeeper and declared, I want this one. The shopkeeper stared in astonishment at the child and then at Mu Yin. Xiaobao promptly produced a piece of gold leaf from his pocket and tossed it casually to the shopkeeper, commanding, Get it for me, despite being merely a 4-year-old. His authoritative tone and piercing gaze completely intimidated the shopkeeper. He obediently retrieved the white garment, presenting it with mechanical enthusiasm. Young master indeed possesses exquisite taste. This piece is our shop's prized treasure. Woven from flowing sand silk, it bestows upon the wearer an ethereal elegance akin to a celestial being, while also providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Xiaobao shot him a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed. Is one piece of gold leaf insufficient? Why so much unnecessary chatter? He refrained from taking the garment himself, instead presenting it to Mu Yan, exclaiming, "Mother." Mu Yan's eyes sparkled with joy as she crouched down to caress the soft texture of the fabric. "Is little treasure buying clothes for mother?" Little treasure, with a serious expression, nodded slightly, his ice blue eyes clearer than the sky after rain. Mu Yan smiled warmly, asking, "Do you think mother will look beautiful in them?" "Yes," he replied earnestly. "Mother is the most beautiful." Overwhelmed with delight at her son's praise, Mu Yan happily accepted the garments and instructed the shopkeeper, "Please wrap these up. And also pack this piece and that piece of fabric." She pointed to the cloth, as the shop did not offer ready-made garments suitable for children. Little Treasure turned away with a stoic expression, signaling his disapproval. His mother's sewing skills were already commendable, considering that during their modest days in the mountains, it was he who mended their torn clothes. Mu Yan cherished the way her beloved son displayed a mix of disdain and reluctance to hurt her feelings. Intentionally, she drew him close, feigning sorrow. "Does Little Treasure think mother's clothes are unattractive?" Instantly, he wrapped his arms around her neck, resting his small head on her shoulder, and softly replied, "I don't think so. As long as it's made by mother, I will wear it, no matter how unappealing or tattered the garments might be." Wearing something crafted by his mother brought him warmth and joy. Mu Yan felt a swell of emotion in her eyes as she held her little one even tighter. "Thank you, Little Treasure. Thank you for being by mother's side in this lifetime. It is you who has bestowed upon my life not merely the dark and bloody quest for vengeance, but also the courage to continue living." Suddenly, I recalled the words of Bai Lian Luo, who once mentioned that Xiaobao could survive no longer than 10 years in the martial arts continent. It seems she too should devise a way to seek the means to unseal the heavenly demon Zither. After purchasing garments, the financially unburdened Mu Yan promptly sought out an inn, reserving an entire courtyard. Following a delightful dinner, Yan Haoyan, having cleansed himself and donned a fresh attire, rapped gently upon Mu Yan's door. Upon its opening, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown illuminated by candlelight, and even he, a battle puppet long dulled by life's monotony, could not help but feel a fleeting sense of awe. Mu Yan, having bathed, was adorned in the pleated gown of flowing white silk that Xiaobao had selected for her during the day. Her originally radiant visage, accentuated by the shimmering fabric and delicate features, appeared ethereal, as if she had descended from the celestial realm. Yet, her demeanor remained irresistibly alluring and languorous, adding an enchanting charm that stirred the heart and soul. However, Yan Haoyan's awe was but a fleeting moment as he knelt on one knee. Words eluded him, yet he executed the etiquette of master and servant with impeccable grace. Mu Yan, holding a cup of tea, leisurely took a sip and displayed no inclination to assist him to his feet. Instead, she spoke softly, "Do you know why I chose to save you?" Yan Haotian remained on the ground, motionless, his silence suggesting an indifference to her inquiry. "Having learned that Gong Qianxue intended to claim you as her own and sought to purchase you from the ghost market, I took it upon myself to thoroughly investigate your background. This diligence allowed me to inadvertently uncover the deeds that Yan Lai has committed against you. My act of salvation stems purely from a desire to thwart Gong Qianxue's ambitions. Regardless, you now owe me a life." Mu Yan set down her teacup, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon him. "At this moment, I can present you with two paths. The first option is to serve me as my subordinate for 5 years. Consider this duration as a means to repay the debt you owe me. After this period, we shall have no further obligations to one another. You will be free to pursue your own desires without interference." Yan Haoyan lifted his head, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any discernible emotion. A subtle smile graced the corners of Mu Yan's lips as she continued, "The second option is to willingly acknowledge me as your master. From that point forward, you shall forfeit your personal freedom and devote yourself entirely to my service. Should you ever dare to betray me, I will ensure that your existence becomes a torment, where survival is a distant hope and death an elusive escape. Conversely, as my loyal follower, I shall provide you with Xian medicine to heal your wounds, ensuring that you ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly level without issue." Ordinarily, one would be overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of attaining the heavenly peak. Yet, throughout this exchange, Yan Haoyan remained composed, even seemingly lifeless. Rising from the ground, he knelt once more, his right fist pressed firmly against his heart, his body fully prostrated before her. This was a posture of utmost humility, a display of unwavering subservience. Yan Haotian rested his forehead against the cold ground, his form steadfast and unyielding. In truth, long before Mu Yin allowed him to take vengeance on Yin Lai, he had already acknowledged her as his master in his heart. His life had lost all meaning when his entire family was annihilated. It was Mu Yin who granted him a new lease on life and the opportunity for revenge. Thus, recognizing Mu Yin as his master did not evoke feelings of humiliation or constraint. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. For it was only in this acknowledgement that he could discover a reason to continue living. Mu Yin extended her hand to tap the seat across from her. "Please take a seat. I shall take your pulse." Yan Haotian silently complied. Her jade-like fingers rested delicately upon his scarred wrist. As she examined his pulse, a frown creased Mu Yan's brow. Indeed, Yan Haotian's injuries were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. In his previous life, Yan Haotian had been a trusted confidant of Gong Qianxue, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of celestial rank. However, this had been achieved through the use of highly detrimental elixirs and potions, forcibly healing and accumulating power. As a result, upon reaching the pinnacle, further advancement became exceedingly difficult. And he met his demise at a young age following a severe injury. Even in death, he remained unaware that his family's nemeses were none other than Gong Qianxue and Yin Lai. Following her instructions, Yan Haotian seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yin had, at some point, acquired the celestial demon zither. She closed her eyes, swiftly channeling the mystical energy within her. Xiaobao rose, maintaining a serious expression as he stood vigil beside her. As her slender fingers gracefully danced across the dark strings of the zither, a melodious and enchanting sound flowed forth, transforming the atmosphere. Yan Haotian's previously stern demeanor gradually softened upon hearing the music. His brows were relaxed, and on his scarred face, a gentle and sweet expression emerged, as if he were reminiscing about beautiful memories. Mu Yin let out a soft sigh in her heart, yet her hands remained unceasing in their movements. The melody gradually transformed from a tender and captivating tune to one that wept and lamented, piercing the heart with anguish. Yan Haotian's demeanor shifted from softness to one of pain and struggle. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, rolled down his forehead, and his robust frame trembled uncontrollably. Within his dantian, the profound energy pulsed rhythmically in tandem with the notes of the music, circulating through his organs and meridians. Wherever the ethereal energy flowed, it brought not the usual warmth and comfort, but rather an excruciating agony, as if his flesh were being torn asunder. Yan Haotian clenched his jaw tightly, blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes became thoroughly drenched in sweat. Yet, he emitted not a single groan, nor did he stir an inch or attempt to harness his profound energy in defiance. This was solely due to Mu Yan's command. As the ethereal energy, ignited by the music, coursed through every inch of his meridians, the mournful and desolate melody suddenly transformed into a fierce and imposing crescendo. An intensified pain erupted from the very marrow of his bones and flesh. At last, he could no longer contain himself, letting out a beastly cry of anguish. Fine droplets of blood mingled with a viscous black liquid seeped from his skin. In that moment, Yan Haotian appeared infinitely more wretched than in the arena of beasts. Black-red tears streamed from his orifices, and his freshly donned garments had been completely stained crimson by the dark blood. Yet, Mu Yan's melody did not waver or soften in the slightest. The melody of the zither persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. Yan Haotian struggled to rise from the ground, his entire being reminiscent of someone just extracted from a murky abyss, reeking and filthy. His frail body could scarcely support him. As he stood, he nearly collapsed once more. Nonetheless, he respectfully bowed and then staggered out. As soon as Yan Haotian departed, Xiaobao rushed forward, tightly embracing Mu Yan. "My dear, what troubles you?" Mu Yan spoke softly. Xiaobao lifted his head, his clear blue eyes reflecting a profound discontent and a sense of heartache. Xiaobao does not want mother to suffer. At that moment, Muyan's smile remained radiant and languid, yet her complexion was alarmingly pale, devoid of any color in her lips. This was evidently a manifestation of excessive consumption of her mystical energy. Muyan understood that Xiaobao was concerned for her well-being and couldn't help but cup his small face, planting a tender kiss upon it. Be good, my dear. Mother is aware of her limits. It is merely a slight depletion of mystical energy. With a bit of rest, I shall recover. However, Xiaobao grasped the Tianma zither, his tiny fingers laboriously dancing across its strings. Ordinarily, the zither, once attuned to its master, could not be wielded by anyone but Muyan. Yet, as Xiaobao strummed the strings, a gentle surge of mystical energy seeped from his fingertips into the instrument, overflowing with the tinkling notes that emerged. Although the melody he produced was quite unrefined, lacking the grace and beauty of Muyan's playing, she distinctly felt her once parched reservoir of energy beginning to replenish with the moment the notes resonated. Moreover, the ethereal energy thus supplemented does not possess the residual side effects commonly associated with the consumption of mystical herbs or elixirs. It is also unlike the situation where external energy is imparted by others, resulting in an incompatibility of two distinct energy attributes that may lead to repulsion. The ethereal energy born from the melodious sounds seems to seamlessly integrate with her own, complementing the remnants of energy residing in her core. Muyan's complexion gradually returned to normal, yet the astonishment upon her face lingered stubbornly. My precious, Muyan exclaimed as she lifted her son into her arms, showering his tender, cool cheeks with affectionate kisses. How is it that you are so extraordinary? Echoing life, mother has only just begun to learn, and has T officially demonstrated it yet? I never imagined you would have already mastered it. Echoing life, it is one of the skills derived from the legacy of the divine musicians and, according to Bai Li Luyin, it serves as a collective support skill. Through the resonance of music, it can restore the ethereal energy or spiritual power within the human body in a short span of time. Initially, it can only restore the energy of one or two individuals simultaneously, but as one hones this skill to advanced levels, it may even restore the energy of countless individuals at once. While Muyan practiced this skill, her little treasure quietly observed her as she played the piano and channeled her ethereal power. Unbeknownst to her, he had silently acquired this skill. A barely perceptible smile finally graced the cold, small face of her son as he embraced Muyan's neck, nestling his tiny form in her arms. He gently declared, "From now on, I will help mother restore her energy. I don't want mother to toil." A warmth enveloped Muyan's heart, her eyes filled with tender smiles. Just as a knock resonated at the door, heralding the arrival of Yin Haotian, Xiaobao immediately leaped from Muyan's embrace, standing to the side with a stern expression, as if the playful child from moments ago was a mere illusion. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush at his ears. Muyan was amused by her son's antics, but her mirth was subdued when Yin Haotian entered the room. In the presence of others, she felt it necessary to preserve her son's dignity. Her gaze shifted towards Yin Haotian, her eyes subtly flickering before she spoke. You have now reached the intermediate level of the earth realm. Yin Haotian nodded, his typically expressionless face finally betraying a hint of gratitude and emotion. He had never anticipated that his cultivation could one day be restored. How slow-witted his mother was. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that aside from some external injuries and the fractures in his hands, the residual internal injuries within his meridians and energy sea had nearly healed completely. From the day of his family's annihilation until now, he had never felt such a lightness in his body. Yet, Muyan felt a tinge of regret. She had hoped to restore Yin Haotian's cultivation directly to the peak of the earth realm. Ultimately, her recent foray into the art of the divine musician was still lacking in finesse. The inexperience yielded a significant diminishment in results. In the future, she resolved to practice more on Yin Haotian. After all, he was a free subject for experimentation. Unbeknownst to the focused Yin Haotian, who remained oblivious to his mistress's intentions, he knelt once more and earnestly bowed his head 3 times before Muyan. He felt no curiosity about her miraculous ability to heal internal injuries through music. Instead, Those 3 bows were filled with profound gratitude and an unwavering pledge of loyalty. Muyan was exceedingly pleased with his work ethic and nodded, saying, "Very well. You have just regained your mid-level status in the Earth realm, and your foundation is still unstable. Therefore, you shall enter seclusion for 3 days to solidify your progress. Do not disappoint me." After resting for a night at the inn, the following day, Muyan took her son, Xiaobao, on a leisurely stroll. Having grown up in the mountains, Xiaobao had not experienced the joys of delightful toys like ordinary children, nor had he donned many splendid garments. Once Muyan's cultivation reached a sufficient height, she could take Xiaobao freely into the nameless depths of the mountains, though they typically visited only the nearby town. However, that town was severely lacking in resources, and the food available was of exceedingly mundane flavor, with clothing that was crudely made. Thus, after completing her business in Xi'an City, Muyan did not rush to depart. Instead, she wished to let Xiaobao enjoy himself and revel in the experience. After their excursion, Xiaobao's course homespun attire was replaced with resplendent silks, and his soft, dark hair was elegantly tied with jade tassels, revealing his exquisitely handsome face. Although only 4 years old, this transformation elevated the charming little boy into a figure of striking allure that could make hearts race. There were even excited whispers from young girls. "Whose little boy is this? How have we never seen him in Xi'an City before? He is simply adorable." Unable to resist, Muyan bent down and lifted her son into her arms. Caught off guard, Xiaobao instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck, his handsome face displaying a hint of confusion. Muyan nuzzled his tender cheek and lamented, "Xiaobao, does your mother not wish to take you out?" As you observe the expressions of the passers-by on the street, it seems they are eager to snatch you away from your mother's side. It is all because you, dear little Bao, are simply too adorable. What would happen if someone were to take you away from your mother? Muyan said this playfully, intending to amuse little Bao. To her surprise, little Bao, with a serious countenance and furrowed brows, declared, "No one can take little Bao away from mother. I will fight anyone who tries." Muyan couldn't help but laugh, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek, saying, "Yes, little Bao is so obedient. This way, mother and little Bao will never be separated." Little Bao nodded earnestly, yet his sharp gaze drifted toward the second floor of the nearby tea house. He mused silently. Mother is quite oblivious. She thinks everyone is admiring little Bao, but in truth, there are those who covet mother instead. However, mother belongs to me, and I shall not allow anyone to take her away. In the tea house, at a refined table on the second floor, a man in his 30s sat by the window. His indifferent gaze casually swept over the street below, but suddenly it fixated on a particular spot. His relaxed demeanor transformed into one of astonishment. He closed the folding fan in his hand and leaned slightly forward, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. "Master, what is the matter?" inquired a subordinate standing nearby. Noticing the man's unusual behavior, the man, however, disregarded the question and beckoned a waiter, asking, "Do you know the origins of that young lady?" The waiter glanced over, gasping in astonishment. On the bustling street, a young maiden clad in white gracefully held the hand of a child as they strolled through the throngs of people. Despite the crowds, the maiden effortlessly captured the attention of passers-by at first glance. Her exquisite beauty was undeniable, her skin as fair as snow, her starry eyes shimmering, and her lips resembling delicate petals. Merely observing her from afar stirred a tumult of emotions within, rendering it impossible to look away. It was no wonder that the gentleman in the private room lost his composure and inquired about her. However, the attendant of the tea house quickly shook his head, asserting that such a stunning maiden would surely be remembered if she had previously graced the city of Xi'an. The implication was clear. This enchanting girl was a recent arrival to Xi'an. The gentleman remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the maiden below, and he could not help but lick his lips, a flicker of fervent desire igniting in his eyes. Once the attendant exited, one of the gentleman's subordinates promptly asked, "My lord, do you take an interest in this lady? If so, I shall fetch her to present before you at once." In the subordinate's eyes, the esteemed status of his master made it a tremendous fortune for any woman to be noticed by him, whether as a wife, concubine, or even a mere chambermaid. Thus, the suggestion felt entirely justified. The gentleman, without hesitation, nodded in agreement, but, in a rare moment of caution, advised, "Be courteous. Do not be disrespectful to the fair one." The guard bowed in acknowledgement, yet as he turned to descend the stairs, a smirk graced his face. A mere woman of the lower-ranking Qian kingdom receiving such favor from his master was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. If he were to treat her with any semblance of courtesy, would she not ascend to the heavens? Muyan gently set the child down and continued to hold his hand as they walked along the path. Yet, the little creature frequently glanced back, and the expression on its delicate face grew increasingly grave and frigid. Muyan could not help but curl her lips into a smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tea house at an angle behind her, and she remarked nonchalantly, "Is the little treasure quite concerned about those two mischievous clowns above?" The guard lifted his chin, his eyes narrowing as he looked down upon her, stating, "Miss, my master is quite smitten." Muyan raised an eyebrow. "Your master?" "Indeed. My master has been awaiting your arrival above," the guard replied. "Please ascend alone. Do not keep my master waiting. By the way, the child beside you cannot accompany you. My master wishes to see you alone." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile bloomed on Muyan's face. Her already breathtaking beauty appeared even more enchanting in the light of that smile. The guard's breath slightly faltered, inwardly acknowledging, "Truly a stunning beauty. It is no wonder my master has taken an interest." However, the moment the girl spoke again, the admiration in his eyes swiftly transformed into fury. Muyan's sharp-tongued remarks were gleaned from Bai Li Luyin's notes. "Your face is as large as a basin." The guard had never encountered such an expression, but could discern the disrespect towards his master in her words. Enraged, he recalled his master's instructions and gritted his teeth. Enduring his ire, "My master hails from the Huangyao kingdom, specifically from the Jin Wangfu. You should now comprehend what a tremendous honor it is to be invited by my master. In the realm of martial arts, the Qian kingdom is regarded as the lowest tier, while the Huangyao kingdom stands at the pinnacle. The Jin Wangfu is an esteemed residence of the prince, holding a position of great reverence within the realm of Huangyao." Thus, when the guard uttered those words, he was certain that the young lady before him would be filled with trepidation, remorse for her previous disrespect, and would fervently seek an audience with her master. However, the words that Muyan subsequently spoke shattered his expectations yet again. "Forgive me, but I have never heard of your so-called royal residence," Muyan remarked with a hint of derision. "All I know is that a good dog does not obstruct the path. Or perhaps you are incapable of even being a mere dog for your master. You dare to insult me as a dog." The guard could no longer restrain his fury, his forehead veins bulging as an intense, killing intent emanated from him. "How audacious! My master's interest in you is a tremendous fortune for you. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As his words fell, his face contorted in rage as he lunged towards Muyan's shoulder. Yet before she could react, Xiaobao stepped forward, his small, delicate hand pushing gently towards the guard's energy center. With a thunderous crash, the anticipated scene of Muyan crying out in despair did not materialize. Instead, the guard felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his dantian, sending him hurtling through the air. His robust form collided with the stone lion at the entrance of the tea house, shattering it into dust. The guard then spat out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing before he fell into a complete unconsciousness. On the second floor of the tea house, a man seated by the window witnessed the entire episode unfold. He had anticipated that upon learning of his identity, this young lady would eagerly rush to meet him. Before long, he witnessed his bodyguard being violently thrown aside by a single strike. With his level of cultivation, he could clearly discern that the bodyguard's energy reservoir had been brutally shattered, causing a chaotic surge of profound energy to erupt from within. An elite guard at the initial stage of Earth rank, reduced to a mere shell in the span of a fleeting moment. Yet, rather than feeling anger, the man's interest deepened significantly. At that moment, the young girl below lifted her head, her languid and alluring gaze drifting over with an indifferent air. As their eyes met, a chilling glimmer flashed between them. With a delicate flick of her wrist, without any visible movement, The window frame of the tea house's second floor instantly shattered into countless fragments. A few splintered wood shards even struck the man's face, leaving a crimson mark. Blood trickled down his cheek, tracing the curve of his lips. However, instead of feeling rage or fear, he found himself unable to resist licking the corner of his mouth. The interest in his eyes transformed in an instant into a burning desire. Initially, he regarded this woman with mere indifference, a fleeting admiration for her beauty. Yet now, he felt a genuine stir within his heart. Such an intriguing woman was destined to be his. As for Muyan, the lecherous man who coveted her and the insolent bodyguard were nothing more than tedious interludes, swiftly forgotten in her mind. After wandering for a while with Xiaobao, her footsteps unexpectedly halted before a shop named Qinji Medicine Hall. Xiaobao raised his head, noticing his mother gazing at a busy young man inside the apothecary with a complex expression, a flicker of nostalgia and tenderness evident in her eyes. Mother? Xiaobao could not help but grasp Muyan's hand tightly. Do you want to buy some medicine? Muyan shook her head and replied, Xiaobao, that brother inside once helped our mother immensely. Shall we go in and thank him? Upon hearing this, Xiaobao immediately nodded seriously. He wished to repay their mother's benefactor. Muyan couldn't help but smile as she held Xiaobao's hand and entered the apothecary. It was a rather modest establishment, filled only with herbs, devoid of even a single vial of elixir. The sole proprietor was the young man Muyan had just caught a glimpse of earlier. He appeared listless, his eyelids puffy, exuding an aura of despondency and distraction, so much so that he failed to notice Muyan's entrance. Muyan approached the counter and gently tapped on it. The shopkeeper jolted awake, forcing a semblance of energy into his voice. Dear customer, may I inquire what medicine you seek? A notice was affixed outside the shop, proclaiming its wares for sale. However, this announcement had been posted for nearly half a month with no one showing interest. Occasionally, a couple of inquiries were made, but upon hearing his terms, they scoffed and derided him as a dreamer. The shopkeeper let out a bitter laugh, fully aware that Muyan likely could not afford to purchase his store. To be frank, miss, I do wish to sell this shop. Yet I do not accept gold or silver as currency. Oh, if not gold or silver, then what do you desire? I require a mystical medicine that can cure madness and leprosy. As he uttered these words, the shopkeeper felt his face flush with embarrassment, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. Although this shop was inherited, its remote location and lack of supply sources rendered it nearly devoid of profit. The mystical medicine he sought was something that could not be acquired for less than several 100,000 gold coins. Thus, every individual who encountered the announcement and inquired about it could not help but mock and scorn his audacity upon hearing his terms. The shopkeeper had mentally prepared himself for the impending wrath of Muyan, yet to his astonishment, a melodious and youthful voice resonated, declaring, Very well, I accept the transaction. Young lady, it matters not whether you accept or not. Wait, what did you just say? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. With a tranquil smile, Muyan responded, I believe I have been quite clear. I shall provide you with the mystical remedy for the madness plague, and in return, you will transfer ownership of this establishment to me. The young man across from her stood speechless, his mouth agape, struggling to utter a single word. With a deft flick of her wrist, a porcelain vial of jade white appeared in her hand, and she calmly continued, Do you doubt my ability to procure the remedy you seek? Fear not, you may test it first. I shall return tomorrow. Without waiting for the young man's reaction, she gracefully turned and departed, leaving him alone in the shop, clutching the vial she had left behind, his expression a mixture of shock and turmoil. After a prolonged moment, he finally gritted his teeth and closed the shop door, racing toward the backyard. Meanwhile, Muyan's mind was still occupied with the image of the young man's earnest face. In her previous life, she had met this shopkeeper in the depths of the ghost market. At that time, she had been sold by Yen Lai to the most filthy and terrifying realm, on the brink of a fate filled with degradation and torment. In her darkest hour, it was this very youth, trapped within the same abyss, who had saved her life. Despite his own dire circumstances, he had hidden her away, allowing her to evade disaster. Muyan was unaware of the young man's name. However, from his soliloquy, She gathered that he had once been the proprietor of an apothecary in Xi'an City. Due to his mother's grave illness that necessitated a rare and exorbitantly priced medicinal herb, he had no choice but to sell his shop and even offered himself as a slave in the ghost market. At that moment, Muyan had promised the young man that she would visit his mother after leaving the ghost market. Yet, when Muyan was taken by Gong Qianxue to see his mother, she discovered that the woman had succumbed to her illness long ago. Tragically, the young man himself had perished in a brawl in the thousand-man's pit. This unresolved debt of gratitude lingered in Muyan's heart, and now she finally had the opportunity to repay her benefactor. 3 days later, Muyan opened her eyes within the space, gazing into her son's eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Before her, a cherubic child sat cross-legged, eyes closed, channeling the profound energy within his body. As the energy surged and accelerated within his dantian, it became apparent that he was on the verge of a breakthrough from the initial to the intermediate stage of the heavenly realm. He was merely 4 years old. Who would believe such a feat? Who would dare to believe it? Pride and exhilaration filled Muyan as she observed her precious son. Her gaze then drifted to the side, where a plump rabbit lay sprawled on the grass, soundly asleep. A gentle smile played on her lips. It was no wonder this foolish rabbit preferred to linger in the space, for beyond its picturesque scenery and refreshing air, there lay such an advantage. The speed of cultivation here was remarkably swifter than that in the outside world. In merely 3 days, Xiaobao had achieved the pinnacle of the initial stage of the celestial realm, and her cultivation had begun to show subtle fluctuations. After a while, Xiaobao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze as clear and blue as the sky, fixed upon Muyan. A radiant smile blossomed on Muyan's face. "Darling, will you not continue your cultivation?" Xiaobao shook her head solemnly, stating that her mother had matters to attend to. Muyan's smile brightened even further, asking if Xiaobao would accompany her. The delicate and cool visage before her nodded firmly, asserting that she would protect her mother. "Indeed," Muyan replied, embracing her son and planting a kiss upon him. With Xiaobao's protection, she felt fearless. As they exited the space, it was not long before a knock echoed at the door. Outside, silence reigned, yet from the breath and footsteps, Muyan swiftly discerned it was Yan Haoyan. "Come in," she commanded. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yan Haoyan entered, bowing respectfully to Muyan. She raised an eyebrow, noting his solidified realm. Yan Haoyan knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his heart, and once again pledged his undying loyalty. Muyan rose and stated, "It just so happens that I am departing today. Since you have stabilized your realm, you shall accompany me." Without hesitation, Yan Haoyan nodded, rising to follow Muyan closely. After checking out of the inn, Muyan took Xiaobao's hand, with Yan Haoyan trailing behind, and they made their way directly to Chen's medicine hall. However, 3 days had elapsed, and the girl who had promised to come the following day had yet to make her appearance. Until that morning, Chen Xingfeng opened the door once again, pacing restlessly outside as dawn had yet to break. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures came into his line of sight. At the end of the street, a graceful young girl clad in a long green dress was gently leading a remarkably beautiful little boy, who was even more exquisite than a heavenly child. Trailing behind them was a burly man, his face marred by scars, emanating an intimidating aura that could be sensed from afar. However, Chen Xingfeng paid no heed to his fear of the man. He nearly sprinted over, exclaiming, "My lady, you have finally arrived. I thought you might never return. You are truly my savior. The elixir you bestowed upon me. I have been terrified these past few days that you would disappear from my life, and I can never repay your kindness." As he spoke, he bent his knees, preparing to kneel. Muyan reached out, gently supporting him, effortlessly lifting his 70 to 80 kilogram frame. The group soon arrived at the storefront, and before they could enter, they noticed an elderly woman with graying hair standing at the entrance, peering anxiously. Upon seeing Chen Xingfeng approach, the elderly woman immediately inquired, "Fenger, how is it? Has our benefactor arrived?" "Mother, what brings you here?" Chen Xingfeng rushed to assist the elderly woman. "Your health has only just improved slightly. You mustn't expose yourself to the chill. Yet, The old woman brushed aside Chun Qingfeng's hand and walked directly to Mu Yin and the others. Her dim gaze swept over Yin Haoyin and the little boy before finally resting on Mu Yin, where a flicker of astonishment flashed through her murky eyes. She had never anticipated that the person who bestowed upon her son the invaluable elixir, thereby saving her life, would be such a delicate young maiden, possessing such extraordinary beauty. The elderly woman exhaled slowly, bending her knees to kneel before Mu Yin, proclaiming, "Benefactor, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Mu Yin, who typically displayed an indifferent demeanor towards others, found herself unable to accept such profound reverence from the elderly woman. The languor vanished from her stunning visage as she hastily extended her hand to support the old woman, gently saying, "Auntie, there is no need for such formalities. I am not your benefactor. It was merely an equitable transaction with your son." However, the mother of Qin shook her head repeatedly, though her eyes were dimmed with age. Her heart remained perceptive. "Our humble store could never warrant the value of that elixir. Were it not for your kind heart, my death would be of little consequence. I would only lament for my foolish son, who would surely be crushed by my ailment." Chen Mu understood her son all too well. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for salvation, Qin Shifeng would never relent, risking everything, even his own life. Yet, being her only child, she could not bear to see him suffer or to abandon him. The fate of Qin Shifeng in her past life only served to affirm her fears. At this point, Chen Mu's eyes glistened with tears as she beckoned to her son, saying, "Fenger, come quickly and bow to the young lady." Qin Shifeng responded with an eye, hastily approaching and, with a resounding thud, knelt down. Before Mu Yin could intervene, he had already performed 4 or 5 deep bows. As she lifted her head, she noticed the deep bruises on his forehead. Mu Yin felt a mix of amusement and helplessness, yet she chose not to intervene further. If such a gesture of gratitude could bring solace to the Chun mother and son, then she would endure it. However, the next words from Chin's mother left Mu Yin utterly astonished. "My dear girl, if you wouldn't mind, allow Qing Feng to serve you faithfully, as a way to repay the kindness you have shown us." Mu Yin was taken aback. Surely, there was no need for such grandiosity? No, not at all. It is our family's tradition that debts must be repaid. Please, grant Qing Feng this opportunity. Though he may be somewhat clumsy, his loyalty to you will be unwavering. Under Qin's mother's insistence, Mu Yin found herself yielding. Instead of servitude, she proposed an alternative. "As I have recently acquired a shop, I will require assistance in managing it. If Master Chun is amenable, perhaps he could oversee the business for me, and I shall compensate him at the standard rate for a steward." Of course, of course," Chun Qing Feng exclaimed, nearly overflowing with excitement, eager to declare his devotion. "To work for you would be an honor. I require no remuneration." Chin's mother echoed his sentiment. "Indeed. My dear, it is we who owe you. How could we possibly accept payment?" Mu Yin ceased her arguments, contemplating that foregoing payment was inconsequential. Noting that Qin Qingfeng's cultivation remained at the initial level of the profound realm, she resolved to provide him with some elixirs to facilitate his advancement. With a gentle smile, she introduced herself. "Madam, I am Jun Muyan. You may simply call me by my name. This is my son, Xiaobao. Xiaobao, greet your grandmother." Little Bao's delicate face bore no expression, yet upon hearing Mu Yan's command, he sweetly called out, "Grandma." It was astonishing that such a youthful maiden already had a son. Both Chun Mu and Qin Qingfeng displayed a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. After all, whatever the benefactor did was undoubtedly right. Moreover, the benefactor's son was remarkably handsome, resembling her as if sculpted from the same mold. Chen Mu could not help but exclaim, "What a truly exquisite child." In truth, Mu Yan purchased Chun Qingfeng's shop solely as a means of repaying her debt of gratitude. She possessed no interest in the art of commerce. Thus, in the following days, she devoted her time to training in the space with little Bao, leaving the shop under Chen Qingfeng's capable management. Simultaneously, she endeavored to utilize the auxiliary skill of the divine musician, Yanchun Baixue, to reforge various mystical medicines. For instance, the basic elixir for replenishing mystical energy, known as Xuanli liquid. Due to its formula, Xuanli liquid was generally similar in composition. Typically, a single vial could replenish approximately 70% of a yellow-tier warrior's mystical energy. Furthermore, excessive consumption could lead to residual side effects lingering within the meridians. Thus, it was inadvisable to take it repeatedly in a short span of time. However, the Xuanli liquid crafted using the Yangchun Baixue skill was refined and catalyzed by the ethereal notes of the Tianmaqin. Not only did it significantly increase the amount of mystical energy replenished, but it also minimized the side effects on the meridians and Qi. After several days of training in the space, Muyan casually visited the shop, only to discover Qin Qingfeng wearing a troubled expression. The pharmacy was rather desolate, with only 1 or 2 customers gracing it after what felt like an eternity. As soon as Qin Qingfeng caught sight of Muyan, he approached her with a sense of shame, lowering his head as he said, "Miss Jun, I sincerely apologize. I am utterly inept. You have invested a considerable sum in acquiring this shop, yet it seems my establishment is unable to generate any profit for you, and instead, it incurs losses." In truth, Muyan paid little heed to the income from these pharmacies, for she possessed the wealth of an entire golden rainbow gate. However, upon witnessing Qin Qingfeng's furrowed brow, she offered a gentle smile and replied, "It matters not. I leased your shop primarily to find a venue for selling the elixirs I concoct." "Ah, so Miss Jun, you are an elixir master," Qin Qingfeng exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Does that mean the elixir you provided me for treating the madness disease was also crafted by you?" Although he had received the elixir from Muyan, he had never considered that she could be the one who created it, as she appeared far too youthful. Muyan merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying his inquiry. Qin Qingfeng hastily inquired, "May I ask which elixirs you intend to sell in the pharmacy?" With a flick of her wrist, a porcelain vial materialized in her palm, and she stated calmly, "I will sell this one." Qin Qingfeng took the vial with cautious excitement. But upon reading the name of the elixir inscribed upon it, he was rendered speechless. This is elixir of vitality?" He blinked in disbelief, hesitating as he stammered, Miss Jun, have you perhaps made an error? The Xuanli liquid is the most fundamental of all Xian medicines, easily concocted by any Xian pharmacist. And indeed, we have it available in our apothecary. It is true that Qin Qingfeng's Qinji pharmacy has scarcely any successful concoctions by Xian pharmacists. They only stock ordinary herbs. This scarcity is a significant reason for their lack of customers. After all, how much benefit can one derive from consuming mere ordinary herbs? Only potions refined into Xian medicines can yield the most profound effects for martial artists. However, it is not entirely devoid of Xian medicines. They do sporadically acquire basic and inexpensive formulations like Xuanli liquid and Qingxin powder. Muyan, seemingly disinterested, remarked, "Indeed. What I wish for you to sell is precisely this bottle of Xuanli liquid." Qin Qingfeng was taken aback. "Only a single bottle of Xuanli liquid? Is this a jest? Not only do you offer the most rudimentary Xian medicine, but there is merely 1 bottle?" Presently, the inventory of the shop still contains over a dozen bottles of Xuanli liquid. Muyan firmly nodded, leaving no room for debate. She insisted on selling just that 1 bottle. Qin Qingfeng's expression twisted in confusion. He cautiously inquired, "Miss Jun, how do you propose we price the Xian medicine?" At this, Muyan displayed a moment of hesitation, for she too was uncertain about how to price the new formulation of Xuanli liquid she had crafted. "My dear, what do you think this bottle of Xuanli liquid should be priced at?" she asked, lowering her gaze to consult her precious son. The little one looked up with sparkling eyes at Muyan, though his expression mirrored her confusion. The child had little comprehension of monetary value. Suddenly, an idea struck Muyan, illuminating her thoughts with inspiration. As she spoke, she retrieved a die from her bosom and handed it to Xiaobao. "My dear, you shall cast it. The number you roll will determine how many gold coins we sell." Xiaobao, with a stoic expression, nodded and accepted the die, cradling it in her delicate, fair hand. With a semblance of seriousness, she shook it gently before releasing it onto the table. Qin Qingfeng was left astounded. "Wait, is the price of the Xuanli liquid not uniform? When did we start determining prices by rolling dice?" The die tumbled and spun before finally settling on a solitary dot. Xiaobao gazed at the loaned. Displeasure etched across her brow, her elegant eyebrows knitting together. Such a meager price. The elixir crafted by her mother was of such exceptional quality, yet it was being sold for this paltry sum. Chen Xingfeng quickly interjected, 100 gold coins is quite generous. The market price for Xuanli liquid is typically around this figure. Even at the renowned Hongxing Apothecary in Xi'an City, where a skilled intermediate alchemist operates, a vial of Xuanli liquid can fetch no more than 200 gold coins. At this juncture, he was entirely convinced that the medicinal concoction Mu Yin had provided for treating his mother's affliction must have been procured from elsewhere. Yet, this realization only deepened his gratitude. He felt compelled to repay this benefactor handsomely, ensuring that she would not be disappointed. Even if Miss Jun's Xuanli liquid was not of the highest caliber, he would still endeavor to sell it. Xiaobao cast him a cold glance. Her striking blue eyes, so reminiscent of Mu Yin, now brimming with disdain, as though she found Chen Qingfeng's words to be the most absurd joke. Chen Qifeng, bewildered, was about to pose a question. The cold, frosty voice of the young master echoed. Who told you it costs 100 gold coins? Then, how much must it be sold for? 10,000 gold coins. Chen Qingfeng staggered, and his head bumped against the table. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain and quickly straightened up, exclaiming, Young master, you must be jesting. This is the most basic essence of mystical energy, priced at 10,000 gold coins each. Even the Tiandao sect of the Huangyao kingdom would not dare to sell it at such a rate. Have you, perhaps, made an error? As he spoke, he cast a pleading glance at Mu Yin, hoping she would rectify the young master's mistaken perception of value. However, Mu Yin merely embraced the young master, planting a kiss on his cheek, and cheerfully replied, Whatever my darling says is the price, that shall be the price. But, Miss Jun, this simply cannot be sold. Chen Qifeng protested. Other essence of mystical energy in the shop is priced at only 100 gold coins per vial. Mu Yin, with a leisurely demeanor, responded, It matters not. You can price this vial of essence separately and sell it independently. If someone wishes to purchase it, then sell it. If no one does, I shall not hold you accountable. How could anyone possibly buy it? Chen Qingfeng could not suppress a groan. To pay 10,000 gold coins for a vial of essence would be sheer folly. He was about to persuade further when the young master shot him a cold glare and, with a slight parting of his lips, uttered 2 words, fool. Chen Qingfeng was rendered speechless. Mu Yin lightly tapped her son's head, admonishing him not to be rude to Uncle Chun. The young master scrunched his little nose and huffed. How could what mother concocts be mere ordinary essence? If you do not understand this, then what else could you be but a fool? Mu Yin was amused by her son's proud little demeanor and couldn't help but pinch his chubby cheeks. A fleeting blush appeared on Xiaobao Juan's face, only to be replaced by an icy demeanor. Chen Qingfeng, bewildered, was about to inquire when he heard his mother's voice from the back door. Just do as Miss Jun instructed. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Chastened by his mother's reprimand, Chen Qingfeng dared not speak further. Meanwhile, Chen's mother had already brought out the freshly made buns, warmly inviting Mu Yin and Xiaobao to enjoy them. Xiaobao held the bun and sweetly said, Thank you, Grandma. Oh, no need for thanks. Xiaobao is truly considerate. He turned and immediately offered the bun to Mu Yin. Mommy, eat. Mu Yin bent down to take a bite, her smile radiant. These buns are delicious. You should eat too, Xiaobao. The little one then brought the bun to his own mouth, munching away like a little squirrel. Even while eating, Xiaobao's handsome face remained expressionless and cold. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about him that could melt even the hardest of hearts. Chen's mother couldn't help but exclaim, Miss Jun, your bond with your son is truly wonderful. In their embrace, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. The connection between mother and child surpassed all earthly joys. Mu Yin gently kissed Xiaobao's head, her gaze tender. Yes, Xiaobao is the best gift bestowed upon me by heaven. Xiaobao looked up at Mu Yin, his blue eyes sparkling like stars. On the following day and the day after, the Junji pharmacy remained desolate, with only flies buzzing around the counter. It is noteworthy that the Chun family pharmacy had officially changed its name to Junji Pharmacy just a few days prior, at the insistence of Chen Qingfeng and Madame Chen. According to Madame Chen, they had already taken significant advantage of Muyan. Now that the pharmacy belonged to Muyan, it could no longer be called the Chen family pharmacy. Otherwise, it would be indistinguishable from not having transferred it to Muyan at all. Unable to resist their demands, Muyan acquiesced to the change. On the third day, while Chen Qifeng sat at the counter in a state of worry, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices and hurried footsteps approaching his shop. Young Master Tian, do we truly intend to purchase the Xuanli liquid from this dilapidated little pharmacy? Perhaps we should go to Hongxing Pharmacy instead? This humble establishment appears rather shabby. Humph. Are you unaware that our young Master Tian has a grudge against the young owner of Hongxing Pharmacy? Buying medicine from him would be tantamount to slapping our own faces. As they spoke, a group of 5 entered the store. Leading them was a young man clad in blue. His appearance was not particularly handsome, yet his piercing eyes held a fierce intensity that made it difficult to meet his gaze. Impatiently, he exclaimed, "Enough with the noise. Is it not merely the purchase of some Xuanli liquid? What difference does it make where we buy it?" Young Master Tian was correct, regardless of the source. The efficacy of the Xuanli liquid remained the same. Could Hongxing Pharmacy possibly market it at an inflated price? Upon seeing the group, Chen Qingfeng's spirits lifted, and he quickly rose to greet them. He was at the initial stage of the Xian level, yet he could not discern the cultivation levels of the 5 individuals before him. Thus, it was evident that they were at least at the intermediate Xian level or higher. Typically, ancient martial artists of such caliber would be quite generous in their dealings. Esteemed guests, may I inquire what medicinal herbs you wish to purchase? A short individual beside the young man in blue spoke up. Bring us all the Xuanli liquids in your store for young Master Tian. Whatever quantity you have, we shall take. Excellent. Upon hearing such a significant order, Chen Qingfeng's face lit up with joy. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve all the Xuanli liquids immediately. Our store prices the Xuanli liquid at 100 gold coins per bottle, ensuring fair dealings. Soon, all the Xuanli liquids in the shop were displayed on the counter, amounting to only a few dozen bottles. The young man in blue furrowed his brow and expressed his dissatisfaction. Why are there only so few? Chen Qingfeng felt a flush of embarrassment. His store was small, and profits were meager. Even the expense of the Xuanli liquid weighed heavily on him. Thus he dared not stock too much. He apologetically replied, I sincerely apologize. This is all the Xuanli liquid we have in stock. Just as he finished speaking, the short individual shouted, What about that bottle? Doesn't it say Xuanli liquid on it? The bottle he pointed to was unmistakably the Xuanli liquid refined by Muyan. Clearing his throat, Chen Qingfeng explained, That bottle is indeed Xuanli liquid. However, it is a special grade refined by our store's owner, hence the higher price. Higher price? It's merely a bottle of Xuanli liquid. How much higher could it possibly be? The diminutive figure murmured to himself while leaning in to catch a glimpse of the price tag above. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What a joke! 10,000 gold coins for a bottle of Xuanli liquid? Why don't you just go and rob a bank? In truth, Chen Qingfeng yearned to align with their sentiments, but maintained a polite smile as he replied, Our esteemed proprietor has given us specific instructions. If you esteemed guests find it unappealing, you are under no obligation to purchase. Upon hearing this, the young man in blue tossed a pouch of gold coins onto the counter, seized the Xuanli liquid, and departed. Before leaving, the diminutive figure cast a sly glance at Chen Qingfeng and thought, You ignorant fool, do you not realize the identity of young Master Tian? He is the youngest scion of the city lord. How audacious of you to attempt to swindle him. Your pathetic Junji apothecary might as well brace for closure. With that, he swaggered out, leaving Chen Qingfeng rooted in place, his face a mask of terror, nearly pulling his hair out in desperation. Yet, when he hurriedly reported the incident to Muyan, he was met with her languid, carefree smile. If he has bought it, then so be it. What is there to panic about? But that man is Tian Yongjing, the son of the city lord. Enough. When the enemy comes, we shall defend. When the water rises, we shall build a dam. What is there to fret about? Muyan casually tossed a porcelain vial into Chen Qingfeng's hands. Here, this is the supplemental supply. As for the price, she glanced at her son, Xiaobao, who, with a stoic expression, retrieved his dice and cast them again. This time, they landed on 4. With a beaming smile, Muyan declared, "Very well then. Let us set the price of this bottle of Xuanli liquid at 40,000 gold coins." Thus, it was joyfully decided. Chen Qingfeng nearly fainted. Good heavens! A bottle of Xuanli liquid was priced at 10,000 gold coins, and now it had skyrocketed to 40,000. How could he possibly feel joyful about that? What if the shop were truly smashed? No, even if young Master Tian sought revenge, he must bear all the responsibility alone. He absolutely could not allow Miss Jun to come to harm. Chen Qingfeng, tugging at his hair, walked away with a furrowed brow. Xiaobao watched his departing figure and coldly uttered 2 words, "Fool." On the following day, Chen Qingfeng opened the shop right on time. The store remained devoid of customers. Yet Chen Qingfeng was filled with anxiety, frequently glancing outside in fear of encountering young Master Tian rushing in for vengeance. As fate would have it, just after noon, a group of people swept into Junji Apothecary like a gust of wind. Leading the charge was Tian Yongjing, who had purchased the Xuanli liquid the day before. His expression was one of intense agitation, his eyes bloodshot, radiating fury. Upon entering the shop, he slammed the counter with a resounding bang, the sound trembling slightly from his overwhelming excitement. The Xuanli liquid, yesterday's Xuanli liquid. Chen Qingfeng inwardly lamented, "It's over." Young Master Tian had indeed come to settle the score. His face was ashen, trembling with fear, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Tian, I made a mistake yesterday regarding the price of the Xuanli liquid. It has nothing to do with my employer." "Enough of your nonsense," Tian Yongjing bellowed, finally managing to catch his breath before urgently declaring, "The special grade Xuanli liquid from yesterday. Pack it all up for me. I want every last drop." "Young Master Tian, I am willing to compensate you double for the price of that bottle of Xuanli liquid. Please, show some mercy." "Wait, what?" Chen Qingfeng's voice abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Young Master Tian, what did you just say? Aren't you looking to return the special grade Xuanli liquid? Aren't you here to settle accounts with our Junji pharmacy? Return? What do you mean return? I want to buy every bottle of special grade Xuanli liquid in your store. Hurry up and bring it to me." Chen Qingfeng was in a daze, utterly confused about the current situation. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Was Tian Yongjing truly foolish enough to be deceived? With a blank expression, he took the second bottle of Xuanli liquid that Muyan had given him yesterday from the counter and handed it to Tian Yongjing, saying, "Young Master Tian, here it is, priced at 40,000 gold coins." "What? 40,000 gold coins? Weren't you selling it for only 10,000 gold coins yesterday? Are you trying to swindle me?" Fine. If it's 40,000 gold coins, then so be it. I can afford it." Tian Yongjing impatiently waved his hand. "But one bottle would not suffice. Go fetch all the stock from the store." Chen Qingfeng swallowed hard. "But my employer only gave me 1 bottle. Thus, within our entire apothecary, there exists but a solitary vial of the exceptional Xuanli liquid." "What a jest!" Tian Yongjin seethed with fury, inquiring about the true identity of the proprietor, who would dare disregard the reputation of the Tian family, demanding that she be summoned forth. Chen Qifeng, his countenance troubled, found himself momentarily at a loss. At that moment, another man's voice resonated from the entrance, declaring, "That vial of exceptional Xuanli liquid, Master Tian, is not for you. I shall take it." Upon hearing this voice, Tian Yongjin's already grim expression darkened further. He turned to face the newcomer, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Wang Jiaqin, what brings you here?" The newcomer, dressed in a deep blue ensemble and wielding a folding fan with an air of nonchalance, exuded an effortless charm. Chen Qingfeng recognized this individual immediately, his face betraying astonishment. The newcomer was none other than Wang Jiaqin, the young master of Hongxing Apothecary, the largest pharmacy in Xi'an City. Yet, what could possibly motivate the young master of Hongxing Apothecary to venture into their remote establishment for the Xuanli liquid? Wang Jiaqin waved his fan, smiling with an air of elegance. "If you, Tian Yongjin, can come here, why can't I? Huh, I had thought that during today's beast fighting competition, your white wolf, under your command, had displayed such unexpected valor to turn the tables. It appears you have come here in pursuit of a miraculous elixir. Tian Yongjin's complexion shifted through shades of green and white as he shot a fierce glare at the guards and the diminutive companion beside him. It was all due to their incompetence that they failed to notice his pursuit. How could Wang Jiaqin have followed him here, uncovering the secret of the exceptional Xuanli liquid? Last night, Tian Yongjing and Wang Jiaqin arranged a duel in the arena. However, the combatants were not the two of them, but rather two meticulously selected exotic beasts. One was a crimson flame leopard, and the other a frost white wolf. Both creatures were of the initial stage of the profound order, yet due to their opposing attributes, Wang Jiaqin's leopard had the upper hand, relentlessly suppressing Tian Yongjing's wolf. While defeat was not imminent, the consumption of profound energy was alarmingly swift. Unfortunately, Tian Yongjing had purchased an insufficient quantity of profound energy essence, and its quality was lacking. As he watched the last vial of profound essence succumb to the wolf's jaws, the leopard had merely consumed half of its own supply. Tian Yongjing believed his defeat was inevitable, his frustration leading him to sweep all the fruits and cups from the table to the floor. In stark contrast, Wang Jiaqin remained utterly composed and exhilarated. However, in the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Overcome by excessive energy depletion and the overconsumption of the essence, the battered white wolf suddenly opened its eyes with a fierce intensity. It unleashed a terrifying aura that filled the air. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, the leopard instinctively recoiled in fear. In the private chamber, both Tian Yongjing and Wang Jiaqin stood in astonishment, their faces betraying their shock. In that instant, they realized that the white wolf had ascended from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the profound order. The outcome of a confrontation between an intermediate stage frost white wolf and an initial stage crimson flame leopard was all too predictable. The leopard did not even have time to swallow the remaining essence before the wolf struck, reducing it to mere pulp and sealing its fate. Little did Tian Yongjing anticipate that the seemingly certain defeat would be miraculously overturned at the last moment. Upon observing the displeasing countenance of Wang Jiaqin emerging from the adjacent private room, Tian Yongjin erupted into hearty laughter and promptly commanded his subordinates to bring forth the meritorious white wolf. Curiously, the white wolf's cultivation level had inexplicably regressed to the initial stage of the Xian class. However, there were no discernible side effects typically associated with the consumption of explosive potions. Rather, it appeared invigorated, with its previous injuries healing at an accelerated pace. Even a fool like Tian Yongjin could surmise that the miraculous effects were attributable to the bottle of Xuanli solution purchased for a staggering 10,000 gold coins. This elixir possessed the extraordinary capacity to elevate a beast from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the Xian class in a brief period, all without any adverse effects, enhancing its vitality instead. Such a premium Xuanli solution, priced at 10,000 gold coins, was truly a bargain. Nay, it was not merely inexpensive. It was astonishingly cheap. Exercising patience, Tian Yongjin awaited a full 8 hours, as the side effects of ordinary Xian medicines typically manifested within that time frame. After 8 hours had passed, the white wolf remained vibrant, and, in fact, its internal Xian energy had intensified. Tian Yongjin was beside himself with joy and immediately rushed towards the Junji apothecary. Unbeknownst to him, a lurking predator awaited. Wang Jiaqin, having suffered defeat, was exceedingly reluctant to concede and stealthily followed in his wake, intent on competing for the sole remaining bottle of Xuanli solution. After deriding Tian Yongjin, Wang Jiaqin turned to Qin Feng, declaring, "I shall procure every last drop of this extraordinary Xuanli solution from your establishment. Whatever price he offers, I shall double it." Tian Yongjin gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "To hell with it. I spotted this bottle of Xuanli liquid first, and no one shall snatch it from me. Is it not merely gold coins? Do you think I lack them?" His frustration escalated to the point of cursing, as he swiftly produced a large sack of gold and tossed it onto the counter. "Here are 80,000 gold coins. The Xuanli liquid is mine. He turned to leave, only to be halted by Chun Xingfeng's call. Young Master Tian, young Master Wang. The owner has decreed that the special grade Xuanli liquid is sold at a fixed price and not through bidding. Moreover, only one bottle is available each day on a first-come, first-served basis. I kindly ask for your understanding. Qin Shi Feng conveyed Mu Yan's instructions with utmost respect, his demeanor almost Spartan in its rigidity. Heavenly mercy. 10,000 gold coins was already steep, but 40,000, 80,000? Were they truly vying for just a single bottle of Xuanli liquid? Could it be that Miss Jun's concoction possessed such miraculous qualities? Wang Jiaqin's expression darkened. Surely, the owner could not be so foolish as to forego profits. Chun Xingfeng furrowed his brow but maintained his courtesy. I apologize, but the owner's orders must be strictly adhered to. Tian Yongjing burst into laughter, finally feeling a semblance of relief from being pursued by Wang Jiaqin. He waved the bottle of Xuanli liquid in front of him with a smug grin, saying, "My apologies. First come, first served. This bottle of Xuanli liquid is now in my possession." With that, he strutted away with an air of triumph. Wang Jiaqin, teeth clenched in frustration, suppressed his anger and turned to Qin Shi Feng. "May I at least reserve one for tomorrow?" "Well, that's not acceptable either," Qin Shi Feng said, steeling himself. "The proprietor has stipulated that each day, only one bottle of each type of medicine may be sold, with no bargaining or reservations allowed. First come, first served. How peculiar. I've never encountered such an eccentric regulation before. Tomorrow, I shall procure your so-called superior Xuanli liquid. And I am most curious to see if your proprietor's alchemical prowess truly matches my rather foul temperament." With that, Wang Jiaqin departed, his expression dark. Chun Xingfeng stood in a daze for a while, glancing down at the 40,000 gold coins on the counter, then at the empty shelves. With a sudden clang, he rose and swiftly closed the door, rushing towards the backyard. What kind of establishment is this? A single bottle of Xuanli liquid sells for 40,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins. That amount equates to half a year's earnings for our shop. Oh, has today's Xuanli liquid also been purchased? Mu Yan remarked, her expression unruffled. So what if it has? Why the surprise? But that is Xuanli liquid, worth 40,000 gold coins. Miss Jun, what enchanting properties does the Xuanli liquid you concoct possess? Why does it command such an exorbitant price? And why are they so frantically vying to purchase it? Mu Yan smiled faintly, and with a sudden flick of her wrist, a brown porcelain vial appeared in her palm. Drink this potion. Qin Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the abrupt shift in conversation. Yet without a second thought, he accepted the vial and tilted his head back, consuming its contents in one swift motion. Moments later, an intense warmth surged within his dantian. Sit cross-legged and meditate. The melodious voice of Mu Yan reached Qin Xingfeng, who, without a moment's hesitation, immediately complied. As half an hour gradually slipped by, Qin Xingfeng opened his eyes, staring blankly ahead. Suddenly, he leaped up from the ground, exclaiming, I have broken through to the initial level of the Xian rank. Miss Jun, I have advanced to the intermediate level of the Xian rank. Well, there's nothing remarkable about it, Mu Yan replied casually, turning the page of a book in her hand. This vial of elixir is called the barrier-breaking liquid, specifically crafted for overcoming bottlenecks, though it is only effective for martial artists below the earth rank. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Feng felt a jolt of astonishment and was on the verge of kneeling down. However, a single glance from Mu Yan, filled with an intimidating aura, made him tremble and stand firm. The realization that Mu Yan had concocted a potion capable of breaking through barriers and had so nonchalantly allowed him to consume it nearly sent him into a swoon as he pondered whether he was ensnared in a dream. Mu Yan casually produced 2 more vials of elixirs, labeled Xian Power, Liquid and Barrier-Breaking Liquid respectively. Let us add another vial of barrier-breaking liquid to tomorrow's sale, she stated. Qin Xingfeng foolishly accepted the vials and inquired, Shall we summon the young master to cast the dice for pricing? There's no need, Mu Yan replied with a faint smile. Little Bao went out to play today. We shall simply use yesterday's pricing. Qin Xingfeng asked. The Xian Power liquid is priced at 40,000 gold coins. How much shall we set for the barrier-breaking liquid? 40,000 gold coins? Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, her expression a mixture of amusement and skepticism. Chen Qingfeng straightened his back immediately and declared loudly, I understand. The price for the barrier-breaking liquid shall be 400,000 gold coins. Yet, upon uttering those words, Chen Qingfeng felt even more lightheaded. Good heavens! For million gold coins. His shop could be multiplied by 10 and still fall short. Yet, he does not perceive this pricing as excessive. Consider this, a mystical elixir capable of breaking through 1's limitations, something even unheard of before. No matter how steep the price, how could it fail to attract buyers? Chen Qingfeng hurriedly departed, needing to arrange how to introduce this newly emerged elixir to young Master Tian and young Master Wang the following day. Mu Yin watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile and shaking her head in amusement. If Xiaobao were here, he would surely call him a fool once again. Outside the city of Xi'an, in a secluded hollow, desolate and devoid of life, even birds and beasts rarely pass through. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth in this hollow. Above the clear blue sky, dark storm clouds inexplicably gathered. It felt as though the heavens were about to collapse. However, this phenomenon lasted no longer than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The thunderclouds arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, dissipating to restore the bright azure sky. Yet, where the white light had flickered, two elongated figures emerged. At the moment these figures appeared, the nearby forest erupted with the sounds of countless beasts, as if they wished to rush out yet were simultaneously gripped by fear and sought to flee. Above in the sky, a multitude of birds took their original forms, soaring and circling, emitting cries that resembled a welcoming, laced with profound reverence. Your Majesty, ahead lies a town. If the old diviner's predictions hold true, Miss Jun should be within. As he walked, his brows furrowed deeply. What a wretched predicament! Due to the descent of his true form upon the martial continent, his cultivation was restrained to the utmost limits that this realm could bear, rendering him incapable of teleportation or flight. Otherwise, he would have been able to appear before Mu Yin in an instant. One wonders if that little woman would be surprised upon seeing him. Would she leap into his embrace? At this thought, Di Mingjue felt a faint blush creep to his ears, and his pace quickened. Should Han Yi overhear the inner musings of his sovereign, he would surely be overwhelmed with incredulity. Your Majesty, from whence do you derive such confidence that Miss Jun would throw herself into your arms? It would be a miracle if she didn't send you flying instead. The two moved at an astonishing speed, their strides resembling a swift flight rather than mere walking. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the city of Xi'an. Having previously bestowed upon Mu Yin the vow of a kiss, Di Mingjue quickly pinpointed her location. Just as he prepared to rush forward, he was halted by Han Yi, who coughed awkwardly. Your Majesty, you are not intending to seek Miss Jun directly, are you? Di Mingjue cast an impatient glance at Han Yi, his gaze icy and profound, clearly conveying his thoughts. Are you a fool? I have descended to this realm solely to find that woman. Why would I linger in this desolate place devoid of spiritual energy? Under the weight of his sovereign's disdainful gaze, Han Ye's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. With a pained expression, he cleared his throat once more. Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that in the martial continent, there exists a custom. When a man seeks to pursue a woman, he must present her with gifts. Especially during reunions after a long separation or when making a first visit, it is customary to prepare lavish gifts for one another and their families, as this fosters goodwill. Di Mingjue, strikingly handsome, coldly remarked, Does this lord need to enhance his likability? Absolutely not. Han Yi immediately offered extravagant praise. Your Majesty, you are extraordinarily handsome, wise, and powerful. No woman in the world could resist being drawn to you, yearning for your embrace. What a give! Before Han Yi could finish his thought, a chilling inquiry from his master interrupted. His voice trailed off as he gazed in astonishment. Di Mingjue impatiently interjected, I am asking what I should present to that woman. Humph. He was certainly not attempting to curry favor with that little woman. It was merely, since she was destined to be his wife. What harm was there in indulging her a little ahead of time? Items from the cultivation realm could not be brought to the martial realm. as doing so would disrupt its balance. Thus, Di Mingjue and Han Yi arrived empty-handed, dressed in the most ordinary attire, with only Han Yi carrying some gold, silver, and pearls devoid of any spiritual energy, treasures that would be disregarded in the cultivation realm. As they approached the shop, Di Mingjue immediately furrowed his brow deeply. The establishment, named Treasure Pavilion, sold exquisite and luxurious jewelry and ornaments. Yet, despite their beauty, these trinkets were utterly mundane, unworthy of Mu Yan's ethereal and transcendent aura. The thought of presenting such banal items would be a disgrace to Di Mingjue. With this in mind, he shot a cold glare at Han Yi. In the frigid night, Han Yi expressed his profound sense of grievance. The barrier of the Yanzhu continent was exceedingly fragile, its capacity woefully inadequate. Could he truly be blamed for the inability to procure treasures from the cultivation continent? "Your Majesty, look over there," he urged. "I see a few pieces of jewelry that are rather commendable, barely worthy of Miss Mu Yan." Di Mingjue glanced over, spotting a magnificent glass cabinet nestled in a corner of the expansive shop. Inside lay a scant few pieces of jewelry, which indeed appeared to surpass the mundane trinkets outside. His attention was captured by a particular white jade hairpin, its beauty striking him with a sense of awe. This hairpin, entirely crafted from translucent jade, shimmered under the light, the jade's inner essence seemingly flowing like a gentle stream. Most captivating was the hairpin's phoenix tail design, which, devoid of any additional hues, exuded an ethereal grace solely through the artistry of the white jade. "Humph, this hairpin alone is barely worthy of my woman," Di Mingjue mused. He swiftly approached the glass cabinet, his long fingers pressing lightly against the glass. In an instant, the glass transformed into powder, revealing the exquisite white jade hairpin, which sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. As he reached out to grasp the hairpin, he was suddenly met with unexpected resistance. A delicate, fair hand had seized the other end of the hairpin. Furrowing his brow, Di Mingjue felt a surge of irritation. He detested having his belongings touched by others, except for Mu Yan, of course. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing before him, clutching the white jade hairpin, was a cherubic boy, no older than 4 or 5. His round, rosy face was adorned with strikingly delicate features, exuding an irresistible charm akin to that of pristine snow and jade. What captivates the eye most are those ice-blue orbs. Though his face and the depths of his gaze betray no emotional fluctuations, the large eyes seem to reflect the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, drawing one in unknowingly. When Di Mingjue first laid eyes on the child before him, he was momentarily taken aback, his heart inexplicably throbbing with an unusual emotion. Despite his aversion to others touching his possessions, and his belief that the mortals of the martial arts continent, save for Mu Yan, were akin to mere ants unworthy of his notice, he found himself utterly incapable of harboring any murderous intent toward this small boy. At that moment, the boy's icy voice broke the silence, commanding, "Let go." With that, he exerted force to snatch the jade hairpin away. However, Di Mingjue would never allow anyone to seize what was rightfully his. His expression darkened, and the strange emotion within him was swiftly dispelled. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly replied, "Little one, I laid claim to this first." Beside them, Hanya gasped, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and ashen. Good heavens! Was this child courting death by daring to insult their sovereign? Meanwhile, a chilling light glinted in Di Mingjue's eyes, an unspoken pressure emanating from him, silently compelling the boy to repeat his words. The terrifying aura enveloped the shop, rendering the air as frigid and still as ice. The proprietor of the treasure pavilion and the patrons soon sensed the tension. Some scrambled to escape, while others trembled beneath the tables, fear etched into their features, even Hanya's eyes reflecting shock. Strangely, however, the boy who stood at the epicenter of Di Mingjue's oppressive force seemed oblivious to it all. In a fierce standoff, curiously, the small boy who was at the receiving end of Di Mingjue's overwhelming pressure seemed entirely unfazed. He stared defiantly at Di Mingjue, enunciating with conviction, "Shameless. This is mine." With that, he forcefully yanked backward. A sharp crack echoed as the jade hairpins in their hands shattered into two pieces. Both gazed at the fragments of jade they held. Their strikingly handsome faces twisted in expressions of sheer terror. Moments ago, it was merely Di Mingjue exerting a formidable aura, yet now, a terrifying force surged forth from the small boy, akin to a tidal wave. The onlookers, including the proprietor, were on the verge of losing their composure. Hanyu was utterly astonished and incredulous. Who was this boy? How could he possibly contend with their sovereign in terms of pressure and presence? It was well known that their sovereign's might could bring nations to their knees. Even in the realm of cultivation, a sovereign's wrath sent shivers down the spines of all. Despite suppressing 90% of his power, they were in the martial arts continent, where this boy had yet to even cultivate spiritual energy. How could he stand toe-to-toe with their sovereign? Was he dreaming? The small boy present in the treasure pavilion was none other than Xiaobao. During his time in the Nameless Valley, Xiaobao often ventured out alone, engaging in discreet transactions and mercenary tasks that required anonymity, earning money that he used to buy gifts for Muyan. Thus, the golden leaves in his possession were genuinely earned by him, not bestowed by Muyan. Today, he ventured out after witnessing Chun Qingfeng presenting a gift to Grandma Chun, which reminded him that it had been quite some time since he had purchased a gift for his beloved mother. Thus, he strolled through the streets. After much effort, he laid his eyes upon a white jade hairpin at the treasure pavilion, deeming it a modest match for his mother. However, to his astonishment, a shameless man appeared, attempting to snatch it from him. "You have damaged my mother's belongings. You must compensate." Xiaobao furrowed his little brow, glaring fiercely at Di Mingjue. Di Mingjue gritted his teeth. "You little rascal, this is mine. Mine." The two stood their ground, their invisible pressure escalating, causing the very establishment to tremble slightly. Dust cascading from the beams above. "Esteemed guests, please show mercy, I implore you." The shopkeeper, witnessing the imminent ruin of his establishment, could no longer afford to be fearful. He scrambled forth, crying out, "Gentlemen, please quell your anger. Are you interested in this phoenix tail white jade hairpin? We have others, even more exquisite. Please, cease your quarrel. If this continues, my shop will surely be lost." As he spoke, the shopkeeper hurriedly crawled to his counter, retrieving two exquisite brocade boxes. Upon opening them, they revealed not the phoenix tail white jade hairpin, but rather a bracelet and a pair of earrings. Although they were not the hairpin, the jade bracelet and earrings possessed a similar exquisite quality, their craftsmanship even more intricate and refined, gleaming with an ethereal beauty under the light. "Humph. I suppose they are barely worthy of my mother," he mused. Xiaobao contemplated for a moment, then rose on tiptoe to seize the dragon and phoenix white jade earrings. "Humph. They are barely worthy of being my woman's accessory." Di Mingjue mused, and with a swift motion, he tucked the dragon and phoenix white jade bracelet into his sleeve. In an instant, the once precarious shop returned to normalcy. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the trembling customers and staff emerged from their hiding spots beneath the tables. "Which fool dares to challenge us?" The proprietor wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Hanyu stepped forward and tossed a crystalline blue sapphire into the fray. "This should suffice to exchange for these 3 pieces of white jade jewelry, right?" Upon examining the quality of the sapphire, the shopkeeper's face broke into a broad smile. "This is more than enough." Although the 3 pieces of white jade were exquisite, the sapphire was a rare treasure. Such a sizable gem could be carved into numerous exquisite shapes. Even if 3 more pieces were added to the exchange, it would pose no issue. Hanyu smiled at Xiaobao. "Young master, the previous incident was purely accidental. As a gesture of goodwill, allow us to cover the cost of your white jade earrings." Di Mingjue let out a cold snort, his expression grim, yet he refrained from intervening. To his surprise, Xiaobao showed no gratitude. He rummaged through his pocket, producing 2 golden leaves. He leaped onto a chair and tossed them before the shopkeeper. "No need for change." The proprietor gasped in delight, overjoyed at his unexpected fortune. Just moments ago, he feared he had encountered disaster, yet now he found himself in an advantageous position. Xiaobao discarded the golden leaves, cast a frosty glare at Di Mingjue, and then gracefully leaped off the chair to depart, watching the diminutive figure recede into the distance. Qianxue squinted slightly and after a moment commanded, "Let us go." The proprietor clutched the sapphire and golden leaves in his hands, a smile stretching across his face, revealing teeth but obscuring the rest of his features. However, when he gazed towards the door, the silhouettes of the three individuals had already vanished. A frown creased his brow, and a look of guilt and unease washed over him. Oh dear! In the throes of fear and elation, he had completely forgotten to convey an important piece of information to his esteemed guests. The master craftsman who had originally fashioned the pair of dragon and phoenix jade ornaments had mentioned that the phoenix was intricately carved upon the jade earrings, while the dragon adorned the jade bracelet. Both the dragon and phoenix must be worn by a single individual to symbolize harmonious union and auspicious joy. If separated, it would signify the sorrow of parting, akin to birds taking flight. This was precisely why the proprietor had refrained from casually displaying the dragon and phoenix ornaments for sale. Having received such a substantial sum from the two esteemed guests, he felt remiss for not sharing this vital information with them. Truly, it weighed heavily on his conscience. Ignoring him, Xiaobao strode into the backyard, his delicate countenance taut with tension throughout. Shen Qifeng could not suppress a shiver. Although Xiaobao typically exuded the demeanor of a miniature adult, radiating an aura more formidable than that of advanced martial artists, today, for reasons unknown, Shen Qifeng found Xiaobao's presence even more imposing, evoking a sense of distance and trepidation. Xiaobao traversed the backyard and soon spotted Mu Yin reclining on a wicker chair, engrossed in a book. The rigidity of his little face softened by 3 degrees upon seeing Mu Yin. He hurried to her side, nuzzling against her twice, and skillfully climbed onto the chair, nestling into her embrace. Xiaobao, with his small, handsome face resolutely shaking his head, appeared discontented. What could possibly be the matter? Mu Yin gently pinched her son's fair cheeks, pondering which unfortunate soul had dared to upset their beloved child. "Fear not, my dear, your mother shall take care of him." Little Bao pouted and embraced Mu Yin tightly, nuzzling his small head against her bosom. "Mother, I wish to grow stronger to protect you." His tender voice was tinged with a hint of resentment. He understood that the man they encountered earlier was formidable, and he was utterly no match for him. If that man insisted on contesting the gift meant for his mother, he would return empty-handed today. This was merely a struggle for a white jade phoenix tail hairpin. Yet, what if one day, a villain as powerful as that man sought to claim his mother? He simply could not bear the thought of relinquishing her to another. Moreover, he believed his inability to defeat that man was solely due to his youth. He vowed that once he grew, he would surpass that man in strength. Mu Yin found his sulky demeanor and fervent declarations amusing. She affectionately stroked his little head, assuring him, "Little Bao is already quite remarkable. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly become even stronger. At that time, it will be your turn to protect me." Little Bao solemnly nodded, then suddenly remembered something important. He straightened his petite frame and placed his soft, fair hand over Mu Yan's eyes. His face remained cool, yet his deep blue eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, please close your eyes." Recognizing the familiar routine, Mu Yan complied without hesitation. Moments later, she heard his sweet voice say, "You may open your eyes now." As Mu Yan opened her eyes, she beheld her son clutching a collection of white jade pendants in the shape of delicate earrings. Though merely 2 petite ornaments, the intricate carvings of phoenixes beneath them were exquisitely beautiful. She picked one up and gently shook it, as if the white jade phoenix were poised to take flight. Her little treasure gazed at her with his large, watery eyes, his voice still icy, yet tinged with a hint of tender anticipation. "Mother, do you like it?" "Indeed, I adore it. Mother loves it dearly," Mu Yin exclaimed, embracing her son and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek, then asking him to help her wear it. Cradling her son, she strolled to the water's edge, observing their mirrored reflections in the water, similar features, and their entwined forms. A subtle warmth of a smile graced the typically frosty expression of her son. The two were relishing a blissful and joyous moment of parenthood. Suddenly, A thunderous cacophony of gongs and raucous sounds erupted from outside. As Mu Yin pondered the source of the commotion, Aunt Chun hurried towards her. A look of concern etched upon her face. "Miss Jun, there is a group claiming to be from the Jin Wangfu seeking you." Jin Wangfu. Mu Yin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Aunt Chun glanced at her son before hesitatingly continuing. "They say that the Jin Wangye of Huangyou Kingdom has taken a liking to you and wishes to take you as a concubine." Before Mu Yin could process this revelation, her son had already stiffened, his small body taut with tension, and his snow-white face suddenly radiated a fierce aura. He nodded vigorously, his tiny fists clenched tightly. "A bunch of foolish mortals, unworthy even to carry Mother-S shoes." If not for Aunt Chun's presence, the overwhelming pressure of his formidable presence would have already emanated from him. However, Madame Chun did not share the same optimism as the two women. Instead, she was filled with deep concern. "Miss Jun, you are unaware of the notorious reputation of Prince Jin in the kingdom of Huangyou. His nature is that of a libertine, reveling in the collection of various beauties. It is said that the Jin Wangfu houses no fewer than 100 concubines, many of whom he has forcibly taken by unscrupulous means. Yet, he brazenly relies on the protection of the Emperor of Huangyou, which renders him untouchable. Even within Huangyou, this Prince Jin is excessively arrogant. What hope do we have in this inferior land of Qian? Mu Yin, a mere weak woman with a tender child, cannot possibly contend with such power. Miss Jun, I have already instructed Fenger to delay them. You must escape through the back door. Above all, you must not fall victim to such a beast." As she spoke, she exerted all her strength to push Mu Yin and Little Bao toward the rear exit. Yet, despite her efforts, they remained immobile. Mu Yin let out a gentle sigh, straightened Madame Chen's tilted form, and softly replied, "If we leave, what will become of you and Qin Xingfeng? What will happen to this medicine shop? Have you considered that, madam? There is no time to ponder such matters." Madame Chun gritted her teeth. "You are our family's savior. No matter what, Fenger and I cannot stand by and watch you walk into the fire." However, Mu Yin merely smiled, a bewitching yet icy glimmer in her eyes, pondering who the true victim of the fire pit might be. "Madam, you should rest well. When you awaken, everything will return to its original state." As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Chen swayed and fainted. Mu Yin laid her on the wicker chair she had previously occupied and took Little Bao by the hand, leading him outside. Upon entering the storefront in the front yard, she was greeted by the sight of the once empty shop, now filled with crates and boxes. A few festively dressed individuals stood outside, wielding suona and gongs, their cacophony the source of the earlier clamor. Aside from the flustered Qin Xingfeng, who stood speechless, there was also an elderly gentleman present. This man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair and well-tailored attire. His countenance bore an air of haughty superiority, particularly as he surveyed Qin Xingfeng and the meager wares in the shop with evident disdain. Upon Mu Yan's appearance, Qin Xingfeng immediately exclaimed, "Miss Jun Yu, how did you come here? Weren't you supposed to have?" Mu Yan gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and turned her gaze toward the old man. The elder squinted at her for a moment, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He mused inwardly that such an exquisite visage was rarely seen, even in the esteemed Jin Wangfu, which was renowned for its beauty. Humph. What does it matter if she is beautiful? She is merely a lowly woman from a lesser kingdom, utterly unworthy of the position of concubine in the Jin Wangfu. With this thought, the astonishment in the old man's eyes transformed into contempt. "You must be Miss Jun Muyan," he proclaimed. "I am Huangyou, the steward of the Jin Wangfu." After speaking, he paused, anticipating a reaction of awe, envy, or yearning from Mu Yin. After all, how many individuals from lesser kingdoms yearn to elevate their status and become citizens of a superior realm through their talents and hard work? Yet who could have known that the radiant and captivating visage of the young girl across from him bore not a trace of emotion? Even her exquisite eyes seemed to regard him with utter indifference. Ah, what then? Her melodious voice resonated with a palpable air of nonchalance. This was indeed a clear indication of her disregard for him. With a flicker of anger momentarily flashing across the countenance of Butler's son, he ultimately restrained his ire. He lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, "Today, I stand before you as the representative of our esteemed Prince Jin, here to escort the young lady into marriage. The bridal sedan, dowry, and matchmaker are all awaiting outside. Once you enter the bridal sedan, you shall henceforth be the secondary consort of the Jin princess household, as well as a citizen of the Huangyou kingdom. My lady, if you would be so kind." Upon finishing his proclamation, he stepped aside, anticipating that Mu Yin would eagerly rush towards the sedan. Prior to this visit, he had investigated the identity of this Jun Muyan. She was merely an orphan with no significant background, having just recently acquired a modest apothecary upon her arrival in Xi'an City. As for her cultivation, the prince had mentioned that this woman was adept at concealing her true abilities. However, Butler's son, a practitioner of high-level martial arts, could discern no trace of any ethereal energy emanating from her. This only served to confirm that she possessed no real cultivation, lacking even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was indeed a matter of celebration that such an unremarkable orphan could capture the favor of their prince. Yet, as Butler's son stood aside for what felt like an eternity, the shop remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. He looked up in astonishment to find the young girl and a handsome young boy nearby, both gazing at him with expressions akin to that of a fool. Indeed, their eyes unmistakably conveyed that they regarded him as a complete simpleton. The ire within Butler's son finally surged forth. "Miss June, do not be so foolish as to reject a toast and instead drink a punishment. Are you not aware of our esteemed Duke of Jin?" Before Butler's son could finish his words, a sharp and hurried voice interrupted him. "Oh dear, my lady, do you not even know the illustrious Duke of Jin from the renowned Huangyou kingdom?" A stout figure rushed into the room like a gust of wind, coming to a halt before Mu Yin, and began to babble animatedly. "Let me tell you, I, Huang the matchmaker, have arranged countless matches. Yet I have never encountered a suitor with conditions as favorable as those of the Duke of Jin. Not only is he as handsome as a jade tree swaying in the wind, but his cultivation is unmatched in this small nation of Qian. Furthermore, the Duke is the younger brother of the reigning emperor of Huangyou, wielding great power, a truly rare husband to find, even if he were to take a secondary consort. So long as the Duke dotes upon you and you bear him a son or daughter, your future will be filled with untold blessings." Mu Yin, expressionless, took a step back with Xiaobao, deftly avoiding the spittle that flew about. Coldly, she commanded, "Yin Haoyin, dispose of her." As her words fell, a tall figure sprang forth from an unseen corner, seizing the matchmaker Huang by her collar. "What are you doing?" "I, Huang the matchmaker, am well known throughout these 10 miles and 8 villages. Even the city lord's marriage was arranged by me. How dare you lay a hand on me?" "Oh!" With a flick of his wrist, Yin Haoyin tossed her out. The matchmaker soared through the air, landing in a heap several dozen meters away, unable to rise again. Upon observing the imposing figure of the towering man silently standing beside Mu Yin, Steward's son's expression grew somewhat grave. He recognized at a glance that this scarred man, though youthful, had already attained the initial stage of Earth-level cultivation, only 2 minor realms below his own. Filled with suspicion, Steward's son glanced at Yin Haoyin and then at Mu Yin, noting Yin Haoyin's demeanor akin to that of a servant devotedly guarding his master, which left him inwardly astonished. To command the obedience of an Earth-level warrior, could it be that Miss Jun Muyan's status is not trivial? "You dare." Steward's son's eyes twinkled as he slightly cupped his hands in respect and said, "Miss Jun, I must apologize for the earlier offense caused by that meddlesome matchmaker. Please do not take it to heart. I have come today with utmost sincerity, representing the prince to seek your hand as a concubine for the Jin Wangfu. A few days prior, our prince had a fleeting encounter with you on the streets, and since that moment, he has been utterly smitten. He has instructed us to prepare lavish gifts to formally propose. The prince's feelings for you are as clear as the sun and moon." As he spoke, Steward's son waved his hand, and the guard stationed outside promptly entered, carrying in boxes upon boxes of betrothal gifts. Once opened, the boxes revealed an abundance of silks, fabrics, and treasures of gold and silver. The commotion drew the attention of the citizens of Xi'an City, who gasped in unison at the sight of such riches. To propose to a mere concubine, the Jin Wang's generosity seemed rather extravagant. These gifts must surely be worth tens of millions of gold coins. After all, he is the most favored prince of the esteemed Huangyo kingdom, and such opulence is to be expected, is it not? In my opinion, this young lady has truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, having captured the attention of such a prominent figure as the esteemed Prince Jin. The chattering voices from outside filtered in, significantly brightening the countenance of Steward Sunday. A hint of pride and self-satisfaction reappeared on his aged face as he gestured towards the dowry, inquiring, "The prince never desires a woman he cannot obtain. Will you accept the betrothal gifts and ascend to a lofty status, or remain obstinate and face the pursuit of our esteemed Jin residents? Miss Jun, being so astute, I trust you will discern the wiser choice." As he spoke, Steward's son exuded confidence, convinced that Mu Yen would acquiesce. With a languid smile gracing her lips, Mu Yen sauntered towards the dowry, her fingers delicately caressing the exquisite jewels atop it. After a thoughtful moment, she remarked, "The quality is indeed commendable, since you have presented it so graciously. I shall reluctantly accept. Does this imply that Miss Jun is willing to become our prince's concubine?" Steward's son's face blossomed with a knowing smile. "Then, please, miss, do hasten to the carriage." However, Mu Yen disregarded his suggestion and turned to Yen Haoyan, instructing, "Please transport these items to the courtyard. My chamber awaits." Yen Haoyan silently complied, promptly lifting a large chest and proceeding to the backyard. It was only after the entirety of the dowry had been relocated that Steward's son registered the scene, his expression shifting to one of disdain and disbelief. Who would have thought that this seemingly ethereal and unparalleled Miss Jun would exhibit such pettiness, unworthy of the occasion? "Miss Jun, I trust you are now prepared to board the carriage?" Mu Yen smiled, radiant and unparalleled. "Who dares to claim that I wish to become the mere consort of the Duke of Jin?" Steward's son was taken aback, his expression swiftly darkening. "Miss Jun, what do you mean by that? You have already accepted the betrothal gifts. Do you now intend to renege?" His face shifted between hues of green and white, his eyes nearly aflame with ire. What audacity! To deceive even those of the Duke's household. "Guards, seize this wretched woman and confine her to the palanquin. Today, you shall marry, whether you desire it or not. A mere commoner truly believes she can defy the heavens. You dare." As soon as Steward's son's words fell, two voices rang out in unison. One was from beside Mu Yen, youthful and clear, yet as frosty as winter's chill. The other emanated from beyond the palace doors, deep and authoritative, as if it could freeze the very air for miles around. "Snake Spirit?" The bustling shop fell into an instant silence, all eyes drawn towards the entrance. A figure clad in a dark, narrow-sleeved robe strode in, tall and graceful, with a striking visage. His long brows arched over deep blue eyes, with features so exquisitely crafted they seemed to have been sculpted by divine hands. As he entered the shop, every person, regardless of gender, instinctively held their breath. Awe and reverence, obsession and fear, desire and trepidation, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within each heart. This man possessed an undeniable allure. He was the sovereign who commanded the world, the supreme being exalted above all mortals. Everyone who laid eyes upon him felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and prostrate themselves. Yet, the moment Mu Yen caught sight of this individual, a curse involuntarily escaped her lips. This lunatic, how dare he return? Indeed, the person in question was Di Mingjue, a man with whom she had crossed paths merely twice, yet had already been subjected to his advances on 2 occasions. Since her rebirth, Mu Yen had consistently embraced a carefree and unrestrained existence, never allowing anyone to coerce her into actions she despised. However, this man had managed to ensnare her twice, brazenly taking liberties with her. Moreover, Mu Yen discerned that, unlike his previous ethereal appearances devoid of reflection, this time Di Mingjue radiated a palpable presence. Although his oppressive aura seemed diminished, the perilous energy emanating from him had only intensified. With each step he took closer, Muyan found her breath becoming increasingly erratic. The arrival of this man was none other than Di Mingjue, who had traversed the bustling streets of Xi'an City in search of a satisfactory betrothal gift, only to return empty-handed. After bellowing his proclamation, his gaze fixated solely on Muyan, rendering everyone else around him as insignificant as mere insects, entirely beneath his notice. Upon beholding the brilliance of the young woman's countenance once more, Di Mingjue realized just how profoundly he longed for her. Despite having cultivated his powers for countless years, ascending to an unparalleled status and commanding both wind and rain, he was experiencing the depths of heartache for the very first time. Just a single day without her presence left him in a state of restless agitation. Initially, Elder Chang and others had urged him to reconsider, to refrain from hastily venturing into the martial continent. Yet, after enduring the torment of unfulfilled desires, they found themselves wishing fervently to package their sovereign and send him away without delay. During this period, one must pray that the destined daughter of heaven shows mercy and concedes to their sovereign. Otherwise, they shall undoubtedly suffer under the torment of their own ruler, enduring a fate worse than death. Di Mingjue approached Muyan with a fiery intensity in his gaze, as if a blaze were igniting within him. He disregarded the instinctive fear he felt towards this man and immediately glared with fury, exclaiming, "You audacious commoner, how dare you impede the affairs of the Jin Wangfu? It seems you have grown weary of life. Come, seize this insolent wretch." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Muyan, deeming him a shameless scoundrel. No wonder he dared to defy the commands of the Jin Wangfu and refuse to marry my lord as a concubine. It appears he has found a paramour. Today, before your very eyes, I shall flay and dismember this pretty boy of yours. I wish to see if you still possess the audacity to resist." As Han Yi stepped into the shop, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. His gaze towards Steward's son had transformed from one of mere disbelief to that of utter disdain. Indeed, Di Mingjue halted his advance towards Muyan, casting a frigid stare at Steward's Sunday. Under the weight of that gaze, Steward's son inexplicably shivered, his voice faltering as he stammered, I must warn you. I am from the Jin Wangfu of the Huang Yao Kingdom. Should you offend us?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly propelled forward, losing control of his body. In the next moment, a firm grip encircled his throat. "Repeat that," came the chilling demand. "Who dares to marry Muyan?" Beneath the 5 fingers, a raspy sound emerged from the throat, while Butler's son's face turned a deep shade of purple and red, tears and snot streaming down. "Prince Jin. He is the prince of our Huangyao kingdom, the younger brother of the emperor of Huangyao." A sudden crack echoed as Butler's son's neck was broken, his body collapsing limply to the ground. That was a martial artist of high rank. With such a casual motion, he possessed not even the slightest capacity for resistance before his neck was snapped. The guards of the Jin prince's residence were rendered speechless. Soon after, some attempted to flee while others charged angrily at Di Mingjue. Han Yi let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering, transforming into an afterimage as he swiftly navigated through the guards of the Jin prince's residence. In mere moments, all the guards lay sprawled on the ground, their bones shattered piece by piece, eyes wide open yet devoid of breath. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, and terror was etched on every face. Even Muyan furrowed her brows slightly, a grave expression settling upon her features. The hand that hung by her side suddenly clenched tightly. Looking down, she saw Xiaobao staring intently at Di Mingjue, his eyes brimming with vigilance and a hint of barely perceptible defeat. From the moment Di Mingjue appeared, Xiaobao recognized him as the man who had fought him for the white jade hairpin in the treasure pavilion. He also recalled this man as the villain who had sought to bully his mother at the Golden Rainbow Gate. Xiaobao had known from the very start that this man was stronger than him, but he never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. Even the subordinates by his side were entirely outmatched. Feeling so small, how could he possibly protect his mother? On the cold, handsome visage, a look of despondency and unwillingness surfaced for the first time. The hands that hung by her sides clenched into tight fists. After tidying up the bothersome items, Di Mingjue strode directly to Mu Yin, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt, and growled, "I have only been gone for a few days. How could you accept another's betrothal gift?" Although his voice was raised, a subtle tone of grievance permeated his words. Mu Yin, taken aback, retorted, "Hey, your words imply I am a heartless traitor. If memory serves me right, we have no ties, do we?" Before she could react further, Di Mingjue seized her fair wrist and slipped a white jade bracelet onto her. Although his powers were suppressed, a portion of his formidable divine consciousness remained at his disposal. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he discerned the extravagant and intricate nature of the betrothal gifts that had been moved to the backyard by Mu Yin. Yet, he could only present her with a meager white jade bracelet that was hardly commendable. Di Mingjue's ears flushed crimson, his heart churning with frustration. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and coldly stated, "This is merely a casual gift, not my betrothal present. Rest assured, my future gift to you will far surpass that of any common man." Mu Yin, momentarily stunned and caught off guard, allowed Di Mingjue to adorn her wrist with the white jade bracelet. Frowning in discontent, she distanced herself, saying, "One should not accept gifts without merit. We are strangers, and I must kindly decline your offering." With that, she attempted to remove the bracelet from her wrist. Di Mingjue could scarcely believe his ears. She had accepted the betrothal gift from that other man, but refused his own gift. His countenance was so grim that it seemed as though water could drip from it, and an unbidden air of menace crept into his voice. "Do not take it off. If I command you to wear it, then you shall wear it." Before Mu Yin could react, a small hand, infused with immense dark energy, struck fiercely towards Di Mingjue. "Do not bully my mother." The diminutive figure strode forward, positioning itself protectively before Mu Yin, casting a fierce glare at Di Mingjue. Upon seeing the familiar little face before him, Di Mingjue was momentarily taken aback. "It's you, the little imp who competed with me for the white jade phoenix tail hairpin at the treasure pavilion? Wait, what did this little imp just call Mu Yin?" Humph. He was not blind to the truth. This audacious scoundrel sought to flirt with and steal away his mother. His mother belonged solely to Xiaobao, and he would not allow this rogue to take her away. Mu Yin bent down to lift her son, squinting slightly as she inquired, "My dear, has he bullied you?" Xiaobao, with a solemn expression, nodded his small head. The moment Mu Yin's demeanor shifted to one of danger, her icy gaze turned towards Di Mingjue. Anyone who dared to bully her precious son deserved nothing less than a fate most dire. Di Mingjue glared intensely at Mu Yin and Xiaobao, their similar features twisting his expression almost grotesquely. "You call her mother?" Hanyi had never witnessed such a terrifying countenance on his master and instinctively shuddered. He quickly attempted to lighten the atmosphere, saying, "Miss Jun, this is your adopted child, is it not? Indeed, it must be an adoption. For Miss Jun is truly a benevolent soul." Yet before he could complete his thought, Mu Yin interrupted him with a mocking tone, "I apologize, my darling. But I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. You are my most cherished treasure in this world." The little one's eyes sparkled like stars. As he wrapped his arms around Mu Yin's neck, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fears and anxieties that had previously filled his heart vanished without a trace in that moment. In this world, it was clear that his mother loved him most dearly, and no one could take him away. With this thought, he nuzzled against Mu Yin's face and then defiantly gazed at Di Mingjue and Hanya. Hanya, however, wore an expression of sheer terror, his body trembling as he stammered, "You must be joking, Miss Jun. How could you, being so young, possibly be his biological mother?" Each word seemed to struggle its way out. Stealing a glance at Jun Shang's countenance, Hanya felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This time, it truly seemed to be the end. The heavens of the three realms appeared to be collapsing. During their time in the cultivation realm, he had witnessed firsthand how deeply Jun Shang cared for and yearned for Miss Jun, longing for the moment they could reunite on the martial arts continent. Yet, he never anticipated that the woman Jun Shang had finally fallen for would be a married one. From this moment forth, their paths would no longer intertwine. A man? Mu Yin was taken aback for a moment. Then her smile deepened with an alluring charm. "Oh, are you referring to the biological father of my darling son? What do you seek from him?" The pent-up fury within Di Mingjue erupted, finally ignited by the mention of my darling son's biological father. He stepped forward abruptly, closing the distance to Muyan. "Tell me, where is that man? I will slay him this very moment." Muyan, Jun Muyan. This woman belongs to me, and me alone. But why, oh why, could he not have arrived at the martial arts continent sooner? Why could he not have encountered her earlier? Within Di Mingjue's heart, it felt as though a cauldron of oil was boiling, yet simultaneously, a shard of ice was forming. His eyes began to redden, and he reached out to caress Muyan's face. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept by. Yin Haoyan, fearing for Muyan's safety, did not hesitate to take action. However, before his formidable strike could even close in within a meter of the man, he was violently repelled, sent flying through the air. At that moment, the aura of pressure and murderous intent emanating from Di Mingjue was enough to instill fear in any soul. Even Muyan, under the gaze of those piercing eyes, could not suppress the trembling of her body. Yet, just when everyone anticipated Di Mingjue's eruption, he suddenly turned away, his eyes reddened. In an instant, his figure was already several dozen paces from the apothecary. Yet, his silhouette appeared desolate and forlorn. "Your Highness." Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the direction Di Mingjue had departed, then at Mu Yin and Xiaobao. Gritting his teeth, he hastily followed. Mu Yin, however, stood in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances with Xiaobao, both momentarily at a loss. Xiaobao looked towards the doorway, then suddenly embraced Mu Yin, his icy, handsome face revealing a hint of confusion. At that moment, when Di Mingjue had approached, he genuinely believed that man intended to harm his mother. Yet, the aura emanating from that man was undeniably terrifying, yet he did not lay a finger on my mother. Moreover, as he turned away, Xiaobao noticed the crimson hue in his eyes. The expression he wore was less one of terror and more of sorrow and anguish. He appeared somewhat pitiable. Xiaobao scrunched his little nose, pondering his own strangeness. How could he feel sympathy for that shameless man who coveted his mother? Xiaobao clung to Mu Yan's neck and softly inquired, "Mother, will that man return?" Mu Yan paused for a moment before responding, "He probably won't." The man named Di Mingjue exuded an air of superiority, an essence that commanded respect and forbade defiance. He possessed his own pride and dignity. Fully aware that she was a married woman with a child, it seemed unlikely that he would ever cross her path again. Henceforth, their fates would remain unentwined. Outside the city of Xi'an, a heavy silence loomed. Di Mingjue's tone was remarkably calm and composed, yet Han Yi felt a shiver run through him. "Your Majesty, you cannot possibly intend to kill a husband and seize his wife, can you?" Han Yi swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Your Majesty, such acts of murder and usurpation, it is rather unseemly, is it not? One might incur the wrath of heaven. Perhaps we should reconsider?" Di Mingjue cast a cold glance at Han Yi, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly replied, "I would not act in such a manner." It was not that he was incapable or lacked the courage to do so, but rather, if he were to proceed in that way, would Mu Yin not be heartbroken, perhaps even come to despise him? "Your Majesty, since you have no intention of resorting to violence for love, what difference does it make if you were to find that person? Indeed, what could possibly change? What purpose would he serve by remaining here? Would he merely stand by and witness Mu Yan's affection for another? Yet, the mere thought of permanently losing the one woman who stirs his heart, the idea of never again gazing upon Mu Yan, makes Emperor Mingjue feel as though a part of his very soul has been wrenched away, leaving an emptiness that seems to drain the joy from his existence. Before him stands a man of unmatched beauty, his demeanor as cold and indifferent as ever. Yet for the first time, Han Ye feels a pang of sorrow, a deep ache for his sovereign. This is the first time he has found his heart touched, the first time he has developed feelings for a woman, only to discover that she belongs to another. Surely, Miss Mu Yin was destined to be the chosen one for His Majesty, was she not? How could fate conspire to keep them apart? Wait, the chosen one, Your Majesty, Han Ye suddenly exclaimed. Even Emperor Mingjue was taken aback, casting a stern glance in his direction. Yet, this time, Hanya felt no fear of the emperor's icy demeanor. Instead, he spoke with exuberance. Your Majesty, perhaps there is a misunderstanding in this matter? A misunderstanding? Indeed. Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? Miss Mu is your fated one, and the bond between you is predetermined by the heavens. The divinations of Elder Chong have never erred, especially when it concerns your destiny. Thus, this situation must either be a misunderstanding or shrouded in hidden truths. You ought to investigate further. Upon hearing these words, the depths of Emperor Mingjue's profound gaze suddenly ignited with a fervent flame. The farce had come to an end, and the sky had darkened. Yet, unlike previous evenings, the little treasure who typically clung to her, eager to share her slumber, this time requested to enter the space alone. Muyan inquired about his reasoning. With a serious expression, he replied in a frosty little voice, "Little treasure has grown up. I cannot always rely on mother. I must become stronger to protect her." After a brief pause, he added, "Mother, this time, I will wait until I break through to the mid-tier of the heavenly level before I emerge." He no longer wished to feel the pangs of his own weakness and helplessness, where he could not safeguard his mother, but instead had her protecting him. A hint of pain welled up in Muyan's eyes. Observing this small boy, barely 4 years old, yet so sensible and mature, filled her with a mix of pride and sorrow. Nevertheless, she concealed her emotions, instead gracing him with a gentle smile, leaning down to kiss his forehead, and softly assuring him, "Yes, all right. Mother believes little treasure will undoubtedly succeed." On his beautifully cold face, a joyful smile blossomed at her words. For the first time, little treasure took the initiative to cup Muyan's face in his hands and planted a kiss upon it. Then, with a bashful countenance, he entered the space. This time, Muyan sealed the space, ensuring that little treasure could neither see nor hear the happenings outside. Only then did she shyly enter the space. This time, Muyan directly sealed the space, ensuring that the little treasure within could neither see nor hear the events transpiring outside. This way, nothing would disturb the little one's seclusion. She followed suit into the space, where she played the celestial demon zither for a full half-hour. The skill of the divine musician, clouds parting and mist dispelling, when played during meditation, could dispel inner demons and significantly enhance the efficacy of her cultivation. However, this skill belonged to the rare abilities of a divine musician. Muyan had studied it for quite some time and had only grasped it to a modest extent, being able to play for a maximum of half an hour each day. Yet, as she played clouds parting and mist dispelling, it was evident that the ethereal energy enveloping the little treasure became placid and docile, and the little one's expression transformed into a serene tranquility. Even the normally lethargic rabbit, which could hardly be bothered to open its eyes, approached her, its slightly squinted pea-sized eyes revealing a hint of contentment upon hearing her play. As the hour of playing concluded, Muyan found herself breathless and glistening with fragrant sweat. Yet, upon witnessing the steady improvement in the little treasure's cultivation, a satisfied smile graced her face. Just as she was about to exit the space to rest, she was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a figure sitting on her bed. Even Muyan, typically composed and unflappable, was startled at that moment. After a pause, she incredulously asked, "How did you get here?" The man seated on the bed slowly rose and approached her, the candlelight illuminating a visage of extraordinary beauty, one that transcended the realm of the ordinary. Every inch of his features was chiseled to perfection, exquisitely refined, and those ice-blue eyes resembled the vast sky and the deep sea. When they gazed intently at another, it seemed as though one's very soul could be utterly consumed by their depth. Muyan felt her breath falter under the scorching scrutiny of those eyes, instinctively retreating a step. However, Di Mingjue swiftly closed the distance, nearly pressing his nose against hers, their breaths intertwining. "Jun Muyan, I, Di Mingjue, wish to take you as my wife." Muyan was momentarily stunned. This man had declared his intention to marry her before, yet this time, his words carried the weight of a solemn vow, causing her heart to flutter involuntarily. In a fleeting daze, Di Mingjue leaned in, gently brushing his lips against hers. a fleeting oath sealed with a kiss. This time, rather than displaying anger, he maintained an air of cool composure as he stated, I have discovered the registration you completed upon entering Xi'an City. Registration? Muyan suddenly grasped the situation. The prosperous cities of the nations of Qiyin, Jingcheng, and Huangyao required thorough inspections and registrations upon entry. She recalled filling out her own information, as well as that of her child, Xiaobao. The space for her husband remained blank, while she had inscribed deceased in the section for Xiaobao's father. That little one has no father, and you are not married. Dimingzhue asserted with unwavering certainty. Muyan furrowed her brow at him. So what? Xiaobao is undeniably my own flesh and blood. I do not mind. Dimingzhue's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with conviction. What was in the past is irrelevant. I do not care. The Emperor Mingjue wore a cold expression, gritting his teeth as he articulated each word. The past is the past. I am indifferent. As for what lay within his heart, whether he truly felt indifferent, only Emperor Mingjue himself could fathom. Muyan felt a prickling irritation. You may be indifferent, but I care. I will treat that little one as if he were my own son. Emperor Mingjue disregarded her words and continued, as long as you wed me. The little treasure shall become the supreme young prince of the 3 realms, and no one shall dare to bully him. This statement bore far more sincerity than his earlier proclamation of indifference. Strangely, despite knowing that the little one was the son of Mu Yan's former husband, he found it impossible to harbor any animosity towards the boy. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. My own son, I shall protect him myself. I do not require your assistance. Mu Yan's rejection was abruptly cut short as he seized her slender waist and silenced her with a kiss. After a prolonged moment, Emperor Mingjue relinquished his hold, declaring imperiously, if you do not consent, I shall pursue you until you do. Should you have reservations, I will dispel each one. If your heart still belongs to another, I will wait until it beats solely for me. Yet, Muyan, it is your destiny to be my wife. With that, before Muyan could respond, the figure of the man vanished from the room. After a considerable time, she clenched her teeth and shut the open window, recalling his domineering declaration, a seductive and leisurely smile curving her lips. In both this life and the next, Emperor Mingjue was the first man to so relentlessly pursue her, seemingly unperturbed by her past as a mother. Indeed, she found herself intrigued. How would this haughty man court her, and by what means would he endeavor to capture her affections? The following morn, scarcely had Qin Qingfeng unlocked his shop when 2 figures darted in with the swiftness of lightning. I require a vial of supreme profound essence elixir, they exclaimed in unison. These 2 were, of course, Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin. They had arrived nearly simultaneously, voicing their demands in concert, leaving Qin Qingfeng momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Wang Jiaqin, with greater alacrity, promptly produced a pouch of gold coins, slamming it upon the counter. Today, I shall be the first to proffer payment. So hasten and provide me with the supreme profound essence elixir. Qin Qingfeng, in a daze, retrieved the requested elixir and handed it to Wang Jiaqin, who then flashed a smug grin, brandishing the vial towards Tian Yongjin. Tian, I dare say, you have been outdone today. With that, he swaggered out of the shop. Tian Yongjin, left seething in his wake, could only vent his frustration upon Qin Qingfeng, roaring, insolent whelp. Do you have a death wish? How dare you sell my elixir to another? Do you believe I won't demolish your shop this very instant? Qin Qingfeng was filled with grievance. He dared not offend Tian Yongjin. Yet neither did he dare antagonize Wang Jiaqin, the young master of Hongxing apothecary. Tian, please quell your anger. In truth, the proprietor has unveiled a novel elixir today. Perhaps you might consider purchasing this new concoction? I assure you, its effects are 100-fold superior to the profound essence elixir. Tian Yongjin regarded him with suspicion. What elixir could possibly possess such potency? Pray, enlighten me. It is the barrier-shattering elixir. What on earth? As a knowledgeable young master, I have never heard of such a mystical elixir. Very well, then, bring me a vial. As he spoke, Tian Yongjin tossed aside a bag containing 40,000 gold coins. The eccentric old man, Chun Xingfeng, swallowed hard and, after a long pause, stammered, "Young Master Tian, I have already mentioned that the efficacy of the breakthrough liquid surpasses that of the superior essence liquid by 100-fold, hence its price is correspondingly 100 times greater. Therefore, 40,000 gold coins is insufficient." 40,000 gold coins, 100 times? Tian Yongjin was momentarily stunned, then incredulously roared. "For million gold coins? For a vial of an elixir I have never even heard of? Do you take me for a fool?" Chun Qingfeng recoiled in fear. Yet he persisted. "I apologize, young Master Tian, but this price has been set by our employer, and there is nothing I can do. If you truly only require the essence liquid, perhaps you could return tomorrow for a look?" Ultimately, Tian Yongjin did not purchase the breakthrough liquid. The price of 4 million gold coins was simply too exorbitant. Even for the extravagant young Master Tian, such an amount was not readily accessible. Moreover, what on earth was this breakthrough liquid? He had never encountered it before. Nevertheless, in the days that followed, Tian Yongjin lamented his decision, regretting it deeply. After Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin departed, Junji Apothecary returned to its former desolation. Throughout an entire day, not a single customer graced the establishment. Just when Chun Qingfeng believed he could no longer conduct any business that day, an elderly man clad in gray, with a scruffy beard and bearing the marks of age, approached him. Despite the old man's disheveled appearance, Chun Qingfeng did not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. Instead, he greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. "May I inquire, esteemed guest, are you in search of medicinal herbs or mystic elixirs?" However, as he spoke, a hint of embarrassment washed over him as he added, "Regrettably, our humble establishment offers only one type of mystic elixir, the mystic energy liquid." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across the old man's face, and he seemed poised to take his leave. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, Chun Qingfeng hesitated and added, "We do possess a special grade mystic elixir, known as the barrier-breaking liquid, which is personally concocted by our esteemed proprietor. However, I must mention that its price is somewhat—" Before he could finish his sentence with the word expensive, the old man's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, What did you just say that mystic elixir was called?" "Barrier-breaking liquid," Chun Qingfeng replied. The old man's excitement escalated. His gaze fixed intently on Chun Qingfeng, and his withered hands gripped the fabric of Chen's clothing tightly. "Barrier-breaking liquid. Please, grant me the barrier-breaking liquid. Do you have any idea how long I have searched for this elixir?" Taken aback by the old man's frenzied demeanor, Chun Qingfeng cautioned, "Esteemed guest, the barrier-breaking liquid crafted by our proprietor is exceedingly dear, priced at 4 million gold coins. And it is effective only for ancient martial artists of earth rank and below. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The old man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "For million? How could such a sum be considered expensive?" The elderly man gazed skyward, laughing heartily. "As long as I can break through this bottleneck, not only would 4 million be worthwhile, but even an additional 4 million would be an extraordinary value." With that, the old man swiftly produced a box. Upon opening it, he revealed dozens of pearls alongside a stack of silver notes. Chun Qingfeng glanced over, estimating that the worth had already surpassed 4 million gold coins. It felt surreal to him. Had they truly earned 4 million in the blink of an eye? The crucial point was that this 4 million was pure profit. Just as Chun Qingfeng handed over the breakthrough elixir, the elderly man snatched it and consumed it in one gulp. Subsequently, he settled down at the entrance of Junji Apothecary, assuming a meditative posture and channeling his profound energy. He was genuinely on the verge of a breakthrough. Chun Qingfeng peered outside, noting that the man was merely cultivating, and chose to disregard him, instead happily counting the wealth before him. With capital now at hand, it was only prudent to invest in superior mystical herbs. After all, relying solely on Miss Jun's mystical herbs to sustain the shop's operations was not a viable strategy. Lost in his calculations, a sudden clamor erupted outside. Chun Qingfeng lifted his gaze and was startled to discover that a crowd had gathered, each person pointing and gesturing toward a corner by the entrance. Their expressions a mix of shock and excitement. What on earth was happening? He approached the door for a closer look, only to be taken aback. The spot where the elderly man had been seated was now completely enveloped in swirling smoke. Through the haze, he could vaguely discern the old man's features. As Jun Muyan drew nearer, he felt an overwhelming surge of potent energy roiling around him. The pressure emanating from this energy turned his face pale, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. He has transcended. He is indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Is he about to ascend from the middle tier of the earth level to the higher tier? No, that cannot be. He has already attained the higher tier of the earth level, yet the pressure of his profound energy continues to surge. What a jest! Is it possible that he will leap directly from the middle tier of the earth level to the celestial level? How can that be? The whispers of the crowd resounded with astonishment and envy. Yet, some were left perplexed. If I am not mistaken, is that not the ghostly envoy, Old Tao, from the ghost market? He has been ensnared in the middle tier of the earth level for over 30 years. How could he suddenly achieve a breakthrough? I heard that Old Tao was on the verge of expulsion from the ghost market due to his stagnation in cultivation. Who would have thought he would accumulate such momentum? When he finally breaks through, he does so with an astonishing flourish. As the crowd speculated, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the direction where Old Tao sat in meditation. The wall of the Junji pharmacy, against which he leaned, was shattered, creating a gaping hole. His gray garments were torn to shreds, and the onlookers were violently pushed back several steps by the overwhelming shockwave. Slowly, Old Tao rose from the ground, clad only in tattered trousers that barely concealed his modesty. However, after a brief moment of silence, he suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha. I have transcended. I have finally broken through. The heavens do not forsake me. I have truly found the elixir of breaking barriers. Ha ha ha. The heavens do not forsake me. It turns out that this elder was a ghostly envoy within the ghost market, who had been trapped in the middle tier of the earth level for a full 32 years. Should he fail to ascend to the higher echelons of the earth level, he would forever be deprived of the hope of glimpsing the celestial realm. Yet, the more he succumbed to anxiety and despair, the more pressing his predicament became. With the passage of time, gifted specters were being promoted one after another, further jeopardizing his standing. Should he remain stagnant indefinitely, he risked being expelled from the ghost market. Hence, upon hearing that Ruyin had consumed the barrier-breaking liquid to advance to the mid-earth level, he embarked on a frantic quest throughout Xi'an City. At last, he discovered the coveted barrier-breaking liquid, and its effects were astonishingly beyond his expectations. Not only did it allow him to shatter his limitations, but it also purged the impurities from his energy reservoir, fully activating all the profound energy within him. After 3 decades of arduous cultivation, he experienced a sudden and explosive breakthrough, surpassing the mid-earth level and ascended directly to the pinnacle of the earth level, tantalizingly close to the lofty heights of the celestial level. This revelation sent Old Tao into a euphoric frenzy. However, the onlookers seized upon a singular point of interest. What? Old Tao, did you truly break through the bottleneck by consuming the barrier-breaking liquid? Is it the same miraculous elixir rumored in the ghost market, valued beyond the alchemical creations of Master Jianfeng? Quickly, tell us where we can procure this barrier-breaking liquid. My heavens! The barrier-breaking liquid can genuinely facilitate a breakthrough. I would pay any sum, even 1,000,000 gold coins, to acquire it. Pray, do share the source of its purchase. Upon learning from Old Tao that the barrier-breaking liquid could be obtained from a rather unassuming little apothecary nearby, excitement surged through the crowd. Moreover, when the purchase price was a mere 4,000,000 gold coins, akin to a bargain, everyone's eyes turned envious green. They all cast fierce glares at Jun Muyan, who stood at the entrance. The bottle of barrier-breaking liquid that had just been auctioned off in the ghost market had fetched a staggering 1,200,000 gold coins. Yet, Old Tao had managed to procure it from the Junji apothecary for only 4,000,000 gold coins, a price disparity of threefold. Oh, how they envied, resented, and seethed. Jun Muyan, pale-faced, took a step back and swallowed hard, urging, "Calm down, everyone. Today's barrier-breaking liquid has already sold out. For those wishing to purchase it, please come early tomorrow." As soon as he uttered those words, he dared not linger, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang and fled like the wind. Oh dear, Miss Jun. The people wanting to buy the premium elixirs are utterly terrifying. If you do not release more elixirs for sale soon, I shall be unable to withstand it. Unfortunately for Chun Qingfeng, his aspirations remained merely a beautiful dream, for Muyan's alchemical endeavors were dictated by her whims. However, upon witnessing Chun Qingfeng's pitiful state, Muyan ultimately showed mercy and lent Yan Haoyan to him to maintain order. Indeed, the moment Yan Haoyan, with his scarred visage and fearsome demeanor, stationed himself there, the number of those daring to cause trouble diminished significantly. On that day, Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin arrived at Junji Apothecary at the break of dawn. The two were determined to outpace one another in seizing the coveted premium elixir. Yet, as they rounded the corner, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The entrance of Junji Apothecary was thronged with an immense crowd, each person craning their necks and straining to catch a glimpse inside the apothecary. A persistent individual could not restrain himself from banging on the shop door, exclaiming loudly, "Open the door! Hurry up! We have waited all night. Let us purchase the mystical elixir." Why were so many people gathered before Junji Apothecary? Had the existence of the premium Xuanli liquid been exposed? The two individuals exchanged furious glares, questioning one another. Was it you who revealed it? Are you foolish? If others became aware of the premium Xuanli liquid, how could they continue to monopolize the daily bottle? After their inquiry, both paused in disbelief. Was it not you who disclosed it? Wang Jiaqin, with his keen eyesight, spotted a familiar face among the crowd and gasped in astonishment. In the throng stood an elderly man with hair and beard ashen. Yet his piercing tiger-like eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, indicating his formidable cultivation. It was none other than the esteemed elder of the renowned Li family in Xi'an City. How could such a distinguished elder queue outside a modest apothecary? Even for the premium Xuanli liquid, this seemed excessively extravagant. As he pondered this, the shop door abruptly swung open. In an instant, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Barrier-breaking liquid. I need the barrier-breaking liquid. I am willing to pay 8 million coins. Sell it to me. Step aside. I have prepared a gold ticket worth 12 million coins. Let me enter first. Tian Yongjin and Wang Jiaqin were utterly astonished. What was happening? Even for the sake of acquiring the premium Xuanli liquid, such madness was unwarranted. The entrance of Junji Apothecary was compromised, and amidst the chaos, someone stumbled and was trampled underfoot, instantly spewing blood and unable to rise. The atmosphere was charged, as if it were about to dismantle the Junji pharmacy entirely. Just when Tian Yongjing and his companions believed the pharmacy would be upended, the throngs of people were unexpectedly ejected one by one. Subsequently, a towering, scarred man stood at the entrance, his demeanor icy and his gaze fierce, casting a glance that rendered the crowd immobile with fear. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tian Yongjing seized an individual and inquired, "Are you all here to purchase the supreme essence of Xuanli?" "What supreme essence of Xuanli?" The person replied, bewildered. "The essence of Xuanli is utterly useless. We are here to seize the barrier-breaking elixir, the miraculous potion that can help one transcend their limits. It's priced at a mere 4 million gold coins, which is 8 million coins less than the auction at the ghost market. Anyone who doesn't seize it would be a fool. Barrier-breaking elixir." Tian Yongjing's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "You mean to say that this elixir, priced at 4 million gold coins, can indeed allow one to transcend their limits?" "Of course. Are you unaware of this?" The individual looked at them incredulously. The news of the miraculous elixir had spread like wildfire since it had appeared at the ghost market. Young lady Yin had consumed the barrier-breaking elixir and instantly broke through her limits. Old Tao from the ghost market, who hadn't advanced beyond the mid-level of the Earth realm for 30 years, had purchased the elixir here for 4 million gold coins and subsequently achieved a breakthrough. Now standing at the pinnacle of the Earth realm, this matter had become common knowledge throughout the entirety of Xi'an City. As they conversed, Yan Haoyan, who had been standing like a sentinel at the entrance, suddenly stepped aside, revealing the trembling figure of Qin Qifeng. He cleared his throat, casting a furtive glance at the crowd outside, which was eagerly watching, and then hesitantly spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. But today our esteemed proprietor has not concocted any barrier-breaking elixirs, hence there are none available for sale. What nonsense is this? I have been queuing since last night, someone exclaimed. Yes, indeed. I must acquire a barrier-breaking elixir today. Another echoed. My family, the Li family, is willing to offer 15 million gold coins for a single vial of the elixir. 15 million. Chun Qing Feng swallowed hard, suppressing the pang of regret in his heart, and continued, though we do not have the barrier-breaking elixir today, our proprietor has prepared other top-tier mystical medicines. These include a vial of essence liquid, a vial of healing liquid, and a vial of swift liquid, priced at 40,000 gold coins each. Before he could finish his sentence, Elderly interrupted. Are these mystical medicines all crafted by the master who concocted the barrier-breaking elixir? Indeed. All the premium mystical medicines sold in our store are personally crafted by our proprietor, came the reply. Buy, someone shouted. As long as these premium mystical medicines are created by that master, I will purchase them all. What nonsense. I have been in line longer than you. If anyone is to buy, it should be me. What's a mere several 100,000 gold coins? Even if they are ordinary mystical medicines, those crafted by this master are undoubtedly of the finest quality. My family must secure them today, due to the scarcity of mystical medicines and the overwhelming demand. It was ultimately decided to employ a lottery system. Those fortunate enough to draw a red ticket would gain the privilege of purchasing one type of premium mystical medicine. Within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a bottle of Xuanli liquid valued at 40,000 gold coins, a bottle of recovery liquid worth 600,000 gold coins, and a bottle of speed liquid priced at 300,000 gold coins were all snatched up in an instant. Thus, those who spent their coins were expressions of delight, while those who missed out were left with faces full of despair. Not far away, Tian Yongjing and Wang Jiaqin gazed vacantly at the departing crowd, suddenly raising their hands in unison to deliver a sharp slap to their own faces. They had inexcusably passed up the opportunity to acquire the barrier-breaking liquid worth 4 million gold coins and the astonishingly priced heavenly elixir. They truly were foolish. Meanwhile, the frenzy for rare elixirs outside bore no relevance to Muyan, who remained engrossed in her studies of the Tianma Qin and the skills of the Kagura master. The inheritance of the Kagura master was directly imparted into her mind. However, mastering it was far from a mere theoretical endeavor. As of now, the skills Muyan had acquired as a Kagura master included the Qin Sound Blade for attack, the Echoing Breath for auxiliary recovery of Xuanqi, the Cloud Dispelling Mist for dispelling inner demons during cultivation, and Spring Snow for assisting in the refinement of elixirs. While these skills may seem numerous and formidable, they merely represent the tip of the iceberg of Kagura master abilities. Currently, Muyan's Kagura master level was a meager one. Many rare skills could only be unlocked and learned upon advancing in Kagura master rank, and some skills, such as Echoing Breath, her group support ability, could only be grasped after reaching at least level 2. However, how easy is it to level up as a Kagura master? After mastering an increasing array of skills as a musician, Muyan ultimately realized that merely elevating her warrior level and augmenting the quantity of her internal energy was insufficient for advancing her status as a musician. In essence, a musician is akin to a divine being, necessitating a profound understanding of musical theory and mastery over it. Such mastery demands formidable mental strength. Fortunately, Muyan, having been reborn, possesses a mental acuity and spiritual power far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. This exceptional capability is also the reason why the heavenly demon Zither ultimately recognizes her as its master. Nevertheless, possessing great mental strength alone proves inadequate. For upon transcending the third tier, all skills requiring advancement demand the manipulation of spiritual energy. At present, Muyan has yet to even grasp the threshold of spiritual energy. While she played the heavenly demon Zither to enhance her proficiency in various musician skills and simultaneously bolster her mental strength, she pondered how to cultivate spiritual energy. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from beyond the space, causing a ripple in the atmosphere. Hastily, she exited the space and followed the sound, soon arriving at the backyard. To her astonishment, She found that the wall on the west side of what was once the Qin family estate, now the Junji apothecary, had been breached with a gaping hole. A head emerged from behind the breach, seemingly assessing the dimensions of the opening. After determining it was still insufficient in width, the individual swung a fist and struck the wall once more. Upon noticing Muyan's approach, the person immediately turned, flashing a conciliatory smile. "Miss Muyan, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Rest assured, I will rectify this matter promptly. I guarantee it will not take more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." Before me stands Han Yi, a trusted subordinate of Di Mingzhu. He is covered in dust, his face appearing rather grimy, yet when he smiles, his bright white teeth become strikingly evident, lending him an air of simplicity. Muyan's lips twitch slightly as she inquires, "What are you doing?" Pausing for a moment, she squints suspiciously and adds, "Wait, how did you end up here?" If her memory serves her right, the neighboring residence should belong to a family of 4. Han Yi brushes off the dust from his clothes and offers a subtle smile to Muyan. "I must inform you, Miss Muyan, that this courtyard has been acquired by our Lord. Now, you are merely a wall away from him. However, the Lord believes that this wall serves to unnecessarily distance you from him. Therefore, I plan to create a door here, making future meetings more convenient for you both." Muyan nearly rolls her eyes in exasperation. Who desires to meet with that man? Furthermore, someone who can appear silently within her room hardly requires a breach in her wall for a rendezvous. A smirk, half amused and half mocking, plays at the corners of her mouth as she beckons Han Yi closer with a gesture. In terms of age and cultivation, Han Yi undoubtedly surpasses Muyan by a considerable margin. Yet, Muyan is destined to be the future wife of the Lord, the revered queen of the 3 realms. Han Yi dares not overstep. Upon her summons, he promptly approaches her. The smile on Muyan's lips deepens, her radiant beauty reminiscent of a brilliant sun in the sky. Captivating yet elusive, evoking a sense of longing. Even Han Yi finds himself momentarily entranced. While it is true that there are other women in the realm of cultivation who possess striking appearances, none exhibit the grace and elegance of the young lady before him. When she smiled with a twinkle in her peach blossom eyes, it seemed as though she could captivate one's very soul. No wonder the sovereign had become so utterly enchanted ever since encountering Miss Muyan. As I pondered this, a melodious voice suddenly graced my ears. "Is this wall something your sovereign instructed you to dismantle?" Han Yi nodded repeatedly. "Are you aware that this wall belongs to both your courtyard and mine?" Han Yi nodded once more. If it were otherwise, the sovereign would not have commanded its destruction. Muyan let out a scoff. "Since you acknowledge that this courtyard is also mine, by what right do you take it upon yourself to demolish it?" This. Muyan extended her delicate hand, grasping the collar of Han Ye's garment with a languid tone. "Therefore, I shall grant you half an hour to mend this wall properly. Otherwise, do you comprehend?" "I understand." Only then did Muyan release her grip with satisfaction, brushing off the creases in Han Ye's collar before departing gracefully. Good heavens! He had just been intimidated by the aura of a mere mortal from the martial continent. It was utterly disheartening. He felt completely powerless to resist. Han Yi buried his face in his hands. Could it be that even the woman favored by the sovereign could be so terrifying? Half an hour later, Muyan returned to the rear courtyard and, upon seeing the wall restored, nodded in approval. Just then, Aunt Chen entered, followed by 4 individuals carrying 2 hefty wooden crates. Muyan inquired, "What is this?" Aunt Chen, equally perplexed, replied, "These 4 claim to be entrusted to deliver something to you, miss," but when asked who sent them, they refused to disclose. The 4 individuals remained taciturn, and after placing down the wooden chest, one of them respectfully handed a letter to Muyan. How peculiar. She should not have known anyone in Xi'an City. Who would write to her? As she pondered this, Aunt Chen, who was busy opening the chest, exclaimed, "Oh my! So many pieces of jewelry." Muyan looked up and indeed saw that the chest was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels. Although the quantity appeared less than what Prince Jin had gifted her, in terms of quality and value, it far surpassed it, especially the dozens of colorful gemstones within. Any one of them would be worth a fortune on its own. "Miss Jun, who on earth has sent you this?" Could it be that someone is proposing to you again? Muyan, suspicious, began to unfold the letter. Upon reading its contents, her expression darkened. Aunt Chen had indeed guessed correctly, at least partially. The letter read, Muyan, my wife, in idle days, I send you these mundane items, 2 chests, for your enjoyment. Not a betrothal gift. The signature was a beautifully crafted character, symbolizing a dragon and phoenix entwined. The man's domineering, cold, and imperious aura was vividly encapsulated in that character. It was clear to her who had sent these items, Di Mingjue. So, this was what he referred to as pursuing her? First, he breaks the walls. Then he breaks the bank. Such directness, such brutality, such crudeness. Furthermore, when had she ever agreed to marry him? How audacious for him to refer to her as my wife. Muyan stared at the lines in the letter, and upon reaching the phrase not a betrothal gift, a playful smile involuntarily crept across her lips. The most amusing part was his pettiness. These 3 characters, are they a subtle mockery of the meager bridal gifts presented to Prince Jin? As Muyan pondered how to deal with these trivial objects meant for her amusement, Chen Qingfeng, who was supposed to be managing the shop in the front courtyard, hurried in, stating that someone sought an audience with her. This visitor turned out to be someone unexpected. Muyan lifted a cup of tea, taking a delicate sip before raising her gaze to the woman seated opposite her, offering a faint smile. Miss Ru Yan, your visit to my humble establishment is indeed a rare honor. The woman across from her, clad in flowing purple garments, her eyes glimmering with unspoken emotions, was none other than the renowned ghost envoy, Miss Ru Yan, from the ghost market of Xian City. Miss Jun, please do not say such things. You are now the highly sought-after master of mystic herbs in Xian City. Should you grace our ghost market with your presence, you would be considered our esteemed guest. It is truly my honor to receive your favor today, and I feel rather humbled. Ru Yan rose gracefully, offering a respectful bow to Muyan, her demeanor radiating sincerity. Once she settled back into her seat, she continued, in fact, I have come today on behalf of the ghost market to extend an invitation to you. Oh, an invitation for me? Muyan replied leisurely, I must clarify that I do not currently intend to sell my mystic herbs in the ghost market. Ru Yan quickly shook her head. Miss Jun, you misunderstand. In Xian City, who is unaware that the unparalleled special-grade mystic herbs are exclusively found at Jun's apothecary. The rules established by Jun's apothecary are the most stringent. No amount of gold or power can compel it to compromise or alter its principles. If that is the case, why do you still wish to invite me? Indeed, Miss Jun, Ru Yan smiled, to be candid. There will be an auction of rare mystical herbs in the ghost market in 3 days. I believe you may find it intriguing. The mention of rare mystical herbs sparked a glimmer of interest in Muyan's eyes as she straightened her posture. Do tell me more. Ru Yan promptly recounted the anticipated offerings of the auction, many of which Muyan had previously discovered in the Misty Forest, albeit now becoming increasingly scarce. There were also several she had yet to encounter. Miss Jun, may I inquire if you would be inclined to attend? Of course, Muyan replied, lifting her teacup and finishing its contents with sincerity. Thank you for sharing this information. I shall certainly be present at the auction in 3 days. 3 days later, Muyan arrived alone at the entrance of the ghost market, having left Yan Haotian at Jun's apothecary to assist. As usual, a lengthy queue formed at the entrance. Just as Muyan was about to pay the 1 gold coin entrance fee, a middle-aged man clad in ghostly attire hurriedly approached her, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. You must be Miss Jun, he exclaimed. I am Luo Fei, a ghostly officer. It is an honor to finally meet you. Upon seeing Muyan produce a gold coin for the entrance fee, Luo Fei immediately fawned. Miss Jun, you are a distinguished guest of our ghost market. Your entry is complimentary. There is no need for any fee. Muyan cast him a sidelong glance, her expression a blend of amusement and reproach. No need for that. I prefer to avoid complications. Adhering to rules is the simplest course of action, is it not? Having spoken, she casually tossed the gold coin, which landed precisely in the money box. Luo Fei's expression shifted momentarily, and he quickly nodded in agreement, acknowledging Miss Jun's astute observation. Your Jun's apothecary has indeed become renowned in Xi'an City for its adherence to decorum. Furthermore, your breaking barrier elixir has enabled both Yu Yin and Old Tao from our ghost market to transcend their previous limitations, rendering it the most sought-after elixir in our realm. As he spoke, a glimmer of greed and fervor ignited in his eyes. I too have been ensnared at the mid-level of the earth rank for far too long. If I could procure a vial of the breaking barrier elixir refined by Miss Jun, it would be truly. However, before Luo Fei could finish his sentence, Muyan interrupted him with a calm demeanor. If I recall correctly, it should be Miss Yu Yan who is attending to me today, is it not? Though Muyan's words were veiled, the disdainful glance she cast at Luo Fei contorted his features. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his irritation, and retorted, Yu Yan is merely a third-tier ghost envoy, while I have already attained the fourth tier. Implicit in his statement was the assertion that his standing in the ghost market far surpassed that of Yu Yan. He believed Mu Yan ought to be grateful for his personal attentions. Yet, Mu Yan merely smiled lightly and remarked, Oh, is that so? The management of the ghost market certainly lacks discernment. With that, she gracefully brushed past Luo Fei and entered the ghost market, leaving him behind, fixated on her retreating figure. His eyes darkened with malice. The auction house of the ghost market was adjacent to the beast fighting arena, and from the third-floor private room where Mu Yin sat. The thunderous roars from the arena were faintly audible. However, the auction house exuded an air of tranquility and elegance. On the stage stood a stunning maiden, whose beauty could rival that of a delicate mist, showcasing the various mystical herbs available for bidding. As the crowd below erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic bids, Mu Yin found herself lacking interest. The previous items auctioned were all herbs she could easily gather from the misty forest, and her own space still contained an abundance of them. Is it hunger? Her fingers lightly grazed the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. On the day the Prince Jean proposed, Di Mingjue inexplicably placed this white jade bracelet on her wrist, prompting her to remove it immediately. Little did she know that on the third day, that man would discover its absence and erupt in anger, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of grievance. Subsequently, she found herself unable to remove the bracelet ever again, recalling the domineering, obstinate, and imperious expression on his face. Mu Yin could not help but brush her forehead in exasperation. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by a flash of white light. A plump, fluffy rabbit appeared before her. Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, bemused. Well, look at you, lazy rabbit, venturing out for a stroll at last? The chubby creature, ever perceptive, recognized her as its mistress, the one who held the power over its fate. It eagerly extended its tiny tongue to lick Mu Yan's fingers and nuzzled against her with its furry body. Well, if a slight wiggle could be considered a nuzzle. After a few days apart, it seemed that this rabbit had grown even plumper. With a casual attempt to please Mu Yin, the plump rabbit's round, glistening eyes suddenly fixed on a particular direction, radiating a gluttonous and eager light. Its fluffy little mouth slightly ajar, it appeared to be drooling. Just as Mu Yin found herself puzzled by the creature's reaction, the chubby rabbit sprang forward, bounding towards the rear window of the elegant chamber. Wait a moment. Beyond that window lies the arena. What could the plump rabbit possibly seek there? In a flurry of excitement, its short legs kicked frantically, and its rotund belly emitted a rumbling sound. Could it be? Hungry? Is there food here that would satisfy this chubby rabbit's appetite? Just as she pondered this, a melodious voice from the striking female ghost announced the commencement of the auction for purple Dan Shun, starting at a price of 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the mention of purple Dan Shun, Mu Yin felt a surge of energy and hurriedly prepared to place her bid. Although she still possessed some in her space, her stock was dwindling. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the plump rabbit broke free from her grasp and leapt out of the window. TSK. Mu Yin furrowed her brow. Beyond that window lies the arena, a place frequented by bloodthirsty and violent warriors or ferocious beasts 100 times larger than the plump rabbit. Would it be devoured as a mere morsel? Purple Dan Shun, the esteemed guest in box number 1, bids 20,000 gold coins. The auction, lasting an hour, soon concluded. And Mu Yin rose with a radiant smile, stretching her limbs lazily. She felt a profound satisfaction with her gains today. Among the prescriptions left by Bailey Yin Luo, there were several rare elixirs akin to the breaking barrier liquid, which she was eager to concoct. However, she had been troubled by an insufficient supply of the necessary ingredients. At last, she had managed to gather a considerable amount of these elusive materials, just as Mu Yin intended to exchange her gold coins for the elixirs. She was approached by a first-tier ghostly envoy who respectfully greeted her, saying, "Miss Jun, we humbly request your presence at the Ghost Market from Judge Su." In the Ghost Market, there are ghostly envoys ranging from the 1st to the 5th tier. Above the 5th tier are the judges, and beyond them, the overseers of each Ghost Market, the Yama. Ascending further, one would find the Emperor of Ghosts, the supreme authority over all ghost markets in the martial arts continent. It is said that long ago, there existed an even higher being, an unparalleled entity known as the Underworld Sovereign. However, aside from the first generation of ghost markets, no one has seen the Underworld Sovereign since. A judge in a ghost market is already a figure of considerable stature. For instance, in the ghost market of Xian City, a single judge holds the power to summon the winds and command the rain. Now, to think that such a powerful entity would specifically summon her, what could be the purpose? A serene smile graced Mu Yan's lips as she gracefully followed the ghostly envoy into an opulent chamber. The room was devoid of any other presence. Yet Mu Yan felt no embarrassment or discomfort. She sat down on her own, poured herself a cup of tea, and began to sip it leisurely. Miss Jun is truly young and talented, with remarkable courage. A deep voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Immediately, the door swung open, and several individuals entered in succession. At the forefront was an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, yet his skin remained smooth and taut. If one were to overlook his hair color, he could easily be mistaken for someone in their 40s. With a pair of piercing eyes that glinted like torches, he turned his gaze towards Mu Yan and, with a serene smile, remarked, "Miss Jun, are you not at all concerned about partaking in food and drink in the company of an old man like myself? Do you not fear that I might poison your tea?" Mu Yan arched an eyebrow and cast a languid glance his way, maintaining her relaxed posture in the chair, showing no inclination to rise and greet him. "What is your attitude?" roared Luo Fei, who had been following Judge Su, his face flushed with anger. "Do you even comprehend who stands before you? This is Judge Su of our ghost market. Even the city lord or the heads of noble families in Xian City treat Judge Su with utmost respect and flattery." As Judge Su's disciple, Luo Fei had always been held in high regard. Never had he been humiliated like this before Mu Yan. Mu Yan shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. "Are you, Mr. Luo Fei, lacking in mental faculties? Did I not just greet Judge Su? Is there truly a need for you to reiterate that? If your intellect fails you, perhaps you ought to reconsider your position in the ghost market, lest you bring shame not only upon yourself, but upon the entire market. You vile wretch. I shall kill you." Luo Fei was finally incensed by her words, raising his fist and channeling his inner energy, ready to strike her with all his might. However, Judge Su bellowed, and an aura of immense pressure emanated from him, causing Luo Fei, who had just lunged forward, to stumble and fall to the ground. The other specters who had followed closely behind trembled in fear, their faces ashen. Only Mu Yan, seated gracefully at the table, continued to smile serenely while savoring her tea. A flicker of astonishment and admiration crossed Su's eyes as he strode forward and took a seat before her. "In my long life, I have never encountered a young innate powerhouse like you, Miss Jun. Not only are you an innate stronghold, but you are also a master alchemist capable of concocting miraculous elixirs. Your talent truly leaves me in awe. Even in the 1,000-year history of our ghost market, there has been no record of anyone with such extraordinary gifts as yours." Mu Yan chuckled softly and replied, "You flatter me, old sir. However, even if you were to extol my virtues endlessly, should you wish to procure elixirs, you must still queue at Jun's apothecary. After all, having established the rules, I must naturally adhere to them first. You, woman, are simply insufferable." Luo Fei could not restrain himself and cursed again. Su's gaze burned intensely as he regarded Muyan and said gravely, Miss Jun, you misunderstand. We do not purchase elixirs at the ghost market. Oh? You do not purchase elixirs? Then why does Su wish to keep me here? Su picked up the teacup before him, took a sip, and slowly set it down. I wish to extend an invitation on behalf of the ghost market, inviting you, Miss Jun, to become our exclusive alchemist. In compensation, I am willing to offer you the title and position of a fifth-tier spectre. Given your youth and exceptional intellect, I believe you understand the immense advantages that come with being a fifth-tier spectre in the ghost market. A fifth-tier spectre? That indeed represents a tremendous benefit. Even amidst the ghost market of the entire Summerant City, there exist only a handful of fifth-tier ghost officers, each having ascended through their own accumulated merits. Upon attaining the rank of fifth-tier ghost officer, one can procure all treasures within the ghost market at half price, and possess absolute authority over the lives and fates of the slaves in the 10,000 people pit. Upon hearing Judge Su's promise, Luo Fei's eyes burned with envy. Despite his illustrious background and being Judge Su's disciple, he had toiled for over 30 years to merely achieve the status of a fourth-tier ghost officer. Yet, Muyan, a mere girl not yet fully matured, had ascended directly to fifth-tier ghost officer? What right did she have to stand above him? Muyan, however, remained unfazed, strolling leisurely as she remarked, Oh? A fifth-tier ghost officer sounds rather impressive. But what if I choose not to comply? Her words caused Judge Su's expression to chill instantaneously. His voice deepened ominously, resembling that of a true judge of the underworld. Miss Jun, do you truly believe that your innate strength grants you the liberty to roam unchecked, impervious to all? While innate strength may indeed be rare outside, within our ghost market, it is merely a useful tool at our disposal. Should you choose to obey, the ghost market will bestow upon you ample power and wealth. However, should you stubbornly oppose us, your fate will be far more tragic than that of the slaves who are trampled upon in the 10,000 people pit. Muyan narrowed her eyes, her demeanor still languid, yet exuding an air of indolence. She abhorred being threatened. Yet, Luo Fei, noticing her audacious attitude, felt a surge of satisfaction at the prospect of Judge Su turning against her. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, Jun Muyan, I have investigated your background. You shameless wretch, devoid of a husband, yet you bear a son. That little bastard, one can only wonder which ruffian fathered him with you. Should you truly wish to oppose our ghost market, not only will you find yourself sold into a den of vice, but your son shall also meet a grim fate. I am well aware that many high-ranking martial artists and affluent families delight in toying with beautiful children. I have seen your son. He is exquisitely crafted, a sight to behold. I am certain that he would fetch a handsome price at auction in the den of vice. Haraha. Before Luo Fei could finish his statement, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat and was lifted off the ground. Despite being a burly man, he was effortlessly held aloft by the delicate and graceful Jun Muyan. At this moment, Muyan remained remarkably composed, a hint of an enchanting smile gracing her lips. Yet, her eyes, usually half-lidded and exuding allure and languor, were now wide open, revealing a blood-red intensity, blazing like fire, as if capable of incinerating everything in existence. Xiaobao was Muyan's forbidden touch, untouchable by anyone. Those who dared to lay a finger upon him would face certain death. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Even Su the judge, who was caught off guard. Su bellowed, Jun Muyan, do you dare to harm others within my ghost market? Are you truly seeking death? Ro Fei was seized by the throat, his face turning a deep crimson, eyes filled with terror, mouth agape as he emitted a hoarse, fragmented plea for mercy. Help. Help me. Let go of me. Kill me, you. You cannot survive either. You wouldn't dare to kill me. If you do, you shall never escape. Despite the panic and anguish, Ro Fei remained convinced that Muyan would not dare to take his life. Then he beheld the girl's smile, radiant as spring blossoms, even more resplendent than the sun. The fingers gripping his neck tightened suddenly. With a chilling crack, Ro Fei's head tilted, and he fell silent forever. Jun Muyan, how dare you? Su the judge let out a heart-wrenching roar, raising his palm to strike with ferocity. In an instant, A torrent of mystical energy surged forth, and a dreadful pressure radiated outward. The surrounding chairs and tables splintered into countless fragments. All the ghostly officials prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling, their faces ashen. Some of the lower-ranked specters even bled from their mouths, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. However, when the gust of power dissipated, Su the judge looked around to find the room utterly empty, with no trace of Jun Muyan. Rage coursed through him, making him tremble, teetering on the brink of madness. The ghost market had dominated the martial domain for so long, exuding arrogance without restraint. Who dared to defy it? Who dared to rebel? Not even the slightest hint of disrespect was tolerated. Yet today, he had witnessed a mere girl of 18 or 19 years take the life of his apprentice before his very eyes. Such a profound humiliation. How could he possibly endure it? If Jun Muyan truly escaped, what face would the ghost market have to show the world henceforth? Issue my command. Cease all operations within the ghost market and secure its gates. No one shall enter or exit. Gather all judges and Tier 5 ghost emissaries. Even if it requires turning the ghost market upside down, I demand the capture of that wretched Jun Muyan. In the city of Xi'an, there are 5 innate martial artists, including Judge Su, each having attained the innate realm for several years, some even over a decade. Though Jun Muyan may be a formidable innate practitioner, she is but a mere girl of 18 or 19. How can she contend with such a colossal entity as the ghost market? Her fate is already sealed, destined to be tragically grim. Judge Su issued all commands, and the frenzied fire in his eyes gradually subsided, transforming into resentment and malice. Jun Muyan, once you fall into my grasp, you shall find no escape from life nor death. At the same moment, in the beast arena, Judge Su's orders were freshly issued, while the final beast fight had yet to conclude. A thunderous roar erupted, and an overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave. The spectators in the stands collectively gasped, their eyes wide with horror and their expressions twisted. Some were already on their feet, fervently shouting for the exotic beasts they had wagered on. On the fighting stage, 2 battered exotic beasts clashed fiercely. Would the swift snow leopard, with its sharp claws and agile movements, prevail, or would the massive red bear, capable of shattering boulders with a single paw, emerge victorious? These 2 were among the rare celestial-grade beasts procured for the ghost market's arena, the pride of the beast fights. Even the reapers tasked with their care must be of at least the 4th tier. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could render them mere side dishes to these 2 celestial beasts. Each time these formidable creatures grace the arena, the spectacle is invariably electrifying. Today, the arena has outdone itself by unleashing both celestial beasts, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Bloodshed, ferocity, brutality, and slaughter are the primal sensations craved by the warriors who have gathered to witness the carnage. As time inexorably ticks away, the sanguine flow from the celestial beasts intensifies. The moment of reckoning draws near, with the warriors in the stands wholly engrossed, their voices rising in a frenzied cacophony of cheers. Unbeknownst to them, in a shadowed corner, a rotund rabbit with a coat as white as snow wobbles towards the center of the arena. As this plump creature nears the 2 celestial beasts, an unexpected reaction occurs. They suddenly part ways, curling into themselves, their eyes betraying a sense of terror. What is this? When did a rabbit appear in the arena? Who cast it into the fray? I cannot shake the feeling that the celestial beasts are afraid of this rabbit. What absurdity is this? They are, after all, celestial beasts. Just moments ago, they exhibited no trace of fear while engaged in their savage duel. How could they possibly tremble before a mere rabbit? Yet, as the portly rabbit continues its unsteady approach, the bewildering behavior of the celestial beasts becomes increasingly inexplicable. The colossal red bear lay prostrate upon the ground, its fan-like paws clutching its head, firmly buried in the earth, while its tower-like body trembled incessantly. The snow leopard fared little better, its long tail tightly tucked and its bloodied fur bristling ominously. It bared its teeth at the rotund rabbit. Yet this display was not one of intimidation. Rather, it resembled a desperate roar. As the onlookers pondered the scene in bewilderment, The plump rabbit approached the two exotic beasts, its small, bean-like eyes igniting with a glimmer of light. Subsequently, its tiny mouth opened wide towards the red bear. A gust of fresh air seemed to sweep through the arena, and in an instant, the towering figure of the red bear vanished. The rabbit rolled over, its stubby claws laboriously feeling its still flat belly. Turning toward the snow leopard, it opened its mouth once more. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Moments later, a thunderous scream erupted. They have disappeared. Both celestial beasts have completely vanished. Could it be? Could the rabbit have consumed them? What a preposterous notion. How could a rabbit possibly devour beings of such grand stature? If they were indeed consumed, where had the celestial beasts gone? The rabbit wiggled its plump body, realizing that there was no food left, and then hopped away on its short legs, bouncing with glee. That wretched rabbit. Capture it quickly. We must seize it. The disappearance of the celestial beasts is undoubtedly linked to this rabbit. It cannot escape. A flicker of panic crossed its round, bean-like eyes, and its short legs propelled it to hop even faster. The corpulent rabbit, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, darting through the throng in a desperate attempt to flee. However, its pursuers were far too numerous. Layer upon layer, they encircled the stout rabbit, effectively trapping it. Before long, the plump rabbit was tackled by a netherworld guard, who seized it by the scruff of its neck and hoisted it into the air. You little beast, where do you think you're going? This creature appears to be nothing more than a common rabbit. How could it possibly have devoured a celestial-grade mythical beast? Humph, whether it ingested it or not, why not simply dissect the little creature's abdomen to ascertain the truth? As he spoke, the netherworld guard who had captured the plump rabbit produced a dagger, poised to slice into the rabbit's protuberant belly. However, before the blade could descend, a sudden resonance of sounds filled the air. Immediately following, an acute pain surged through the hand wielding the knife, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Moreover, the tendons of the hand holding the rabbit were severed cleanly. The agonizing pain elicited a mournful cry from the netherworld guard, causing him to release the rabbit from his grasp. In an instant, the plump rabbit morphed into a fleeting glimmer, darting into a familiar embrace. A whimper emanated from its throat, and its chubby body trembled uncontrollably with lingering fear. Strangely, the whimpering sound it emitted was unlike that of a rabbit. Rather, it resembled the plaintive cry of an infant. Cradled the little creature in her arms, gently stroking its fur, and playfully chided, "Have you learned your lesson now? See if you dare to run off again." The plump rabbit extended its tongue, licking her finger before rolling onto its back in her arms, rubbing its rotund belly contentedly, and then drifted off to dreamland with blissful eyes closed. This confounded rabbit. Muyan was left speechless. Was there a spirit pet in the world more useless and lazier than this plump rabbit? She truly contemplated ending its existence right then and there. Who do you think you are? How dare you harm someone from the ghost market? Do you have a death wish? Two voices resonated almost simultaneously. In front stood the ghostly enforcers from the beast arena, the very ones who had just captured the rotund rabbit. Behind her were the pursuing soldiers dispatched by Judge Su, each one a formidable master at the pinnacle of the celestial level. At this moment, Muyan found herself cornered, with no path to escape and relentless pursuers at her back. Jun Muyan, I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise, should we make a mistake and mar your exquisite face and body, it will be too late for you to regret. With the celestial demon Zither cradled before her, Muyan's demeanor was serene, yet her gaze was piercing. Oh, is that so? Then I invite you to see how you will falter. As her words faded, her delicate fingers, as white as jade, gently plucked the strings of the zither. The resonant sounds of war echoed from her fingertips. Simultaneously, notes transformed into sound blades, hurtling towards the ghostly enforcers with alarming speed. If during the misty forest her zither-esque melodies could only wound one person at a time, now the sound blades rained down like meteoric swords, rendering evasion impossible. In mere moments, the ghostly enforcers standing before Muyan fell, shrieking in agony. The remaining enforcers gazed at Muyan with wide, horrified eyes, as though witnessing a monster. They were no strangers to innate masters. Yet never had they encountered one as extraordinarily powerful as Muyan. In a fleeting moment, several peak-grade underworld emissaries and nascent celestial beings fell to the ground, utterly powerless against Jun Muyan. "You dare to run!" Su Judge's furious roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by the terrifying aura of innate power, 5 such presences. To be exact. Jun Muyan, however, merely smiled lightly and proclaimed, "Su Judge, have you lost your wits? I am a woman, naturally without a seed. If you, Su Judge, are willing to join me in being seedless, I would gladly remain and engage in a discussion." "Ah, wretched woman, I shall slay you, slay you." Su Judge rushed forward like a tempest, yet found only emptiness where Jun Muyan had once stood. "Where has she gone? That wretched girl?" The emissaries trembled in fear. She has escaped." "Useless." Su Judge lashed out, sending an emissary crashing to the ground. "You cannot even capture a woman. What purpose do you serve in the ghost market? Search for her. Find that wretched girl, alive or dead. Whoever locates her shall be handsomely rewarded." Chaos ensued in the ghost market as all patrons were herded into the beast-fighting arena, forbidden to leave. Every emissary was mobilized for a comprehensive search, intent on locating a girl barely in her teenage years. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they could not even catch a glimpse of Muyan. Rather, reports of calamity emerged from every corner of the ghost market. "Su the Judge, calamity has struck. The den of 10,000 souls has collapsed, and all the slaves have escaped. Su the Judge, the situation is dire. The armory has been completely emptied. Su the Judge, it is a grave matter. The beasts from the arena and the slaves have all been released from their cages, and inexplicably, they have gone utterly berserk, uncontrollable even by the potent elixirs." Jun Muyan, like a cat toying with a mouse, navigates the ghost market with effortless grace. In every location she visits, she wreaks havoc, sowing chaos. The music of the heavenly demon zither, sharp as a blade, is not to be trifled with. Under the immense support of her profound energy, even the sturdiest structures are reduced to rubble in an instant. Thus, a relentless chase ensues. In less than an hour, the once thriving ghost market, a symbol of power in Xi'an City, has been transformed into a desolate ruin, a sight too grim to behold. Ultimately, Su the Judge's eyes reflect not only fury but also a growing panic. The ghost market has been devastated. If Jun Muyan eludes capture today, his demise will be nothing short of ignominious. With this thought, a frenzied, murderous intent contorts Su the Judge's face. Now, in this entire ghost market, the sole place yet untouched and unplundered is the elixir warehouse. Hence, Jun Muyan will undoubtedly head there. Su the Judge, with his men, raced like the wind to the location of the medicinal warehouse. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, accompanied by Su the Judge's almost maniacal roar. "Jun Muyan, this time, I shall see where you can escape." As soon as the words fell, a melodious and enchanting laughter echoed within the room. "Oh, you all have arrived quite late. I have been waiting here for quite a while." The doors swung open, revealing the desolate herbal warehouse. In the center of the warehouse, cabinets were haphazardly stacked high. Atop them sat a girl clad in green, her ink-black hair dancing lightly, a languid smile gracing her lips as she looked down upon the individuals who rushed into the room. It was none other than Jun Muyan. The medicinal herbs stored within the ghostly market's warehouse, many of which were priceless and rare, could indeed be considered the market's treasures. However, the current site of the warehouse was one of emptiness. Everything had been completely stripped away. Once again, all the herbs had been thoroughly plundered by Muyan. Su the Judge's chest heaved with agitation, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Muyan. Yet, in the next moment, his expression transformed abruptly, revealing a glint of avarice. "Jun Muyan, you possess a spatial treasure, do you not? Otherwise, how could you have completely cleaned out such a vast array of items from the ghostly market? In the martial arts continent, a personal spatial realm is a legendary treasure. Even in the ghostly market, only the highest-ranking ghost emperors could possess one. Yet, this Jun Muyan seemed to possess such a spatial treasure. If he could seize it, he might evade the consequences of today's transgressions." The thoughts that crossed Su the Judge's mind were mirrored by the other innate powerhouses, their reactions remarkably swift. encircling Jun Muyan in the blink of an eye. Miss Jun, if Judge Su has inadvertently offended you with his words, we can certainly extend our apologies on his behalf. In our ghost market, we have always regarded you as a distinguished guest. There is no need for matters to escalate to such a dire extent. The one who spoke was a middle-aged scholar, appearing notably younger than the others. However, upon catching sight of him, Muyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Despite sharing the same innate strength, this man was evidently superior to Judge Su and his associates. As he noticed Muyan's gaze, he looked up to behold her snow-like visage, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He then smiled gently, revealing a refined and warm demeanor. I am Chao Wenda, also a judge of the ghost market in Xian City. If you would not mind, Miss Jun, let us sit down and have a proper discussion. In truth, all 5 innate powerhouses present here were judges of the ghost market. After all, even with the ghost market's formidable strength, innate experts are not easily found. Chao Wenda conveyed goodwill towards Muyan, while Judge Su's eyes flickered with resentment and indignation, though he ultimately refrained from speaking further. Today's events had unfolded in such a manner that, despite the other judges assisting him in pursuing Muyan, they harbored a lingering grudge against him. What should have been a splendid opportunity to recruit a powerful alchemist had been mishandled by the foolish Su Wenhui, nearly bringing ruin upon the ghost market. It seemed that regardless of the outcome today, Su Wenhui would find his position as judge untenable. Hearing Chao Wenda's words, a hint of playful amusement danced at the corners of Muyan's lips. Sit down and have a proper discussion. Having engaged in conversation, do you believe you can refrain from compelling me to become the exclusive alchemist for the ghost market? Or is it that after our discussion, you shall no longer covet the spatial treasures I possess? Chao Wendao narrowed his eyes slightly, remarking that Miss Jun should be well aware of the adage, a man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to calamity. Would it not be prudent for us at the ghost market to safeguard your possessions instead? It was my first time encountering someone who could articulate the act of plunder in such a fresh and unconventional manner, Morong sneered. But what if I were to refuse? Suddenly, Chao Wendao's gaze darkened, and with a swift motion, he struck out a palm. A thunderous crash resounded as the numerous medicine cabinets beneath Murong shattered into fragments, wood splintering and dust swirling through the air. The ghostly enforcers who had pursued Murong recoiled in fear, their faces paling as they regarded Chao Wendao with awe and reverence. It was evident that Jun Murong was doomed today. But there stand 5 judges, 5 innate powerhouses. Even if Jun Murong possesses innate abilities, what difference does it make? To face 5 alone, what could the outcome possibly be? It is merely the folly of Jun Murong herself. Having escaped, she ought to have hidden away. Instead, she foolishly lingered in the herbal warehouse. Now, surrounded by Chao Wendao and his compatriots, what hope remains for her? Among the crowd, Rian's face turned ashen as she exchanged a glance with the elderly Tao beside her. Her voice trembled as she spoke. It is I. I have brought misfortune upon Miss Jun. She only accepted my invitation because of me. What shall we do? How can we save Miss Jun? The pallor of Ru Yan's face remained stark, yet her eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Very well. Even if it costs me my life, even if I must kneel and plead, I will steadfastly protect Miss Jun, ensuring she remains unharmed. Lao Tao nodded, weaving through the crowd with remarkable agility before vanishing from sight. Ru Yan, however, kept her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the medicinal herb warehouse. As the dust of which shavings settled, a silhouette clad in azure descended gracefully from the heavens, reminiscent of a blooming blue lotus. Chao Wenda regarded the girl, whose beauty resembled a picturesque poem, and spoke in a grave tone. Jun Muyan, I offer you one final opportunity. Should you willingly surrender, I assure you that the ghost market will overlook your actions today. Chao Judge, why do you continue to engage her in idle chatter? Su Judge could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a furious roar. This wretched woman has slain my disciple, Luo Fei. She must not escape justice today. As he spoke, a sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. What Chao Judge might not yet realize is that this vile woman possesses a precious son. Once we capture him, we shall torment him mercilessly, and despite her hardened resolve, she will inevitably submit. Mu Yin gently plucked the strings of the Tianma Quan, producing a soft, alluring melody. Her smile enchanting. Su Judge, I could have easily fled beneath your very noses, yet I have chosen to remain here, without departing. Do you know why? Why? The strings of the Tianma Quan resonated, emitting an irregular yet harmonious sound. As Mu Yan's words resonated with the melody, she declared, For before I depart, I desire your life. None who dare disgrace or harm Xiaobao shall escape her wrath. With that, her slender, fair fingers struck the strings with renewed vigor. The gentle music transformed into a thunderous roar, akin to towering waves. Crack, 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 crack. Within the cavernous warehouse, each sturdy pillar succumbed, snapping under the force. 140 meeting one's match. 4. The vast ceiling teetered precariously as dust billowed through the air. Outside, the specters of the underworld watched with wide, terrified eyes, their bodies trembling instinctively. The mere leakage of pressure from the battle between 6 innate powerhouses was enough to churn their blood and constrict their breath. Yet, despite their fear and discomfort, none dared to leave, their eyes fixated on the 6 figures clashing within the warehouse. As time trickled by, the specters' expressions grew increasingly aghast. A quarter of an hour passed, yet Jun Muyan had not fallen. Another quarter of an hour elapsed, and still, Jun Muyan stood firm. The sound of clashing instruments and warhorses reverberated amidst the surging xianqi, forcefully cleaving through the onslaught. 5 judges, 5 innate powerhouses, besieged a single maiden, and yet, after a full half-hour, they had made no progress. Such a situation was unprecedented since the inception of the ghost market. Ru Yin clasped her hands together, her fingers intertwined, silently beseeching for Mu Yan's safety. Yet, in the next moment, Qiao Wendao's palm struck Mu Yin squarely in the chest. The maiden's form was sent hurtling backward, like a kite severed from its string. The ghostly enforcers erupted in a chorus of cheers, yet the heart of the ephemeral figure, Mu Yin, merely quickened. No one anticipated that, suspended in midair, she would suddenly pivot to face Judge Su. The melody of the heavenly demon harp abruptly shifted, resonating like a chilling gale. Imbued with lethal intent, Qiao Wendao's expression altered. When who? Be cautious. However, Judge Su merely scoffed. To think you can harm me with mere sound blades is to underestimate Su Wenhu. As he spoke, instead of retreating, he advanced fiercely towards Mu Yan. In truth, the essence of a harpist's prowess lies solely in ranged assaults and psychological manipulation. Once in close quarters, even the mightiest of her sound blade attacks would be rendered futile. When he seized this wretched girl, he vowed to make her wish for neither life nor death. Yet at that moment, he beheld the captivating smile blossoming on the young maiden's face, akin to the enchanting yet death-laden blooms of the blood-red spider lily. In the next heartbeat, the heavenly demon harp vanished from Mu Yan's grasp, replaced by a gleaming sword. A torrent of profound energy surged from within her, like an unstoppable tide. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed through the air. Judge Su's blood-red eyes widened as he slowly lowered his gaze to his chest, where a long sword had pierced through him. The blade quivered slightly, and as the energy flowed within him, he felt his heart gradually shatter, his vitality draining away. But how could this be? How was it possible? They possessed 5 innate powerhouses, while she was merely a girl barely in her 20s. Why had he lost? How could he possibly have lost? The young girl opposite smiled gently, radiant as the dawn, vibrant as blossoming peach and plum trees. Do you think I rely solely on the art of transforming music into a blade? In truth, I have awaited this moment for a long time, until his final breath. His eyes remained fixed ahead, unable to close. He could not fathom why, despite the overwhelming power of the ghost market, they would conspire to eliminate a mere frail woman. Why, then, was he destined to perish? An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, so still that the fall of a pin could be heard. Qiao Wendao's face turned ashen as he gazed into Mu Yan's eyes, which reflected not only awe but also a flicker of fear. In that instant, a twinge of regret blossomed within him, for Mu Yan was formidable, so formidable that she instilled dread. And they had forged such a formidable enemy for the ghost market. Should they fail to vanquish Mu Yan today, The future consequences of her continued growth were simply unimaginable. Thus, Muyan must perish. A glint of cold light flashed in Qiao Wendao's eyes as he declared sternly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we can no longer afford to leave this person alive." The other three judges, equally grave, nodded slowly in agreement. Trapped in the center, Muyan's complexion was as pale as ice, her azure garments stained with blood. Her situation was dire. Under the relentless assault of 5 adversaries, her internal energy had dwindled significantly. Qiao Wendao's strike had left a lingering pain in her chest. Even if she evaded the attacks of these 4, within the confines of the ghost market, escape was an impossibility. For Muyan, this was a dead end, a situation that would instill fear and panic in anyone. Yet, in the face of such despair, Muyan smiled. A pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with mischief and allure, veiled in a delicate haze like water entwined with mist. From the depths of her gaze, a flicker of flame gradually ignited, embodying excitement, elation, and an insatiable thirst for combat. She yearned to discover the extent of her abilities without the aid of the heavenly demon Qin. She also pondered the true measure of her strength after 4 years of seclusion in the mountains. The long sword traced a resplendent arc in the void. Its tip aimed towards the direction of Qiao Wendao, as if to challenge, "Do you dare to attempt my defeat?" On the streets of Xi'an City, 2 figures raced past like lightning. The cold knight, trailing behind, caught sight of the monarch's silhouette, feeling the oppressive and terrifying aura radiating from him, rendering him almost paralyzed. The ghost market had ensnared Miss Jun, and they dared to conspire against her. Heaven, was this not a death wish? No, it was more than just a personal demise. It threatened to drag the entire martial continent into ruin alongside these foolish individuals. If anything were to befall Miss Jun, the cold knight could scarcely fathom the wrath of the monarch and his subsequent reaction. The imbeciles of the ghost market, in their folly, could they not spare others from their self-inflicted doom? "Anyone attempting to exit the ghost market shall face dire consequences," warned the ghostly guard at the entrance. But before he could finish, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and was propelled far away. Following Emperor Mingjue, the cold knight found passage effortlessly into the ghost market's chaotic depths. As the dilapidated structures multiplied and the stench of blood thickened, the terrifying aura emanating from Emperor Mingjue intensified, causing even the cold knight to tremble uncontrollably. Not to mention the spectral enforcers in the ghost market, who, before they could even approach, had already fallen into a state of foaming unconsciousness. In just a fleeting moment, they had arrived at the location of the herbal warehouse. This place could no longer be referred to as a warehouse, but rather a desolate ruin. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. 5 figures, shrouded in a chilling aura of blades and shadows, danced about with lethal grace. Upon closer inspection, Han Yi caught sight of a blood-soaked girl in green attire, besieged by 5 innate powerhouses, and he could not help but gasp in horror. This time, the emperor truly would go mad. Before this thought could settle in his mind, Di Mingjue had already soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming and terrifying energy. Qiao Wenda and his companions were caught off guard, spitting out blood as they were propelled backward. In midair, Muyan was suddenly enveloped in a broad embrace, held tightly. "Muyan, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Does it hurt?" The man's voice was hoarse and trembling with urgency. His arms, which had initially held her with fierce intensity, suddenly loosened as if recalling something, only to gently encircle her again, as though she were the most precious treasure, held with just the right balance of care. Too tight, and he feared causing her pain. Too loose, and he feared losing her altogether. Especially upon seeing Muyan's garments soaked in blood, Di Mingjue could not help but tremble with rage. Damn it! These people deserved to die 1,000 times. Even he couldn't bear to exert the slightest pressure on someone he cherished so deeply. How dare these scum injure his Muyan? Just as Muyan was reveling in her battle, feeling invigorated and eager for more, she was abruptly interrupted by Di Mingjue, leaving her feeling immensely frustrated. However, upon turning her head, she beheld the imposing figure of the man before her, his flustered demeanor momentarily startling her. followed by a flicker of warmth in her eyes. "Rest assured, I am unharmed. This is not my blood." Muyan's lips curled into a self-assured and leisurely smile. With such ineptitude, they thought to take her life, merely a fanciful dream. When the young girl laughed, it was as if a vast expanse of starry skies danced and twinkled within her eyes, exuding pride, arrogance, and a carefree disdain for the world. Only in such moments did Muyan resemble a spirited 19-year-old girl, cunning, willful, and brimming with vitality. Mingxue was utterly enamored by this side of her. His fingers caressed her cool, delicate cheek, gently wiping away the traces of blood from her face. A soft gasp escaped her lips as she furrowed her brows and took a step back, indignantly exclaiming, "Mingxue, do you harbor a grudge against me? Must you be so rough? I was not harmed by these worthless fools, yet your touch is causing me pain." The enchanting sentiment dissipated in an instant. Mingxue, grinding his teeth in frustration, longed to pull this little woman into his embrace, to silence her with a fervent kiss, and to punish her for her reckless behavior. Did she not understand how deeply he had been worried for her, how afraid he had been for her safety? Yet before he could unleash his ire, Muyan suddenly softened, collapsing into his arms. Though she had fought valiantly against 4 opponents, emerging unscathed, the depletion of her internal energy was overwhelming. In that moment of relaxation, she felt as if every last ounce of strength had been drained from her, rendering her unable to even stand. Feeling the soft, delicate form of the young girl pressed closely against him, with her fragrant breath enveloping him, Mingxue became utterly rigid. After a considerable pause, he finally reached out and embraced her tightly. No sooner had he spoken than she closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Though they had only just met, an inexplicable sense of safety and reliance washed over her in his presence. With this man by her side, she felt assured that the challenges before her would surely be resolved. There was no need for her to be weary or to bear her burdens alone. As Mingxue gazed down at the unconscious girl in his arms, her pallid complexion ignited a terrifying fury within him, rendering his expression more fearsome than that of a vengeful deity. His cold, piercing eyes swept over Xiaobao and his companions, who had just managed to rise from the ground. In a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, he declared, "To dare harm a woman of mine, you shall all face an inescapable doom." Xiaobao and his 3 companions, still unsteady on their feet, suddenly felt an overwhelming and dreadful pressure bearing down upon them. As if the very atmosphere had solidified, it was as though a pair of icy, unyielding hands had clutched their hearts, tightening with an unrelenting grip. Despite not launching any direct attack, they instinctively grasped their throats, gasping in terror as chilling sounds escaped their lips. The ground of the ghost market trembled violently, and from the already dilapidated ceiling, large chunks of debris began to plummet. It was not just the 4 judges facing the brunt of this onslaught. Even those like Ru Yan, who were sheltering to the side, turned ashen, coughing up blood, unable to even utter a cry for help. The patrons of the ghost market, driven into the arena, also struggled to breathe, their inner energies surging uncontrollably. An invisible hand seemed to grip the ghost market, threatening to crush the immense structure and all within it with the slightest pressure. "Your Grace, compose yourself. Please, calm down," Han Yi implored, rushing forward despite the danger. "Your Grace, remember, this is not the immortal cultivation continent, but the martial arts continent. Even a slight release of your power could shatter this world. This is where Miss Muyan resides. These are just a few wretches, are they not? Your subordinate will deal with them for you." Mingxue glanced down at the girl in his arms. Though he had tried to shield Muyan from his power, she still frowned slightly, her sleep disturbed. Mingxue's grip tightened, a flicker of tenderness and heartache in his eyes. In an instant, his oppressive aura vanished without a trace. Xiaobao, narrowly escaping death, abandoned all dignity and prostrated himself before Mingxue. "We were wrong. We were blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. We beg your excellency to spare us." To spare the ghost market. At that moment, the 4 men of the ghost market were consumed by regret. Accustomed to their rampant arrogance, They never imagined that forcing a mere Xian apothecary to stay would attract such calamitous figures. Jun Muyan, a mere girl of 18 or 19, stands alone. Yet she has turned their ghost market upside down. Just when one thought Jun Muyan was formidable enough, a man appears before them. Not merely frightening, but akin to a malevolent demon. In the presence of this individual, all that remains is primal fear, leaving no room for even the slightest resistance. Xiaobao slowly raises his head, his gaze fixed upon them, revealing a chilling smile on his stern countenance. With elongated fingers poised, he glides them downward with a gentle motion. A sharp sound pierces the air as Xiaobao suddenly clutches his throat, his eyes wide with terror. He opens his mouth to plead for mercy, to scream, yet blood surges forth before any sound can escape, pouring from his lips and between his fingers. Bang, 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 bang. For dull thuds resonate as 4 judges collapse, transformed into bloodied corpses. Nearby, the cold-hearted Hanya scoffs, thinking to himself, to harm Miss Muyan and expect to escape unscathed? Such is the folly of daydreaming. Meanwhile, Xiaobao's gaze has already shifted to the surrounding ghostly emissaries. Every one of them has played a part in harming Muyan, and he shall spare none. As Yun Yin stumbles, she falls to the ground with a thud, gazing up at the man, whose beauty resembles that of a celestial being. Wielding his fingers like a sword, slowly descending, her eyes filled only with despair. "Your Excellency, show mercy." A desperate cry echoes from afar. Soon after, a figure darts forth like the wind, halting abruptly before Xiaobao and Hanya. The newcomer appears to be just over 40, even younger in appearance than Xiaobao. Yet his hair was frosted with white, and the deep-seated weariness in his eyes made him appear remarkably aged. Upon seeing this figure, many in the ghost market erupted with joyful exclamations. "It is the King of Hell. We are saved. The ghost market is saved." The man who approached was none other than Xiaobao, the chief overseer of the ghost market in Xian City. Everyone in the ghost market knew the formidable and fearsome nature of the King of Hell, although he was also a congenital powerhouse. Even 5 judges combined could not match a single King of Hell. Thus, when Xiaobao arrived, the ghostly attendants believed they had found salvation, nearly moved to tears with joy. However, to their astonishment, upon encountering Xiaobao, Xiaobao did not erupt with rage, but rather displayed an expression of dread and vigilance. His feet instinctively retreated a step. His countenance shifted through various shades before he slowly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Xiaobao, the King of Hell in this ghost market. May I inquire your esteemed name? If we have offended you in any way, I humbly ask for your mercy and hope you will spare us. We are willing to offer any compensation within our means." As these words left Xiaobao's lips, the surrounding ghostly attendants gasped in horror, their faces paling further. If even the King of Hell was fearful, what manner of man stood before them? What kind of calamity had they unwittingly invited? Han Yi let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, saying, "Compensation? You harmed my wife, and you think a mere apology will suffice?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobao felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, unable to expel it. He had just cast a fleeting glance at the girl cradled in Xiaobao's arms. Though she lay unconscious, she was merely exhausted and had suffered no injuries. Meanwhile, what of his ghost market? Not only had 5 judges perished, but a significant portion of the buildings had collapsed, resulting in the complete loss of all valuables, an immense tragedy indeed. Should he not be the one to receive compensation? Han Yi scoffed coldly, declaring, "Since you have no words to offer, then let all of you perish as an apology to my esteemed wife." As he spoke, his long sword was drawn, its cold gleam flashing ominously. Without the need for Xiaobao's intervention, Han Yi, suppressing 90% of his cultivation, had already instilled fear and despair in Xia Yi and the ghostly officials surrounding him. "Wait!" Suddenly, a quavering, aged voice broke the tension. "The ambush on Miss Jun was solely the doing of Judge Su and his cohorts. Both Ru Yin and I have risked our lives to save her. I implore you, show mercy and grant our ghost market a chance for survival." Old Tao, who had followed Xia Yi, fell to his knees with a thud, his face a mask of desperation. Han Yi narrowed his eyes, questioning, "You risked your lives to save my wife?" Yes, indeed, Old Tao replied fervently. I was able to break through my bottleneck thanks to Miss Jun's medication. She has bestowed upon us a second chance at life. How could we stand idly by and watch her perish? He swore an oath, raising his hand to the heavens. I swear that all I have said is the truth. Please, believe me. The reinforcements Old Tao had summoned were none other than King Yin, Xiaobai, due to a small favor received from Xiaobai in his youth. Old Tao had managed to remain in the ghost market despite his stagnant cultivation over the years. The sky shifted dramatically as Ru Yin collapsed to the ground. Her voice choked and trembling. I wish to protect Miss Jun, yet I am utterly powerless. In truth, I can do nothing for her. If you truly seek to punish someone, then let it be me, for it was my invitation that brought Miss Jun to the ghost market. However, I implore you to spare the lives of the innocents within. Yet, Emperor Mingju paid little heed to the pleas, cradling the unconscious Mu Yin and turning to depart. In the blink of an eye, he had already distanced himself by several meters. As they observed the man's cold and proud silhouette fade away, Xiaobai and the ghostly enforcers collectively exhaled in relief. Ru Yin and Old Tao collapsed to the ground, as if they had narrowly escaped death. However, Han Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he surveyed them from a position of authority. Considering your genuine intentions to rescue Our Lady, I shall show leniency and spare the remaining individuals. But should there be a next time, if anyone in the ghost market dares to show disrespect towards my lady. His words trailed off ominously, leaving a chilling promise in the air. The crowd, upon hearing this, erupted in ecstatic relief, each vowing never to lay a hand on Mu Yin again. They swore that in the future, should they encounter Jun Muyan, they would revere her as if she were a revered ancestor, never daring to slight her in the slightest. Satisfied, Han Yi nodded approvingly, his gaze then shifting to Xiaobai, a mocking smile gracing his features. I never expected that a millennium later, the ghost market would have fallen to such a state. Is it only through plunder and coercion that it sustains itself? What a disgrace! Xiaobai, taken aback, lifted his head in shock. What do you mean by that, sir? Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Who are you? However, Han Yi chose to ignore him, sneering softly before swiftly turning away and vanishing into the distance. Old Tao could no longer contain himself and whispered, Yama, what is troubling you? Who are those two? Xiaobai remained silent for a considerable time before murmuring softly, Guyu, the highest authority of the ghost market, the name of the ghost emperor. Beyond the various Yamas, no one knows within the ghost market. Why? Why does that man possess this knowledge? He summoned the ghost emperor to appear before the monarch within a month. What does this mean? Abruptly, Xiaobai turned away, disregarding Old Tao and the others' confusion, and departed hastily. He felt an urgent need to report this news to the ghost emperor immediately. Xiaobai had an instinct that perhaps the tides of the ghost market were about to change. Rest assured, my lord, your wife is not in grave danger. It is merely a result of excessive consumption of her mystical energy and physical strength, which has led to her faintness. With a few days of rest and proper nourishment, she shall undoubtedly return to her usual self. The physician stumbled through his diagnosis under the icy gaze of Di Mingjue. It was only when Han Yi smiled and invited him to settle the medical fees that the physician hurriedly departed, as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate. Inside the room, only Di Mingjue remained with the still unconscious Mu Yin. He sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the serene visage of the sleeping girl. The coldness in his eyes gradually softened, becoming increasingly tender and resolute. His fingers hovered in the air, yearning to caress that exquisite visage, a portrait of beauty. Yet, the memory of her accusations in the ghost market lingered, causing a tumult of regret to hang in the balance. Mu Yan's skin was so delicate, so flawless. It seemed as if it could shatter at the slightest touch. What if he inadvertently caused her pain and roused her from her slumber? Di Mingjue's brow furrowed slightly. On one hand, he pondered the nature of his identity. Was it not entirely justifiable to touch the woman he cherished? On the other hand, the recollection of Mu Yin's wrathful expression in the ghost market sent a shiver through him, leaving his hands suspended in indecision. Suddenly, the physician's words echoed in his ears, Your lady is not in grave danger. Muyan was his lady, his wife. Di Mingjue felt a warmth creeping into his ears, an inexplicable joy bubbling within him. His gaze gradually traversed from her lustrous black hair, the smooth curve of her forehead, the long, thick lashes, the elegantly upturned nose, to her soft, pink lips. Even after a considerable time apart, he still vividly recalled the sweetness of those lips. Each day and night, they haunted his thoughts, igniting a fervent desire to once again savor her enchanting essence. Though he had vowed to pursue Muyan until she wholeheartedly returned his affections, it seemed only natural to briefly exercise a husband's prerogative, given the destiny that awaited them. With a faint blush coloring his ears and his eyes blazing with intensity, he positioned one hand beside Muyan's face, gently leaning down, inch by inch, toward the lips he had longed to kiss. Just as his lips were poised to capture those soft, peach blossom-like petals and indulge in their sweet fragrance, a surge of formidable spiritual energy suddenly erupted between him and Muyan. Unexpectedly, Di Mingjue was pushed back several steps by an unseen force. His alluring desires were abruptly interrupted, and his expression darkened to a murderous intensity. His icy gaze fell upon the intruder at the bedside, the one who had disrupted his moment with Muyan. There stood a small boy, just tall enough to peek over the edge of the bed, glaring at him with an icy stare. The boy's delicate features were taut, his ice-blue eyes mirroring Di Mingjue's own, brimming with wariness and vigilance. "What do you intend to do to my mother?" The small voice was frigid, imbued with an aura that commanded distance, more formidable than that of a seasoned adult. Yet, as soon as he spoke, the little one shifted his focus away from Di Mingjue, anxiously turning to gaze at Muyan, who lay upon the bed. Before him was a vision of exquisite beauty, yet her complexion was pallid to the point of translucence. Even her once rosy lips appeared as white as rice paper. Her long lashes rested gently, enveloped in an eerie stillness, as if she would never awaken again. The boy's eyes brimmed with tears, and he clutched Muyan's hand tightly, his small body trembling with fear. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Yet, he was not one to wail or cry. So he leaned against the edge of the bed, emitting a feeble, pitiful whimper akin to a young beast in distress. "Mother, mother, please do not leave me. I promise to be good." As if sensing something, Muyan's long lashes fluttered slightly. Di Mingjue frowned, letting out a cold snort as he seized the boy by the collar and turned to leave. "Let go of me." At that moment, how could Xiaobao bear to leave his mother? He immediately struggled with the ferocity of a frantic little beast, unleashing the xian-qi of a celestial-level powerhouse without restraint. Di Mingjue had not anticipated that this little fellow's cultivation would actually be so advanced. Caught off guard, his clothes were slashed by the sword-like xian-qi. Di Mingjue's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "Be quiet. She is weary and merely sleeping. Are you certain you wish to rouse her?" The man's words startled Xiaobao, and the force of his struggling lessened. Mother is unharmed? Merely exhausted? Asleep? The thought that his mother was well and would not leave him caused Xiaobao's heart to relax. "Release me." Xiaobao raised his head, glaring at Di Mingjue without yielding. "I wish to see my mother. I pledge not to awaken her." In this world, aside from Muyan, who within the three realms would dare to shout at Di Mingjue, scowling with rage? Anyone who dared to be disrespectful to Di Mingjue would have long been reduced to scattered bones, with grass growing over their graves for 3 centuries. Could this little fellow have eaten the gall of a bear and the courage of a leopard? He actually dared to command him. Di Mingjue was tempted to explode with fury. However, when he looked at Xiaobao's exquisite face, which resembled Muyan's by 70 or 80%, and those ice-blue eyes that were identical to his own, he saw traces of redness in those stubborn eyes, indicating how frightened and flustered the little fellow had just been. For some unknown reason, his heart, which was usually as hard as iron, softened slightly. Di Mingjue snorted coldly, but he still released his grip. As soon as Xiaobao's tiny feet touched the ground, his little body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly darting to Muyan's side. However, this time, his movements were gentle, and his eyes were filled with a deep affection for her. Yet, His small fists were tightly clenched. Although that detestable man had claimed that his mother was merely exhausted and asleep, Xiaobao knew the truth. His mother had been victimized by wicked individuals and was injured. When the malefactors tormented his mother, he had failed to be by her side. He had vowed to protect her, yet he did not fulfill that promise. His large eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if veiled by a mist, yet he stubbornly resisted allowing them to fall. Observing the little one's struggle to hold back his tears, Di Mingjue, whose heart was usually as unyielding as stone, found himself inexplicably troubled. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the child suddenly rub his eyes and cautiously lean closer to Muyan, gently planting a kiss upon her cheek. In his heart, Xiaobao thought, whenever mother kisses Xiaobao like this, it brings him immense joy. Mother, please wake up soon. However, witnessing this tender moment, Di Mingjue was filled with dismay. This little rascal had managed to kiss Muyan before him. In a fit of indignation, he seized Xiaobao by the collar. His fury palpable, yet he still managed to lower his voice, asking, "What do you think you are doing?" "Humph, this shameless knave," as if he were unaware of everything. Just moments ago, having successfully ascended to the mid-tier of the heavenly rank, he had emerged only to witness this scoundrel attempting to take liberties with his mother. Di Mingjue found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncharacteristically flustered, his ears burning with embarrassment. The Illusion of Two Monarchs, Part 3. However, he soon let out a cold snort, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, "Naturally, I am attending to your mother." Unfortunately, his righteous explanation was met with the disdainful gaze of the little one, who regarded him as nothing more than a deceiver of children. Di Mingjue was infuriated, wishing fervently to strip the little creature of his trousers and administer a sound spanking. As the two, one large and one small, engaged in a silent stare-off, neither willing to yield an inch, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. Han Yi entered, carrying a steaming black pot. Lowering his voice, he exclaimed excitedly, "Your Highness, I have discovered that the people of the martial arts continent replenish their strength with this black-bone chicken soup." In unison, they thundered, "Get out! You fool! You disturbed my mother's sleep. You imbecile! You interrupted my wife's rest." Han Yi trembled in fright, nearly spilling the chicken soup he held. Heaven help him! Why did he feel as though he were facing two monarchs? The overwhelming pressure and disdain emanating from them was enough to terrify him into submission. Before Han Yi could gather his wits, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him, causing him to stagger backward several steps. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, nearly brushing against his nose. Heart racing, Han Yi cautiously touched his still intact nose, his eyes wide with lingering fear. Two monarchs were indeed a frightful sight. Wait, wasn't he the young Master Jun from earlier? How did he end up inside? When did he go in? Lost in thought, he was startled as the door swung open once more. Di Mingjue emerged, carrying the little one in his arms, striding forth with purpose. The little treasure, forced to hang on his shoulder, felt his face flush crimson and exclaimed in anger, "Put me down." However, Di Mingjue paid him no heed and continued towards the direction of the backyard. Han Yi stood there, utterly bewildered, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The emperor was actually carrying a child, although it was not quite a carrying, more akin to a hoisting. Yet, this was their aloof emperor, who had always kept strangers at bay. It was said that not even children or beautiful women could approach him, let alone those of their circle, who were prohibited from getting within half a meter of the emperor. Yet now, he was not only enamored with Miss Muyan, but also willing to draw so near to the young master. If this scene were to be witnessed by the people of the cultivation realm, their eyes would surely pop out in astonishment. Wait a moment. What could the emperor possibly be planning with the young master? Could it be that out of jealousy, he intended to do something untoward to the child of Miss Muyan's former husband? Upon this thought, Han Yi's complexion drained of color. Miss Muyan treasured the young master as if he were her very eye, should any harm befall him. The emperor would indeed find it impossible to seek a wife thereafter. No, he must follow closely behind and, when necessary, caution the emperor to ensure the young master's safety. Realizing he could not resist Di Mingjue, the little treasure refrained from the typical cries and tantrums of a child. Instead, he clenched his tiny fists and swiftly circulated the energy within his body. Di Mingjue soon brought the little treasure to the backyard. And just as he was about to set him down, the young master suddenly struck. With a swift motion, he pushed off from the emperor's shoulder, propelling himself into the air. At the same moment, the energy concentrated in the palm transformed into a sharp blade, fiercely striking towards Di Mingjue. Yet, Di Mingjue's expression remained unchanged. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that effortlessly dissipated the formidable sword aura emanating from Xiaobao. Xiaobao's figure descended from the air, landing steadily on the ground. However, his countenance was far from pleasant, as his gaze towards Di Mingjue was tumultuous with complex emotions. This man was exceedingly powerful, surpassing everyone he had ever encountered, even far more formidable than his mother. Yet, despite this, Xiaobao clenched his small fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. No matter how strong this man was, he would not allow him to take his mother away. Di Mingjue looked down at him from his elevated position, his expression impassive as he stated, "You should be well aware that you are not my match at present. However, I can offer you an opportunity." Xiaobao inquired, "What opportunity?" With a flick of his wrist, Di Mingjue let a piece of crimson jade fall from his palm, adorned with golden tassels that swayed gently in the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Yet, more captivating than the tassels was the jade itself. Despite its dull hue and unremarkable shape, it bore strange patterns that, upon close inspection, evoked a sensation of being immersed in a vast sea of stars, as if one's very soul were being cleansed. Xiaobao, who typically held little regard for wealth, found himself inexplicably drawn to this piece of jade, a flicker of longing evident in his crystal-clear eyes. Di Mingjue gazed at him and spoke in a deep voice, "I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. I will refrain from employing my mystical powers or launching an attack. If within this time you can seize this jade from my grasp, I shall bestow it upon you and never again appear by your mother's side. Should you fail..." Di Mingjue paused momentarily before continuing in a grave tone, "You must accept the reality that I am your mother's husband and your father's truth." Just then, the recently arrived Hanya nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing Di Mingjue's declaration, beads of cold sweat threatening to roll down his forehead. "Your Excellency, could you not be so shameless? In your pursuit of love, you have begun to deceive a child, let alone little Bao. It is inconceivable for anyone to snatch the jade from your hands, even if given an hour." Hanya lamented internally. "Are you not afraid that Miss Mu Yan will find out and hold you accountable for this treatment of her son?" However, little Bao was not easily deceived. With a stern expression, he resolutely countered, "You are lying. You are not my mother's husband." Di Mingjue's gaze darkened as he articulated slowly, "One day, Mu Yan shall become my wife. It is merely a matter of time. But this is irrelevant to you. You need only understand that today, you have lost and must accept the possibility of me being your future father." Little Bao furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Di Mingjue scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "What is this? I have brought you to this point, and you dare not even attempt it? You claim you wish to grow stronger to protect your mother, yet you possess only this meager courage and resolve. No matter how clever Xiaobao may be, he remains merely a 4-year-old child. Moreover, the protection of his mother and his desire for strength are his Achilles heel." Provoked by Di Mingjue, his little face suddenly brightened, and his large eyes blazed with fierce determination. "Very well, I accept your challenge. If you lose, you shall never again compete with me for my mother." Upon hearing their exchange, Han Yi shamefully covered his face and turned away. "Your Majesty, could you possibly be any more shameless?" However, the subsequent events transformed Han Ye's expression from embarrassment to seriousness. Contrary to his expectations, the Emperor's approach was not merely to tease or belittle the child. Upon hearing Xiaobao's consent to the contest, Di Mingjue revealed no trace of a scheming smile. Instead, he furrowed his brows in solemnity, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "In the realm of extremes, Di Mingjue, I humbly request your guidance." Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that this man was mocking and humiliating him. Yet, In that instant, witnessing the man's stern demeanor and hearing his unwavering tone, Xiaobao felt a profound sense of respect directed towards him. This man did not regard him as a mere child to be toyed with, but rather as an equal opponent, a being with an equal voice. The anger and embarrassment that once adorned his youthful face vanished entirely. Instead, a flicker of joy and anticipation, akin to being treated as an adult, arose within him. With newfound composure, Xiaobao straightened his back, his expression resolute yet unpretentious, and with a clear, melodious voice declared, "Crimson Flame, Jun Muyan, I humbly request your guidance." As soon as his words fell, Xiaobao's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Hanya's pupils dilated in astonishment. With his vast experience and keen insight, even after having 90% of his power sealed, he astonishingly failed to discern how the young master vanished. In the next instant, a flicker of light danced across the sky. Little Bao's figure darted past Di Mingjue like a streak of light. The previously concealed mystic energy erupted suddenly, cascading forth like a roaring tidal wave. His little legs transformed into countless shadows, striking fiercely at Di Mingjue's chest. With a resounding thud, the small body was propelled backward like a cannonball, landing unsteadily on the ground. His delicate face turned slightly pale. Yet, Hanya was too preoccupied to attend to him, his gaze fixed in horror upon his sovereign. There stood the tall, elegant man, still holding the crimson jade pendant, which swayed gently, its tassels shimmering brilliantly. Everything seemed unchanged from mere moments ago. However, Hanya clearly observed that just as the young master unleashed that shadowless kick, the sovereign had indeed taken a step back. But that was his sovereign. Even without employing mystic energy, and with his powers sealed, his formidable physique was unparalleled in the world. Even he, exerting all his strength against the sovereign, could not budge him an inch. Yet, the young master had accomplished it, and he was merely a 4-year-old child. Even if he were the progeny of the extraordinary Miss Muyan, that was simply too astonishing, wasn't it? Hanya stood in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping at Little Bao's performance. However, Little Bao was far from satisfied with his own display. His petite brows knitted together in a slight frown, and the icy blue of his eyes sparkled with intensity. Di Mingjue, with an impassive expression, inquired, "What? Have you given up so easily?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobao moved once more. However, this time, he did not leap into the air. Instead, he took slow, measured steps, circling around Di Mingjue. Hanyi initially found this peculiar. What purpose did circling the monarch serve? Could it possibly disorient him? Moreover, the pace was exceedingly sluggish. Yet, as time progressed, Hanya's eyes widened in astonishment, and he rubbed them in disbelief. For he realized that the young master before him had seemingly multiplied into countless figures, as if dozens of Xiaobaos had emerged from the ether, surrounding Di Mingjue in a tight formation. Such an enigmatic technique was not unfamiliar to Han Yi, yet he had only witnessed it in the realms of cultivation, where it was executed in conjunction with formidable spiritual power. Yet here was Xiaobao, who wielded only mysterious energy, accomplishing the same feat. What remarkable physical prowess must one possess, and to what extraordinary extent must one's speed be heightened to achieve this? Nevertheless, the central figure, Di Mingjue, displayed a look of disdain. "Do you truly believe that with such trivial tactics, you can snatch the ruby from my grasp?" He gently shook the jade pendant in his hand, its tassel gleaming brilliantly. The Xiaobaos encircling Di Mingjue seemed to have suddenly found their moment, and they soared into the air with a sudden burst of energy. The sound of fists colliding echoed like thunder. The trees surrounding the courtyard swayed violently under the immense pressure of the air currents. Accompanying the cacophony of strikes came Di Mingjue's chilling words. "Your speed is far too sluggish. If I were to attack, your legs would have long since been rendered useless. Your inner energy should be fully manifested within you when you strike, rather than being activated only at the moment of action. Remember, martial skills are intended for the purpose of combat. They must be executed with precision and decisiveness, rendering any superfluous movements unnecessary. If you cannot harness every ounce of your inner energy to its fullest potential, You will never ascend to the ranks of a true master. Meanwhile, Han Yi was utterly astonished. Is this truly the reticent sovereign of his household? To think he would patiently instruct the young master during a fight, and moreover, to speak so extensively. Han Yi bitterly mused. Compared to Miss Mu Yan, the amount his sovereign has spoken to him over the past year pales in comparison to today's discourse with the young master. Time gradually slipped away amidst the intricate exchanges between Di Mingjue and Xiaobao. The moment they had initially agreed upon, a quarter of an hour, was drawing ever closer. 10 breaths, 9 breaths, 8 breaths. Xiaobao's face and body were completely drenched in sweat. For the first time, he experienced the profound frustration of helplessness. In this moment, he realized clearly that despite the man before him showing such leniency, he was utterly incapable of achieving victory. Yet, within those large, glistening blue eyes, there was no trace of despondency or despair. Rather, they ignited with a fervent flame. For Xiaobao believed that one day, he would surpass this individual. His mother had once told him that he was still young, and that this man was much older than he. When he grew up, he would undoubtedly defeat him. Di Mingjue looked upon the young lad, pleased by the indomitable spirit and fire reflected in his eyes, and with rare appreciation remarked, "You are even more remarkable than I had anticipated. Indeed, he is the spitting image of Mu Yan's son. His only flaw is his deplorable temper, which he must have inherited from his good-for-nothing father." However, before Di Mingjue could complete his musings, an unforeseen event transpired. As Di Mingjue was internally disparaging the identity of Xiaobao's biological father, Xiaobao abruptly raised his diminutive hand, forming a sword with his fingers. A surge of profound energy materialized into a blade, which he discharged with sudden force. With a sharp, tearing sound, the cord securing the jade pendant in Di Mingjue's grasp was severed. Simultaneously, Xiaobao's figure darted forth like a lightning bolt, seizing the pendant in his hand. The very air seemed to congeal in that instant. Han Ye's mouth gaped open, unable to close it for an extended period. Di Mingjue's countenance froze in a mask of utter disbelief. Xiaobao's perpetually icy visage, however, was graced with a rare, cunning smile. His crisp, melodious voice echoed throughout the courtyard, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "You have lost." Crack. Han Yi could almost hear the sound of his lord's heart shattering into pieces. He trembled, shrinking back as far as possible, desperately trying to minimize his presence. Instead, he expressionlessly and resolutely declared, "Nay, it is you who have lost. For the appointed time has arrived." Xiaobao's small face instantly darkened as he retorted frigidly, "It has not." "It has." Both of them pivoted in unison, glaring daggers at Han Yi. "Tell us," they demanded, "has the time elapsed or not?" Han Yi jolted violently, his face contorted with anguish. He stammered, "Your subordinate." I. In the final moments, I was overcome with anxiety and forgot to keep time." Confronted by the murderous glares of the two, Han Yi felt an overwhelming urge to curl up and retreat into a crevice. Yet, he truly did not know. Had a quarter of an hour passed since the young master seized the ruby, or had it not? This uncertainty might forever remain an enigma, an unanswered question lost to time. "You have lost. You have lost. The time has not yet come. Now it has. You are cheating, shameless." Humph. Han Yi had never witnessed his sovereign display such childishness in a verbal spar. Observing the stalemate between the two, he could only swallow hard, pondering whether they might declare this round a draw. Upon hearing Han Ye's suggestion, both the towering figure and the diminutive one exhibited expressions of hesitation. The little one opened his palm to inspect the ruby nestled within, his delicate brows slightly furrowing. Although he had seemed quite self-assured during his confrontation with Di Mingjue, deep down, he recognized his defeat, a triumph devoid of honor. Moreover, he sensed that the thought of this man no longer appearing before his mother and himself did not bring him joy. The little one furrowed his brow again. It was not that he was reluctant to part with this scoundrel. Rather, it was simply that he had saved his mother. Thus, should he concede? As his mother had said, a true man must openly acknowledge victories and losses. However, He cherished this ruby so dearly. From the very moment he laid eyes on it, an inexplicable bond formed, as if he were gazing upon his mother herself. Little Bao wished to present the piece of jade to his mother, believing that it would undoubtedly bring her joy. Unfortunately, he had lost. A loss is a loss, with no excuses to be made. With a solemn expression, Little Bao slowly extended the jade towards Di Mingjue, returning it to him. Yet, the reluctance reflected in his large eyes was unmistakable, revealing his true feelings. Di Mingjue accepted the jade, gently caressing its surface with his fingers. Observing Little Bao's lingering gaze, he momentarily displayed a rare expression of indecision. Had it been anything else, he would have readily granted the little one's wish. However, this piece of jade, Di Mingjue himself was uncertain about its origins. He only knew that after a significant event 5 years prior, this jade had mysteriously appeared by his side. Although the jade itself was not particularly valuable, even with its enigmatic patterns, it had traversed realms and found its way to the martial arts continent. Nevertheless, Di Mingjue could not comprehend why he had kept it close all these years, feeling an inexplicable attachment to it. This jade held great significance for him. Yet, the yearning gaze of the little one now made him hesitate. Despite the jade's importance, marrying Mu Yin was of even greater significance. Di Mingjue extended his hand before Little Bao, slowly opening it. Do you desire this jade? Little Bao lifted his small head, fixated on him without blinking. Di Mingjue maintained a stoic expression as he met the child's gaze. I offer you this singular opportunity. If you refuse today, there shall be no second chance. Instantly, urgency flickered across Little Bao's face, and his delicate hand reached out towards the jade. Emperor Mingjue's hand shifted slightly to the side as he spoke slowly. The condition is that you must not obstruct my union with your mother. Little Bao furrowed his brow and glared at him, declaring, Mother would never agree to marry you. Humph, that is a matter for this sovereign alone. It is of no concern to you. You need only promise not to interfere or cause trouble. Little Bao hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the crimson jade, and thus signed a temporary truce with Emperor Mingjue. Mu Yin enjoyed a deep slumber, and upon awakening, she did not immediately open her eyes, but instead entered her spiritual space. There, she sensed an unusual fluctuation of profound energy, signifying that her little Bao had successfully advanced in his cultivation. My dear, have you finally completed your seclusion? Just as Mu Yin was about to rush over to embrace her beloved son, she noticed Little Bao hurriedly concealing something. A fleeting expression of despondency, reluctance, and determination crossed his small face. However, upon turning to see Mu Yin, he immediately dashed toward her, though his face remained impassive. His large eyes sparkled with joy and longing. Before Mu Yin could envelop Little Bao in her arms, he had already clung tightly to her. His petite frame nestled against her, nuzzling gently, exuding an unspoken attachment. Yet, Mu Yin could sense her son's unusual emotions. With a casual thought, she understood the underlying feelings. Softening her expression, she embraced him and gently reassured, Do not be afraid. My dear, Mother is fine, just weary from exhaustion. Little Bao nodded in her embrace, responding quietly, yet unwilling to release her. Mu Yin continued to hold him, cradling him like an infant, gently patting and soothing him. A sense of comfort mingled with amusement filled her heart. She never expected her precious son to exhibit such a capricious and endearing side. After sharing some tender moments, Mu Yin suddenly recalled something. Darling, what were you just looking at? Upon hearing this, the little one immediately stiffened, lowering his head in silence. Was it something he shouldn't show his mother? His long eyelashes fluttered momentarily before he whispered, Not yet. Observing her child's expression, Mu Yin realized that something must have transpired while she was asleep. However, since her beloved son was reluctant to divulge the details, she would not press him. If she truly desired to uncover the mystery, she had her ways of inquiring. Once Mu Yin departed from the space, the little one retrieved the piece of crimson jade once more. With lips tightly pressed together and determination gleaming in his large eyes, he resolved, I shall present this jade to my mother only after I have triumphed over that scoundrel. Having said that, He turned to the plump rabbit nearby, extending the jade towards its mouth. Please keep this safe for me. You must absolutely not lose it. Yet, who would have thought a rabbit would consume a piece of jade? In the blink of an eye, a miraculous scene unfolded. The chubby rabbit slightly moved its lips, and the crimson jade vanished from the little one's grasp. After swallowing the jade, the rabbit nestled against the boy, licking him affectionately as if assuring his young master that it would safeguard the precious jade diligently. Little Bao gently patted the rabbit, and the tension etched across his gloomy face began to ease, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. He was determined to vanquish that man. Then he would personally present the jade pendant to his mother. Surely, it would bring her immense joy. Suddenly, the appearance of Mu Yin startled Han Yi, but he quickly regained his composure. In the realm of cultivation, spatial pockets were commonplace and hardly remarkable, although in the martial arts continent, the existence of such spaces was deemed impossible. Mu Yin was, after all, the heir of the divine music master. What kind of figure was the divine music master? A legendary character who once turned the three realms upside down, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of all prominent families within the cultivation world. It was hardly surprising that such a formidable and fearsome legend would leave behind a legacy space in the martial arts continent. Miss Mu Yin, this is a special chicken soup that His Majesty instructed the kitchen to prepare for you. After your excessive expenditure of energy in the ghost market and the considerable blood loss, it would be best to replenish your vitality with this soup. Mu Yin accepted the bowl, took a sip, and smiled. Thank you. Miss Mu Yin, please don't mention it. This was specifically commanded by His Majesty. Han Yi continued, eager to endear himself to his lord, when Mu Yin suddenly inquired nonchalantly, was anything particularly noteworthy that happened while I slept yesterday? At her words, Han Yi instantly shuddered, almost reflexively shaking his head. No, absolutely nothing remarkable occurred. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself across the face. His demeanor clearly indicated that there was something amiss. Indeed, Mu Yin raised her gaze, a beguiling smile slowly gracing her lips as she beckoned him with a delicate finger. Upon witnessing her gesture, Han Yi felt an unsettling chill envelop him, his heart growing cold. Mu Yin merely regarded him with a smile, choosing silence while leisurely sipping her chicken soup. After a moment of hesitation, Han Yi ultimately lacked the courage to flee and instead trudged before her with a grimace. Internally, he mused that Miss Mu Yin was in a deep slumber, and he would never admit that the sovereign had bullied the young master. She must never find out. Little did he know that Mu Yin's next utterance would nearly send him into a panic. Pray tell, while I was asleep, what did your sovereign do to my son? Han Yi shuddered, his heart lamenting in despair. Wait a moment. How could she possibly know anything when he had said nothing? Mu Yin curled her lips, a flicker of coldness dancing in her eyes. Did he mistreat my precious child? No, absolutely not. Han Yi hastily insisted. The sovereign regards the young master as his own son. How could he possibly mistreat him? It was merely just a few minor frictions. Minor frictions, you say? Mu Yin responded, her tone laced with significance. In that case, do enlighten me about these so-called minor frictions. Han Yi wore a pained expression, yearning desperately to flee. Inviting him for a meal, Mu Yin stirred her chicken soup and remarked nonchalantly, you need not speak if you wish. But I shall simply assume that your sovereign has indeed mistreated my dear son. Hee, on this cold night. Do you know the fate of the one who harmed my son? Han Yi's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, how could I not know? That Luo Fei and Judge Su from the ghost market merely insulted little Bao a couple of times, and now their corpses have begun to rot. Woe is me. Your Majesty, it is not that I am incompetent or have betrayed you, but rather that Miss Mu Yin is truly terrifying. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yin continued to leisurely stir the chicken soup, her smile faint and delicate, her gaze subdued, revealing no hint of her emotions. Han Yi swallowed hard and said, Miss Mu Yin, you are not angry, are you? Mu Yin curled her lips into a smile, her expression radiant. How could I be? I am indeed very angry. Di Mingjue dares to bully her precious little Bao and has made him unhappy. Hee, splendid, truly splendid. Seeing her smile like a blooming flower, Han Yi was relieved, thinking she did not appear angry at all. Miss Muyan, please. You must not say it was I who informed you. Otherwise, I would certainly meet a terrible end. Muyan nodded, resting her chin on her hands, and said leisurely, Rest assured, I am quite grateful to your majesty for rescuing me from the ghost market. By the way, where is your majesty? Han Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Muyan, hardly able to believe his ears. The situation had changed so rapidly that he could scarcely comprehend it. Could it be that Miss Muyan has finally been moved by your majesty and is willing to accept him? Han Yi left in a daze, filled with joy, while Muyan remained seated, a slow smile creeping across her lips. Her smile resembled the gentle warmth of a spring breeze, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of distant stars. As dusk enveloped the world, Han Ye anxiously awaited outside. Within the chamber, a man of striking beauty, akin to a celestial deity, gradually opened his eyes and rose to a seated position. An innate aura of authority emanated from him, a commanding presence that instilled a profound desire in all beings to submit and follow. This was Di Mingjue, the sovereign of the extreme domain, hailed as the most formidable figure in the realm of cultivation. Upon noticing Han Ye's impulsive intrusion, Di Mingjue cast a cold gaze in her direction. That singular glance sent a shiver down Han Ye's spine, prompting her to halt her hasty approach. The implication was clear. It was merely a routine report from the elders, devoid of any urgent matters requiring immediate attention. Han Ye exhaled in relief. At present, the true form of the sovereign remained in the martial arts continent. Should any incidents arise in the realm of cultivation, it would be exceedingly detrimental. Thankfully, no grave matters had transpired. Han Ye remained silent. Yet Di Mingjue's deep voice broke the stillness. Your sudden intrusion suggests urgency. What troubles you? What? Di Mingjue suddenly stood, his piercing gaze fixed upon Han Ye, demanding to know why she had not intercepted her. No, that is not it. Han Ye, disregarding her fear, hastily explained. Miss Muyan specifically prepared dinner to express her gratitude for your life-saving intervention. It is now mealtime, Your Majesty. Do you not think? Such a significant matter, revealed only now. Han Ye was left with a pained expression as she watched Di Mingjue's figure vanish, silently lamenting. Alas, as evening descended, the setting sun burned like fire. The courtyard behind Lord Jun's pharmacy was hushed, devoid of any presence. However, within one of the side rooms, a candle flickered, casting dancing shadows that hinted at a graceful figure within. Steadying himself, Di Mingjue pushed the door open. Inside, he found a round table adorned with wine, and a maiden with a faraway expression gently plucking at the strings of a zither. Upon seeing Muyan, Di Mingjue inhaled sharply, followed by a subtle disruption in his heartbeat and breath. Muyan typically adorned herself in a manner that deliberately conveyed maturity. Yet, this evening, she appeared to have just emerged from a bath. Her raven hair cascaded softly down her back, the lingering moisture accentuating her exquisite features, rendering them even more ethereal and otherworldly. She resembled an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, isolated from the world, yet possessing a delicate vulnerability that inspired a desire for protection and a captivating allure that beckoned to be embraced. She wore only a simple white dress, cinched at the waist with a matching sash, emphasizing her slender figure, as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze. The glimpse of her delicate collarbone and her alabaster skin, almost translucent, ignited a fervent desire within Di Mingjue. Hearing the door open, Muyan lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering in the candlelight. So, your lordship has finally arrived? Di Mingjue strode forward, swiftly closing the distance between them. The door behind him shut silently. One looked up, the other down, and as their eyes met, a peculiar spark seemed to ignite. I told you, say my name, Di Mingjue declared, his words carrying a hint of stubbornness, like a child's insistence, prompting a smile from Muyan. Very well, Di Mingjue. Weren't you here for a meal? Would you not take a moment to appreciate the meal I have prepared for you with my own hands? Di Mingjue pursed his lips, inwardly contemplating. I would much prefer to consume you. Yet, Since Mu Yin proclaimed it to be a meal crafted specifically for her, he felt compelled to honor her effort. In the chamber stood a round table, adorned not only with beverages, but also with 7 or 8 bowls and plates, each meticulously covered by porcelain lids. Wisps of steam escaped from the edges of the lids, clearly indicating that the dishes had just been prepared, as Mu Yin had claimed. However, when Di Mingjue lifted the first lid, even his typically composed demeanor faltered. What lay within the bowls was not an array of delectable and aromatic delicacies, but rather a dark, charred mass of unidentifiable substance. Most alarming was the viscous, ominous green liquid pooling at the bottom of the dishes. One by one, he unveiled the lids, only to find that none of the offerings were fit for human consumption. Some even emitted a pungent odor. Is this food meant for humans? Mu Yin observed the frozen expression on Di Mingjue's face. She ceased plucking the strings of her zither, resting her chin on one hand, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she gazed at the man from a distance. What is the matter? Does the food I made for you not please you? Di Mingjue remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding with an impassive expression. I like it. Without further ado, he seated himself at the table, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and began to eat. As he unflinchingly consumed the dark, unappetizing mass, even Mu Yin could not suppress her astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was well known that she possessed no culinary talent whatsoever. Otherwise, after spending 4 years in the mountains, she would not require such a diminutive creature as Xiaobao to attend to her culinary needs. The dishes she prepared were so unpalatable that even dogs would turn their noses up at them. Not even her beloved Xiaobao would dare take a single bite. Yet, this Emperor Mingjue, remarkably, consumed everything without a hint of hesitation. As she observed him finishing an entire platter, Mu Yin felt a surge of incredulity. You can truly stomach this? Emperor Mingjue cast her a sidelong glance and replied, with a cool detachment, as long as it is prepared by my lady, I shall relish it, regardless of what it may be. Mu Yin retorted, Who on earth is your lady? After a peculiar silence, Mu Yin suddenly smiled, her lips curving in amusement. Without wine, the dishes are but a meal. Without joy, the wine is but a drink. Neither can be deemed a true delight in life. How about I play a melody for you? Yet, Emperor Mingjue merely glared at her, silent and unmoving, his demeanor radiating displeasure. Mu Yin, however, understood his silent message all too well. Nevertheless, this time, the esteemed monarch remained dissatisfied, finding her performance lacking in familiarity. He displayed an attitude of obstinance, as if to say, if you do not call me by name, I shall neither eat nor listen to your music. With clenched teeth, Mu Yin finally managed to utter 2 words through her gritted teeth. A Jew. For a dignified emperor to be addressed in such an intimate manner should have been a source of profound humiliation. Yet, to her surprise, Emperor Mingjue appeared content, lowering his head to continue consuming the horrendous fare that resembled swine feed. Mu Yin could not help but touch her own cheek. Using such an affectionate title as a Jew elicited no response from him. Yet she inexplicably felt her face flush and her heart race, unable to contain her emotions. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Mu Yin began to gently strum the strings of her lute. The melodious strains of music flowed gracefully from her fingertips, gently enveloping the room. Di Mingjue had initially been engrossed in his meal, focused solely on his beloved wife. However, as time passed, he discerned a stirring within him, as if the very blood coursing through his veins began to simmer. Gradually, the warmth of his body coalesced in a singular point. In his line of sight, Mu Yin radiated an irresistible allure, every inch of her seemingly imbued with enchantment and seduction. Her delicate lips, slightly parted, the alabaster skin glimpsed beneath her garments, and her slender fingers deftly caressing the strings of the instrument stirred a primal fire within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Di Mingjue rose abruptly and strode purposefully towards Mu Yin. The music ceased abruptly. He swept Mu Yin into his arms, his towering figure enveloping her slender form completely. His fervent breath brushed against her porcelain cheeks that glimmered with a soft pink hue. Mu Yin, My heart belongs to you, he uttered in a husky voice, revealing sentiments long buried within. His large hand cradled the nape of her neck as he leaned in, intent on capturing her tender lips, eager to ravage them with fervor. Since their parting at the Golden Rainbow Gate, after being utterly rebuffed by Muyan, he had long fantasized about that sweet, intoxicating taste. No, it mustn't be. Muyan's lips, her breath, every facet of her seemed laced with a poison. A mere touch ensnared him, rendering him helplessly addicted. It felt as though, countless years ago, they were destined to be one, and Muyan was inherently meant to be his. Today, she appeared remarkably compliant and gentle, offering no resistance nor reproach as he held her close. Conversely, her eyes shone with a brilliance that outstripped even the moon's radiant glow. Yet, just as Di Mingjue was about to capture her coveted, sweet lips, those rosy petals parted slightly, uttering a voice laced with amusement and languor. 5, 4. Di Mingjue paused, momentarily taken aback, his actions suspended. What are you saying? He inquired. Muyan, however, responded with a radiant smile, a hint of cunning dancing in her eyes, barely concealed. She continued, 3, 2, 1. As the last syllable of one faded, Di Mingjue felt a sudden wave of weakness and dizziness wash over him, rendering him unsteady on his feet, on the verge of collapse. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the woman before him. What have you done? He questioned. Muyan's exquisite face bloomed with an even more radiant smile. Why don't you take a guess? She playfully suggested. Di Mingjue, his eyes reddened, reached out, intending to pull the infuriating woman into a tight embrace. However, with a nimble turn, Muyan evaded his grasp. A captivating smile graced her luminous face. What's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? She teased. Jun Muyan. Di Mingjue growled. Muyan tossed her dark hair over her shoulder, replying with a charming smile. Why must His Majesty be so incensed? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I should summon a courtesan from Welcome Spring Pavilion for you? With that, she gracefully turned, preparing to leave the room. She had meticulously planned this day to outwit Di Mingjue, sparing no effort. She had even resorted to cooking herself, a task she hadn't undertaken in years. Those seemingly unappetizing, pitch-black dishes were, in fact, infused with a special mystic concoction, carefully prepared according to a formula left by Bailey Luine. Merely consuming the substance yielded no discernible effects, as it was colorless and tasteless, unnoticed by anyone. However, when harmonized with the ethereal melodies of the celestial demon lute and the skill known as life like a dream, the potency of the mystical herb could be magnified 1,000-fold. Even though Di Mingjue possessed extraordinary prowess and a physique remarkably resilient, he too fell victim to its allure. Di Mingjue dared to bully her precious son. She was determined to reveal to him the reason behind the bloom of flowers. Yet, just as Muyan's hand brushed against the doorknob, her body was abruptly lifted into the air, her feet no longer touching the ground. The man's robust and fiery form pressed down upon her, leaving her with no room to maneuver. Woman, you are toying with fire. Di Mingjue's voice was hoarse, his crimson gaze piercing down at her, as if he were poised to devour her whole. Muyan's breath became momentarily disordered. How did you break free from the effects of the drug? According to Bai Li Liuin's notes, this particular herb had been modified based on the characteristics of certain potions from her previous life. Even the most powerful beings in the realm of cultivation, once ensnared, rarely possessed the strength to resist in a short span of time. Muyan had initially planned for Di Mingjue to writhe in torment within the confines of this room for half an hour as retribution for her little treasure. After half an hour, the effects would naturally dissipate, leaving no harmful repercussions on his body. However, she never anticipated that, in a mere few breaths, Di Mingjue would not only withstand the drug's effects, but outright resist them. No, it cannot be. No, this is wrong. As Muyan beheld the man's flushed cheeks and eyes ablaze with desire, she realized with a sinking heart that Di Mingjue had not merely dispelled the drug's effects. He had directly countered them. He was not utterly powerless, unable to move, yet still consumed by an insatiable desire. At that moment, She truly felt as though she had lifted a stone only to crush her own foot. Mu Yan's expression shifted rapidly, and just as she was about to speak, the man abruptly silenced her with a fierce kiss. A potent, domineering aura surged within her mouth, as if he wished to dismantle her, flesh and bone, and devour her whole, merging her essence with his own. The hands that embraced her grew increasingly restless. Mu Yan's pupils constricted sharply, and she bit down hard with her pearly teeth, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. The man grunted in response, regaining a semblance of rationality. Yet his eyes remained predatory, fixed on her. Mu Yan swallowed nervously. I can provide you with the antidote. No, Di Mingjue replied resolutely. You are the antidote to my affliction. Mu Yan retorted, believe me, I'll castrate you, you scoundrel. Di Mingjue's hand gradually caressed her warm, delicate face. His voice deep and heavy, as if suppressing an ocean of unending passion. It was you who first provoked me. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yan's body trembled violently. Long-buried memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Damp, dark caves, the searing heat of a man's body, desires tormented by longing, and pain that felt like it was tearing her apart. Even Di Mingjue, upon uttering that line, paused momentarily, his brow slightly furrowed. This scene, these words, evoked a sense of familiarity. Yet, in the next instant, Mu Yan's gaze turned frigid. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, the celestial devil's zither, sensing its master's call, abruptly lifted from the table and hovered in midair. As the strings of the heavenly demon zither resonated with the movements of Mu Yan's fingers, they played a melody reminiscent of a torrential downpour. The sudden sound of the zither startled Di Mingjue, causing him to momentarily falter and loosen the grip that restrained Mu Yan. In that fleeting instant, she sharply bent her knee and forcefully struck a certain, unspeakable part of the man. A resounding crash echoed through the room as the bed collapsed, dust cascading from the beams above. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted from Di Mingjue. Jun Muyan, you are attempting to murder your husband. Mu Yan stood a short distance away, cradling the heavenly demon zither in her hands, her long hair dancing without wind, and a beguiling smile gracing her lips, enchanting enough to captivate the world. What husband? She retorted. Has the sovereign forgotten? My true husband lies buried in the earth. The one I am attempting to murder now is merely a lecher. Di Mingjue seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched in anger. Why would this woman not behave like the others, who fawned over him and surrendered to his will? Were the countless women on the immortal cultivation continent, who flocked to him like bees, mere illusions? Yet, the more she resisted, the deeper his infatuation grew. Even though she appeared composed and elegantly attired, Di Mingjue felt a burning desire within him, longing to possess this detestable woman, to claim her as part of himself. The effects of that particular elixir held no sway over him, yet he found himself more entranced than if he had consumed the most potent aphrodisiac. With intense focus, Di Mingjue gazed at the woman before him, slowly taking a step forward. No, it is unnecessary. 3. Addendum 3. Di Mingjue fixed his gaze intently upon the woman before him, slowly advancing a step. Yet, the moment he moved, the music of the qin transformed into a blade, surging forward with an imposing force. Mu Yan smiled sweetly and spoke. Di Mingjue, are you attempting to coerce me? Observing the chill in the girl's eyes, Di Mingjue abruptly halted his advance. His brain, once clouded with fervor, gradually regained its composure. He would never force Mu Yan. She was the woman he yearned to wed, to accompany for all eternity. How could he bear to impose upon her in any manner? Moreover, what kind of man was he, Di Mingjue, to resort to coercion for the affection of a woman he cherished? If word spread, would he have any dignity left in the realm of cultivation? The flames of desire in Di Mingjue's eyes receded slowly, but the fire of envious resentment blazed fiercely within him. You remain so fixated on that man who is already deceased? Already deceased? Fixated? Mu Yan was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly awaken to the realization. Di Mingjue was alluding to her fictitious past. Ahem. Mu Yan coughed lightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. When she met Di Mingjue's gaze again, she stood tall and resolute. He is the biological father of my precious child. My feelings for him run deep. Is there a problem with that? Xiaobao was on the brink of exasperation. As the esteemed emperor of the extreme domain, the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, how could he possibly be overshadowed by a deceased man? What was it about that man that made him more handsome, stronger, or more favorable to Mu Yin than himself? Watching the man before her, whose eyes blazed with fury and whose intent was ominous, Mu Yin felt as though he might explode with rage. Yet, even in his profound anger, he did not inflict upon himself the slightest harm. Mu Yan's heart softened a fraction. With a gentle sigh, she spoke, Xiaobao. I am unaware of who you truly are or the nature of your standing, but I presume you are not lacking in women who would desire your attention. Why then, must you squander your time on someone like me, who has already been married and has children? Having lived a second life, her heart had hardened considerably. Beyond her child and her thirst for vengeance, she permitted no room for anything else. Moreover, the haunting memories of her past, even after a decade, could never be erased from her existence. The disparity between her and Xiaobao, in terms of status and strength, was insurmountable. They were ultimately mismatched. Suddenly, Xiaobao stepped closer, towering over her, his gaze intense and unwavering. If this lord chooses to waste time, if I insist upon pursuing you, what can you do? Mu Yin hesitated, lowering her eyes, unable to meet the fervent gaze of the man before her. Xiaobao, you should give up, she began. But her words were abruptly interrupted by his cold voice. Jun Muyan, I have stated before that if you are unmoved, I shall pursue you until you feel something. If your heart belongs to another, I shall wait until you can see only me. But if you think to cast me aside, to abandon me, you are dreaming. With that, Xiaobao turned on his heel and strode away, fearing that if he lingered, he might succumb to the temptation of silencing this ungrateful woman. Wait, Xiaobao, explain yourself. What have I done to be accused of abandoning you? How shameless could this man be? The voice of the cold knight abruptly ceased under the piercing gaze of Xiaobao, which seemed to harbor a murderous intent. He instinctively shrank his neck and endeavored to diminish his presence. It was over. Miss Mu Yin must be retaliating against the emperor due to the matter concerning the young master. If the emperor discovered that he had reported Miss Mu Yin, he feared he might not witness the dawn of another day. As Han Yi contemplated how to discreetly escape, he suddenly observed Xiaobao's brow furrow and his hand raised slightly in the air. In an instant, several gleaming golden characters materialized in the void. Xiaobao's expression hardened, and his body tensed instantaneously. Despite his earlier frustration with the mischievous Mu Yin, he understood that the whereabouts and news of the divine music master must remain absolutely confidential. No one knew better than Xiaobao the brutality and decisiveness with which the entire cultivation world, even the realm of immortals, had hunted the divine music master a millennium ago. Moreover, none understood more profoundly the trepidation that the major powers of the cultivation world held towards the divine music master. Although Mu Yin had inherited the legacy of the divine music master, she was still far too weak. Should those factions become aware of her existence as the heir to the divine music master, the consequences would be unimaginable. Han Yi completely withdrew his playful demeanor. Furrowing his brow to inquire, is your majesty intending to employ the method of all sects returning to the origin? The method of all sects returning to the origin, while also a manifestation of the soul, could condense into a true entity and significantly prolong its presence in the cultivation realm. However, it is equally true that the sovereign on the battlefield of Yanwu will fall into a profound slumber, devoid of even the slightest capacity for resistance. Upon seeing Emperor Mingzhu nod, Han Yi refrained from further comment and instead bowed respectfully, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall remain steadfastly by your side. Then he inquired, By the way, Your Majesty, do you wish to leave any message for Miss Mu Yin? Perhaps another love letter to send her way? As for the protection of Miss Mu Yin, Han Yi chuckled, believing that those who would dare to have designs upon her within Yanwu should indeed be mourned. Anticipating that Emperor Mingzhu would eagerly take up the pen, perhaps even sending a few chests of gold and jewels along, he was taken aback when the emperor, with gritted teeth, vehemently replied, "No, absolutely not." He intended to let that woman stew for a few days, making her aware that the sincerity and affection of this emperor were not to be trampled upon lightly. In summary, our sovereign was indeed feeling jealous, envious, and rather sensitive. The following morning, Mu Yin set out with her little treasure. "Darling, to celebrate your advancement to the mid-tier of the heavenly rank, shall we indulge in some delicious food and perhaps acquire a new outfit?" Mu Yin smiled brightly as she pinched her son's soft little face. Little Bao, with his exquisite and handsome visage, maintained a serious demeanor, allowing Mu Yin to tease him. Amused by her son's little adult-like appearance, Mu Yin could not resist bending down to plant a kiss on his soft cheek. However, little Bao evaded her affection with a serious expression. Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Mu Yin burst into fits of giggles, drawing the attention of passers-by. As passers-by beheld the enchanting young girl and the charming little boy, who seemed as if they had stepped out of a painting, they could not help but display benevolent yet envious smiles. The harmonious family caught the attention of Mu Yin, who noticed her son's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to finally cease her playful teasing. Instead, she gently took his small hand in hers and continued their stroll. Little Bao, blushing fiercely, thought to himself that while his mother was wonderful in every way, she was just too informal in front of so many onlookers. Yet, he could not help but grasp Mu Yan's hand more tightly, his large, glistening eyes sparkling like stars. If only he could remain with his mother like this forever. "Ah, young master, please hold on." As they passed by the treasure pavilion, the proprietor hurriedly emerged, calling out to them. The owner quickly donned a flattering smile, addressing little Bao. "Do you remember me? A few days ago, you purchased a pair of jade earrings at our shop. I wonder if you have already gifted them?" It turned out that the young master had given the earrings to a lady. "You are truly kind to your sister." The proprietor, noticing that Mu Yin had not yet reached her 20s and bore a striking resemblance to little Bao, naturally assumed she was his sister. However, little Bao was indignant. His usually frosty little face immediately darkened as he tightened his grip on Mu Yan's hand. In his frosty little voice, he exclaimed, "She is my mother." Mu Yin replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need to be flustered, shopkeeper. May I inquire why you called us?" As the boss spoke, he suddenly widened his eyes, pointing incredulously at the white jade bracelet on Mu Yan's wrist, exclaiming, How can this white jade bracelet be in your possession?" Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Could it be that this white jade bracelet was not meant to be in her hands? The boss, after a brief pause, suddenly slapped his thigh in realization, saying, "Ah, I see now. That day, the celestial young gentleman must indeed be related to you and the young master." The white jade dragon and phoenix earrings, along with the bracelet, were all gifts intended for you, my lady. I had been quite anxious, for the master craftsman who created these earrings and bracelet warned that if the dragon and phoenix were to be separated, it would signify ill fortune. Now that the dragon and phoenix are united in your possession, I can finally breathe easy. He then cast a reproachful glance at the young master, saying, "You, young sir, clearly belong to the same family as that gentleman. Why on that day did the flood wash over the Dragon King Temple, leaving family members unrecognized?" In that moment, the boss harbored no doubt about their familial ties. Why? Because it was simply too fitting. The lady before him was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but she also exuded an air of elegance and otherworldliness. As for the gentleman from that day, he required no further description. His commanding presence made it evident that he was accustomed to high status. Most striking was the young master, who had inherited the lady's beauty while radiating an aura indistinguishable from that of the gentleman from the previous encounter. Those rare blue eyes, upon reflection, were nearly identical to those of that gentleman. A visitor has arrived, and it is evident that this is a family blessed with prosperity and joy. Xiaobao glared fiercely at the proprietor, who would consider themselves kin to that shameless scoundrel. Unfortunately, the proprietor remained oblivious to his menacing gaze, continuing to extol Mu Yin, exclaiming how fortunate she was with such a devoted husband and a dutiful son. Mu Yin, however, Before the proprietor could finish his praise or Mu Yin could inquire further, Xiaobao, with a scowl etched on his face, swiftly pulled Mu Yin away. Along the way, despite her persistent questioning, Xiaobao resolutely refused to divulge any details. He would not speak of the humiliation of being outmatched by that man, whether in stealing or in combat. Such disgraceful matters were not for his mother to know. Humph. The scarcity of the premium medicinal herbs sold daily at Junji Pharmacy created a bustling scene at dawn, with throngs of people clamoring to secure their coveted remedies. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, the crowd would disperse entirely, for the prized herbs had sold out. With their purpose fulfilled, they would naturally return the following morning to queue once more. In a corner, the host Chen Qingfeng shrank back, his complexion pale and trembling in fear. Conversely, Yin Haoyan, also present in the parlor, was taut and alert, as if facing a formidable adversary. Mu Yin's casual gaze soon revealed the reason for Chen Qingfeng's trepidation and Yin Haoyan's wariness. The individuals gathered in this establishment hailed from the ghost market. Among them were Ru Yin and Old Tao, along with others whom Mu Yin had encountered in the underworld and the beast arena. In a realm accustomed to the sight of blood, there existed only enslaved souls or ruthless rogues. The ghost market, what intentions lay behind its veil? Was it to avenge a previous affront? Just as thoughts swirled, a middle-aged man with hair touched by frost rose amidst the crowd, bowing respectfully. I am Yin Wang of the ghost market, Xiaobai. I apologize for disturbing you today, Miss Jun. I hope you can overlook our rudeness and forgive the ghost market for its transgressions. What? Chen Qifeng turned his head in disbelief, scarcely believing his ears. Even Yin Haoyan was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Did that middle-aged man just declare himself the Yin Wang of the ghost market? Good heavens! This was a figure who would not even glance at the emperors of the Crimson Flame, Scenic Orange, and Yellow Radiance kingdoms. How could he possibly be here? Moreover, the Yin Wang of the ghost market had come to apologize to Miss Jun? Chen Qingfeng felt certain that either his ears had betrayed him or he was hallucinating. Yet, Mu Yin remained serene, neither pleased nor angered, as she settled into her chair. Xiaobao presented her with a cup of tea, which she graciously accepted, cradling the child in her arms. After savoring a sip, she leisurely remarked, Lord Yin, do you not hold me accountable for the destruction of the ghost market, nor for the plundering of its treasures? Thud. Chen Qingfeng lost his balance and fell to the ground. What had he just heard? Miss Jun, she had destroyed the ghost market? How could this be possible? This was the ghost market, the sole one in the entire Crimson Flame Kingdom, boasting several innate powerhouses. Miss Jun has actually ruined it. Upon hearing Mu Yan's words, Xiaobai could not help but smile bitterly. Miss Jun is jesting. The events of recent days were indeed the fault of our ghost market. Even if it were to be said that you have brought about its ruin, it would still be a consequence of our own making. Mu Yin replied with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Oh? If you are not here to demand accountability, then why this grand display today? I previously mentioned that we, the ghost market, have come to offer our apologies. Xiaobai gritted his teeth and gestured behind him. Ru Yin and Old Tao immediately stepped forward and knelt before Mu Yin in a gesture of respect, greeting their master. Following suit, dozens of fierce-looking slaves also knelt, uttering in a scattered chorus, Greetings, master. Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What do you call me? Ru Yin lifted her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Mu Yan's as she spoke clearly. Ru Yin wishes to sever ties with the ghost market and follow you, master. Should I harbor any ulterior motives henceforth, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Old Tao also raised his head, his voice gruff yet sincere. I, Old Tao, voluntarily sever my ties with the ghost market. From now on, I shall be your servant, master. I hope you do not find my rustic nature displeasing. The other slaves, however, remained silent, each casting furtive glances at Mu Yin, some curious, others cunning. Mu Yin turned to Xiaobai, inquiring, Yin Wang, what does this signify? These individuals are the ghost market's gesture of goodwill towards Miss Jun. Xiaobai rose, his expression somber, conveying his hope that all conflicts arising from the ghost market's recent actions would cease here. I wonder, what does Miss Jun think of this? As he uttered these words, Xiaoyi's heart bled. The losses sustained by the ghost market in Xi'an City were indeed staggering. It can almost be described as a complete rout. Not only were all the treasures thoroughly plundered by Muyan, but several grand halls also collapsed, and a significant portion of the slaves from the 10,000 People's Cave and the beasts from the arena escaped. The most heart-wrenching aspect was the loss of 5 judges, 5 innate powerhouses, none of whom survived. One can only imagine the vast amounts of mysterious herbs and resources required to cultivate an innate powerhouse in the ghost market. Yet, he found himself unable to hold Muyan accountable. Instead, he had to offer individuals as a gesture of contrition. Otherwise, Xiaoyi truly feared the dire consequences that the formidable man would impose upon their ghost market. Muyan, however, appeared contemplative, glancing at Ru Yin and the others. Then at Xiaoyi, before smiling gently and saying, "Well then, I gratefully accept the goodwill of King Xia and the ghost market." After delivering the individuals, Xiaoyi took his leave. Muyan gestured for Ru Yin and Old Tao to rise and inquired slowly, "What transpired in the ghost market after I lost consciousness that day? Please recount every detail." Ru Yin and Old Tao, not daring to withhold any information, hurriedly shared the events of that day, each contributing their account. Upon hearing their narrative, Muyan was momentarily stunned. Was it truly because of her that he had become so enraged? Had he done so much for her?